Chapter 1. As dusk descended, the sun sank in the west, casting a gradual veil of dimness over the sky, tinged with an air of solitude. The fierce winds howled across the shimmering surface of the sea, unmistakably revealing the vastness and profundity of the ocean. A naval warship, the Hubert, adorned with a marine seagull flag and carrying dozens of sailors, advanced at a quarter knot, following the currents. This vessel, named Hubert, navigated the coastline several hundred miles to the south of the region known as Paradise, striving to provide early warnings and eliminate any pirates that ventured into these waters. It was a perilous and thankless task, for the pirates capable of entering the Grand Line were the elite of various seas, possessing formidable strength. The mortality rate for the Navy patrolling these waters soared to 50%, yet in the name of so-called absolute justice, fresh-faced recruits with no connections were still dispatched here to meet their demise. On the main deck of the Hubert, a young man clad in a Navy uniform, exuding an air of calm and composure, stood quietly at the ship's edge, buffeted by the relentless waves. With a paintbrush in hand, he skillfully maneuvered across his canvas, and in mere moments, a breathtaking sunset over the sea came to life on the page. "Andrea, hurry and paint us into the picture," exclaimed Jonas, a fellow recruit who fancied himself a super handsome guy, as he rushed over with a group of others, striking poses before Arthur could respond. "Get lost. You lot will ruin the scenery." Arthur curtly rejected them, leaving his exclusive aim mark on the artwork before stowing away his easel. "Arthur, is it customary to speak to a veteran who enlisted a day earlier than you in such a manner?" Jonas retorted, clutching his bald head with a disgruntled expression. "Have you finished scrubbing your assigned deck?" At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, interrupting their light-hearted exchange. The speaker, Sergeant Eugene, appeared to be nearly 50, his face marked by a stern demeanor and small, dark eyes. The left side of his face was marred by a scar, remnants of a previous battle with pirates that had cost him part of his ear and cheek. His strict character and commendable strength commanded respect from the ship's crew. As Sergeant Eugene approached, the sailors who had been playfully bantering with Arthur scattered like mice. "Arthur, what a magnificent painting," the sergeant remarked, pointing to the piece in Arthur's hands. "Thank you, Sergeant Eugene," the young Arthur replied with utmost respect, saluting the grizzled sergeant. Had it not been for Eugene's special permission, Arthur would not have been allowed to bring his easel aboard the warship, as Navy regulations prohibited personal belongings. "Arthur, though you may not be the firstborn, and thus cannot inherit the title of Marquis, with the influence of the Andrea family, it should be no trouble for you to secure a position within the world government." Sergeant Eugene paused slightly, then curiously regarded Arthur. "Why would you choose to serve in these treacherous waters, enduring the stench of sweat and the musty odor of the deck, while facing the imminent threat of formidable pirates?" "Because I am a cadet, and hold little standing at home." A hint of bitterness crossed Arthur's face, revealing his reluctance to delve into family matters. "I see." Sergeant Eugene sighed softly, realizing that he, a mere sergeant, could offer no advice on the power struggles of grand families. "Moreover, my mentor, who taught me martial arts, was once an old sailor, and he wished for me to navigate the seas as a Navy man, although my dream is to become the greatest artist in the world." The allure of becoming the most illustrious painter far surpassed that of sailing the oceans. Yet out of gratitude, Arthur had resolutely joined the Navy to fulfill the old man's dying wish. "Men, stay alert. This is the Grand Line, where wretched pirates may emerge at any moment." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the loudspeakers from the captain's quarters. Whether it was the lieutenant captain's ill-fated words or a cruel jest from fate, a dark silhouette materialized on the distant ocean surface. Experienced naval veterans quickly discerned that it was a pirate ship, having just entered the Grand Line from the outer seas. The atmosphere aboard the warship became thick with tension, as if the very air was saturated with the scent of gunpowder. "Boys, I have already reported to Major Sapper via transponder snail. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. We must not allow these pirates to breach our defenses. It is our duty." The lieutenant captain of the Hubert unsheathed his sword, passionately rallying the sailors for battle. Yet, for many of the recruits, who had never seen bloodshed, the motivational speech had little effect, as their pale faces and fearful gazes betrayed their anxiety. The pirate ship surged forward at a rapid pace, showing no intention of evading the naval vessel, boldly charging straight towards them. In mere moments, the black skull flag, snapping in the sea breeze, became distinctly visible. Uncertain of the enemy's strength or when Major Sapper's reinforcements would arrive, the lieutenant captain shared the same trepidation. Yet, as the frontline defenders of the Grand Line, retreat was not an option. They could only brace themselves for combat. As the ships entered cannon range, both the Navy and pirate gunners fired almost simultaneously. A cacophony of thunderous explosions ensued, as whistling black projectiles were unleashed. The shells struck the pirate ship with a resounding blast, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the sky. The force of the explosion unleashed a powerful shockwave, inflicting devastating harm, hurling shattered limbs and entrails into the air. Regrettably, the firepower of the Hubert was clearly inferior to that of the pirate vessel, and within moments of combat, it was riddled with holes, rendered powerless and adrift. To make matters worse, the battleship began to tilt perilously. Water seeping in it would not be long before the entire wreck would sink beneath the waves. Logically, as the warship faced imminent sinking, the crew should have evacuated immediately. Otherwise, the whirlpool created by the sinking ship would drag everything within reach to the depths. These sailors, trapped with no escape route, understood this truth. Yet as they gazed at the lurking sharks in the distance, none dared to leap into the water to flee. The overwhelmingly dominant pirates, however, had no intention of sparing these Navy men who dared to challenge them. As the pirate ship drew near, eager pirates leapt onto the Navy's damaged vessel, engaging in brutal melee combat. In every fleeting moment, both pirates and sailors fell, blood quickly soaking the deck, filling the air with the acrid scent of carnage as lifeless bodies floated on the surface. Hysterical screams, muffled groans of the wounded, and the final cries of the dying echoed incessantly. Arthur, bearing his easel and wielding a blade, remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the pirates' sudden onslaught. Effortlessly dodging the ferocious slashes of a pirate's sword, he swiftly turned and plunged his weapon into the torso of a burly pirate before him. With a look of despair and disbelief, the pirate let out a pained gasp as blood erupted from his chest. Collapsing to the ground, Arthur pushed the corpse aside and charged toward the next pirate. Despite the Navy's desperate resistance, the combat prowess of the pirate crew was evidently superior, quickly cornering the injured sailors against the ship's edge. When Arthur glanced up at the pirate ship anchored nearby, he was taken aback to discover that most of the assailants were mere lackeys. The true powerhouses lounged aboard the pirate ship, observing and mocking the Navy with disdainful remarks. To them, the Navy seemed so feeble that there was little point in intervening. Just as the sailors aboard the Hubert faced total annihilation, a Navy vessel, flying the seagull flag, appeared on the horizon. The long-awaited reinforcements had finally arrived, rekindling hope and determination among the weary sailors. It's Major Sapper's ship. Ha, those damn pirates are finished. Yet, just as the morale of the remaining Navy surged, Sapper's ship suddenly came to a halt. Standing at the prow, Major Sapper raised his telescope, clearly observing the desperate expressions of the cornered sailors aboard the tilting ship. By my command, retreat from this area immediately. Without hesitation, the naval vessel turned around, abandoning the besieged sailors to their fate, swiftly departing the treacherous waters. The forsaken sailors stood in shock, their recently ignited hope extinguished in an instant, watching helplessly as Major Sapper's ship faded from view. Falling into the hands of these merciless pirates would mean a fate far worse than death. A palpable sense of despair spread among the crew. Suddenly, a rugged pirate, adorned with tattoos and sporting a stubbled face, approached in his grasp. He held the still dripping head of the deceased lieutenant commander, his eyes wide with fury as he cast a contemptuous glance at the gathered naval soldiers, casually discarding the severed head at their feet. Several terrified sailors, their courage shattered, instantly crumbled, abandoning their weapons to kneel before the band of pirates, pleading for mercy, their former righteousness glaringly apparent. You spineless cowards, do not forget that you are the sacred Navy. Sergeant Eugene, standing at the edge of the ship's hull, pointed an accusing finger at these quivering traitors, his voice a low, furious growl. "You fool, already on the brink of the grave. The lieutenant is dead, and we have been forsaken. Resistance is utterly futile." One of the naval soldiers, kneeling at the feet of the pirates, shouted frantically at Sergeant Eugene, perhaps believing that such a display might secure his survival at least. That was his hope. "Have you already forgotten the absolute justice we once bore, you miserable wretch?" Sergeant Eugene was ablaze with rage, longing to rush forward and cleave this wretched sycophant in two, yet the watchful eyes of the pirates restrained him from taking reckless action. "May you and your pathetic sense of justice perish." Sergeant Eugene, the traitorous sailor, kneeling on the ground, twisted his face into a grotesque snarl, ripping off his naval cap and stamping on it fiercely, raising a crude middle finger in defiance. These turncoat sailors were acutely aware that fleeing the battlefield and betraying their comrades would lead to a brutal execution. There was no turning back for them now. Some even contemplated whether they should immediately slay a couple of naval soldiers to prove their loyalty, reasoning that it was better to cling to life than to die without a fight. After all, what value did the so-called absolute justice hold against their own lives? Among the pirates, a burly figure with a scarred face forcibly shoved aside his comrades to step forward, his cold, shadowy eyes sweeping over the naval soldiers with indifference. Without warning, he raised his hand, the glinting edge of a sharp battle axe descending with a thunderous crash, cleaving one of the kneeling sailors, who wore a fawning expression, in half. In that instant, as if commanded, the surrounding pirates erupted in a frenzied howl, rushing forward to turn the unprepared traitors into mere flesh and blood. The captain desires no prisoners. Those who cannot even wield their weapons should simply perish. The brawny pirate wiped the blood splatter from the corner of his mouth, casting a cold smirk at the deck, where a heap of mangled remains lay, hacked into a grotesque mass. "There are plenty of ferocious sharks lurking in the waters, eagerly anticipating your descent," shouted a lean, short pirate nearby, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The earlier battle had left remnants of flesh and blood in the sea, drawing the ravenous, bloodthirsty sharks to the scene with their keen sense of smell. In the distance, several sailors who had fallen into the water fought desperately to swim, suddenly emitting piercing cries as their bodies were swiftly torn in half by the shark's lethal jaws. Once the naval soldiers were dragged beneath the waves, their screams abruptly ceased, and soon the surrounding waters were stained a deep crimson. The chilling fins of the sharks sliced through the water like razor blades, their ominous forms lurking just beneath the surface, seemingly waiting for their next meal to plunge into the ocean. To remain here meant death. To leap into the water was equally a path to doom. The few remaining sailors were enveloped in despair. With a solemn expression, Arthur stepped forward, brandishing his sword, and addressed his fellow sailors with a grave tone. "Since death is inevitable, let us fight with all we have. Kill one to break even, kill two to profit." The remaining naval soldiers were taken aback by Arthur's unexpected fervor, as he, typically gentle and composed, now boldly declared such a rallying cry. Gazing at his bloodied sword, it was evident that he had already dispatched several pirates with someone leading the charge. Morale surged among the beleaguered sailors, igniting a newfound spirit to resist. "Let us all fight to the death." Sergeant Eugene strode forward, his voice ringing out to rally the remaining sailors. "You got some guts? Kid'll make sure to chop off your head cleanly, sparing you the agony." The burly, scarred pirate regarded Arthur with a glint of interest, his voice laced with mockery, clearly dismissive of the seemingly youthful and inexperienced naval recruit. Arthur let out a cold laugh, immediately charging at the brawny pirate. The lethal combat techniques he had painstakingly mastered were not meant for mere display. The burly pirate licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor and excitement, clearly anticipating the imminent clash. Just as the two were about to engage, an alarm suddenly blared from the nearby pirate ship. The band of pirates retreated in a frenzy, the burly pirate furrowing his brow as he forcefully blocked Arthur's strike with his battle axe. Casting a cold smirk back at Arthur, who had been knocked back a few steps, the burly pirate leaped onto the nearby pirate ship, which was hastily raising its anchor to depart. The pirate vessel sped away, neglecting the naval ship that was on the verge of capsizing, and fired a cannon shot at the half-submerged remains of the naval ship. The victorious pirates' abrupt retreat was bewildering, as their ship accelerated away from the battleground. The surviving naval soldiers erupted in cheers, their jubilant shouts echoing as they unwittingly huddled together, weeping like children. Meanwhile, Arthur stood resolute, his gaze steely. His right arm trembled uncontrollably, a slight numbness coursing through it, while blood dripped steadily from his wrist, staining the hilt of his weapon. With a single strike, it was merely the defensive parry of the burly scarred pirate wielding a battle-axe, had he been earnest in his assault rather than resorting to a hasty defense during retreat. Arthur would likely have already lain on the ground as a cold corpse. This imposing pirate was but a minor leader among the lowly subordinates on the enemy's ship, scarcely worthy of being called an ordinary officer. Yet he possessed such formidable and astonishing strength. What puzzled Arthur was that, having gained an undeniable advantage, disposing of the remaining naval forces would have been a trivial task if that were the case. Why did they let them go, leaving in a manner that appeared rather frantic, as if they were fleeing? This was dire. Sergeant Eugene, clutching his right arm which bore a deep, bone-exposing wound, gazed at the distant horizon with a bitter expression. Following Eugene's gaze, Arthur's pupils constricted. On the horizon, the sun that had once illuminated the sky had long since set, and the formerly bright sky had suddenly darkened, as if an immense, invisible pressure weighed heavily upon everyone's hearts, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. The once tumultuous sea had inexplicably turned eerily calm, while the clouds above seemed to coalesce rapidly, as if something was brewing. Even more unsettling was the sudden retreat of the numerous sharks that had previously lurked nearby, abandoning their pursuit of prey and hastily fleeing to another expanse of ocean. All these signs foretold the rapid gathering of a tornado-like storm over the sea, and soon this maritime region would transform into a tempestuous domain heralding death. The weather of the Grand Line was perpetually unpredictable and perilous, and this brewing storm threatened to obliterate everything upon the waters. Once the tempest arrived, the already listing naval vessel, the Hubert, would likely sink before it even had the chance to reach the depths of the sea. "We must depart immediately, or the sinking ship will drag us down with it," Sergeant Eugene exclaimed urgently, though the naval crew recognized the truth in his words. Relinquishing the safety of the floating deck seemed a far more dangerous endeavor amidst the storm, especially since some among them could not even swim at that moment. Arthur suddenly dashed to the side, forcefully severing a broad wooden plank from the ship's railing, casting it into the sea before leaping onto it. His entire body suspended upon the surface of the water. Arthur understood that mere words of encouragement would fall flat. He must lead by example. Indeed, his actions ignited a spark of inspiration among the others. Under Sergeant Eugene's guidance, they followed suit, grasping the plank and plunging into the frigid, biting waters, striving to swim towards the distance. They had scarcely departed the wrecked deck when a powerful vortex formed upon the surface of the sea. The warship descending rapidly as the surrounding waters rushed in with a thunderous roar, almost instantaneously dragging the remnants of the ship into the depths. The naval officers floating on the water felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Had they not left the wreck in time, they would surely have perished beneath the waves. Yet the crisis was far from over. The long-anticipated storm began to manifest its might in an instant. The sea transformed, waves soaring to heights of dozens of meters, accompanied by the violent flashes of lightning that seemed to rend the very heavens asunder. The darkened night was shrouded in ominous clouds, torrential rain pouring down like bullets. While not far from the shore, the sea appeared to swirl upwards, forming towering spirals of water that ascended into the sky, a sight of breathtaking grandeur as the tempestuous waters roared past. Arthur and his companions, rendered powerless like leaves in the wind, vanished amidst their futile cries. Time became an indistinct blur before Arthur slowly regained consciousness, the warm sunlight glaring down upon him, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. After a moment, he found himself face to face with a hermit crab wielding pincers, and he crawled up from the beach, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. This island was not particularly large, spanning only a few kilometers. Apart from the central hill and the accumulated sandy soil, there were merely a dozen coconut trees devoid of fruit. When he turned to gaze at the surrounding waters, Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief. Exclaiming in astonishment, the small island basked in pleasant weather, a refreshing sea breeze caressing his face. With a few bikini-clad women, it would have been the perfect vacation paradise. Yet, just a few miles away, the sea was a cacophony of thunder and lightning, monstrous waves soaring high, and numerous waterspouts filled the horizon with their formidable power. The terrifying hurricane seemed poised to overturn the ocean itself, making it hard to fathom that such a storm lay mere hundreds of meters away, creating an impression of being in an entirely different world. Surrounding this island, which appeared to exist in isolation, lay countless wrecked ships, varying in size and shape, pirate vessels, naval frigates, merchant ships, and fishing boats, all remnants of the tempest that had wreaked havoc, nearly concealing the island's coastline. Strangely, despite the tumultuous waves and the ominous stormy weather in the distance, the raging waters seemed to fearfully avoid encroaching upon this desolate isle. Suddenly, Arthur's gaze fixed upon a figure on the beach, clad in a naval uniform, half buried in sand, lifeless and unknown. "Eugene!" Arthur exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy flooding through him as he rushed to drag the half-conscious Sergeant Eugene from the sand. "Water," Eugene murmured, barely conscious. This presented a problem for Arthur, as there was no fresh water source nearby. Although the surrounding waters were abundant, seawater was utterly undrinkable, not to mention the myriad of microorganisms and toxins within. Drinking seawater would quickly lead to dehydration and death. Countless souls had perished in the ocean due to such thirst. "Hang in there, Sergeant Eugene," Arthur cried as he sprinted towards the wreckage of the ships. Frantically searching for fresh water, despair washed over him as he discovered that amidst the mountain of ship debris, though there were plenty of treasures, there was no fresh water or food to be found. Time was of the essence. With no success among the shipwrecks, Arthur could only place his hopes on the central hill of the island, hoping to find some dew collected in the slopes. The island was not large, and soon Arthur arrived near the rocky cliffs of the central hill, but alas, he found no fresh water as he had hoped. Fortunately, he did not leave empty-handed. The cliffs were adorned with verdant vines, glistening with moisture, which could potentially be squeezed for life-sustaining juice. Overjoyed, Arthur seized a handful of the vines, pulling them with all his might, only for the hill to suddenly shed a cascade of dust accumulated over countless years. As the choking dust settled, Arthur, now covered in grime, discovered a half-meter-high cave had appeared on the hillside. The cave was pitch black, obscuring any vision of potential dangers, yet it was possible that within lay the fresh water he sought. Even if he could bring back some of those vines, it would be a blessing. Crouching down, Arthur cautiously ventured inside. The cave was damp and cool, seemingly filled with moisture, perhaps hinting at a bubbling spring nearby. As he stumbled through the dark cavern, sharp rocks soon lacerated his arms and shins, causing blood to flow freely. After what felt like an eternity of wandering blindly, Arthur found himself at a dead end. As he reached out to touch the smooth rock wall before him, he felt an unusual sensation. There appeared to be a man-made gap the width of a finger. Unwilling to retreat in defeat, Arthur raised his arm and pushed with all his strength, blood from his earlier wounds seeping into the crevice of the rock wall. To his astonishment, the heavy rock wall slowly yielded, revealing a small chamber only a few meters in size. Illuminated by a luminous pearl embedded in the ceiling. To Arthur's immense delight, droplets of water continuously fell from the corners of this chamber, forming a clear, bottomless pool. His perseverance had finally borne fruit. The sergeant would be saved. Beside the pool, on a stone altar, lay an ancient tricolor pottery jar that seemed to have weathered countless ages, emitting a faint blue glow. Next to the jar was a small azure glass vial, just the size of his palm. Arthur picked up the tiny vial and gently shook it, hearing the faint sound of water sloshing inside. The moisture contained within the glass vial was indeed potable fresh water. However, after being left for such an extended period, the fresh water had likely soured. Arthur placed the small vial into the pool, intending to collect some pristine water, but despite his efforts throughout the day, not a single drop filled the delicate glass container. With a perplexed expression, Arthur scrutinized the azure vial, and as he turned it over, a drop of black liquid fell into his palm in an instant. The wound on his hand, previously lacerated by sharp rocks, miraculously healed at an observable pace. He was utterly astonished by the vial's extraordinary properties. Its miraculous regenerative abilities seemed almost divine. Realizing the potential of the azure vial, Arthur intended to use it to mend the wounds on his legs and arms. Yet, despite clearly hearing the sound of water sloshing within the vial, no matter how he tilted it, the previous black liquid refused to flow forth again. Time was of the essence. This was not the moment to investigate the mysteries of the vial. He needed to return with fresh water for the sergeant as swiftly as possible. Arthur hastily tucked the vial into his pocket and approached the stone altar, where he examined a tricolored ceramic pot the size of a wine jug. The vessel, with its broad base and slender neck, emitted a faint, ethereal blue glow, adorned with cryptic, incomprehensible hieroglyphs. The water within was crystal clear, radiating an enigmatic magical aura. As Arthur reached out to grasp the pot, intending to lift it, an overwhelming sensation of connection surged through him, as though their very bloodlines intertwined, compelling him to embrace it and drink deeply. The moment the water entered his belly, a fiery warmth coursed through him, as if he were on the verge of combustion. Drenched in sweat from the internal blaze, in the next heartbeat, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body enveloped in a translucent frost, unable to move and trembling uncontrollably. Though this torment of ice and fire lasted mere minutes, it felt like an eternity. Countless fragmented memories swirled within his mind, as if his very consciousness were being torn asunder. This agonizing trial persisted until, upon opening his eyes and regaining his freedom, he heard a piercing crack. The tricolored ceramic pot, which he had felt so intimately connected to, shattered with a resounding crash, instantly disintegrating into ashes that dispersed into the air. One might ponder whether Arthur, abandoned by his naval comrades and nearly perishing in the storm, was fortunate or cursed. He had been cast ashore on this mysterious island, inadvertently discovering the legendary tribute to the sea god, a powerful elixir that countless souls had yearned for. This enigmatic seawater, recorded in ancient tomes, was known only to a select few elite figures, and it was said to possess the capability to suppress the powers of devil fruits, once a coveted goal for the world's aristocracy. Navies and pirates, it had been lost to time, fading from memory until today when the sea god's water chose Arthur, a castaway on a desolate isle. The harrowing minutes he endured, teetering on the brink of death from the dual agonies of ice and fire, could have easily claimed his life or left him a mere shell of his former self. The relentless onslaught of memories threatened to obliterate him. Any slip could lead to instant demise or madness. Yet, the reward for his perseverance was immense. Arthur would gain the formidable ability to control the sea. Upon regaining his freedom, Arthur remained oblivious to the extraordinary and enviable power he had acquired. Still haunted by the dual agonies he had just endured, the remnants of that experience lingered in his mind, filled with resentment, rage, and fear, leaving him in a dizzying haze. Nevertheless, Arthur had no time to dwell on these matters. He had to secure fresh water quickly. Yet, with the vial unable to hold water and the tricolored pot reduced to dust, he found himself unable to transport the precious freshwater that lay tantalizingly within reach. Furrowing his brow, Arthur suddenly noticed that the water around his palms seemed to be drawn toward him, swiftly coalescing into a sphere the size of a soccer ball, and no matter how he shook his hands, the water sphere swayed yet showed no signs of breaking. Though it was hard to believe, the prospect of bringing fresh water back was a welcome one despite the time lost along the way. He managed to return just in time. Sergeant Eugene, having ingested the freshwater, appeared significantly revitalized and soon regained consciousness. The only food available was the bitter vine Arthur had foraged, which he paired with the sweet pool water. Yet, for the sake of survival, the two men quickly consumed the meager meal. While the cave offered fresh water, the scarcity of food became a dire concern. Even though the storm had dissipated, leaving the skies clear and the waters calm, Arthur found no fish swimming in the surrounding sea. Before long, the bark and leaves of the coconut trees would become their primary sustenance. In a moment of boredom, Arthur gathered the gold and silver treasures he had scavenged from the wrecked ships and piled them on the beach, discovering numerous sharp weapons that gleamed with potential value, including legendary blades. In the outside world, the small mountain of wealth he had amassed would be enough for Arthur to lead a life of ease. Yet none of these treasures could stave off hunger. By the night's fire, the cracked coconut trunks crackled as they burned, illuminating the beach with a warm glow, gazing out at the distant ocean. Sergeant Eugene suddenly spoke as if to himself. Perhaps this is fate. Since the stormy night, Eugene had grown increasingly taciturn. For a veteran who had fought for 2 decades, the pain of being abandoned by his comrades felt more unbearable than death itself. Do not lose hope, Sergeant, Arthur urged earnestly. Tending to the fire, I always believed the Navy was my destiny, but fixed ideas can often blind us, Eugene murmured, sounding more aged with each word. as if each utterance drained him further. Arthur, do you know the most painful thing in this world? It is when the ones who lead you to hell are the same who once took you to paradise. To me, only personal strength can prevent one from being trampled. With a surge of indignation, Arthur stood abruptly, his fierce gaze fixed upon the dark coastline, his fists clenched in a vow. As long as I can survive and return, I will not spare that scoundrel. Major Sabo. Turning to Eugene, Arthur noticed that the sergeant had already succumbed to sleep, his breathing deep and rhythmic. Draping his coat over Eugene, the restless Arthur remained by the fire, his eyes locked on the shadowy horizon. Lost in thought. 2 days passed swiftly. Swelling all over, Arthur stood on the beach, peering into the distance. Despite the dim prospects, he refused to relinquish hope. The more desperate the situation, the more he resolved to persevere. Uncertain whether fate was on his side, a faint black appeared on the distant shoreline, soon revealing the outline of a small ship. Without hesitation, Arthur ignited the long-prepared signal fire, desperately tossing everything nearby into the flames. A thick plume of smoke billowing skyward. Though the ship was still far away, the clear skies allowed for a good view, making the rising smoke visible from afar. The Myriad, a large trading vessel, had just escaped the terrifying storm at sea and was en route to deliver its invaluable cargo to Feline Port. This merchant ship, registered under the Navy, paid a hefty annual fee for protection. Typically, naval escorts would accompany it, yet the current conditions of the sea were uncertain, leading the Navy to refrain from sending a ship, unwilling to risk the lives of their soldiers. However, the cargo needed to reach its destination promptly. The ambitious 16-year-old captain, Michael, led the merchant ship himself to evade the persistent storm. He had boldly chosen this remote stretch of ocean, where, according to navigation records, they would reach Whiteport in just 3 days. Suddenly, 3 plumes of smoke shot up into the sky from the direction of the island, prompting the lookout sailor to report the sighting to Captain Michael. In the ensuing meeting, opinions among the merchant ship's crew diverged sharply regarding whether to investigate the distress signal. Captain Michael, we carry extremely valuable goods. We cannot risk aiding unknown individuals. What if they are pirates? Harold, a seasoned first mate in his 50s, vehemently opposed the rescue. That island is littered with wreckage. It could be riddled with hidden reefs. And our vessel could easily run aground, suggested Jimmy, the young engineer, worry etched across his face as he leaned against his chair. Rescuing someone could cost us dearly. Captain, please reconsider, echoed other crew members, while rescuing someone at sea may be a moral obligation. It is by no means a duty. Moreover, to rescue the survivors stranded on this desolate island, they must brave the peril of running aground, even risking damage to the ship's hull, a cost they are unwilling to bear. Though they command a large merchant vessel, their supplies of food and fresh water are limited. If they find themselves trapped in the remote sea, they may very well perish from thirst and starvation. To abandon these unfortunate souls to their fate might mean that one day, should we encounter trouble at sea, no one would come to our aid. The chief mate, positioned to the right, stood firmly by the captain's side. My father once said that helping others is akin to helping oneself. One must never turn a blind eye to those in distress. Dressed in a well-fitted suit, the handsome Captain Michael rose and issued an uncompromising order to the first mate. First mate, prepare at once. However, it seemed the first mate was oblivious, showing neither response nor inclination to rise. That I apologize, young master. The first mate replied with an indifferent expression. That I must, as per the master's instructions before his departure, temporarily relieve you of your command. The first mate suddenly stood, regarding the impetuous Captain Michael with a cold demeanor, his words dripping with arrogance and resolve. First mate, this jest is in poor taste. Michael exclaimed, momentarily stunned, his gaze piercing as he coldly questioned. My father entrusted me with full responsibility for this voyage. The first mate, Harold, sporting a grizzled beard, approached with a mocking smirk, placing a piece of parchment on the table before Michael, his eyes glinting with triumph. The parchment bore the family crest, unmistakably marked with the Master's, Michael's father's, signature, stating clearly that in necessary circumstances, the first mate was permitted to temporarily relieve Captain Michael of his duties and assume command. Defeated, Michael sank into his chair, exhaling in frustration, utterly taken aback by his father's unexpected decision. Yet, as the heir to the family, the eldest son, he found himself powerless to oppose his father's orders. Forced to watch helplessly as the stranded victims were left to their own devices. Now heed my command. Steer 15 degrees to port and depart this area at full speed, the first mate Harold, now acting captain, promptly issued the order. On the beach, Arthur, standing beside a billowing fire, shouted desperately while frantically waving his naval uniform. Yet, the large merchant vessel turned swiftly, retreating from the area, gradually fading from view, clearly indicating no intention to render assistance upon discovering their plight. "Let it go, Arthur. They will not come to save us," Sergeant Eugene, seated on the beach, sighed as he watched the merchant ship vanish from sight. With his gaze buried beneath his brow, Arthur's hand clenched the naval uniform tightly, trembling slightly at that moment. Overwhelmed by despair, he suddenly lifted his head, his expression contorted with rage, a fearsome aura enveloping him as he shouted, "Come back! Return to me!" In Eugene's stunned gaze, the once tranquil sea roiled violently, seemingly infused with Arthur's fury. The tumultuous waters surged, and the departing merchant vessel, caught in the relentless waves, was inexorably drawn closer to the island. If this continued, the merchant ship might well meet the same fate as others, shattered into fragments by the ferocious waves. "What are you doing, Arthur?" Eugene asked, his voice trembling with concern, roused by Eugene's words. Arthur's expression returned to normal. The previously raging sea seemed to sense Arthur's emotions, calming once more, returning to a serene state, were it not for the merchant vessel stranded not far from the island. Sergeant Eugene might have doubted his own eyes. Could it be that Arthur possessed the power to command the sea? This astonishing notion nearly caused the sergeant to collapse in disbelief. The merchant vessel, propelled by the towering waves, was far larger than Arthur had imagined. A tool of humanity's conquest over the ocean. It was said that every ship possessed a soul. Just moments after relieving Captain Michael of his command, the first mate Harold found himself in a dire predicament. The ship became ensnared in the surrounding reefs, utterly immobilized. Even more terrifying was the bizarre weather they had just experienced. Had the calm not returned so suddenly, the Myriad merchant ship would likely have sunk in an instant. Many of the terrified crew members began to wonder if appointing Harold as acting captain had indeed been a wise decision. Harold, his beard streaked with gray, stormed onto the deck, kicking the ship's railing in frustration, cursing loudly. To escape the reefs, they would have to wait for the tide to rise. But the conditions of the Grand Sea route were forever unpredictable. Who knew when the tide would come? Compounding their plight was the fact that this was a desolate stretch of ocean, rarely traversed by ships. Even if they were fortunate enough to have a vessel approach, it was likely that it would share the same reluctance to offer assistance. Additionally, the ship carried cargo of great importance to certain powers aboard. If they failed to complete their transport mission within the designated time frame, the consequences could extend far beyond mere financial penalties. The crew was increasingly anxious, as the merchant vessel had been at sea for a month. Their supplies of food and fresh water were dwindling. And if they could not reach Port within 3 days as planned, the shortage would cost the lives of all aboard. Young Master, no, Captain, Harold, the burly first mate, swallowed his curses upon seeing the captain arrive on deck. Regret washed over him. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have forcibly stripped the captain of his authority. Otherwise, the current predicament could easily be blamed on Michael, devoted to the family. Harold understood full well the repercussions of usurping the captain's position. Yet, he remained determined to seize any opportunity to undermine the young master, not out of personal animosity, but rather in hopes that Michael's younger brother, the family's second son, would ascend to power, thus allowing Harold, as a godfather figure, to become a core member of the family and wield greater influence and authority. The young and handsome Michael smiled at the first mate, saying, "Since we are already trapped, let us dispatch a small boat to bring them over." The first mate Harold understood precisely to whom Michael referred, the stranded victims on the island. "Rest assured, young master, I will see to it." Given the circumstances, there was no longer any point in opposing the rescue, and in the future, Harold could claim that it was Michael's insistence on saving lives that had put the merchant ship in jeopardy. He would not let any opportunity to undermine Michael slip away. Meanwhile, on the beach, continuously washed by the waves, Sergeant Eugene's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the stranded merchant vessel hundreds of meters away. Witnessing the unfolding events, Eugene distinctly heard Arthur's furious cries, followed by the sea seemingly obeying an order, dragging the departing merchant ship back. The idea that a human could wield such control over the ocean felt utterly fantastical. Yet the reality before them proved otherwise. Tick, tick. Exhausted, Arthur collapsed onto the beach, blood trickling from his nose and quickly swallowed by the incoming tide. For reasons unknown, his earlier outburst had left him feeling utterly drained. Yet, in light of their imminent escape, this minor discomfort was easily overlooked. Once aboard the small boat that transported them to the merchant ship, Arthur and Sergeant Eugene were accompanied by a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as the invaluable weapons Arthur had selected. The crew, naturally envious of the treasures, hesitated to claim them upon realizing that both Arthur and Eugene were Navy personnel, and no one dared to risk their lives to seize the riches. After all, who would be foolish enough to steal from the Navy? They certainly did not wish to be hunted down, especially considering the Navy's methods were often more ruthless than those of pirates. Under Captain Michael's direction, First Mate Harold generously provided Arthur and Eugene with a cabin and a storage room for rest, and to secure the gold, silver, and weapons, although provisions were running low. Under Captain Michael's orders, Arthur and Eugene finally enjoyed a hearty meal after their harrowing days of misfortune, though merely consisting of vegetables and ordinary meats, compared to the vine-wrapped bark of the island. It was akin to a grand feast. Captain Michael, the eldest son of a prominent family, bore no airs of arrogance. His gentle demeanor, coupled with a courteous disposition, enveloped those around him in a refreshing warmth. He seemed to harbor a unique affection for the Navy, speaking glowingly of its noble deeds at that moment. The first mate Harold entered, his expression grave, interrupting the previously lively conversation. The furrowed brow he wore clearly indicated that he bore grim tidings. "First mate, what is the situation?" Michael inquired, setting down his teacup with a serious tone. "It's dire, Captain Michael. The reefs here are treacherously deep. It may take a week to navigate through," Harold replied, his tone softening slightly as he sighed. "Moreover, we lack detailed records of this maritime area and are unaware of the precise timing of the tides. Even if we were to breach the reef, we would still be unable to depart. And our supplies of food and fresh water can sustain us for no more than 5 days. Perhaps a prayer to the sea god will elicit a response, guiding us away from this place." Arthur, having finished his tea, said with a half-smile. Harold scoffed derisively at Arthur's words, dismissing them with disdain. "That if prayer could resolve our troubles, we wouldn't be stranded on this accursed island reef." "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Please excuse me," Captain Michael said, rising and offering a slight bow to Arthur and Harold before turning to exit. "Summon the sailors for a thorough report on the submersible observations," he commanded as he strode toward the captain's quarters. "As you wish, Captain," Harold responded somewhat perfunctorily, thinking to himself that this young upstart could hardly be expected to turn the tide. Having enjoyed a hearty meal, Arthur was preparing to return to the cabin they had arranged. Suddenly, he was pulled aside by Sergeant Eugene to a secluded corner of the deck. After ensuring no one was in earshot, he leaned in and urgently whispered to Arthur, "Arthur, is it true that you can control the sea?" "It seems so," but Arthur hesitated, intending to express that he had yet to fully master this mysterious and formidable power. "A misstep could spell disaster for the entire crew. Then act boldly," Sergeant Eugene urged, brimming with confidence. Arthur managed a wry smile. Resolved, he approached the ship's railing and took a deep breath, focusing his mental energy. "Ocean, if I truly possess this power, please carry us away from here. I implore you." Suddenly, Arthur found himself enveloped by a surge of mighty water energy, a tempestuous aura radiating outward. The once tranquil sea resonated with Arthur's emotions. And in an instant, the skies darkened and colossal waves rose. The large merchant vessel, trapped upon the reef, lifted effortlessly as if it were a mere leaf, as if to soar toward the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the sea erupted in a spray of water, and the grounded merchant ship was safely released into the depths of the ocean, far from the treacherous reef, despite their confusion. The sailors, having narrowly escaped disaster, erupted in jubilant cheers, raising their mugs of frothy beer in celebration, dancing with joy, for nothing held greater value than the gift of life. This sudden miracle transformed many among the crew into fervent believers. Yet, having forcibly wielded his control over the sea, Arthur, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground and was assisted by Sergeant Eugene back to his quarters, where he promptly fell into a deep slumber within the captain's cabin. The young and handsome Captain Michael received the exhilarating news of the merchant ship's newfound freedom. "Perhaps there truly is a sea god," he murmured, gazing out at the now calm sea, fervently clutching the cross at his chest in prayer. Over the next 2 days, the affable and talkative Michael and Arthur engaged in delightful conversations. Arthur learned from Michael that the merchant vessel was bound for Feline Port, where the nearest naval division was also located, thus alleviating many potential troubles. In turn, Michael was astonished to hear from Arthur about the despicable officers in the Navy who would abandon their men in peril. Arthur harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Major Sapper, who had fled, leaving his comrades to face the pirates alone. Despite being merely a lowly private and Sapper a commissioned officer, Arthur believed such disgraceful conduct within the Navy deserved appropriate retribution. After weighing the pros and cons, Michael furrowed his brow and delicately expressed, "Arthur, you are but an ordinary soldier, without evidence. Your words may be dismissed, and that scoundrel could easily twist the narrative. To accuse a major could very well cost you your life." Michael glanced at Arthur, hesitating to continue. "I understand your concerns, Michael," Arthur replied, a confident smile gleaming in his eyes. "In a vast forest, one finds all sorts of birds. The Navy, too, harbors its share of rogues. However, I trust that the military tribunal will uphold justice." After drinking the sea goddess water, Arthur had transformed. He was no longer the ordinary second-class sailor he once was. Yet, as a member of the Navy, he believed it was right to prosecute Major Sapper through the military tribunal rather than resort to violent vengeance. He was confident that through the righteous military court, the truth would be revealed, and the vile would receive their due punishment. Just as Michael was about to speak, the first mate Harold rushed into the captain's quarters. His face pale and panic-stricken, gasping, "Captain, we're in grave danger. Pirates are upon us." Michael was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the news, but it quickly dawned on him, and he whispered, "It must be the Lance pirate crew." "You know?" Arthur asked, puzzled by Michael's unwavering certainty. "Can you truly foresee the future?" "To be honest, my father employed similar tactics," Michael replied, his expression somewhat dazed. "What is happening, Michael?" Arthur inquired calmly. "Arthur, you must understand that the marketplace resembles a battlefield. The struggle for profit is merciless." Michael sighed, a bitter smile playing on his lips. "Hiring pirates to eliminate adversaries who cannot be dealt with through conventional means is undeniably an effective strategy. The Lance pirate crew has a complex background and is known to operate for a price. They are well acquainted with the specific trade routes of our families." Michael's tone was laced with concern, and his eyes reflected his fear. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the 18-year-old Michael could hardly maintain his composure. "We can only hope that they will show mercy and refrain from sinking us here. I will offer these pirates triple the bounty for our lives." This was Michael's decision as captain. Eugene, seated nearby, offered a word of caution. "Compromising with pirates and displaying weakness will only lead to a more tragic fate." "There is no problem in this world that money cannot solve, Sergeant Eugene." Michael's response seemed to be an attempt to bolster his own resolve. Donning his coat, he hastened toward the deck, fully aware that although the merchant ship Malin was large and stable, its speed was insufficient to elude the pursuing pirate vessel. Negotiation was their only recourse. "Arthur, let us go take a look," Eugene declared, rising promptly. Just as Arthur stood up, a tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the entire merchant ship violently. Arthur and Sergeant Eugene rushed out into the corridor, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of three massive holes blasted into the deck, flames leaping skyward, thick smoke billowing. The sailors of the merchant ship lay sprawled across the deck, moaning and crying out in agony, surrounded by a gruesome scene of blood and dismemberment. The first mate Harold, his hair gray, had been torn in two by the blast, his entrails strewn across the deck. A sight most tragic. The young chief engineer was left with only half a head, his remaining eye wide with terror. With a dark expression, Arthur rushed forward, cradling the injured Captain Michael in his arms. A gaping wound marred his abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "I don't want to die. Save me, Brother Arthur," Michael gasped, his chest heaving violently, each word causing torrents of dark red blood to spill from his lips. In that moment, as Arthur beheld the pallid visage of Michael, he was struck by the realization of just how young he was, merely a child. The sea wind howled around them as Arthur, his face set in icy determination, fixed his gaze upon the menacing pirate ship in the distance. The Lancelot pirate crew evidently harbored no intention of sparing the merchant vessel, the Malon, with a cacophony of booming cannon fire. The devastating projectiles once again hurtled towards their target. Arthur had initially planned to employ the mysterious azure vial acquired from the island to swiftly alleviate Michael's injuries. However, the renewed onslaught from the pirates forced him to concentrate solely on countering the impending cannonade that threatened to devastate the trade ship. The incoming projectiles were now unmistakably discernible in the distance. "Hurry, faster," Arthur silently implored, striving to concentrate his mental energy. Yet the sea remained unresponsive to his summons, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his cheeks. Amid the looming threat of death, Arthur's mind became a blank canvas, and in that moment, he seemed to grasp an ineffable sensation, a surge of ferocity coalescing within him. Nearby, some surviving sailors hastily raised white flags, hoping that the pirates might show clemency. Yet their hopes were swiftly dashed as the approaching pirate ship unleashed another volley of cannon fire. As the projectiles descended with a thunderous roar, despair gripped the sailors. Suddenly, mere meters away from the merchant ship, a towering wall of water, over 10 meters high, surged forth, instantly engulfing the incoming projectiles. Amidst the resounding explosions, the projectiles detonated within the aqueous barrier, showering the deck of the Malon with torrents akin to a torrential downpour. The sailors gazed in disbelief at this miraculous spectacle. Their previously anxious hearts soon found solace, and they knelt reverently upon the deck, offering prayers. Seizing the brief lull in the pirate assault, Arthur prepared to retrieve the mysterious vial to tend to Michael. Suddenly, several sailors burst forth from the nearby cabin, led by the middle-aged ship's doctor. Barney, sporting a monocle, he swiftly took charge of the bloodied captain. Michael, expertly administering emergency first aid, and without awaiting Arthur's input, with the assistance of several sailors, he rushed Michael toward the medical quarters. Arthur, intending to follow, abruptly halted as he noticed the pirate ship not only resumed its cannon fire, but also unfurled its sails, charging toward them. That it seemed the mercenary Lancelot pirate crew was resolutely determined to sink the Malon and slaughter everyone aboard. The swiftly advancing slender pirate vessel became clearly visible, its skull and crossbones flag billowing in the wind, while the pirates on deck brandished their weapons and howled, eager to board the merchant ship for plunder. Simultaneously intent on fulfilling their employer's grim request to eliminate every living soul aboard. Standing at the ship's rail, Arthur remained impassive, his garments billowing in the wind, as he suddenly raised his arm with force. In an instant, several columns of water, as thick as barrels, erupted from the sea, crashing through the pirate ship's deck and scattering the unsuspecting pirates in all directions. Under the astonished gaze of the merchant sailors, Arthur resembled a magician, commanding the water as he forcefully pressed downward. The once ascendant torrents of water thundered back down, and with a resounding crash, the once mighty pirate ship was reduced to splintered wood. The pirates who plunged into the sea were swiftly seized by circling sharks, their screams echoing through the air, soon drowned out by the blood that stained the ocean. The surrounding sailors looked upon Arthur with trepidation. Though he had just saved their lives, strength inspires fear, especially in the presence of one as formidable as Arthur. To sink a pirate ship with a single strike, vanquishing the powerful Lancelot crew that dominated these waters, had far surpassed the sailors' wildest imaginations. Although some seasoned sailors had heard of powerful individuals who had consumed devil fruits, possessing terrifying abilities that made them invincible at sea, evoking dread even in the world government, every devil fruit user shared a common trait: they were loathed by the sea. Yet here stood Arthur, a mere second-class sailor, who could command the very waters to his will, a display of power that hinted at boundless possibilities. The sailors stared, wide-eyed, at the seemingly divine figure of Arthur at the rail. Unsure of how to approach this formidable man, cold sweat dripped down their cheeks, no one daring to move, lest they incur his wrath. "Do you have any wine?" Arthur inquired with a smile, seated cross-legged on the damp deck. Yes, please wait a moment." A young sailor, nearly terrified to the point of collapse under Arthur's gaze, quickly gathered a beer and cautiously approached. Arthur downed the beer in one gulp, bursting into hearty laughter. There is nothing more exhilarating in this world than to drink cold beer while standing upon the bodies of one's enemies. "There's trouble. The young master's wound won't stop bleeding," shouted a sailor rushing from the medical quarters. "Everyone, hurry and bring blood. Thank you for the beer." Arthur smiled at the young sailor nearby before striding toward the medical room. The young sailor stood frozen, his face flushed with excitement at having received a thank you from Arthur. Inside the dedicated medical quarters of the merchant ship, Captain Michael lay unconscious on the operating table, his eyes shut tight, the floor soaked with congealed blood. The ship's doctor, Barney, trembled, the scalpel in his hand quivering. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stitch up the intestines that had been lacerated by shrapnel. At this rate, Michael would not last long, even with more crew members donating blood. It would only prolong his suffering. For the first time in 30 years of medical practice, Barney was at a loss. "Hey, you can't go in there," shouted several sailors standing outside the medical quarters, attempting to block Arthur's entrance. However, they were quickly subdued by sailors accompanying Arthur, who had yet to witness his formidable strength. Bewildered, they pondered when their fellow sailors had become subordinate to Arthur. Arthur calmly entered the medical room, assessing Michael's pallid visage before addressing Dr. Barney. "I'll take care of this. You all must leave at once. I will save Michael." Though his tone was not loud, it brooked no argument or dissent. The sailors exchanged glances, none daring to defy him. "Please," begged Dr. Barney, who had exhausted all efforts to no avail, suddenly kneeling in supplication. "Rest assured," Arthur replied with a confident smile that at that moment, the medical quarters contained only Arthur. He produced the mysterious azure vial, his greatest secret, even withheld from the esteemed Sergeant Eugene. Tenderly unwrapping the blood-soaked bandages, the ghastly wound came into view. Arthur dripped a single drop of the black liquid into the gash, and in the blink of an eye, the gruesome injury miraculously healed at an astonishing rate, leaving no trace of a scar, had it not been for the blood saturating the bed and floor. One might have believed Michael had never been injured. Though Michael remained unconscious, his breathing steadied, and a healthy flush returned to his cheeks. The mysterious vial had drawn Michael back from the brink of death. This extraordinary azure vial possessed unparalleled restorative powers, albeit with the limitation of only 1 drop per day. Nevertheless, such a miraculous treasure would surely attract the envy of others. Thus, Arthur did not depart from the medical room. Instead, he meticulously bandaged Michael's original wound, layering it with gauze for added protection. When Arthur finally permitted others to enter, Dr. Barney, having learned of Arthur's prowess from the other sailors, regarded him with newfound awe. Upon confirming that Michael was out of danger, this awe swiftly transformed into admiration, and he persistently insisted on following Arthur to relearn the art of medicine. Arthur, finding the situation tiresome, sought to evade him. Yet, following this event, Arthur ascended to the esteemed status of the most revered individual aboard the merchant ship, his words holding more weight than even the captain's. The Malon had been sailing for over a month, and in just half a day, they would arrive at their destination, failing port. By evening point one day, Captain Michael, now recovered, summoned Arthur to his cabin. Though he could not yet rise from bed, his complexion had significantly improved. "Arthur, my brother, I thank you for saving my life." Michael inclined slightly. "Were it not for your intervention, Uncle Eugene and I would likely have perished on that deserted island." Arthur leaned back in his chair, voraciously devouring the exquisite pastries reserved for the captain. Noticing Michael hesitating to speak, Arthur feigned annoyance. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Why the hesitation?" Michael let out an awkward chuckle a couple of times before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "Arthur, I have given your situation considerable thought. Since that major has abandoned you in battle, he must have devised a comprehensive escape plan that if you return in this manner, you may not even have the opportunity to confront a military tribunal. Perhaps now is the time to relinquish your naval identity. I can secure you a position within my company. Michael, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but I am a naval soldier, bound by my oath and convictions." Arthur resolutely shook his head in rejection. "Rest assured, the officers presiding over the military tribunal are appointed by headquarters and will certainly act with integrity, even if that wretched major has substantial backing. He cannot evade accountability." Michael hesitated, but upon seeing the unwavering determination in Arthur's eyes, he sighed softly and shifted the topic to other matters. Naturally, Arthur could not take back the hoard of gold, silver, jewels, and priceless weaponry. He could only entrust Michael to handle their valuation and categorization. At petit noon, the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, and with the resonant toll of a large bell, a colossal merchant ship slowly entered the harbor. After bidding farewell to Michael, Arthur hurried with Sergeant Eugene towards the nearest naval division. The malevolent events at sea not only concerned their reputations and survival, but also demanded justice for their innocent fallen comrades. However, as they made their way, Arthur could distinctly sense that they were being followed. Yet, he felt no concern, for they would confront any adversary that dared to challenge them. Just as the naval division came into sight, and they were about to cross the street, dozens of naval soldiers suddenly emerged from the surroundings, their dark gun barrels aimed at the two men. "Arthur, Eugene, how dare you return, you traitors who surrendered to pirates?" A piercing voice rang out. Arthur frowned, fixing his gaze on the arrogant ensign at the forefront, and replied coolly, "Sir, speaking recklessly carries consequences. You two wretched individuals have brought disgrace upon the Navy. I can hardly—" The ensign's words were abruptly cut off as he stood rigidly, filled with resentment, saluting a colonel who had just emerged from the Naval Division. "Sergeant Eugene, Private Arthur, I apologize for the fright you have endured. Please follow me." The portly, square-faced colonel wore a friendly smile, slightly bowing in apology before gesturing for them to accompany him. "Yes, sir." Arthur and Eugene saluted in unison, following the colonel away from the street. "You cannot take them. They are the Navy's disgrace," the ensign exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he rushed forward to block their path. "Step aside, or I shall send you to military court," the colonel barked sharply. Although the ensign simmered with indignation, he could only watch helplessly as Arthur and the others departed. The ensign was the nephew of Major Sapper, and he acted like a rabid dog. Emboldened by his connections that as they walked, the colonel offered an apologetic explanation. "You two are heroes of naval warfare. That is beyond doubt. Regardless of Major Sapper's background, I will assist you in exposing his vile crimes and ensuring he faces justice." "Thank you for your assistance, sir," Sergeant Eugene replied with utmost respect, while Arthur appeared deep in thought. "This will be your room. You must be weary from your journey, so please rest early." The colonel personally escorted Arthur and Eugene to a single officer's quarters within the Naval Division. A judge had already been dispatched from headquarters and was en route, with the court session scheduled for 8 o'clock the following morning. Here, provisions, uniforms, and beverages were provided for the two men. After washing up, Arthur lay down, staring at the ceiling, feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that they were truly regarded as heroes by the Navy? As he sat up to grasp a wine glass, he hesitated, suddenly recalling something, and with a troubled expression, he set the glass down and swiftly dashed to Sergeant Eugene's room across the hall. His relief, Sergeant Eugene was fast asleep within, the room heavy with the scent of alcohol, suggesting he had indulged quite a bit before retiring. Arthur exited the room, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seemed he had overthought the situation. It appeared that their recent maritime experiences had rendered him increasingly cautious and suspicious. This was the Naval Division, a place safer than anywhere else save for the naval headquarters at Marineford. To err on the side of caution, despite his hunger, Arthur refrained from touching the food and drink in his room throughout the night. The following morning, a group of armed soldiers entered the room. The leading sergeant approached with handcuffs and shackles, smiling at Arthur as he said, "Routine procedure. Please cooperate." Arthur frowned slightly, but did not resist. As a naval soldier, he was obliged to comply with military tribunal protocols. Under the escort of armed soldiers, Arthur traversed the corridor, arriving at the solemn and hallowed hall of the military tribunal. The spacious room was illuminated by brilliant sunlight streaming through the windows, seemingly capable of dispelling any darkness. Military judges from the naval headquarters at Marineford had arrived, and the jury, along with the defending attorney, were already in place. Everything appeared strikingly normal, almost too normal to grasp. At that moment, the sight of Major Sapper entering the room ignited a burning animosity within Arthur. He longed to see him utterly destroyed. Clad in a pristine uniform, Major Sapper looked down at Arthur with an air of superiority, his piercing blue eyes glinting with a victorious gleam, the mocking smile upon his lips unsettling Arthur profoundly. Arthur's heart sank. He began to realize something was amiss in a public confrontation at a military tribunal. Why did the accused Major Sapper appear so dignified and composed? In stark contrast, Arthur, the plaintiff, stood shackled and bound, as if this were not a trial but a judgment against him. The ensign who had earlier obstructed their passage at the Naval Division had now become the tribunal's security officer, while the portly colonel had assumed the role of a decisive juror. All of this indicated that the previous encounter had been a performance, merely to convince Arthur and Sergeant Eugene that the military tribunal would render a fair and impartial judgment. What astonished Arthur even further was that Major Sapper was not seated in the defendant's chair, but rather in the plaintiff's. Meanwhile, Arthur, shackled and bound, was forcefully pushed onto the defendant's stand. "Plaintiff, please recount the events of that day, without concealment, fabrication, or slander." The judge's expression was grave as he gestured for Major Sapper to rise and testify. Major Sapper stood calmly and began, "Honorable Judge, on the evening of July 25th, our ship received a distress signal from the Hubert naval vessel. The captain reported that the majority of the naval soldiers had mutinied under the leadership of Sergeant Eugene and Private Arthur, necessitating urgent assistance. When we arrived, the captain of the Hubert had already been murdered, his head gruesomely displayed upon the mast. Major Sapper's voice was laden with righteous indignation. Simultaneously, pirate ships that had lain in ambush suddenly approached our naval vessel. We deduced that Sergeant Eugene and Private Arthur had allied themselves with the pirates. According to naval warfare protocols, we were justified in retreating in the face of overwhelming odds. That concludes my statement. Your Honor, Major Sapper resumed his seat as if every word he spoke were the absolute truth. Your Honor, Arthur erupted, glaring at the judge from his position. Silence. The judge's gaze flickered with disdain. Private Arthur, I have not yet inquired of you. Please respect the courtroom decorum and refrain from speaking out of turn. Call the witness, the judge suddenly declared in a booming voice. Witness? Arthur was taken aback. Momentarily struggling to comprehend, B.Y. writes, witnesses should be those who witnessed the events firsthand. The naval soldiers aboard Major Sapper's ship were not permitted to testify due to their chain of command. Did this imply that there were survivors among the soldiers of the Hubert who had gone overboard? Arthur felt a mix of surprise and hope, eagerly awaiting the heavy doors to swing open. As the doors of the military tribunal creaked open, a naval soldier was brought forth. This individual was no stranger. He was Jonah, a recruit who had joined a day before Arthur and had boasted of being the handsome one among the chubby. Arthur had assumed that Jonah, like other naval soldiers, had perished in the tempestuous seas, yet to his astonishment, he had survived, eliciting both joy and disbelief. After a week apart, Jonah appeared noticeably thinner, his face clouded with somberness. As Jonah passed near the defendant's stand, he deliberately slowed his pace, leaning in to whisper urgently to Arthur, "Plead guilty. Arthur, that is the only way to survive." Before Arthur could respond, Jonah ascended the witness stand, solemnly reciting the sacred oath to testify truthfully. "Please recount the circumstances of that day," the judge prompted, his tone as unyielding as ever. "Honorable Judge," Jonah slightly bowed and proceeded to state, "I witnessed Sergeant Eugene drive a knife and fork into the back of Lieutenant Captain's neck. And he promised all crew members rewards if they collaborated with the pirates. We would reap a substantial bounty. Those who opposed were pushed into the sea by Sergeant Arthur to feed the sharks." The judge's voice suddenly turned stern. "So you accepted this condition?" "Esteemed Your Honor, I confess my guilt." Jonah, standing in the witness stand, was filled with remorse, his voice quivering with fear as he admitted, "I could only feign agreement. I did not wish to share the fate of those dissenting crew members, tossed alive into the sea to be devoured by sharks. In the defendant's seat, Arthur, bound by heavy shackles and leg irons, laughed in rage, causing his entire body to tremble. What a mockery of a generous statement. A so-called righteous Navy man perjuring himself before a military tribunal, so grandiloquently. Arthur suddenly comprehended the knowing smirk on the major's face. Realizing this military trial was an elaborate trap, had Arthur and Sergeant Eugene not returned, doubts would linger, and the naval headquarters would dispatch a special investigative team. Yet now, once subjected to military tribunal judgment, Arthur would find himself voiceless, eternally nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. "Bring forth the mastermind, Sergeant Eugene." The judge's voice echoed coldly through the hall. Arthur's expression darkened as he stared at the battered and bloodied Sergeant Eugene. Dragged in by two soldiers, a gruesome trail of blood left in their wake. The elevated judge took a blood-stained confession bearing fingerprints and stood up to declare with gravity, "The evidence in this case is irrefutable. Both witness and material evidence are present. The facts are clear that I hereby sentence Sergeant Eugene to death and Private Arthur to death, to be executed immediately." "Enough, you wretched bastards," Arthur sneered, casting a scornful glance over the assembly. His voice a thunderous interruption to the judge's pronouncement that it was a farcical trial, a ludicrous performance, a premeditated trap, and deceived Arthur erupted in despair against this so-called justice. With a thunderous crash, Arthur suddenly broke free from the heavy shackles and leg irons that had confined him. As several soldiers aimed their guns, Arthur charged forward, kicking them aside, sending them crashing against the distant wall, their fates uncertain in the terrified stares of those present. The enraged Arthur swiftly approached the major, his fist clenched in hatred, striking Major Saber squarely in the face. A muffled thud echoed as the unsuspecting major's face crumpled under the force of the blow, his eye sockets bursting as blood sprayed forth. leaving a lifeless, blood-soaked body sprawled across the seat in a grotesque manner. "Stay back." The colonel who had earlier deceived Arthur into the Navy division collapsed to the ground, terrified, his trembling hands reaching for his concealed handgun. Yet, Arthur's speed was unparalleled, akin to a gust of wind. "Die, scum!" With a sickening crack, Arthur mercilessly snapped the colonel's neck. Seizing the colonel's sidearm, Arthur aimed at the fleeing judge and fired several shots, the panicked judge collapsing to the ground with a final mournful cry, "Don't kill me. We are comrades." Jonah, trembling and seated on the ground, gazed in horror at the rampaging Arthur. Arthur's gaze remained icy, seemingly oblivious to Jonah's pleas. For Arthur, the paramount concern was to escape this cursed place with the barely alive Sergeant Eugene. As for Jonah, that pitiful wretch, killing him would merely soil his hands. Tossing the handgun aside, Arthur tilted his head slightly, indifferently casting one last glance at the Navy flag, which hung in the center of the hall. A symbol of justice and fairness. Arthur knew all too well that he could no longer remain a part of the Navy. Even if the events at sea exonerated him, the charge of murdering an officer would invariably lead to the death penalty. Moreover, Arthur suddenly realized that the once sacred and solemn Navy division now felt as chilling as a graveyard. Approaching the gravely injured Sergeant Eugene, he produced a cerulean glass vial from his belongings. Arthur carefully dripped the precious medicinal fluid onto the mangled wounds, and, to his relief, the injuries began to heal at a visible pace, ensuring Eugene's life was preserved. Determined to leave this perilous ground swiftly, Arthur hoisted Sergeant Eugene and dashed toward the exit, colliding head-on with Navy soldiers stationed outside the court. Dozens of armed Navy soldiers, led by a lieutenant, advanced, their weapons trained on the impassive Arthur. Upon seeing his uncle, Major Saber, with a skull nearly pulverized by a single punch, the lieutenant, filled with rage, bellowed, "Open fire! Kill this bastard!" Just as the Navy soldiers were about to pull the triggers, the grief-stricken Arthur sensed an unusual and formidable power surging within him. Unleashing a tremendous roar that a powerful aura radiated outward, engulfing the entire corridor. The soldiers, poised to fire, lost consciousness under the overwhelming force, collapsing one after another, leaving Arthur as the sole conscious figure in the corridor. Arthur himself was astonished. The sheer magnitude of the coercive power had been astonishing, effortlessly incapacitating dozens of Navy soldiers. Had any other formidable beings been present, they would have been stunned to discover that Arthur possessed the rare conqueror's haki. This extraordinary power, neither acquired through training nor inherited through generations, was a birthright belonging only to those destined to be kings. However, absorbed in his desire to distance himself from the Navy division, Arthur had no time to ponder this mysterious and potent force. He bore Sergeant Eugene and charged out of the Navy division, racing toward the seaside fill-in port, the only escape route available. As a former Navy man, Arthur was all too aware that Navy divisions around the world often housed varying numbers of powerful individuals, including formidable devil fruit users. Now, lacking full mastery of the sea god's power, Arthur felt uncertain about his ability to confront the entire might of the Navy division. More critically, as a former Navy member, he found himself unable to slaughter all the soldiers in the division who were akin to him. At least not at this moment. Heaven knew what powerful Navy warriors were stationed at Fillon. Thus, leaving this treacherous ground was imperative. Fortunately, the Navy division was not far from Fillon port. However, upon reaching the port, Arthur was taken aback. The once bustling trade port was now unrecognizable. The many trade ships and fishing vessels that had been docked there had vanished without a trace across the expansive sea. Several imposing Navy warships glided menacingly. Dozens of massive cannon mouths loomed, aimed squarely at Arthur, poised to obliterate him at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, the distant sound of hurried footsteps echoed. It was evident that the primary Navy forces stationed nearby had already pursued him. Although Arthur had no desire to slay these Navy soldiers merely following orders, he found himself with no retreat. His entire being surged with a violent aura, as if the sea itself sensed Arthur's emotions. The winds shifted, and the waters churned violently. An overwhelming dread filled the hearts of the Navy soldiers, for it seemed that it was not the traitorous Arthur who was cornered, but rather all the pursuing Navy forces. The atmosphere in the expansive Fillon port grew tense, thick with the scent of gunpowder. The Navy lieutenant, leading the main forces, stared in terror at the defiant figure of Arthur standing not far away. Swallowing hard, even hesitating to issue the command to attack, This traitor, steeped in heinous crimes, had just decimated all the commanding officers of the military tribunal and single-handedly overwhelmed all the guarding soldiers. This was no mere skirmish, but rather a confrontation with 100 armed elite Navy soldiers, far from a trivial matter. Yet, Arthur, who bore an injured comrade and valiantly fought his way through the encirclement, emerged unscathed. Observing Arthur's tall and desolate silhouette, the naval captain experienced an uncanny sensation. Before him stood not merely a man, but a deity wielding immense power, embodying the tumultuous sea before them, should he command an assault. In the blink of an eye, all present would perish, crushed by this formidable force. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, and the captain, gripped by profound unease, contemplated issuing the order to attack multiple times. Yet his trembling hand remained resolutely at his side, surrounded by numerous naval soldiers and the imposing artillery of several warships. Arthur appeared unfazed, standing calmly in place, as if there were no escape. It was as if time itself had been suspended, with no one daring to disrupt the unusual tranquility. Suddenly, amidst the churning waters in the distance, a vessel no larger than a fist emerged. Heedless of the naval warnings, hastening toward feline port, Arthur recalled the parting words of the affluent heir, Michael, promising to rendezvous here. To his astonishment, Michael had risked his life to return, and Arthur, touched by this gesture, assessed the distance, determined that with his current abilities he could just manage to reach it. Without hesitation, Arthur dashed toward the sea, shattering the prevailing calm. The naval captain, holding his breath, abruptly raised his hand and issued the command to attack. They were, after all, the righteous Navy, having sworn an oath beneath their fluttering banner. Despite the knowledge of their opponent's unparalleled strength, retreat was not an option, even in the face of fear. Instantly, naval soldiers raised their weapons, and more armed with blades charged towards Arthur with furious cries. The warships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, the air filled with a cacophony of explosions as roaring shells descended. The ensuing detonations produced fiery spheres of destruction, shattering the ground and transforming the port into a wasteland of chaos. Amidst the hail of bullets and artillery, Arthur advanced with an air of composure. Neither the lethal projectiles nor the formidable shells could breach the protective water shield surrounding him. With an air of nonchalance, Arthur reached the edge of the port and leaped into the sea. The moment he plunged into the water, enormous waves surged upward like a great staircase, bearing him toward the approaching vessel. "Sank that damned ship," the lieutenant captain of a naval warship yelled, witnessing Arthur's imminent escape. Enraged, he commanded his men to fire upon the distant vessel. Just as the ship's cannons were aimed, a violent tremor shook the naval vessel, and a towering wave, several meters high, erupted from the sea nearby. "Oh God, someone save us!" cried several naval soldiers at the railing, nearly in despair, as they helplessly witnessed the colossal wave crashing down upon them. "It's all over," muttered the hot-tempered lieutenant captain bitterly, collapsing onto the deck, his face pale with terror as he beheld the imminent destruction. With a thunderous roar, the naval ship, struck by the immense wave, disintegrated as if made of paper, scattering debris across the water. In an instant, the sea was littered with the wreckage of shattered ships and struggling sailors. Meanwhile, Arthur, relentlessly pursued by the feline naval division, successfully boarded the vessel that had turned around and swiftly vanished from sight. Many naval soldiers, having witnessed the might of the sea god, silently rejoiced, realizing that nothing was more precious than life itself. Some devout sailors clasped their crosses, offering silent prayers. For the majority of naval soldiers, Arthur, the pursued traitor, despite possessing the formidable powers of a sea god, had not ruthlessly exterminated them, nor had he deliberately taken the life of any one of them. Perhaps this man was not as irredeemable as the rumors suggested. However, some naval officers were understandably agitated, for it would not be long before the judicial department would launch an investigation into his actions. Known for their penchant for casting blame, the judicial department would demand explanations for how a traitor bearing an injured comrade had managed to escape their tight grip, regardless of the outcome of the investigation. The prospects for these officers' careers had already been irrevocably tarnished on the tranquil surface of the sea. Arthur boarded the vessel speeding away from feline port, carefully placing the unconscious Sergeant Eugene aside. Arthur, utterly spent, collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath. The previous moments had been fraught with peril. Had the ship been 100 meters farther, Arthur would surely have succumbed to exhaustion and drowned in the sea. and without fully mastering the power of the sea god, he could have easily met his demise if such an absurdity were to occur. The long-deceased sea god from the previous generation would likely rise from his grave in fury. Having survived this crisis, Arthur resolved to enhance his strength without delay. If he remained the ordinary second-class soldier he once was, execution would soon follow, condemning him to eternal infamy in the annals of history. Powerless to resist, in a world where might is the only truth, only the strong could endure. Soon, someone approached Arthur, offering him a jug of water. That it was none other than the strikingly handsome Michael, who smiled and said, "Brother Arthur, we meet again." Accepting the water jug, Arthur drank deeply, then looked up at Michael, who, despite being only 16 and born into nobility, exuded a maturity beyond his years. Yet, Michael possessed an endearing charm. Had he not proclaimed himself a man, he might easily have been mistaken for a girl. That it must be said that Michael's timely rescue was fortuitous. Otherwise, in his desperate bid for survival, Arthur would have been compelled to eliminate all the pursuing naval forces. Thus, while it appeared Michael had merely arrived in the nick of time to save Arthur, the true salvation lay in sparing the lives of the entire naval division pursuing him. After sailing for half a day, having checked on Sergeant Eugene's injuries, Michael gracefully settled beside Arthur on the deck, playfully swinging his legs. The beauty of alcohol is that it allows one to temporarily escape everything, Arthur mused aloud. Leaning against the ship's railing, now somewhat recovered, Michael, brushing his hair aside, suddenly realized this gesture was somewhat inappropriate. Blushing as he turned to face the wind, casually asking, "Brother Arthur, what are your plans for the future?" "First and foremost, I must ensure Sergeant Eugene's well-being." "No, it should be Uncle Eugene now." Arthur chuckled wryly. From this point onward, they were no longer part of the Navy, and thus could not address each other by rank. "It's likely that soon, my brother will be wanted by the Navy. In my view, it would be wise to keep as far from naval activities as possible," Michael analyzed calmly. "Do you have any suggestions?" "Michael." Arthur knew full well that Michael had a plan in mind, and all he needed to do was articulate it. On York Island to the southeast, there is a seaside manor. If Brother Arthur is willing, you could take Uncle Eugene there to recuperate," Michael said eagerly. Just as Arthur was about to respond, a whistling cannonball struck near the ship's railing, sending up a towering spray of water and causing the entire vessel to rock violently. Unsteady, Michael yelped and fell into Arthur's embrace, his face flushed with embarrassment. With a serious expression, Arthur remained oblivious to Michael's flustered demeanor, his gaze quickly honing in on 3 Navy warships pursuing them across the surface of the sea. On the flagship, the distinctive naval flag was unmistakable. The pursuers were none other than the renowned beauty of the Navy, Colonel Hylatina of the Naval Headquarters. Immediately halt the ship for inspection. Refusal to comply will result in destruction. In a formation reminiscent of the character, 3 Navy warships advanced with an air of cold finality, delivering a stern ultimatum. That a woman clad in a rose-hued professional attire and a Navy justice cloak elegantly removed her deep purple gloves. Discarding a half-smoked cigarette with a haughty demeanor, Colonel Tina stepped forward, standing at the bow of the flagship against the sea breeze. Possessing an exceptional appearance and figure, the Naval Headquarters Colonel Tina exuded an extraordinary presence as she set her sights on the swift vessel several nautical miles away, where Arthur was located. A few hours prior, while patrolling the nearby waters with her fleet, Colonel Tina received a direct order via the telephone bug installed on the warship from the Naval Headquarters in Marin Van Du. The shocking news was that a former second-class sailor named Arthur, possessing the ability to manipulate water, had single-handedly slaughtered all senior officers of the Philin Naval Branch and effortlessly dismantled the entire naval division's combat capabilities. Leaving unscathed, such formidable power would be astonishing even for a flag officer, making it hard to fathom that the individual in question was merely an obscure ordinary second-class sailor. The command given to Tina was resolute: patrol this maritime area without letting any passing vessels escape. Ensuring the capture of the naval traitor Arthur alive, Tina was acutely aware that although the commander of Marin Van Du had not explicitly stated it, the absolute order to capture rather than kill indicated a significant interest from the higher-ups in the abilities of this second-class sailor. Without hesitation, Tina led her fleet into a thorough search of the area, unaware that Arthur was aboard that very ship. But as fate would have it, the 2 parties were destined to clash, with battle becoming inevitable. On the swift vessel, a group of sailors at the bow began to murmur anxiously as they spotted the approaching Navy warships. terrified and unsettled by the formidable strength of the naval headquarters. None could maintain their composure. One old sailor, with dark skin and a bushy beard, gazed frantically at the fluttering Navy flag, exclaiming in despair, "It's Colonel Tina from the naval headquarters. We're doomed." "Colonel Tina?" Michael, standing beside Arthur, inquired with a perplexed expression. Arthur offered a wry smile, but said nothing more. As a former ordinary sailor, he was well aware of the notorious reputation of the naval headquarters colonel. Tina, endowed with the superhuman abilities of the cankank fruit, was indeed a nightmare for pirates and smugglers alike. That a mere disagreement could lead to her using her devil fruit powers to imprison her foes. Those captured and sent to naval prisons often spoke of being encircled by a veritable fortress of guards. "This is the Navy. If my brother hides," perhaps Michael suddenly suggested, "rest assured, this beautiful lady is my responsibility," Arthur declared proudly. Although he had no intention of exterminating the pursuing Navy, he would not allow them to assert their dominance. Besides, having just endured an unjust trial, with Uncle Eugene nearly losing his life under torture and now being hunted by the Navy, Arthur was seething with anger. "Beautiful lady?" Michael turned to glance at the striking figure of Colonel Tina on the naval flagship, puffing up his cheeks in irritation, casting a resentful look at Arthur for his praise of her. On the Navy warship, seeing the swift vessel showing no intention of halting for inspection, Tina's expression darkened. "These scoundrels must have something to hide. I am furious." With a swift motion, she issued a cold command. "Sink it with the black gun formation." "Understood." A group of Navy soldiers, enamored with their captain, rushed to their stations, eager to execute the order for the black gun formation. Soon, massive and heavy black iron rods were positioned along the ship's rail, aimed at the swift vessel within range. In truth, the so-called black gun formation simply utilized these heavy cylindrical iron rods as projectiles to pierce and sink enemy ships, proving highly effective in several naval battles. "Run for your lives. Help. We surrender." As the heavy cylindrical iron rods whistled through the air like a torrential downpour, the sailors aboard the swift vessel were thrown into chaos, screaming and scrambling to escape amidst a scene of utter disarray on the deck. Only Michael, the young nobleman, appeared unwaveringly confident in Arthur's abilities, showing no signs of panic as destruction loomed. Arthur wore a relaxed smile, leaping to the ship's edge to face the wind, his garments billowing. An aura of wild energy surrounded him, causing the sea to churn violently, with enormous waves crashing against the surface, sending sprays of water into the air. With a casual gesture, he summoned towering walls of water, rising several meters high. The iron rods that had been hurtling toward them collided with the water curtain, splashing countless droplets. Yet the powerful impact was effortlessly dissipated by the gentle curtain of water. With a leap, Arthur plunged into the sea, his countenance serene, fully focused, as his energy melded with the tumultuous waters. Noticing the black gun formation was ineffective, the Navy warships pivoted their massive cannons under the captain's command, aiming at Arthur, who stood atop the waves. With a calm smile, Arthur seemed oblivious to the menacing Navy warships in the distance. His radiant hand brushed the surface of the sea, causing the water to part, and those previously fallen iron rods began to rise with the waves. Taking inspiration from the enemy's tactics, Arthur tightened his fists and shouted loudly, commanding the powerful waters under his control to hurl the heavy rods like javelins. A series of thunderous booms echoed as the iron rods easily pierced the Navy warships, transforming them into pincushions in an instant. A torrent of surging seawater flooded through the gaping holes, rendering the three Navy warships, barely able to keep afloat, completely immobile. Yet, the flagship did not concede defeat. Under Colonel Tina's orders, it aimed its massive cannon at the nearby vessel. Furrowing his brow, Arthur muttered to himself coldly, "If you seek death, do not blame me." As a surge of violent energy swelled within him, he swiftly formed an unstable water sphere the size of an apple, hurling it toward the Navy ship intent on bombarding the vessel. With a cataclysmic roar, the enormous explosion obliterated the Navy warship as if it were made of paper, leaving behind only wreckage floating on the surface. The Navy soldiers, severely wounded, found themselves drenched in blood as the sea turned crimson. The sailors aboard the swift vessel gaped at Arthur's godlike display of strength, momentarily rendered speechless. This seemingly ordinary young man had effortlessly dismantled the fleet led by Colonel Tina with a mere flick of his hand, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. A terrifying display of power, Most of the sailors on the swift vessel were desperate rogues hired by Michael at great expense, having never witnessed such formidable prowess before. Their respect for Arthur soaring to unprecedented heights. Michael, tense and watching intently, stared at the remnants of the Navy's ships, then looked at Arthur's back, suddenly feeling a sense of insecurity. For him, the more powerful Arthur became, the harder it would be to stand beside him, with strong individuals invariably surrounded by admirers. Resolutely, Michael vowed to confront Arthur sooner rather than later. The other two Navy ships, now devoid of power, hastily lowered rescue ropes. Before the arrival of the numerous foraging sharks, the last breath-holding naval soldiers were pulled back aboard the ship. As they gazed upon the horrific scene, many pale-faced sailors felt their scalps tingle with dread. Countless corpses and wreckage starkly reminded the sailors of the overwhelming power of their adversary, a foe so formidable that resistance was futile, leading only to a grim fate of death. No one could fathom how this terrifying figure would deal with them. Naval battles were often brutal, and the defeated would invariably face a tragic end. The sensation of being the prey on a butcher's block suffocated the sailors, leaving them gasping for air on the tumultuous sea. The naval forces, crushed in an instant by Arthur, anxiously awaited their impending doom. Suddenly, a striking figure leaped onto the warship. Colonel Tina from the naval headquarters. The furious water blast unleashed by Arthur when he obliterated the flagship had severely injured Tina in the abdomen. Her garments stained crimson with blood. Yet, Tina appeared unfazed by her wound. Her fists clenched tightly as her steely gaze remained fixed upon the proud figure of Arthur standing upon the water's surface. Observing the demoralized sailors around her, Tina furrowed her brow and declared, "It is only natural to feel fear in the face of a powerful enemy. But remember, without fear, there can be no courage." Before the sailors could fully comprehend her words, Tina suddenly leapt from the ship. A wave of panic washed over the sailors aboard as they rushed to the railings, desperately attempting to dissuade the colonel from her reckless act. It was common knowledge that those possessing the powers of a devil fruit would be scorned by the sea, unable to swim for the rest of their lives, should she plunge directly into the ocean. Even the mightiest devil fruit user would be drowned, a fatal weakness for the strongest of them. Amidst the astonished gazes of the sailors at the ship's edge, Tina's exquisite figure gracefully floated upon a plank that skimmed along the water's surface. Swiftly approaching Arthur, enemies meeting face to face intensified the tension. Witnessing her subordinates being slain, Tina had completely forgotten the order from the naval headquarters to capture Arthur alive. She was determined to eliminate this detestable foe, regardless of his alarming strength. Feathered prison. With a fierce cry, Tina summoned iron branches resembling a cage that ensnared the grinning Arthur in midair. Instantly confined within the iron cage, Arthur found himself with no escape. As Tina's murderous intent surged forth, and countless sharp iron spikes pierced through the enclosure. How powerful she was, truly worthy of her rank as colonel. Finally, this wretched individual would meet his end. The sailors on the warship erupted in cheers as they beheld the iron spikes intertwining within the prison, certain that no one could survive such a fate. But on the ship, Michael, pale and shaken, staggered back, unable to believe the disappearance of Arthur from the iron cage. The battle had escalated so rapidly that he struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. The very Arthur who had just decimated the naval fleet was defeated and likely dead at the hands of the naval colonel. Michael felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his body trembling slightly as tears streamed down his cheeks. As the sailors aboard the swift vessel witnessed Arthur's defeat and demise, many began to entertain treacherous thoughts in a bid to save their own lives. Soon, some rushed to the cabin, dragging the unconscious Uncle Eugene out and hoisting a white flag upon the mast. Several menacing sailors armed with blades surrounded the unwilling sailors and Michael, binding them together. Though Michael had offered them generous compensation, the notion of loyalty paled in comparison to the value of their own lives. Thus, they unanimously decided to hand Michael and Uncle Eugene over to the Navy. "You spineless cowards who only know how to follow the wind," Michael rebuked coldly. With a sharp crack, the side of his face swelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You think you're something special just because you have a little money," a gaunt, ugly sailor retorted, striking him again. "Why not strip this brat and tie her to the mast? I hear the Navy enjoys treating pirates that way," a young man standing nearby suggested with a sycophantic grin. For them, anything that would appease the Navy and secure their own survival was worth doing. "Come on, strip this brat," The gaunt sailor commanded immediately to die in a flash. Several sailors swarmed Michael, tearing at his clothes, which only made him scream more fervently that it's a woman. Suddenly, several sailors exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Michael, who was clad only in undergarments, revealing his fair skin. What are you waiting for? If she falls into the Navy's hands, she'll be dead anyway. Let her experience the pleasures of womanhood. Realizing that Michael, who usually dressed as a man, was actually a woman, the gaunt sailor initially froze before quickly issuing a cruel command. Meanwhile, in the midst of the battle, Tina, under the impression that she had slain Arthur, felt her expression shift between hope and despair as the iron cage dissipated, her figure landing steadily on a piece of shipwreck several meters wide. Tina furrowed her brow. She was certain that she had captured Arthur, and that the resulting sharp iron spikes could easily pierce even solid rock. Yet, the Arthur who had been confined within the cage had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of blood behind. Unbeknownst to her, Arthur had indeed been trapped within the iron cage. His inexperience in combat and his first encounter with a devil fruit user had led to this predicament. The earlier easy victories against the Navy had inflated Arthur's confidence, leading him to underestimate the colonel that it was only when confined within the iron cage that he truly recognized Tina's formidable strength. The sudden onslaught of iron spikes had nearly claimed his life. Yet the brink of death often awakens untold potential. Just as the sharp iron spikes were about to pierce his body within the cage, Arthur experienced a moment of enlightenment regarding the power of the sea god. In an instant, his form merged with the seawater, enabling him to escape from Tina's prized iron cage. The reason for his prolonged absence was that he soon encountered another grave dilemma, now a part of the seawater. He found it impossible to return. Furthermore, the fierce currents threatened to disperse his body into the sea, and should he dissolve, death would be inevitable. Between life and death, Arthur's mind was consumed by memories of that fleeting moment when he transformed into seawater. A sensation that felt elusive and intangible, always just out of reach. As time passed, his consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, the shrieks from the ship jolted Arthur, now part of the sea, back to reality. Michael was in danger. Arthur's heart raced at the thought a friend who had come to his aid despite the risk of being sunk by the Navy. Arthur felt a deep gratitude, though he had not voiced it. Upon hearing Michael's cry, he felt a surge of urgency, yet his form remained immobile as he had become one with the sea. The tempest of rage surged within him. The spirit of the sea still lingered. It would not be extinguished. The fragments of the sea god's memory buried in Arthur's mind awakened, swirling with ancient and powerful words. Suddenly, with an overwhelming sense of vigor, Arthur resurfaced, finally regaining his human form. His aura transformed. If the former Arthur was merely a glinting dagger, now he had become a sword poised for unsheathing, radiating an astonishing sense of pressure, as if the boundless sea itself quailed before him. For the first time, he truly grasped the might of the sea god's power. It was hard to fathom how powerful Arthur would become when he fully comprehended the sea god's mysteries and reclaimed all his memories. Suspended above the sea, Arthur's changed demeanor allowed him to slowly open his profound eyes, casting a scornful glance at the shocked naval colonel Tina standing atop the shipwreck. He was alive, upon witnessing Arthur's uncanny reappearance. A sailor on the ship nearly wet himself in terror. The gaunt sailor, now grim-faced, stepped forward, striking the frightened sailor to the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over the others. Only when the surrounding sailors lowered their heads did he speak in a threatening tone. "Listen well, that guy will never let us off the hook. However, his companions and that woman are in our hands. Our only chance for survival is to cooperate with the Navy and eliminate this monster." A group of sailors was gripped by anxiety, but upon hearing the words of their emaciated leader, their confidence surged, their eyes glinting with ferocity. They had initially intended to sever the head of Sergeant Eugene and had nearly insulted his woman. With no escape route, the desperate sailors could only pray for Arthur's demise at the hands of the Navy, hoping it would grant them a chance at survival. Their sole consolation lay in the fact that they held hostages, believing Arthur would not dare to act against them. However, fearing that they might provoke Arthur into a corner, the gaunt sailor instructed his comrades to keep their distance from Michael and draped a tattered coat over Michael's body, which was clad only in undergarments. "Your brother will surely kill you." Michael's frosty visage was filled with rage, wishing he could slay them all with his own hands. "Dear, as long as you are with him, he won't dare to strike," the gaunt sailor retorted with a cold smirk. He then stepped forward, standing on the ship's edge, and addressed Arthur, who hovered in the air above. Your men are in our grasp. If you know what's good for you, surrender willingly, or I won't hesitate to sever their limbs first. Unbeknownst to him, this taunt roused Arthur, who was locked in a standoff with Colonel Tina of the Navy. His deep gaze suddenly turned steely, and a layer of water vapor, reminiscent of silk, formed around him, coalescing into countless raindrops that cascaded toward the naval vessel. Dio not dare to make a move. While Colonel Tina harbored no fondness for the treacherous sailors, she was willing to employ any means necessary to eliminate the troublesome Arthur. Dio not bother me, Arthur retorted casually, and in an instant, a colossal wave rose from the sea, transforming into a roaring beast that engulfed Colonel Tina midair. Countless raindrops fell upon the naval ship, swiftly soaking the entire deck, seemingly unremarkable. That scared the life out of me. I thought it was. The gaunt man, seeing only ordinary rain, resumed his arrogant taunts. Yet, he was suddenly seized by excruciating pain, quickly realizing that his body was riddled with innumerable tiny holes, blood gushing forth like a fountain as he collapsed with a thud. In the blink of an eye, all the sailors from the gaunt man's faction perished, their deaths profoundly tragic, while Michael and the more than 10 bound sailors remained unscathed. In contrast, the ropes binding them disintegrated under the rain's assault. Michael hastily covered himself, fearing that Arthur might witness his predicament. However, when he looked up, he was dismayed to find Arthur's attention fully focused on Colonel Tina, who was imprisoned in the water prison. Though he understood that Arthur was engaged in battle, the sight of him fixating on another woman stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Colonel Tina, astonished, had not anticipated Arthur's power to escalate to such heights. Seemingly more formidable than during their initial confrontation. Not only had he effortlessly dispatched all the treacherous sailors aboard the ship and rescued Michael and the others, but he had also incapacitated her with a single move. No wonder this man could single-handedly escape the Navy's stronghold, dismantling all its forces. What was more perilous was that the water prison, soaking her to the bone, rendered her utterly powerless, devoid of breathable oxygen. Prolonged confinement could lead to suffocation. Yet, compared to her own life, Tina was more concerned about her subordinates, the Navy captain who had ordered the interception, should this terrifying man unleash his wrath. It was likely that none would survive the day. Arthur hesitated momentarily. He did not wish to kill Tina, but allowing her to escape would be too lenient. Moreover, should he release the water prison, Tina would regain her devil fruit powers, making her a challenging adversary to control. However, an idea struck him as he glanced at a piece of floating wreckage from a military vessel, upon which lay several handcuff-like chains. Arthur, once a member of the Navy, instantly recognized that these were no ordinary chains. They were crafted from sea stone, capable of temporarily nullifying the powers of devil fruit users. It seemed the Navy had brought sea stone aboard to deal with those pirate users of devil fruit. But now it presented an unexpected advantage for Arthur. With a swift gesture, he summoned a surge of water, smoothly transporting the sea stone chains. One of them plunged into the water prison, binding Tina as the prison shattered. Arthur caught the drenched Tina in his arms. The subtle, refreshing scent emanating from her stirred something within him, and her pale skin, glistening in the light, ignited a sense of conquest in Arthur. With a leisurely gait, he approached the speedboat, moving swiftly across the waves, landing firmly on the deck. Observing Arthur's capture of Colonel Tina, coupled with the earlier display of strength that had annihilated all the traitorous sailors, the sailors aligned with Michael stood frozen in fear, daunted by his overwhelming presence, too intimidated to make a move. Now clad in a new set of men's attire, Michael approached, noticing Arthur still holding Colonel Tina, and said with slight displeasure, "Brother Arthur, you must find this quite comfortable." Turning away, he muttered softly, "You've never held me like that. This is a prisoner." Arthur blinked in surprise. "What did you say?" Michael seemed somewhat puzzled by his reaction to capturing the colonel. Likely worried about potential Navy retaliation. As for his quiet muttering, Arthur failed to catch it entirely. "Nothing at all, truly," Michael stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing the awkwardness, Tina shouted, "Bastard, let go of me." Arthur chuckled nonchalantly and released her, causing Tina to tumble unceremoniously onto the deck. Her eyes, ablaze with fury, were fixed on Arthur. She had never encountered such a shameless man, devoid of any gentlemanly decorum. "Listen well, from this moment forth, you are my slave, and you shall obey my commands until I am in a good mood," Arthur declared imperiously. "How dare you, traitor of the Navy?" Tina retorted coldly. So you refuse to cooperate? Arthur mused, stepping closer to the ship's edge. Conjuring a water sphere the size of an apple, Tina's face paled as she recognized the seemingly innocuous sphere, recalling how it had once shattered her naval flagship. Frantically, she leaned over the side of the ship, pleading, "Stop. I will obey you. I swear." Arthur's aim was directed at the Navy soldiers approaching in small boats to rescue their colonel. Should the powerful water sphere strike them directly, the consequences would be catastrophic. The proud Tina, who had always looked down on men, was now compelled to lower her noble head and submit to Arthur. With a sudden, forceful motion, Arthur hurled the water sphere, resulting in a tremendous explosion that created a shockwave spanning nearly 100 meters across the sea. The tumultuous waves threatened to capsize the rescue boats, and seasoned veterans scrambled to rescue their unfortunate comrades who had fallen overboard. The terrified Navy soldiers, pale and shaken, gaped in horror at the massive shockwave caused by the water sphere. None daring to row their boats even an inch. Had the sphere struck them directly, it was likely that not even their corpses would remain. This man was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their capacity to confront. Extinguishing their fervent desire to rescue Colonel Tina in an instant. "Stop this at once." Tina glared at Arthur with rage. "This is merely a warning." Arthur replied with his characteristic calmness, "Be by the way. I dislike your gaze, Tina the maid." Tina gritted her teeth in fury, wishing to dismember this loathsome man. Yet, to protect her soldiers, she begrudgingly murmured, "Yes, master. Oh, by the way, I heard that someone among the sailors possesses a bunny outfit." "Tina the maid, you should wear it," Arthur remarked with a smirk. "You bully me. You won't get away with this." Tina shot up, having crossed the line by being made a maid, only to find this detestable man escalating his demands. "Indeed, I am bullying you." Arthur laughed heartily. "Or perhaps I shall sell you to a slave trader. I am certain that a noble Navy colonel will attract customers aplenty in a brothel." "Despicable." Tina's heart trembled. Her gaze fixed on Arthur with a mix of dread and fear. Although Tina possessed formidable strength, she remained a woman, and now, confined by Hyloo Stone, she was utterly unable to unleash her true potential. Should she fall into the hands of slave traders, a suffocating fate awaited her. A naval colonel, who had long battled pirates and smugglers, among whom were many slave traders. She had witnessed the tragic plight of women who had been abducted. Tina was on the brink of madness, regretting for the first time since joining the Navy that she had undertaken her superior's orders, underestimating her own abilities by attempting to intercept such a formidable opponent. "Despicable?" Arthur's expression turned icy, and an overwhelming aura began to radiate from him. "We fight valiantly against pirates, only to be abandoned by our superiors, condemned as traitors by a ludicrous military tribunal. The term despicable suits the Navy perfectly." Yes, Master Tina dared not utter more, for despite her intense loathing for this man, she found herself believing his words. Those who wield genuine strength, taking responsibility for one's actions, and bravely facing challenges is exhilarating. Deceit is a source of great shame. In her heart, Tina felt a pang of regret. How wonderful it would have been if Arthur were still a member of the Navy, that if everything he said were true, then the Navy was indeed destroying itself, forcing him into the ranks of pirates. The ship swiftly departed from the waters, leaving the naval soldiers to watch helplessly as their colonel was taken as a prisoner. Yet, for many of the sailors, relief filled their hearts. This demonically strong man had not slaughtered them all. The joy of having survived dulled the sting of their humiliation and defeat. The vessel surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball, and days flew by in the blink of an eye. This was not merely the result of the remaining quarter of the crew, but rather the capability of Arthur, who lounged on the deck basking in the sunlight. The colossal waves posed no hindrance to the ship's progress, were it not for the swift vessel's inability to endure excessive speed. The crew would have found it unbearable. Arthur could have pushed even faster. Reclining on a sunbed, Arthur stretched lazily and raised his hand to receive a wine glass, standing nearby, clad in a bunny outfit. Tina's face flushed crimson as she angrily poured wine for him, utterly powerless to resist with the Hyloo Stone chains binding her. However, over the past few days, Tina had come to realize that although this man was somewhat despicable, he was not as heinous as the intelligence reports had suggested. While he often gazed at her with inappropriate eyes and occasionally took liberties, he had not crossed any egregious boundaries. He simply made her serve him tea, wash his clothes, and prepare meals, treating her like a servant. For Arthur, Being accompanied by such a stunning beauty was irresistible, yet he had no desire to force her. His actions were merely a form of punishment for Tina. During these days, Tina had suffered more than she would in a lifetime, but Arthur was now prepared to release her. What puzzled Arthur, however, was that Michael seemed to be perpetually angry, leaving Arthur somewhat bewildered. As evening descended, the swift ship encountered a passenger liner, and with ease, Arthur brought the massive vessel to a standstill upon the sea. Now free, Tina donned a simple white dress and stood at the ship's rail. Awaiting the lowered gangway from the passenger liner, it must be said, Tina was breathtakingly beautiful, especially accustomed as Arthur was to her striking appearance in naval officer attire. Now she appeared as pure as a girl next door. Soon the gangway descended, and Tina turned to glance at Arthur, her expression complex. After a moment, she murmured, "Tina is leaving." Arthur suddenly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Tina with an air of arrogance. Tina gasped, her face flushed and her breath becoming heavy and uneven. Expecting some unsavory advance, Tina was taken aback to discover that Arthur merely intended to remove the necklace from around her neck. With a haughty demeanor, Arthur declared, "Wait until the day you possess sufficient strength. Then you may reclaim it." Tina's expression shifted, caught between words unspoken, for that necklace held great significance to her. It had been a gift from her mother and was intended as a token for her future partner. Arthur's reckless action quickened Tina's heartbeat, leaving her both amused and exasperated, as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Could this be fate? Tina mused quietly, swiftly ascending the gangway that had been lowered from the passenger liner. "I shall not forget you, Arthur," Tina called out from the ship's rail as she boarded the passenger vessel. Arthur, however, misinterpreted Tina's ambiguous words as mere provocation, and he chuckled lightly in response. "To be remembered by a beauty such as yourself is indeed an honor." The passenger liner soon departed, vanishing into the vast ocean, and Arthur silently rejoiced that Tina, this troublesome burden, had finally left. Yet, one thing Arthur could not comprehend was why Michael, who had witnessed everything, appeared even angrier. That night, after a brief chat with Uncle Eugene, Arthur emerged from the cabin with a faint sigh. Reflecting on the mental state of this veteran with 2 decades of service, Arthur felt a wave of concern. Ever since Uncle Eugene had awakened, he had become taciturn, often staring blankly out the window at the sea, his eyes filled with exhaustion and bewilderment. It was understandable, a devoted and courageous naval veteran. First abandoned by his superiors and then nearly tortured to death on the cusp of a trial. Had Arthur not rescued him, he would likely have faced execution, branded a traitor to the Navy. Forever marked on the dishonor roll of naval traitors, such a blow was profoundly heavy, particularly for someone like Eugene, who held steadfast beliefs. Who could say how the Navy would treat Eugene's family? Now that he was branded a traitor? Yet Arthur, lacking the ability to console, could only share a few jokes that even he found unamusing. With a somber mood, Arthur's brooding eyes frightened the sailors he encountered along the way. The sailors stood rigidly at attention, afraid to move a muscle, their heads bowed in reverence, unwilling to make eye contact. Arthur entered Michael's private bathroom alone, and after a moment, the 2 sailors stationed at the door, too afraid to stir, wore expressions of bitter resignation. They had been ordered by Michael to guard the area, forbidding anyone from approaching. Yet, they dared not even glance at Arthur, much less reveal the truth. "Arthur has gone in. Miss Michael specifically instructed us not to let anyone near. What do we do?" One sailor lamented. "Perhaps the young lady is pleased," the other sailor offered weakly, attempting to cheer himself up. "If you have the ability, stop him." The 2 sailors, recognizing the wisdom of the moment, chose to distance themselves to avoid overhearing any inappropriate sounds and proactively closed the passageway's gate to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. In the steamy bathroom, Arthur plunged into the warm water, feeling as though every pore on his body was opening in bliss. "Who?" Suddenly, from the depths of the pool, a voice filled with anger and surprise echoed. Arthur paused, caught between laughter and disbelief. Perhaps due to his exhaustion, he had failed to notice that someone else was present in the misty waters. Yet, the voice held a feminine lilt. Surely, it couldn't be a woman in the bathroom. Could it? But upon further reflection, it must not be, as the entire ship was composed of men since Tina's departure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have barged in so boldly. Is it one of the crew? "I am Arthur," he called out, testing the waters through the haze. "Arthur, what are you doing here?" Today, what is going on?" Michael, startled to discover she was bathing with Arthur, became flustered and incoherent, yet inside, she felt a flicker of relief that it was Arthur. After regaining her composure, Michael experienced a hint of delight, seemingly unbothered by the unexpected encounter. "What am I thinking?" She chastised herself, her entire face flushed with embarrassment as she submerged deeper into the water. Grateful that the steam concealed her. "It's me. Michael. Arthur." After steadying her emotions, Michael responded in a neutral tone. "Ah, it's you, Michael. Should I come over?" Arthur felt a sense of relief. He wouldn't want Uncle Eugene, whom he respected greatly, to misunderstand and think he was misbehaving. No, this is best. Really, Arthur, please do not come over." Upon hearing that Arthur intended to come over, Michael was so startled that he nearly bolted out of the pool, fleeing the spacious bathroom. Although he couldn't quite fathom why a man like Michael felt shy, Arthur respected his feelings. "Arthur, do you have feelings for that woman?" In an effort to dispel the awkward atmosphere, Michael suddenly posed the question, his earlier embarrassment completely forgotten. "Are you referring to Tina?" Arthur burst into hearty laughter, then added with a knowing smile that many naval soldiers admired her, or rather, idealized her. She had become something of a beacon for numerous young sailors. "Arthur, you still haven't answered my question." Michael expressed his dissatisfaction with Arthur's response, adopting an attitude that suggested he was determined to get to the bottom of this. "It's not quite affection. My antics with her are merely a form of punishment for daring to strike against us and nearly taking my life," Arthur replied with a light chuckle. While he found Michael's inquiries rather peculiar, he felt there was little to conceal, as it wasn't a secret. "If I were to ask, hypothetically, of course, would you be fond of a girl from a noble family, someone a bit tomboyish?" Michael gazed at Arthur, obscured by the mist rising from the pool, his heart racing with trepidation that he feared a negative response, dreading the despair of suddenly losing Arthur, reminiscent of their last battle. Today, Michael had finally mustered the courage to seek clarity. If Arthur was willing, she would lay bare everything about herself. "I am serious. No laughing." Arthur, caught between amusement and exasperation, leaned against the edge of the pool, staring at the misty ceiling. It was the first time Michael's words prompted Arthur to ponder such matters. Before joining the Navy, he had sought to escape his modest lineage, and after enlisting, his days were consumed by orders, striving to become stronger and earn a star. Now, branded a notorious pirate, he had never truly considered his path forward. Meaning he hadn't genuinely lived for himself. That Michael's words stirred the memories of his childhood passion for painting, reminiscent of a time when he carried a sketchbook, exploring the world. Of course, having a kindred spirit by his side would be most delightful. Just as Arthur was about to respond to Michael, an anxious voice called from outside the bathroom. "Young master, Mr. Arthur, the ship to escort us has arrived. Should we?" "All right, I'm coming right away." Arthur rose from the pool, donned his outer garments, and turned to the unyielding Michael, saying, "It's time to go, Michael." "I won't go. I want to stay here." Michael, still submerged in the pool, wore a forlorn expression, as if pouting for attention, though the mist obscured her entirely from Arthur's view. "Then I shall go ahead." Arthur was not put off by Michael's childlike behavior. He had always cared for this brave and genuine child, as if she were a younger sibling. As soon as Arthur departed, Michael, still in the pool, glanced down at her chest and sighed in resignation. The rumors about turning voluptuous at 16 are truly misleading. Perhaps Arthur only likes curvaceous women. For a moment, she felt a heavy blow to her spirits. Half an hour later, clad in an exquisitely tailored noble outfit, Michael strode confidently onto the deck. That a colossal ship had docked alongside their smaller vessel, where nearly 100 armed bodyguards awaited her arrival. A frail-looking gentleman in a fitted tailcoat, appearing to be in his 50s, approached and bowed respectfully. "Young master, please board the ship." A flicker of melancholy crossed Michael's eyes at the title young master, which she seemed to detest. Instead of responding, she leaned towards Arthur and whispered urgently, "This ship will take you and Sergeant Arthur to York Island. It's very safe there, without a naval presence." Her words were tinged with urgency, as if fearing Arthur might refuse to go there. If that happened, where in the vast world could she find him again? "Rest assured, I will go," Arthur replied, acknowledging that Uncle Eugene indeed required a tranquil environment for recovery. "Thank you, Michael. No need for such politeness." Michael feigned displeasure, then straightened her expression, reclaiming her noble demeanor. Perhaps only in Arthur's presence could she truly unveil her inner world. The elderly gentleman in the tailcoat observed Michael and Arthur's whispered exchange, his brow furrowing slightly, Yet he refrained from commenting further. As Michael departed, Arthur's swift ship set sail for York Island. The sailors accompanying them were equally elated, eager to escort Arthur, considering it a tremendous honor to be in the company of a formidable individual. Days had passed since parting from Michael at sea, and the ship's destination was indeed York Island. The sailors whose lives Arthur had saved boasted that they would never divulge the whereabouts of Arthur and Uncle Eugene. However, the ever-cautious Arthur chose to disembark with Uncle Eugene at a city harbor they passed, preferring to keep their journey to York Island as discreet as possible. Given Arthur's current prowess, he had no trouble navigating a vessel alone, rendering the sailors unnecessary. The harbor city, named Onching City, was a bustling hub for countless individuals. Here, wanted pirates, bounty hunters, naval officers, smugglers, and slave owners coexisted in a precarious balance. The city lord cared not from whence the wealthy hailed, whether a notorious pirate, a noble, or a loyal naval officer. As long as one carried sufficient money, they could indulge in a lifestyle more extravagant than that of an emperor, with exquisite beauties, fierce bodyguards, and even rumors of devil fruits for sale. That it was both paradise and hell. There were no laws, only a ruthless hierarchy where the strong prevailed, and countless battles erupted daily. Graves for the buried dead were so densely packed that one could not see the end, while many corpses were simply cast into the sea. Within one wall, a life of opulence and indulgence flourished, while beyond it, countless souls fought over a moldy piece of bread. Fairness had never graced Onching City. In a dim, damp alleyway, Arthur, cloaked in a black hooded cape, clutched a sketch in hand, weaving through the slums as if searching for something. His mission was clear: to swiftly acquire a vessel capable of deep-sea navigation and hasten to York Island for Uncle Eugene's recovery. Although Arthur sought to avoid trouble, he had already dispatched 3 robbery gangs along the way. Perhaps due to numerous life-and-death encounters, Arthur showed no mercy to the robbers. In mere moments, the ground lay littered with the fallen. Unable to halt Arthur even for a second as he neared the alley's end, Arthur suddenly halted, speaking in an indifferent tone. "Come out. I am pressed for time." No sooner had the words left his lips than 5 or 6 children, no older than 11 or 12, dashed out from the dim back alleys. Their best weapons were merely rusty daggers, while others wielded shards of glass. In a bid to bolster their courage, the children shouted wildly. One particularly scrawny girl, paralyzed by fear, closed her eyes as she lunged forward. Arthur stepped back, effortlessly evading their attacks, tossing a few bags of berries onto the ground before turning to proceed deeper into the alley. "Stop! Hand over all your money," shouted a slightly older boy, presumably the leader, who was around 12. "How do you know I have money?" Arthur replied with a bemused smile. To him, giving these children a few hundred berries was a trivial matter, considering their young age and evident inexperience in such endeavors. Yet Arthur did not consider himself a savior. This world was filled with countless children who had endured hardship, and it was impossible to assist them all. The leader boy was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at a small girl beside him, whose innocence shone through her malnourished frame. Dressed in tattered clothing, she possessed striking blue eyes like gems. Summoning her courage, she bravely addressed Arthur. "Up ahead is Uncle Norman's house, in the slums. Anyone seeking to buy a ship will go to him. So you must have money. Lots of it." Astutely perceptive, yet, Arthur smiled as he extended his hand. Gently placing his palm against the wall, the youth, with a head full of bravado, mistook Arthur's intention as an attempt to escape along the wall, raising his rusted dagger and threateningly bellowing, "Don't run, or I'll kill you." A faint ripple of water manifested where Arthur's hand touched the wall, and with a thunderous crash, the entire wall crumbled to dust. The ensuing shockwave hurled several children nearby through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. They gazed at Arthur in terror, astonished by his immense power. "Return home, and cease such foolishness, or you shall all meet your demise," Arthur declared before striding deeper into the alley. "Saint Nye, no!" came the startled cries of several children from behind him. Arthur halted, furrowing his brow as he turned to face the girl rushing towards him. This girl, with eyes resembling precious gems, was astute, and Arthur held a favorable impression of her. However, that did not imply he would refrain from demonstrating the stark distinction between the powerful and the weak. That a wisp of vapor coalesced at the edge of Arthur's palm. And just as he was about to act, the little girl suddenly leaped up, wrapping her arms around his calf, pleading fervently, "If you can help us rescue Sister Jenny, I would gladly serve you like a beast of burden and gratitude." "Saint Nye, You mustn't plead with him. We simply can't. Alvin, we are powerless. Do not forget, Sister Jenny was captured for our sake. The boy named Alvin's face contorted with rage as he squeezed the rusted dagger in his hand. Its creaking sound echoing his fury, St. Nye's words rang true. They were utterly incapable. Initially, they had merely sought to gather funds to ransom Sister Jenny, but making a living in the slums proved nearly impossible. Just a few days prior, 2 children who had ventured out for work were killed. Desperate, the group of children ultimately resorted to thievery, never anticipating that their first encounter would be with someone as formidable as Arthur. Arthur regarded St. Nye, who looked at him with hopeful eyes, and coldly replied, "This has nothing to do with me. Should you persist, I will kill you all." His frigid words sent the children into a fit of tears. Yet they did not flee, for St. Nye clung tightly to his leg. Arthur had expected St. Nye to relent, yet the seemingly fragile girl suddenly bit down hard on his calf, her eyes filled with a desperate resolve that sent chills down his spine. Arthur smiled wryly, feeling somewhat resigned as he said, "I will assist you in rescuing her." "You truly would." St. Nye's eyes sparkled with genuine joy. "That you frightened me with that bite," Arthur teased. St. Nye's face flushed as she quickly released him, momentarily regretting the mark left on his leg. But in this dire moment, she could think of no other way. However, St. Nye understood well that the formidable being before her could effortlessly eradicate them, and his willingness to help was met with profound gratitude. "You are Alvin, correct? Go fetch some food and fresh water," Arthur instructed the boy nearby. "You won't flee, will you?" Alvin's eyes were filled with concern. Having grown up in the slums, he understood that survival demanded skepticism towards empty promises. "Flee? Do you believe you can hinder my departure?" Arthur's tone remained unwaveringly calm. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Alvin paused, but soon grasped the reality. For now, they could only trust this powerful figure to honor his word and rescue Sister Jenny. St. Nye and her companions soon learned from Arthur that he was a pirate, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. "There are good people among pirates," St. Nye quickly interjected, though her words rang hollow. As the Navy was widely regarded as the embodiment of justice, Arthur remained unfazed. It seemed only legendary figures such as the 4 emperors could compel ordinary folk to respect pirates. From St. Nye, Arthur gleaned a rough understanding of Sister Jenny's character. To his surprise, it became evident that St. Nye and the others knew of Jenny solely through her periodic provision of money and food. They were entirely oblivious to her true identity or profession. In fact, they were uncertain if Jenny was even her real name. 2 months prior, when Jenny had delivered food and money, she had mentioned attending a high society gathering hosted by a certain Mr. Andrew. If all went well, they would reside together in a grand house, free from daily fears and worries of sustenance. 2 months had since elapsed, and Jenny had neither returned nor sent any word. By chance, they discovered that the gathering was a complete sham. Now fully aware, Arthur surmised that this idolized figure of St. Nye, Sister Jenny, was likely engaged in a sordid trade. Such gatherings predominantly served as opportunities for young women like them to forge connections with the elite, exchanging youth for wealth and status. Clearly, this affluent Mr. Andrew was no benevolent figure, and the gathering was a ruse. Arthur had a fair idea of where to find Jenny. Anqing City, situated in a central region, was a highly militarized harbor town, its gates segregating 2 distinct worlds. After paying the exorbitant entry fee of 100,000 berries, Arthur entered the heavily guarded inner city, acquiring a pass that granted him access to any area. Upon learning that Arthur sought the more decadent locales, several professional guides, resembling hounds scenting prey, quickly converged upon him. It was evident from his wide-eyed observations that Arthur was new to this place, and his solitary presence marked him as a prime target for high commissions. Fully aware of their intentions, Arthur nevertheless needed their local knowledge to expedite his search for Jenny. He casually selected a flamboyant guide named Bill, sporting a rooster hairstyle. After paying him 10,000 berries, Arthur was led to the harbor city's den of iniquity. Night had fallen, but the place, mockingly dubbed Eden, thrived with life, marking the true commencement of the evening. Men of all walks of life congregated here, mindlessly squandering their hard-earned berries in a haze of intoxication. "You mentioned Mr. Andrew?" Bill's demeanor shifted uneasily upon hearing Arthur's reference to the man. Arthur's heart sank. Had this individual already departed Anqing City, or was his influence so vast that an audience was unattainable? If so, locating Jenny would prove arduous. Suddenly, Bill, with his rooster hairstyle, halted, envy flickering across his face as he remarked, "Mr. Andrew is the most illustrious con man in Anshing City, having recently sent an exquisite batch of beauties to the city lord. This catapulted him to fame, and he only rents, never sells. Even the city lord seeks his favor. Take me to Mr. Andrew's establishment." Arthur was indifferent to the thieves and con men that surrounded him. His sole aim was to find Jenny and bring her back. "Are you jesting, sir?" Bill's expression turned cold. "I strongly advise you to visit the establishment I recommend. Mr. Andrew's domain is not for ordinary folk." While Bill sensed Arthur's distinguished aura and assumed he possessed wealth, he knew that a visit to Andrew's establishment would require at least 1,000,000 berries. Arthur's expression hardened as he produced a black card. Bill first froze. Then his demeanor underwent a complete transformation, groveling and bowing, fearing Arthur's dissatisfaction, even slapping himself several times, being a local guide for so long. Bill possessed a keen eye. That black card symbolized immense wealth, rendering the mere 1,000,000 berries trivial. Satisfied, Arthur pocketed the black card, silently acknowledging Michael's invaluable assistance. "We may proceed," Arthur stated calmly. "Of course, but you may lose face if you go as you are. Please wait a moment." Bill, brimming with sycophancy, vanished into the crowd, and shortly thereafter, 8 towering giants appeared, carrying a gilded sedan chair before Arthur. Within the chair, 2 maidens clad in sheer veils bowed respectfully to Arthur. Their alluring figures and exquisite features difficult to resist. "These are well-trained slaves. Please, ascend the chair," Bill urged. "Rest assured, they are all complimentary." Bill had no desire to offend those who possessed a black card. As long as he delivered Arthur to his destination, a substantial commission awaited him, and he certainly would not be tempted by trifling sums of money, amidst the envious gazes of countless onlookers. Arthur settled into the plush cushions, and 2 maidens clad in sheer silk immediately approached him, while 8 towering giants hoisted the palanquin towards their destination. Like a sovereign, Arthur navigated through the throngs, arriving at the opulent establishment owned by Andrew, reminiscent of a royal palace. Once inside, Arthur reveled in the treatment befitting a monarch, finally grasping why countless individuals in this world would forsake everything for wealth and power. A stunningly beautiful maiden approached, her demeanor cool and polite as she curtsied, then smiled and inquired, "Sir, may I see your bank card?" Arthur placed the black card into her hand, gazing at her with an air of nonchalance. To his surprise, it was an anonymous black card from the World Bank. The exquisite maiden momentarily faltered. Having encountered numerous dignitaries in her line of work, she had seen black cards before, yet this particular one was so exclusive that even a lord wealthy enough to rival nations would not qualify for it. Instantly, her demeanor shifted to one of deference. "Your VIP suite is ready. Please follow me," she said, deliberately presenting her alluring figure as she spoke with a gentle tone. "Come to my room later," Arthur said, unabashedly wrapping his arm around the maiden's slender waist. She blushed and lowered her gaze, hesitatingly nodding in reply, while inwardly cursing. Men are all the same, not a single decent one among them. Traversing the corridor, they entered a suite that exuded a luxurious, palace-like grandeur. Suddenly, the room dimmed, the soft lighting enhancing the ambience. The enchanting maiden, draped in enticing sheer fabric, glided into the room with graceful steps. One could not deny that this maiden was a paragon of beauty, her every expression and movement exuding temptation. However, it was regrettable that she had long since lost her essence. All her emotions were merely cultivated to entice men, rendering her not the type Arthur desired. Moreover, Arthur's purpose for being there was not to indulge in pleasure, but to assist St. Nye in locating Jenny and escorting her away, in the midst of the maiden's bemused gaze. Arthur unexpectedly turned on the lights, shattering the previously established atmosphere. Yet, the maiden did not appear displeased. Instead, she moved closer, her seductive gaze difficult to resist. "You require another girl." Upon realizing Arthur's intentions, the maiden raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had encountered countless patrons with varying preferences, and compared to them, this young man was not at all unappealing. She approached and handed Arthur the menu placed on the dining table, though it contained no dishes. Merely a selection of meticulously presented maidens. One could discern their personalities merely through their expressions and demeanor. Some were demure, others icy, some gentle. Evidently, these images had been carefully curated. Arthur perused the selections attentively. Although the maiden felt a twinge of irritation, she remained dutifully at his side. Eventually, Arthur paused on a page, and though the maiden appeared more mature due to her makeup, he immediately recognized Jenny from the photographs provided by Saint Nye. The maiden communicated through the intercom, instructing Jenny to come immediately. As she turned to relay the order, she suddenly felt a mist envelop her, and before she knew it, she had collapsed, cradled in Arthur's arms and discreetly placed into a nearby wardrobe. Soon, Jenny, clad in a backless evening gown, was escorted into the dimly lit bedroom by several formidable bodyguards. Upon entering, she found herself facing Arthur, who sat in the shadows, his features obscured, causing her heart to race. Despite the darkness, Arthur's keen eyes discerned Jenny's beauty, her slightly matured appearance enhanced by subtle makeup and a gown that accentuated her figure made her a focal point wherever she went. "Are you Jenny?" he inquired. "Yes, sir," Jenny replied obediently. "Do you know Saint Nye and Alvin?" Arthur pressed for confirmation. "Who are you?" Jenny exclaimed in shock, unable to suppress her startled cry, only to have Arthur swiftly press her down onto the sofa, rendering her voiceless. "Please, don't kill me." Jenny trembled, tears brimming in her eyes from sheer terror. "I am here to take you away. Saint Nye and Alvin sent me," Arthur reassured her, producing the bracelet that Saint Nye had entrusted to him before departing. Upon seeing the bracelet, Jenny recognized it as belonging to Saint Nye, and recalling the grievances she had endured, she could no longer hold back her tears. Arthur, in turn, found himself awkwardly caught in the moment. As if he had wronged her. "Are they all right?" Jenny asked, immediately regretting her foolish question. She was all too aware of the chaos in the slums, and the thought of Saint Nye and others left her in tears, causing Arthur to reflect on the nature of women. "Indeed, they were made of water. We must not delay. Let us depart." Jenny nodded slightly, recognizing the bracelet that Saint Nye always carried, and thus felt a deep trust in Arthur. Just as they were about to rise, the door was suddenly kicked open, revealing a portly man in his 40s, his neck obscured by fat, accompanied by a group of subordinates. "This woman is mine. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or I'll have you chopped into pieces for the dogs," the man boasted arrogantly. Arthur stood up, responding with a cold chuckle, "To feed the dogs. I would certainly use a fat pig like you." This intruder, Angelo, was the cousin of the city lord, Bagillo, wielding his influence to intimidate others. By chance, he had set his sights on the intellectually alluring Jenny. Becoming infatuated to the point of obsession, he was determined to possess her at any cost, aiming to complete his harem of 1,000 beauties. Yet Andrew only rented, never sold, fueling Angelo's frustration. Those who dared summon Jenny for companionship were often met with a beating, while the unfortunate souls without backing were swiftly turned into dog food. Due to the Lord's power, many of those beaten could only swallow their indignation and accept their fate. Thus, an unwritten rule circulated within this lavish establishment. Jenny was off limits. However, newcomers often disregarded this guideline. After all, those who frequented such places were either wealthy or influential, usually accustomed to being treated with reverence. As a result, they often ignored the unspoken rules, even deliberately requesting Jenny's company, which inevitably stirred trouble. Angelo, arrogant and domineering, would routinely storm in with his henchmen to discipline those who failed to adhere to the rules, turning the establishment into a battleground where the fierce hounds raised from youth grew fat on human flesh. Typically, Angelo would arrive first at the rooms of those ignorant of the rules, but today he had been summoned to a significant social event by the city lord. Upon returning to the establishment and learning that Jenny had been summoned by someone else, he hastily charged towards Arthur's room with his entourage. Believing that his status alone would intimidate the other party into submission, he was taken aback when Arthur dared to dismiss him, even uttering the most detested term, "fat pig." Angelo, infuriated, sneered and commanded his men, "Remember, don't kill him. I want to personally carve every piece of meat from his body." Just as Arthur was about to advance, Jenny grasped his arm, her voice trembling with fear. "Don't engage," he asked the city lord's cousin, Angelo. "We mustn't provoke him. I would not hesitate to strike even the emperor himself, let alone a mere city lord's cousin," Arthur replied, his relaxed smile and confident tone, though low, radiated an undeniable assertiveness that sent a shiver through Jenny. Had anyone else uttered such words, she would have scoffed. The lord of Anqing City was an undeniable figure of authority, and whether naval forces or pirates, or those with significant backgrounds, everyone had to concede to him. Yet Arthur's words instilled in Jenny an instinctive belief, calming her previously anxious heart. Perhaps this was the sense of security she had longed for. She gazed up at Arthur's handsome profile, her expression shifting subtly. Hawk, sever his arm first. Angelo issued a cold command. Not far away, a man clad in black brocade, toying with a dagger, revealed a fleeting shadow of malice in his eyes before suddenly hurling the blade towards Arthur. Just as Arthur narrowly evaded the dagger, the figure of the falcon dashed to his side. "So swift," Arthur murmured appreciatively. "How I long to sever your throat. Alas, I must obey orders. Your arm shall be mine." The falcon pivoted slightly, instantly materializing two gleaming short blades in his hands, aimed directly at Arthur's arms. "No!" Ginny screamed, her eyes widening in horror as she witnessed the imminent decapitation of Arthur's limbs. In that life-and-death moment, Arthur effortlessly flashed a smile at Ginny, and in the next instant, his palm seized the falcon's face, lifting him off the ground. Amidst the stunned gazes of onlookers, the falcon writhed in agony, his cries of despair proving utterly futile. "You should not be called a falcon, but rather a hound." Arthur's tone turned icy. "And since you willingly choose to be a lackey, you must surely be prepared for your demise." A surge of water vapor suddenly coalesced, and as the falcon's desperate pleas for mercy echoed, his head, enveloped in the mist, exploded with a thunderous crack, his headless body collapsing to the ground, spilling forth a gory deluge. Standing nearby, Angelo feigned calmness, momentarily speechless at the gruesome demise of the falcon. This falcon had been not only fiercely loyal, but also exceptionally powerful, having resolved numerous troubles for Angelo. He was a costly hire from the east. To think he was slain in but a single move. Had it not been for the bloody corpse at his feet, Angelo would hardly have believed the falcon was truly dead. This brash young man possessed unfathomable strength. Nevertheless, Angelo was a man who valued his reputation above all else. Moreover, he quickly convinced himself that the falcon must have been careless, leading to his untimely end. More importantly, he represented his cousin, Bagillo, the city lord. If he were to leave today in such a disheveled state, he would not only be the subject of mockery, but might also endanger Ginny's safety. How could he maintain his standing in this region, let alone escape? Angelo could not afford to lose face. Casting a glance at his surrounding guards, Angelo's confidence surged. If necessary, they would all attack together. Eliminating this insolent young man was paramount, far surpassing any notions of chivalry. What a worthless falcon! A man donned in a top hat and a smiling mask, clad in a crisp white suit, stepped forward, brimming with confidence as he bowed to Angelo. "My lord, please rest assured. This wet-behind-the-ears lad is best left to me." The ghost hand magician, Gao Bo. Upon witnessing this man volunteer, Angelo's heart soared with delight. "Then I entrust him to you." Gao Bo, a magician known for his penchant for a smiling mask and impeccable white suit, rarely took action, yet his prowess ranked among the best of Angelo's guards. He had once dispatched a 100-strong rebel group, and despite the carnage that ensued, not a single drop of blood had marred his pristine attire. Gao Bo's disdainful words regarding the falcon further convinced Angelo that the latter's demise was merely due to carelessness, not a testament to the strength of this young man. "That I do not slay nameless individuals. Please disclose your name." The ghost hand magician Gao Bo produced a blank playing card, casting a knowing glance at Arthur. "Xiaonyang." Arthur replied casually. "What?" Gao Bo paused, puzzled by the name. "Indeed, it is Xiaonyang," Arthur responded with a smirk, causing Ginny, watching nervously from a distance, to burst into laughter, incredulous that even in such dire circumstances, Arthur maintained his playful spirit. "Wait." Arthur suddenly raised a hand to halt the proceedings. "Do you have any last words?" "Boy, I also go by the moniker I am a pig. Feel free to call me that," Arthur declared with a straight face, exuding a peculiar bravado. What a strange nickname. The ghost hand magician Gao Bo appeared momentarily bewildered. Yet he quickly regained his composure and proclaimed, "I am a pig. Heed my words. Encountering me today is your misfortune. This time next year shall mark your death day." Ginny, standing to the side, suddenly doubled over in laughter. This magician must truly be a fool. The guards surrounding Angelo gazed at Gao Bo with astonished expressions. "Very well. I shall make sure to urinate upon your grave," Arthur retorted coldly, beckoning mockingly at the ghost hand magician Gao Bo. "Prepare yourself." Gao Bo shouted, flinging dozens of playing cards that soared through the air with a sound reminiscent of a sonic boom. Arthur's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Though the ghost hand magician might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he was undeniably formidable. Each card, seemingly innocuous, was a razor-sharp blade, wielding immense power. With a flick of his hand, a hazy curtain of water enveloped the area, causing many of the incoming cards to lose momentum and fall harmlessly to the ground. The opulent chamber, however, suffered greatly. The bed, sofa, and furnishings were shredded to pieces, leaving a scene of utter chaos. "You are no more than this," Arthur sneered. "You think this is the end?" Galbo cackled madly, his hands shifting, causing the fallen cards to swell ominously. "Oh no!" Arthur furrowed his brow, rushing to Jenny's side and enveloping her in his arms. With a violent explosion, the inflated cards detonated, sending powerful flames soaring skyward, engulfing the room in thick, choking smoke. The security forces of the establishment had long been on standby. Upon hearing the violent explosions, they recognized the gravity of the situation. However, upon learning that the troublemaker was Angelo, the cousin of the city lord, the captain promptly ordered the dispersal of the team. After all, Angelo was of high standing, and rushing in to confront him could lead to dire consequences with no recourse for justification. The best course of action was to pretend they hadn't heard anything. The city lord would compensate for all damages caused by Angelo. As the explosion subsided, the scorching air lingered, and the powerful shockwaves swept through the room, filling it with acrid smoke. Standing at the doorway, Angelo was overjoyed, thoroughly satisfied as he gazed at Galbo. Truly, he was worthy of the title Ghost Hand Magician, exhibiting remarkable strength. Under such an explosion, this ignorant young man must surely be reduced to ashes. Allowing Angelo to finally vent his frustrations and uphold his reputation as the most notorious bully in Anqing City. Just as Angelo beamed with satisfaction, promising Galbo various rewards, the thick smoke within the room began to clear. Arthur stood proudly, cradling the flushed Jenny in his arms, surrounded by a shimmering, undulating barrier of water that left him untouched as he regarded Angelo and his entourage with disdain. The lavish chamber, however, now housed only an undamaged wardrobe, within which lay an unconscious beauty. "How is this possible?" the ghost hand magician Galbo exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, yet he quickly assumed an aggressive stance. Fixating on the unscathed Arthur. "Hurry, kill him!" Angelo retreated a few steps, bellowing at the other guards. "You useless lot! What are you standing there for? Charge!" Though treated like mere slaves, the elite fighters, hired at great expense, felt a swell of displeasure but dared not defy Angelo's commands. That a horde of skilled fighters surged forward, brandishing blades, guns, clubs, and axes, encircling the smirking Arthur. Galbo, in a frenzy, produced billiard balls, hurling them at Arthur with astounding speed. The whistling projectiles descended upon him like cannonballs aimed at vital points. Arthur casually flicked his hand, causing the water vapor to ripple softly. The rapidly approaching billiard balls lost their trajectory upon contact with the rippling water, crashing into the guards encircling Arthur instead. Those struck in the head dropped dead on the spot, while others hit in the chest and limbs emitted the sickening sound of shattering bones, leaving the floor littered with moaning, wounded guards. Galbo, brimming with confidence, had unleashed his prized heavy billiard balls, yet they inflicted no harm upon Arthur. Instead, they decimated half of his comrades, leaving Angelo's face flushed with rage. "Next time, aim a little better, skilled one," Arthur taunted, a mocking smile upon his face. As Galbo prepared to launch another assault, a heavy mist of water began to coalesce around them. Arthur's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, everyone was engulfed by the vapor. "Water burial!" Arthur coldly barked, and the guards engulfed by the mist did not even have time to scream before being crushed on the spot, reduced to pools of blood. Suddenly, Arthur rushed before Angelo, raising his fist for a mighty blow. With a resounding thud, Angelo's corpulent form was hurled against the wall, and once the dust settled, he was completely embedded in the wall. His eyes rolled back, oblivious to his fate. "Stop!" A towering middle-aged man clad in a black suit rushed over, initially intending to intervene, but he was a moment too late, casting a glance at the motionless, grievously injured cousin of the city lord. The man sighed. This middle-aged expert, named Karma, had been dispatched by Andrew, the proprietor of the establishment, to mediate, upon learning that Arthur possessed a prestigious, untraceable black card from the World Bank. Andrew certainly did not wish for such a distinguished guest to inexplicably perish in his establishment. Karma's original intention in arriving was to ensure Arthur's safety, yet upon reaching the scene, he was met with a horrific sight of blood and the unconscious form of Angelo. Such an outcome was not what Andrew hoped to witness. Karma shouted into his intercom. Everyone is dead. Bring the medical team at once. After sizing up Arthur for a moment, Karma inwardly acknowledged that although this young man appeared to be standing there casually, he exhibited no discernible weaknesses. Proud and confident in his own abilities, Karma realized that should he engage, he might not be a match for this young man. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Angelo's subordinates, such as Falcon and Galbo, were top-tier experts. The other guards were no mere pushovers either. Yet before this individual, they had been utterly powerless, meeting a tragic end and dissolving into blood. Cold sweat trickled down Karma's cheek. It seemed that if he exhibited even the slightest threat in his next move, he would be the one to perish in the next moment. This palpable sense of danger was excruciating, causing Karma to involuntarily adopt a respectful demeanor. Mr. Andrew requests your presence, esteemed sir. Upon hearing the name of the formidable Andrew, Jenny suddenly grew tense, tightly gripping Arthur's garment as she trembled slightly. Suddenly, a large hand clasped Jenny's delicate, fragile fingers, and Arthur offered her a gentle smile, leading her out of the utterly devastated bedroom. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a wardrobe was opened, revealing a stunning young woman who had been rendered unconscious by Arthur. Now awakening to the disarray of the ruined bedroom, her eyes widened in disbelief as she let out an incredulous shout. Where on earth am I? In the opulent hall resembling a palace. Only Jenny, Arthur, and Karma remained, along with Andrew seated upon his throne, rendering the space even more desolate. Jenny clutched Arthur tightly, fearful to even glance towards Andrew on the elevated throne, had it not been for Arthur's presence. She would likely have knelt before her master in submission. Arthur raised his gaze slightly, scrutinizing the so-called legendary figure named Andrew, who sat atop the steps. His meticulously cared-for skin was pale and pristine. Appearing to be in his early 30s, though his actual age was likely much greater, the carefully groomed beard added to his mature allure, and his luxurious robe flowed gracefully, yet this elegance could not mask the coldness lurking in his eyes. Arthur assessed Andrew as a dangerous individual, one who would stop at nothing to obtain his desires. That if thwarted, he would not hesitate to destroy everything in his path. That Mr. Arthur, welcome to Anqing City, Andrew said with a slight bow, regarding Arthur with a seemingly gentle demeanor, as if oblivious to the recent events in the lavish suite. Oh, you know me? Arthur asked, slightly hesitant. You are the infamous pirate with a bounty of 70 million. I suspect it is not only I who am aware of your renown, but many bounty hunters are surely lying in wait. Andrew continued, my intentions are simple. I wish to take her with me. Arthur declared, cutting to the chase without time for idle chatter. Aware of Angelo's identity as the city lord's cousin, Arthur deemed it prudent to vacate Anqing City swiftly and head towards York Island. Nevertheless, he remained ever vigilant during their exchange. Should Andrew choose to resolve matters amicably, it would be ideal. However, should a violent confrontation ensue, Arthur would not shy away. Of course, esteemed Mr. Arthur, Andrew replied, his demeanor unchanged, exhibiting no displeasure at Arthur's assertive demand. It is a privilege for this female slave to accompany you. However, Andrew's tone shifted momentarily. Mr. Arthur, Anqing City has its rules. While you are indeed powerful, I hope you do not intend to oppose the entire city. Is that a threat? Arthur's voice grew cold. No, Mr. Arthur, merely a friendly warning from a concerned acquaintance. Please, feel free to proceed. Andrew bowed again, gesturing for Arthur to leave at his leisure. Arthur pondered swiftly, recognizing that Andrew likely had no tricks up his sleeve. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were rendered futile. Master, you truly must let this fellow go, Karma urged anxiously, having just severely injured Angelo and taken away a valuable slave. Fool, Andrew interrupted, his voice laced with fury, turning to chastise Karma. Even summoning the Blood Alliance guards would not have been sufficient to confront him. How is that possible? Karma exclaimed, astonished, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation, despite Arthur having dispatched all of Angelo's men. Karma felt he could not contend with this young man. Yet Andrew's palace concealed a cadre of ruthless, emotionless Blood Alliance guards, and as long as Andrew did not grant permission, no one could leave this hall alive. However, Andrew remained cordial and tacitly allowed Arthur to take away the precious slave, indicating only one possibility. Arthur's strength far surpassed that of the Blood Alliance guards. Karma found this hard to believe. It was truly astounding. Had Arthur been training since infancy? Andrew's expression suddenly darkened as he picked up a cocktail as red as blood, a drink the slaves were required to consume daily. known as the essential beverage for Blood Mary, seemingly hiding significant secrets. Rest assured, Karma, someone will take care of Arthur. As for my beautiful goods, no one has ever left Anqing Island alive. Within the city lord's mansion at the pinnacle of Anqing City, Angelo's cousin, the influential current city lord Bajilo, was seething with rage. The atmosphere within the mansion was intensely tense, with those surrounding him keeping their heads lowered in trepidation when the city lord was enraged. It was anyone's guess how many would perish, and they wished to avoid being collateral damage. With a face clouded in uncertainty, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, he fixed his gaze on the kneeling soldier who had come to report, coldly demanding, "Say that again." Upon learning that his most cherished cousin, Angelo, had been grievously injured in a brothel under Andrew's jurisdiction by a mysterious expert, Bajilo's heart brimmed with fury, wishing to rend his foe limb from limb immediately. However, Bajilo quickly regained his composure, refraining from acting irrationally in pursuit of revenge, instead opting to inquire in detail about the assailant's strength and background. Although his cousin Angelo often acted recklessly, the guards surrounding him had been meticulously selected and generously compensated experts. Knowing Angelo's status, anyone who could dispatch his men without hesitation and leave him severely injured was either a madman or possessed an astonishing background and formidable strength. Yet when Bajilo asked about the identity of the mysterious expert, the kneeling soldier, drenched in cold sweat, lowered his head, stammering and failing to provide an answer, for he only knew that Angelo had been grievously injured but was unaware of the mysterious intelligence. "So you know nothing at all? Excellent." Bajilo, equally corpulent, had lost the shadow of anger from his face. With the support of a servant, he slowly rose, brandishing the long-handled scepter that symbolized authority, descending from his throne to stand beside the trembling soldier. "Sir, I implore you," the soldier stammered, pale as a ghost. Bajilo patted the soldier's shoulder amicably, speaking in a remarkably gentle tone. "Next time, be sure to gather all the information before reporting back, understand? It is your duty." Bajilo, speaking as he took a glass of juice from a nearby maid, personally handed it to the guard, who held it with a face full of trepidation, fearing it might be poisoned. Suddenly enlightened, Bajilo took a sip from the glass before promptly returning it to the guard. The guard, his doubts dissipated, raised the glass in gratitude to drink. Bajilo's expression shifted drastically. He swung his staff, the sharp tip shattering the juice cup and instantly piercing the guard's throat. "Useless wretches, die." Truly, the lord of the city was decisive in his slaughter. At that moment, a man clad in splendid attire entered from the hall. It was none other than Andrew, the slave owner who had met Arthur previously. "Andrew, I've come to settle accounts with you," roared the furious Lord Bajilo, his cold eyes fixated on the composed Andrew. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the air were thick with the scent of gunpowder. Both the Lord and Andrew's subordinates tightened their grips on their weapons, awaiting the command to annihilate one another. "Esteemed Lord, I express my deepest regrets for your brother's injuries." Andrew stepped forward, bowing respectfully, then added with a serious tone, "However, this young man named Arthur possesses formidable strength. Even my Blood Alliance guards cannot restrain him. Then what business do you have here? To mock me?" Bajilo sneered. "My lord, Arthur is our common enemy. I implore you to remain calm." Andrew's eyes narrowed, clearly displeased with the lord's demeanor. Bajilo, recognizing Andrew's formidable nature, conceded that avenging his cousin required a temporary alliance. "Arthur, formerly a second-class naval soldier, is a pirate with a bounty of 70 million. Andrew elucidated to Bajilo. "According to reliable intelligence, he wields the terrifying ability to manipulate seawater, having previously defeated the entire strength of the Phila Navy branch and captured a naval colonel. His record is indeed illustrious." "It seems you have been planning," Bajilo remarked with a detached tone, clearly disapproving of Andrew's unilateral actions. "Indeed, esteemed lord," Andrew replied respectfully. "Coincidentally, a naval brigadier named Ross, with whom I have a grudge, is currently docked at the port of Anqing City with his fleet. I have transmitted the intelligence, and I believe Brigadier Ross will be quite diligent in pursuing the capture of both the pirate and the naval traitor. By the way, I have positioned all the combat forces of Anqing City around the port. We will be able to ensnare both Arthur and the naval brigadier in one fell swoop." Andrew appeared entirely composed, as if he held all the cards. "How did you manage to relocate the city defense forces?" Bajilo exclaimed, suddenly standing and scrutinizing the bewildered city defense commander. "MacArthur, listen well, you despicable slave owner," Bajilo declared resolutely, pointing his staff at Andrew. "This lord shall never bear enmity against the navy, and you must die here today. Esteemed lord, I have a gift for you, which I hope will persuade you to spare my life." Seemingly softening, Andrew took a jeweled box from Kama's hands and opened it before Bajilo, revealing a severed head within. "Angelo, my cousin." Upon seeing his cousin, who should have been recuperating, having been beheaded by Andrew, Bajilo nearly fainted on the spot. "Guards, kill them!" Bajilo, driven by vengeful fury, bellowed at the surrounding elite guards. Yet, the guards merely stood still. Not a single one moved, as if they had not heard Bajilo's command. Suddenly, standing beside the lord, Commander MacArthur drew a sharp dagger and plunged it into Bajilo's chest from behind. "You dare?" Bajilo's eyes widened in disbelief. Never having imagined that MacArthur, whom he had always valued, would betray him. "Esteemed lord, you must understand that everyone has their limits and prices," Andrew observed with a smirk, gazing at the fading Bajilo. "If a person is unwilling to obey you, it only indicates that your offerings are insufficient. All hail the new lord." Commander MacArthur knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty to "No, you shall take the lordship. As for those who oppose you, I have already dealt with them." Andrew showed no interest in the title of lord. Upon hearing that he would assume the lordship of Anqing City, MacArthur initially rejoiced, only to be drenched in cold sweat moments later. He understood that Bajilo had a loyal following, among whom were many powerful individuals, all of whom Andrew had effortlessly eliminated without a sound. This meant that while Andrew could elevate MacArthur to lordship, he could also cast him into oblivion at any moment, instilling both respect and fear in MacArthur towards the capable slave owner. "Well then, we should go witness the spectacle, esteemed lord," Andrew said politely. "After you." MacArthur dared not be presumptuous, promptly following Andrew towards the port, where a trap had been meticulously laid in the slums. Arthur was leading Jenny towards the location of Shungnai and Alvin. Along the way, they encountered countless gangs intent on robbery, particularly emboldened upon seeing the stunning beauty that was Jenny. Arthur showed no mercy towards these desperate marauders, dispatching 30 armed gangs in their path, a testament to Jenny's irresistible allure. Upon reaching a somewhat dilapidated abode, just before meeting Xingnai and the others, Jenny suddenly grew anxious, her guilty conscience filling her with trepidation. "Do not worry. Xingnai and the others do not know what you have been doing. They only wish for your swift return." Arthur, fully aware of Jenny's concerns, reassured her. "Thank you, Mr. Arthur." Jenny expressed her gratitude for Arthur preserving her dignity. Though it was for the sake of the children, she did not want Xingnai and the others to learn of her profession. Wiping away her tears, Jenny took a deep breath and pushed open the door, stepping inside hurriedly. The room was immediately filled with exclamations of joy, followed by a chorus of sobs, perhaps the delight of reunion mixed with the heartache of fearing they might never see each other again. Arthur chose not to intrude upon this tender moment, but instead sat at the doorway, lighting a cigarette and contemplating his next steps. Having struck Bajilo's cousin and taken Jenny away, it was clear that Arthur had antagonized the most powerful figures in Anqing City, and a great conflict was inevitable. Moments later, Xingnai emerged and beckoned Arthur inside. Instantly, Jenny and the children turned their gazes upon him. Jenny's eyes, still slightly red from crying, now bore a genuine smile that radiated warmth rather than mere pretense. "We have decided. We will follow you from now on." Jenny gazed at Arthur with hopeful anticipation, adding, "You must not refuse. How could Big Brother bear to abandon us?" Xingnai chimed in, further asserting, "And who wouldn't adore a beauty like Sister Jenny?" "Right, Big Brother Arthur?" Xingnai suddenly directed her question at Arthur. Arthur was momentarily taken aback by Xingnai's unexpected inquiry, responding casually, "Oh, indeed." Upon realizing the implications, he quickly understood he had inadvertently acknowledged his feelings for Jenny. Standing aside, Jenny's face flushed crimson as she shot an incredulous glare at the teasing Xingnai. Although she indeed held a favorable view of Arthur, hearing it stated so plainly made her shy. "What are your plans, Arthur?" To alleviate the awkwardness, Jenny hastily redirected the conversation. "I am about to head to York Island. If you wish, you may accompany me." "Of course," Jenny replied without hesitation. Not only was it for her own sake, but also for the countless homeless orphans who desperately needed to escape the chaos of the slums. To live in a house, to have meals and a safe place to rest each day. This was undoubtedly the best refuge for Jenny and Xingnai. Her eager agreement stemmed from a fear that Arthur might change his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, Arthur had no obligation to assist them. Moreover, for Jenny, encountering a man she genuinely liked, who also possessed strength, was a rare occurrence. Therefore, she had already resolved to gamble her lifelong happiness on this chance, though dear Sister Jenny is so eager to move into the future love nest, Xingnai exaggeratedly exclaimed, causing a wave of laughter among the children. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Jenny playfully lunged at Xingnai, engaging in a lively tussle. I shall go fetch Uncle Eugene and arrange for our ship to set sail. The urgent need to procure a new vessel was an unavoidable predicament. The originally intended small boat could only accommodate Arthur and Uncle Eugene. Moreover, considering the necessity for a swift advance, it did not require a large ship laden with supplies. Now, with the addition of a delicate woman and a group of children, it became imperative to acquire a new ship. Departing from the somewhat dilapidated dwelling, Arthur scanned the surroundings for a moment and detected no immediate threats. Nevertheless, he casually conjured a veil of mist around the house. Under the refracted sunlight, the structure appeared to vanish as if by magic. Time was of the essence, and Arthur hastily exited the alleyway, swiftly making his way to the tavern on the street. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a dozen armed naval soldiers, led by a lieutenant officer, arrived on the scene, having followed intelligence reports. Strange, the intel said it was right here, murmured a sergeant, his face riddled with confusion. That informant must have deceived us. Damn it, we shouldn't have trusted those intel peddlers, the lieutenant roared in frustration, just as the disheartened naval soldiers were preparing to leave. A small boy suddenly appeared, his face a mask of terror as he gazed upon the armed soldiers. Instinctively, the frightened child turned and fled. Stop, the lieutenant bellowed, immediately giving chase. The sergeant, in a fit of panic, raised his weapon and pulled the trigger, a dull thud echoing as the bullet pierced the boy's chest, sending his frail body crashing to the ground, blood staining the earth. You fool, who ordered you to fire? The lieutenant fumed, striking the sergeant with a resounding slap that left his face swollen. Approaching the lifeless boy, the lieutenant checked for a pulse, only to find none. The boy's life was irretrievably lost. Rendering any further words meaningless, the lieutenant rose. He suddenly noticed an eerie sensation as his hand began to vanish, followed by his entire arm. In a moment of elation, the lieutenant dashed into the mist. To the naval soldiers outside, it appeared as though he had abruptly disappeared. Follow me, we've located the building. Suddenly, the lieutenant's voice rang out in the air, prompting the soldiers to hastily enter, finding themselves before the very dilapidated house they sought. Meanwhile, Arthur remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, pressing onward until he arrived at the roadside tavern where he had arranged to meet Uncle Eugene. Pushing open the door to the dimly lit establishment, which bore an ethereal quality due to the haze of smoke, Arthur quickly spotted Uncle Eugene, who was jovially raising his glass. Are we ready to depart? Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, this was the first time in days that Uncle Eugene initiated a conversation with Arthur. However, the plans have diverged somewhat. Arthur assisted Uncle Eugene to his feet. Let us discuss as we walk. Eugene suddenly pointed to the table, and Arthur turned to see a bag of procured food and fresh water, alongside a receipt for a new ship, one sufficiently large to accommodate them. That a smile of relief flickered across Arthur's face. It seemed Uncle Eugene, who had previously sunk into despair after being abandoned by the Navy, had regained some spirit. With food and water in hand, supporting the slightly inebriated Uncle Eugene, the two exited the tavern. Arthur, Eugene, the naval traders have nowhere to run. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. A robust man clad in a general's cloak stood proudly in the square near the tavern. In an instant, warships at sea pivoted their cannons, and countless dark muzzles were aimed in their direction, while numerous armed naval soldiers fixated their predatory gazes upon Arthur and Eugene. To these soldiers, the aging Sergeant Eugene posed no threat. Their only concern was Arthur, who had single-handedly dismantled the Philippine Naval Division and captured a naval colonel. The combat prowess of Colonel Tina from the naval headquarters was well known, and her capture by Arthur was a profound humiliation for the Navy. Rear Admiral Ross had been dispatched to this maritime region to tackle human trafficking. However, mere hours before, he had stumbled upon news of the bounty on the naval trader Arthur, who had appeared in Anqing City. Fueled by a desire to avenge the Navy, Ross abandoned his original mission and swiftly led his forces towards the port. Setting a trap, as expected, Arthur soon showed up at the port, not keeping Ross waiting in vain. Get lost, but if you refuse to back down, I won't hesitate to eliminate you all. Arthur's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of the naval soldiers, instilling a chill in their hearts with his audacious words. You do possess some strength, but I still advise you to surrender, the esteemed Rear Admiral Ross retorted. Have you taken too many pills today? Or perhaps not enough. Arthur scoffed. Surrender? That word has never existed in my vocabulary. I hope your bravado isn't merely empty rhetoric. Ross, undeterred by Arthur's scorn, confidently replied. The reason I demand your surrender is simply to fulfill the orders of Marin Vondo. Personally, I would prefer to sever your head from your shoulders. Of course, Ross continued with unwavering confidence, if you refuse to surrender. That's fine. However, my men will soon bring your woman and those adorable children here, and you must understand the consequences of a woman falling into the hands of soldiers starved for female company. So, have you made up your mind to surrender? Despicable. Is this what the self-righteous Navy stands for? Arthur's piercing gaze remained locked on Rear Admiral Ross. He harbored no doubt that Ross was attempting to deceive him. For very few knew the whereabouts of Jenny and the children, that it was highly likely that they had already fallen into the Navy's clutches and were on their way here, leaving Arthur in a position of absolute disadvantage. Despicable. In dealing with a wanted pirate and a naval traitor, I have been far too merciful, Rear Admiral Ross boasted triumphantly. Logically, Arthur should have immediately abandoned Jenny and the others, utilizing his formidable control over the seas to escape the harbor. Yet, being a man of his word, Arthur found it impossible to do so. Even if it meant a bloody battle at the harbor, he would never forsake Jenny and the others. It was a matter of promise and responsibility. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over, whispering urgently to Rear Admiral Ross, whose expression shifted dramatically as he furiously ordered the surrounding soldiers to attack. Upon seeing Ross's demeanor, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped him finally eased. Clearly, they could have forced Arthur to surrender but chose to attack instead, indicating that Jenny and the others had not fallen into the Navy's hands. However, it was difficult for Arthur to fathom how a vulnerable woman and a few children could resist a cadre of heavily armed naval soldiers. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. Arthur's cold, piercing gaze swept across the naval soldiers and Rear Admiral Ross. Those who dare to challenge me shall be sent to hell, with a decisive command from Rear Admiral Ross. A cacophony erupted from the warships, unleashing a torrent of black projectiles raining down upon Arthur. A cold smile graced Arthur's lips. He would show no mercy to the Navy that had crossed him. With a flick of his wrist, a shroud of mist unfurled, and the descending projectiles, before they could touch the ground, fell into the ranks of the advancing naval soldiers. The violent explosion erupted, casting blinding flames and shockwaves that sent numerous naval soldiers sprawling. Accompanied by screams and the scent of blood and death, the curtain of water formed around Arthur, and as he pointed towards the naval soldiers, countless droplets surged forth like bullets. Many soldiers felt a sudden chill as the raindrop-like water struck them. Aside from alleviating the summer heat, it seemed harmless. Yet, in the next moment, numerous naval soldiers were astonished to discover that the flesh where the droplets had struck had inexplicably vanished, without feeling any pain. They collapsed one after another, Arthur having dispatched hundreds with a single motion. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre, despite the considerable number of naval soldiers led by Rear Admiral Ross. Including several capable officers, they were utterly powerless against Arthur, even though these soldiers were undaunted, having accepted the possibility of dying in battle when they joined the Navy. The overwhelming might of Arthur rendered them defenseless. However, no one could endure such a one-sided slaughter. Despite the officers' relentless urging, the terrified naval soldiers hesitated, paralyzed by fear. No one wished to charge forth and meet a futile death. For a powerhouse of Arthur's caliber was far beyond their capabilities. At that moment, the naval warships on the seas suddenly turned their cannons toward Uncle Eugene, who stood not far from Arthur. Sensing the imminent danger, Arthur's expression hardened, and a shimmering water orb coalesced in his palm, which he hurled towards the distant naval vessel. Water strike. With Arthur's thunderous shout, a deafening explosion followed as the powerful water orb collided with the naval ship closest to the harbor. The once formidable warship disintegrated as if made of paper, shattered into countless fragments, littering the sea with debris and the bodies of naval soldiers. The naval soldiers gaped in astonishment at the remnants of their shattered warship. The overwhelming display of power and the grievous casualties sent a chill through the hearts of countless sailors, plummeting their morale to an all-time low. Had it not been for the strict military discipline, they would have likely turned and fled. Initially, their assessment of Arthur's strength was based solely on the reports from headquarters. Typically, defeated naval forces tend to exaggerate their opponent's capabilities to evade punishment and accountability. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the reality of Arthur's strength, far surpassing the reports and even more formidable than the legend suggested. Such a foe could likely be matched only by Rear Admiral Ross. Rear Admiral Ross was equally taken aback. This young man was absurdly powerful, upon learning of the failed operation to capture Jenny and the children associated with Arthur. He confidently ordered a full-scale assault, believing that apprehending this naval traitor would be a straightforward task. However, he was astounded to find that his elite naval forces crumbled before Arthur. It was unfathomable that a young man could possess such extraordinary strength. Nevertheless, Rear Admiral Ross soon clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. A talent like Arthur must not be allowed to leave the port of Anqing City alive, should he be allowed to continue his growth. He would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Navy in the future. Regardless of the cost, Arthur must be eliminated. Even if it meant mutual destruction, Rear Admiral Ross, fiercely loyal to the Navy, had made up his mind. As the signalman conveyed orders, the naval vessels began to withdraw, distancing themselves from the coast to seal off the harbor. Under Rear Admiral Ross's command, the now apprehensive naval forces slowly retreated, tightening their encirclement of the harbor. Young man, while I disdain your treacherous actions against the Navy, I must acknowledge your strength. Rear Admiral Ross stepped forward, donning a spiked knuckle duster, his cold gaze fixed on Arthur. I, Rear Admiral Ross, a wielder of the shadow fruit, shall engage you in a fair battle. To die by my hand would be your honor. Arthur yawned dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the Rear Admiral and the assembled naval soldiers. I shall permit them to return your corpse to the naval headquarters. Alas, it's a pity you have lived so long yet remained so utterly confused about right and wrong. What audacity! Rear Admiral Ross scoffed, the sound of his fists colliding generating a mighty sonic boom. Though I have no desire to slay the Navy, you must perish, thinking of Jenny and St. Nye, who were likely under threat from the Navy. A surge of killing intent swelled within Arthur. In an instant, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Both Rear Admiral and Arthur stood locked in a fierce gaze. The harbor, shrouded in eerie silence, echoed with the rhythmic crashing of waves, as countless naval soldiers watched with wide eyes. Suddenly, they both moved simultaneously. The two shadows collided violently, causing the ground to fracture and sink beneath their feet. Powerful waves of energy radiating outward and scattering debris. The two figures swiftly retreated, only to charge again, their speed so astonishing that many naval soldiers could only catch fleeting glimpses of them. Bang, bang, bang. The air crackled with piercing sonic booms as the two engaged in a relentless battle, each strike resonating with the force of thunder. Many naval soldiers clenched their fists, fear evident in their eyes. Yet nothing could ignite excitement like witnessing a life-and-death duel between two masters. Arthur took 3 steps back, a triumphant expression on his face as he observed Rear Admiral Ross, who had staggered 5 steps back before regaining his footing. The water rippling around Arthur's fists not only augmented his strength, but also dissipated a significant portion of his opponent's power. After the exchange, Arthur couldn't help but feel a newfound respect. It was undeniable that Ross was a seasoned naval officer. In terms of power application, control of attack rhythm, and combat experience, he surpassed Arthur by leaps and bounds. However, in a contest of sheer strength, Rear Admiral Ross was no match for Arthur, who wielded the power of the sea god. If it came down to a battle of attrition, Arthur would undoubtedly triumph within 50 exchanges. Yet, it was only a month prior that Arthur was merely an ordinary naval private. Now, he found himself capable of defeating the entire armed force of the naval division, capturing a naval major, and gaining the upper hand against a naval rear admiral. The astonishment etched on Rear Admiral Ross's face was palpable as he truly grasped the extent of Arthur's might. It was almost incomprehensible that such a talent had once remained inconspicuous within the Navy, merely an ordinary private. Rear Admiral Ross inwardly berated the officers responsible for personnel selection, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. Finally recognizing Arthur as a worthy adversary in this life-and-death struggle. You are quite impressive, but alas, you have strayed from the path. Rear Admiral Ross slightly bowed, suddenly flexing his muscles as if they had swelled. His bloodthirsty eyes locked onto Arthur. I shall show you the terrifying capabilities of the shadow fruit. Enough with the chatter. Arthur, appearing utterly disdainful, was nonetheless fully alert. Ross's figure abruptly fragmented into countless shadows. And in the blink of an eye, those shadows vanished as if they had never existed. While contemplating the nature of the shadow fruit's abilities, Arthur was taken aback as Rear Admiral Ross inexplicably appeared behind him, delivering a fierce downward elbow strike that struck Arthur's neck. When did he? Pain surged through Arthur as he struggled to comprehend. With a resounding impact, Arthur crashed into the ground, the earth crumbling beneath him, followed by a relentless barrage of punches imbued with fierce wind, pounding down upon him. The rapid and relentless onslaught resembled the fire of a machine gun, causing the ground to cave in and creating a vast pit over 10 meters wide. Suddenly, Rear Admiral Ross vanished from sight, only to reappear over 10 meters away. Coldly observing Arthur as the dust settled, Arthur rose from the pit, wiping the blood from his mouth, his gaze icy as he stared at Rear Admiral Ross. "This is the power of the shadow fruit. You stand no chance," Rear Admiral Ross declared with arrogant bravado. "How can you know without trying?" Arthur replied, his expression indifferent. Yet a surge of battle spirit coursed through him in the presence of such a formidable naval officer. "Soon, you will understand the might of the shadow fruit," Rear Admiral Ross boasted, fist raised in confidence. "You talk too much." With renewed determination, Arthur leaped forward, charging at Rear Admiral Ross as a misty aura of water erupted around him. As Arthur's expression sharpened, a torrential downpour of densely packed water droplets shot forth toward Ross's position. Despite the Rear Admiral's impressive speed, he would find it impossible to evade such a deluge. Moreover, with the sea surrounding them, there was no concern of water scarcity. In fact, the potency of these droplets would be amplified by their proximity to the ocean. Arthur had previously obliterated hundreds of naval soldiers with a single strike. As the torrent of water droplets enveloped Rear Admiral Ross, Arthur's disbelief grew as he realized that none had harmed him, not even a tear in his clothing. Arthur was acutely aware of the droplets' power. Yet they appeared to him as nothing more than a gentle rain against Ross. But something's not right. Arthur suddenly recognized the anomaly. Despite Rear Admiral Ross's formidable defenses, the water droplets were utterly ineffective. The fact that his clothing remained completely dry was perplexing. It suggested that the water droplets had never struck Ross at all. For a moment, Arthur found it hard to trust his own eyes. Ross was standing right there. Yet he had not been hit. What is the true nature of his shadow fruit's ability? What should I do? In an instant, Arthur found himself cornered, feeling as if he had been driven to the brink of despair. Major General Ross seemed intent on swiftly concluding the battle. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared beside Arthur, delivering a fierce kick that struck his feeble arms. Arthur was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into a stone statue not far away, and coughed up a mouthful of thick blood. The force of the blow had evidently injured his internal organs, revealing Ross's intention to eliminate Arthur right there rather than adhering to Marin Van Du's orders to return him to the naval headquarters. Gasping for breath, Arthur pondered how to contend with Major General Ross's abilities. Rather than being merely fast, Ross seemed to teleport directly. If Arthur was unable to respond to such overwhelming speed, defeat and death would merely be a matter of time. With a surge of determination, Arthur concentrated his energy, summoning a formidable water vortex from the sea, which surged down from the sky toward Ross. With a deafening crash, the ground was struck, creating a massive crater several hundred meters wide. As a torrent of water mixed with mud rained down, it was then that Arthur realized his grave error. Sometimes, one cannot trust their own eyes. The figure of Major General Ross standing across from him was not necessarily a solid entity. The shadows that appeared and vanished were likely his means of evading attacks and moving swiftly, gaining newfound confidence from his understanding of the shadow fruit's abilities. Arthur recognized that challenging Ross to a speed contest would be tantamount to courting death. However, since Ross was eager to attack, Arthur could exploit this to his advantage, for the overconfident often find themselves at a disadvantage. As he conjured a mist of water that transformed into countless water bullets raining down upon Ross. Arthur swiftly darted to the side. Believing Arthur was attempting to flee, Ross pursued without hesitation, only to suddenly feel as if he had brushed against a delicate thread, followed by the rapid manifestation of a water curtain. Just as Arthur had anticipated, the real Major General Ross had teleported nearby, while his apparent form remained several dozen meters away. In that fleeting moment, Arthur discerned Ross's movement trajectory through the water strands, rendering his teleportation traceable. Quickly predicting Ross's attack route, Arthur abruptly changed direction and unleashed a powerful punch into the air before him. The sound of a pained grunt echoed as two of Ross's front teeth shattered, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying. Major General Ross had been defeated. A naval soldier, wide-eyed and filled with disbelief, dropped his weapon, which clattered to the ground. Normally, such an act would invite severe reprimand. But the officer, now gripped by fear, had no time to scold the dazed soldier. The harbor fell into an eerie silence as countless naval soldiers anxiously contemplated how Arthur would deal with them. Just when despair gripped the hearts of the sailors, Ross, bloodied but resolute, staggered to his feet, revitalizing the spirits of the entire naval contingent. I never expected to be pushed to this extent by you, brat. My title as a major general seems truly undeserved. Ross muttered self-deprecatingly. You are not so bad yourself. You managed to injure me. Arthur, now wielding the upper hand, sincerely praised the seasoned Major General, sensing the fervent dedication Ross held for the Navy. In this contest of wits, a mutual respect blossomed. Had Arthur still been a naval officer, they might have forged a deep friendship, but now they were locked in a deadly rivalry, though Arthur's command of this newfound power was still immature. It should suffice against Ross. With blood streaming down his face, Ross's expression suddenly twisted into a snarl, a surge of a mysterious yet familiar force coursing through him, rendering Arthur momentarily paralyzed, as if laid bare before scrutiny. This was a force Arthur not only recognized but had once wielded. During the perilous moments at the Philin City Naval Division, a mysterious power had erupted, incapacitating all the Navy personnel. Yet, Arthur could distinctly sense that the mysterious power Ross now employed differed markedly from his own. This time, Arthur refrained from retorting Ross's arrogant remarks. The dangerous force compelled him to tread carefully. The Shadow Fruit's abilities activated once more, causing Ross's figure to vanish again. The same attack pattern emerged. Unchanged, Arthur, though suspecting Ross might be deliberately exposing a flaw, unleashed a fierce punch. In the same spot. Following the same trajectory, Arthur's speed and prediction remained flawless. Yet, Ross effortlessly evaded the oncoming punch. Unwilling to concede, Arthur leaped and delivered a powerful kick, but Ross raised his arm to block it with an icy demeanor. "How is this possible?" Arthur exclaimed, astonished as he rapidly condensed his power, launching a powerful water blast. Yet, Ross seemed to anticipate Arthur's intentions, merely shifting his body slightly to evade the devastating strike at such close range. "Listen well, this is observation hockey," Ross countered, retaliating with a thunderous punch aimed at Arthur, who found himself with no escape. The piercing fist struck home, and Ross stared in disbelief at Arthur, who had transformed into a watery form. In the next moment, Arthur evaded the fatal blow and swiftly reformed, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to Ross's face, shattering his nose and sending blood cascading. "You? How could you?" Ross had never anticipated that Arthur could assume a liquid form in a moment of carelessness. He was left bloodied, his head ringing, as his gaze toward Arthur grew unfocused. Arthur, secretly relieved, recognized that had he not fortuitously mastered the water transformation during their earlier skirmish at sea, he would have likely sustained severe injuries or worse from Ross's lethal punch. "Is this the legendary observation hockey?" Arthur mused, feeling a mix of trepidation and awe at the ability to predict an opponent's next move and position. The Major General before him had nearly dispatched him using this very power. Arthur resolved to master it as soon as circumstances allowed, vowing never to be so passive again. Bloodied, Ross charged forward once more, adopting a desperate, life-or-death fighting style. However, Arthur, now adept at water transformation, easily evaded his attacks. As time passed, Ross's breathing grew labored, and his movement slowed considerably. Just as Arthur prepared to deliver the final blow to the naval Major General, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a cold smirk at the corner of Ross's mouth. Feeling a surge of unease, Arthur quickly retreated, but Ross's movements accelerated dramatically, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Cornered, Arthur transformed into water once more in a desperate attempt to evade the impending lethal strike, only to be shocked as Ross's fist turned pure black as it approached. Although they had yet to make contact, Arthur instinctively sensed the awe-inspiring power once more manifesting, a force imbued with a violent and destructive aura. Distinct from the observation hockey, with no means of escape, two water columns formed beside Arthur, slamming into the ground and propelling him away from the impending blow. With a resounding crash, the earth was gouged, creating a deep pit that emitted thick, swirling smoke. Arthur, having narrowly averted disaster, stood aside, clutching his fractured arm, grateful he had not been struck in a vital area. Otherwise, he feared he would have been killed on the spot. Yet, the broken arm starkly illustrated that his watery form could not withstand the impact of Ross's fist. Imbued with that mysterious power. As Arthur contemplated how to defeat Major General Ross, a sudden sonic boom pierced the air. Before Ross could react, a spray of blood erupted from his temple, and in the incredulous gaze of numerous naval soldiers, his towering form collapsed lifelessly to the ground, witnessing the demise of Major General Ross. Arthur immediately turned to the source of the bullet. His gaze soon locked onto the edge of a plaza several hundred meters away, where a mysterious figure stood atop a statue, sniper rifle in hand. Clad in a tattered black cloak, the figure was wrapped in what resembled mummy bandages, leaving only one eye visible. The sniper stood triumphantly on the statue's head, smoke curling from the barrel of the rifle that had just felled Ross. Now, the dark muzzle of the rifle was trained squarely on Arthur, Though Ross had been severely weakened by his earlier confrontation with Arthur, his physical state and reflexes had deteriorated significantly. However, he was ruthlessly shot by a sniper, clearly indicating that this marksman was no ordinary foe. In a state of shock, he had audaciously slain a major general, for the sake of avenging major roles. In an instant, numerous enraged naval soldiers, brandishing their weapons, surged forth from the heart of the square, vowing to eliminate this ambusher. Don't go. Arthur attempted to dissuade them, but he found himself utterly immobilized, although the sniper had yet to pull the trigger. Arthur could sense the looming threat of death. Just as the naval soldiers were about to approach the statue, the bombs hidden in the vicinity erupted with a thunderous roar, amidst the blinding flames. Many of the trapped naval soldiers were instantly reduced to a gruesome state, but this was merely the onset of the Navy's nightmare. The city defense forces of Anshan, having long since laid in wait, charged forth, guns raised, and mercilessly opened fire upon the disoriented naval troops. Within moments, severed limbs and lifeless bodies littered the ground, the rich blood almost saturating every stone in the square. It appeared that the city defense forces had received orders to leave no survivors. Whether it was surrendering sailors or the wounded and dying, they were met with a swift, merciful blade to usher them into the afterlife. The bodies were soon piled high, drenched in tar, before being set ablaze. Arthur watched helplessly, unable to intervene. To be precise, he now dared not move. While the deadly sniper had him in his sights, he might be able to evade the incoming bullets through his water-like transformation. However, if the sniper were to shift his aim to Uncle Eugene nearby, Arthur was far from certain he could save him, a risk he could not afford to take. Nonetheless, Arthur remained vigilant, his divine power coalescing in his hand. Should the sniper display any intent to attack, he would not hesitate to obliterate him from afar. Yet, the sniper, shrouded in bandages like a mummy, seemed disinclined to shoot Arthur, merely aiming his rifle at him, as if awaiting further orders. Upon witnessing the slaughter of the Navy, Arthur immediately thought of the city lord with whom he had a grudge, having eliminated a host of highly paid experts and nearly incapacitated his cousin. He had thoroughly humiliated the city lord, solidifying their enmity. However, Arthur could never have anticipated that the former lord of Anshan was dead, his position usurped, and that the former lord's cousin, Angelo, had also lost his head. Just as Arthur and the sniper were locked in a stalemate, the opulently dressed slave master, Andrew, approached the square accompanied by a retinue of guards. A new command had arrived. The sniper could cease fire. Andrew said respectfully to the mummy sniper. How mundane, to summon me in haste over a worthless major and a mere brat. The sniper snorted coldly, stowing his rifle and sitting aside, yet his seemingly vacant gaze remained fixed upon Arthur. We meet again, Mr. Arthur, Andrew said with a beaming smile as he approached. If you would be so kind, please sheath your power. Why are you doing this? Arthur coldly demanded. Andrew, still grinning, countered. Why? Is it to rid us of these troublesome Navy men? Or to save you and your friends? Could it be? Arthur stepped forward, gripping Andrew's collar as he coldly questioned. What have you done to Ginny and the others? Calm down, Mr. Arthur. Andrew shrugged off Arthur's grip and took a step back, explaining with composure, you should be thanking me, for had my subordinates not arrived first, Ginny and those dear children would surely have fallen into the clutches of the Navy. Now, what do you want me to do? Arthur asked bluntly, concern for Ginny and St. Nye's safety evident in his voice. Very clever. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. However, this time you need do nothing but owe us a favor. I may not necessarily repay the favor of you butchers. Arthur did not trust Andrew's words to no matter. I believe one day we may become allies. Andrew replied cheerfully. Who are you people? Arthur pressed again. The time is not yet right. It is better that you remain in the dark. Andrew refused to divulge further information. By the way, congratulations on dispatching the naval major and annihilating an entire fleet of Navy men. Your bounty shall surely rise swiftly, Andrew said with a smile. Arthur was taken aback, quickly realizing that they intended to lay the blame for the massacre of the entire fleet squarely on his shoulders. However, Arthur did not refute it. After all, he had indeed killed many Navy personnel. Moreover, as a wanted pirate, an additional crime or two mattered little. Arthur was acutely aware that the sniper's reluctance to shoot and Andrew's arrival hinted at a vast and powerful organization. And he even suspected they were more than mere pirates. More importantly, every individual behind Andrew appeared to possess remarkable strength, eager to make their move. To rescue Ginny, Arthur had previously met with Andrew. And among the guards, only Karma exhibited considerable strength. Now, however, these formidable individuals appeared entirely unfamiliar to him. This suggested that, had the clandestine leader not suddenly changed his mind and decided to spare Arthur's life, He might have met the same fate as major roles. Andrew, was your original plan to capture both me and the Navy in one fell swoop? Arthur inquired as he approached Andrew. Who can say? Andrew replied, his expression inscrutable, revealing a hint of amusement. Your friends are waiting for you at sea, and I have taken the liberty of presenting you with a gift. I hope you accept it. He then offered a slight bow before departing the chaotic port of Anshan, flanked by his formidable guards. The city defense forces, who had long been waiting, immediately moved in to clear away the charred bodies and lingering bloodstains. As Arthur and Uncle Eugene prepared to leave the square, under the diligent efforts of the city defense forces, bore little trace of the fierce battle that had just transpired. Arthur, this man is very dangerous, Eugene said earnestly to Arthur. Even more perilous is the power behind him. Those guards just now each possessed strength comparable to that of major roles. Reflecting on Andrew's entourage, Arthur felt a twinge of concern. The unknown always incites fear. Arthur, it is imperative that you investigate his background promptly, Eugene advised seriously. Do not worry, Uncle Eugene. I know what to do, Arthur replied with a confident smile. Soon, Arthur and Eugene arrived at the harbor, where a uniquely designed and extravagantly luxurious sailing vessel lay quietly docked. Arthur was certain this was Andrew's gift, for it was the only ship in the entire harbor. Upon seeing Arthur and Eugene approach, St. Nye, who had been hiding on the ship, excitedly waved and called out to Arthur, an embodiment of youthful exuberance. Arthur quickly boarded the ship, but one person's presence instantly put him on high alert. This individual was none other than the stunning young woman who had first greeted him at Andrew's brothel. He had not expected her to be on the ship as well. Was Andrew planning to keep him under surveillance? Arthur pondered silently. However, he quickly put those thoughts aside. If Andrew truly intended to investigate him or track his movements, it would not be a difficult endeavor. Accepting this lavish sailing vessel and bringing along this enchanting beauty posed no real issue. And it might even afford him the opportunity to uncover the truth about Andrew and the mysterious forces behind him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Arthur resolved to take along this seemingly troublesome beauty. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Lilia, your humble admirer, she declared, her latter words clearly directed at the adoring Jenny. Standing nearby, St. Nye looked quizzically at Alvin and asked, What is a humble admirer? Alvin, brimming with pride, explained, You don't know. It refers to a younger relative. So, it's a little relative. Then when I grow up, I want to be a big brother's little relative, St. Nye declared with determination, clenching her small fist. Who are you? Arthur feigned ignorance, showing no mercy to the captivating young woman. Wah, I'm so heartbroken. We once swore eternal fidelity, and that night Lilia's cunning gaze remained fixed on the anxious Jenny. Lilia, you will handle the rowing duties. Arthur casually assigned the task. Huh, how could you allow such a delicate beauty to row? With a pair of enchanting eyes gazing pitifully at Arthur. Firstly, you are not the delicate beauty you pretend to be. Although you maintain yourself well, the evident marks on your wrist and palm betray your prowess as a skilled assassin adept with a dagger. Secondly, I did not compel you to follow. If you wish to avoid being tossed into the sea as fish bait, you'd best obediently take to the oars. Arthur's face hardened as he issued his ultimatum. Since it was a gift from Andrew, Arthur would not be courteous, and Lilia was not merely a companion, but a potential adversary to be wary of at all times. Humph, you possess not an ounce of chivalry, Lilia pouted, glaring angrily at Arthur. Yet she had no choice but to comply, for Andrew had issued a stern order before their departure. She was to obey Arthur without question. Jean approached, linking her arm with Arthur's as they made their way to the cabin, flashing a triumphant smile at the woeful Lilia, inciting Lilia's ire as she stomped her feet in frustration. The ship set sail, swiftly heading toward York Island. Shortly after their departure, Arthur soon noticed the wreckage of naval vessels floating on the surface. As he had anticipated, the several naval ships that had departed from the harbor had not escaped disaster. All sunk at sea. No wonder Andrew had congratulated him so nonchalantly for eliminating a naval rear admiral and an entire fleet. It now appeared that all the naval soldiers had been silenced, making it difficult to fathom the magnitude of the force behind Andrew. However, Arthur had more pressing matters to attend to. Not only did he need to strengthen himself, but he also had to ensure the safety of Eugene, Jean, and the rest. Although Andrew seemed to harbor intentions of alliance, Arthur preferred to trust his own family, relying on their influence to instill fear in the Navy, deterring them from taking action, despite being a bastard. Lacking an inheritance of noble titles, his family had always guaranteed the safety of every member, a tradition unbroken for centuries. Aboard the ship, the children, experiencing their first departure from Anshan City, rejoiced in the thrill of maritime adventure. In stark contrast stood the stunning Lilia, who at that moment had lost all her usual bravado, often found at the ship's railing, succumbing to seasickness. "Here, drink this. It will ease your discomfort." Arthur offered a cup of a specially concocted drink. Standing nearby, "Are you attempting to poison me? Plotting an ambush for tonight?" Lilia retorted, her pallor evident, yet her tongue was far from idle. "I dare not touch a deadly femme fatale like you," Arthur replied calmly. Leaning against the railing. "Don't you men revel in conquering wild women?" Lilia laughed lightly, gathering her disheveled hair and sipping from the drink Arthur had prepared. "Since you've chosen to accompany us, could you enlighten me about who Andrew and you truly are?" "Uncle Andrew is a kind-hearted man with ideals and convictions that as for me, I am undeniably a delicate maiden," Lilia responded. "The kind-hearted man? I fail to see it." Arthur thought of Andrew's ruthless methods, unable to reconcile them with the notion of kindness. "Do not judge by appearances, Arthur." Lilia turned to lean against the railing, speaking with profound significance. "Just as you are perceived as a good person by Jean and the others, to the Navy, you are an unrepentant traitor. The same applies to Uncle Andrew. He may seem callous, yet every action he takes holds meaning. Thus, to me, he is certainly a good man. A good man would not lead you to such places. Listen closely. I am here of my own volition." Lilia's expression grew serious, her eyes shining with fervent belief. "You truly understand nothing, Arthur. This world is not solely inhabited by navies fighting for their beliefs. Cheers to faith." Arthur once again offered Lilia a cup of restorative drink, downing one himself. Arthur was acutely aware that he would glean nothing from Lilia, who lived for her convictions. Moreover, coercing a woman held little merit. Yet, it was evident that Andrew's goodwill was genuine. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Arthur to leave the harbor of Anching City, concealing the truth of the naval rear admiral and the fleet's demise. However, the rationale behind sending Lilia, such a striking beauty, to accompany Arthur was worthy of contemplation. Was it temptation, surveillance, or the establishment of trust? Everything before him appeared shrouded in ambiguity. According to the nautical charts, they were merely half a day's journey from the unregulated territory of York Island. Yet 2 children were stricken with fever due to the unfamiliar environment. Realizing the distance to York Island was still considerable, Arthur resolved to alter their course to find a remedy for the 2 children. Soon, he discovered a small trade island 50 nautical miles away, believing he could procure a doctor and fever-reducing medication on Crab Claw Island. However, for safety's sake, Arthur planned to venture alone. Although Lilia's true allegiance remained uncertain, having her aboard would only endanger them should any marauders attempt to board the ship, after anchoring the vessel several miles away. Arthur took a plank from Eugene, hurling it toward the sea and leaping onto it. Surrounded by the waves, Arthur glided across the water as if surfing, swiftly making his way to Crab Claw Island. Within moments, Arthur reached the peninsula, cloaked and unnoticed. No one would believe that a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 70 million belly on his head, would appear on such an obscure isle. Fortunately, finding a doctor proved relatively straightforward. But given the island's minuscule size and its meager population of a few thousand, the number of physicians was lamentably low, with appointments already booked for a year ahead. Yet, through his generous offer, Arthur managed to arrange a meeting at the only restaurant on the island. The establishment, known as Kata Cuisine, was considered the finest dining spot on Crab Claw Island, though small and simply decorated with only 8 tables. It boasted a seaside view and self-brewed wine, maintaining a stellar reputation for its reasonable prices, further enhanced by the charming and cheerful daughter of the owner, drawing in many regular patrons. After a short wait, a tall, bespectacled doctor entered, taking a seat beside Arthur. He attentively listened to the symptoms described, responsibly asking a few probing questions before handing over his medical supplies. Just as the doctor was about to leave after receiving a generous payment, a sudden crash of shattered glass erupted from near the bar, causing him to return to his seat in fright. "Old man, are you tired of living?" a burly thug with yellow hair shouted, gripping the owner's collar and roaring. "Do not look, Mr. Arthur. We cannot afford to provoke these killers," the doctor warned Arthur kindly. Arthur smiled at the doctor's caution, nodding in appreciation. "I apologize, dear guests. Today's meal will be on the house." The owner's daughter, Aya, rushed over to bow in apology, pleading, "Please spare my father. Old man, I'll let you off this time for your daughter's sake." The yellow-haired thug shoved the owner aside, shattering several bottles in the process. "Thank you, Mr. Phone 2. Aya expressed her gratitude, intending to assist her father, only to be seized by the thug. "But my shirt has been soiled by this old fool. Tonight you will compensate me," he declared, dragging the terrified Aya away. "Someone help me," Aya cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she sought aid from the surrounding patrons. Yet, The diners, fearing retaliation from the thugs, averted their gazes, pretending not to see. Aya's heart sank. Was she truly destined to be humiliated today? At that moment, a young man in his 20s, clad in a blue vest, suddenly rose from his seat in the corner. Before anyone could react, he charged forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent the arrogant yellow-haired thug flying. A loud thud echoed as the thug landed, clutching his stomach and howling in agony. The man who had acted was named Henry. He had long harbored feelings for Aya and was a regular at the restaurant. However, due to his lack of a formal job, the restaurant owner had always disapproved of his relationship with his daughter. For Henry, although the yellow-haired thug was not to be trifled with, he could not stand idly by while Aya was taken away. The surrounding patrons, witnessing the once overbearing thug now writhing in pain on the ground, erupted in cheers for Henry. Several others, who had previously harbored feelings for Aya, rushed forward to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon the defenseless thug, reveling in the spectacle of kicking a man when he was down. After Henry's bold intervention, the previously indifferent onlookers seemed to find their resolve. Their demeanor transformed from submissive to emboldened. It was as if they intended to convey to the restaurant owner's daughter, Aya, that their earlier inaction was merely a matter of timing. Arthur, who relished the unfolding drama, also joined in the applause, though he had no intention of assaulting a man already incapable of resistance. Just as Arthur prepared to leave in haste to retrieve supplies for the ship, a group of over 10 thugs armed with clubs and knives burst into the restaurant. "Who dares to cross us?" bellowed the scar-faced leader, his voice cutting through the commotion. It's him. The yellow-haired thug, bloodied and missing teeth, pointed a trembling finger at Henry. The scar-faced man, a fierce middle-aged thug, stood up, brandishing his knife and charging at Henry without a word. While his comrades surged forward in unison, Henry shielded Aya as he retreated to a corner, wielding a chair in preparation for a desperate fight. Yet, the patrons who had cheered for Henry and clamored for the downfall of the yellow-haired thug had already returned to their seats. As if the chaos unfolding in the restaurant bore no relevance to them, that Henry's heart sank. It was clear that these fair-weather friends were utterly unreliable. He swung the chair at the foremost thug. But despite Henry's considerable strength, he found himself overwhelmed by sheer numbers. And soon, blood streamed from his body. "Don't look over there, sir," the doctor murmured, lowering his voice in a cautionary tone. "Those thugs are dangerous. We cannot afford to offend them." Upon hearing the doctor's warning, Arthur smiled in acknowledgement, but chose not to elaborate further. "I will go with you. Please spare him." Aya, trembling uncontrollably, stepped forward to shield the barely conscious Henry and pleaded desperately. "You filthy wretch, it's too late." The scar-faced thug kicked Aya down and coldly commanded his henchmen, "Cut this bastard's throat. Avenge Lao San." At that moment, a sudden shriek pierced the air. One of the thugs collapsed, having been struck unconscious by a flying glass. "My apologies. I slipped." Arthur, yawning from a distance, grinned at the menacing thugs. "What a day. Even fools are stepping up to play the hero." The scar-faced thug pointed his knife threateningly, declaring, "You seek death. Don't blame me." To instill fear among the onlookers and to garner the respect of his subordinates, the scar-faced leader charged forward. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out as Arthur nonchalantly delivered a swift kick to the thug's groin. A blow so powerful it made the once dominant figure writhe on the ground in excruciating agony. The lean, tall doctor, seated nearby, gazed in shock at the imposing figure of Arthur, inwardly regretting having taken more money from him than was due. The thug who lay moaning on the ground was none other than the notorious leader of the underworld on Crabclaw Island, a man whom all feared, now reduced to a pitiful state by a single blow from Arthur. This was no mere coincidence. The composed and self-assured young man was clearly no ordinary individual. When the doctor looked up, he inadvertently caught sight of the latest bounty notice posted on the wall. His eyes widening in disbelief as he trembled, rendered speechless, he realized he had made a grave mistake, one that could potentially bring devastation to Crabclaw Island. His greed for money had nearly cost him his life. The weight of the currency in his bag felt like a ton. "Boss." The thugs stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sight of their once mighty leader now groaning on the ground like a helpless infant before Arthur. One scrawny thug, paralyzed by fear, stumbled back and accidentally tripped over a chair as he attempted to rise. His eyes widened in horror upon noticing the bounty notice on the wall, comparing it to Arthur's visage. And he was so frightened that he sold himself $100 million. Indeed, that was the bounty set by the Navy's headquarters for the capture of the notorious pirate. To provoke such a figure was akin to courting death. Yet, who could explain why such a person, capable of annihilating a city with ease, would appear in the confines of Crabclaw Island? No one could provide an answer to this thug, nor would he have the opportunity to ponder further. For Arthur's fist was already upon him. With rapid-fire strikes, Arthur advanced, each punch carrying the force of a mountain. The thugs didn't even have time to scream before Arthur's fist sent them to their demise. The slaughter ended swiftly, as there were simply too few thugs to satisfy Arthur's appetite for battle. Indeed, nothing felt quite as exhilarating as using one's fist to settle matters. Arthur waved his fists and stood in the center. Speaking to himself, the restaurant fell into a deathly silence. Some patrons who had recognized the bounty and realized Arthur was the infamous pirate trembled in fear. However, the expressions directed at Arthur were not of gratitude, but rather an instinctual terror. Those thugs who had taken lives were nothing compared to Arthur. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Arthur drank deeply from a fine wine, then turned to leave. Mr. Arthur, your payment. The pale doctor stood nearby, trembling, as if he might faint at any moment. That is what you are owed. Perhaps you could tend to that young man as well. Arthur glanced at the bloodied and barely breathing Henry. As Arthur exited the restaurant, he felt a sense of displeasure. Despite being a pirate, he still found it somewhat disconcerting to be regarded in such a way. Just then, Aya rushed up, panting and calling out to him. What do you want? Arthur turned, his tone icy. Startled, Aya stepped back but quickly gathered her courage and approached, presenting a jug of homemade wine with respect. Mr. Arthur, thank you for saving us. Regardless of what others may say, I believe you're a good person. After Aya left, Arthur lingered for a while, her words echoing in his mind. Suddenly enlightened, he burst into laughter. After all, why should one concern themselves with the opinions of others? What did it matter if one was a Navy officer or a pirate? As long as one acted with a clear conscience, just as Andrew had once said. Upon learning of the complete annihilation of Major Ross and his fleet, Arthur's bounty indeed surged to an astonishing 100 million. This signified a far greater threat to the Navy. It was likely that the next adversaries he faced would not only be more formidable Navy officers but also countless pirates and bounty hunters drawn by the prize. With these thoughts in mind, Arthur felt a surge of determination and anticipation for the battles to come. The desire to grow stronger was now etched into his very being. In high spirits, he sprinted across the wooden planks, skimming over the ocean's surface, before landing steadily on the ship anchored several dozen nautical miles from Crabclaw Island. Indeed, Uncle Eugene remarked, gazing at the returning Arthur with a bemused expression. What do you mean indeed? Arthur replied, puzzled. Looking at the bloodstains on you, it seems you've been in a scuffle again. Eugene said, half amused, half exasperated. Had it been in the past, Eugene, with his rigid demeanor, would have surely admonished Arthur for his actions. As was the duty of an elder and a veteran. A young man, lacking in life experience, wielding such power could potentially cause immense destruction if he strayed from the right path. However, after experiencing betrayal, false accusations, and protection, Eugene suddenly realized that Arthur did not require his guidance. It seemed that the path ahead was already clear to him. Just taught a few thugs a lesson in deference to the esteemed Uncle Eugene. Arthur explained with a cheerful smile. The ship had set sail once more, with York Island merely half a day's journey away. York Island, a thriving hub of fisheries, boasted a permanent population of tens of thousands, most of whom earned their livelihoods through fishing. This territory belonged to the Michael family. There may have been prior agreements in place. Neither the Navy, pirates, nor the aristocracy would dare to intrude. Upon disembarking, Arthur and his companions swiftly made their way to the Norton Manor, the sole architectural complex on York Island, occupying a third of its area. Welcome, Mr. Arthur, Mr. Eugene, the two lovely ladies, and these adorable children. An elderly gentleman, with hair as white as snow and clad in a pristine, tailored tailcoat, respectfully introduced himself. I am Tang He, the steward of Norton Manor. On behalf of the young master, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Mr. Tang, our identities are. Arthur hesitated, uncertain of how Michael had arranged matters, but thought it prudent to inform them that he was a highly sought-after pirate. Esteemed Mr. Arthur, please address me as steward, not sir. Tangy corrected him with utmost courtesy, confidently assuring, rest assured, there shall be no pirates or navy here, aside from yourself, so you need not harbor any concerns. It seemed Michael had conveyed everything clearly, and Arthur deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. Come now, do not keep the master waiting. Tangy's expression turned slightly grim as he turned to the array of maids lurking at a distance. A few had intended to approach, but upon meeting Arthur's gaze, they recoiled in fright, akin to startled rabbits. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Was he truly that terrifying? Presently, he was unaware of the implications of being a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. please do not take offense. They hold a deep respect for your status, Tangy hastily explained, fearing Arthur's displeasure. The seasoned steward, having weathered countless storms in his nearly 60 years, was not cowed by Arthur's reputation. In truth, as a senior member of the family, Tangy had encountered many pirates with bounties far exceeding Arthur's. 100 million was hardly intimidating to him. What concerned him were the young maids. For the young Master Michael had expressly stated that the moment Arthur arrived at Norton Manor, he would be the master here, wielding the power of life and death, should he lash out at these young maids. Tangy would be powerless to intervene. His stern demeanor was for their own good. The reputation of pirates is indeed less than favorable. Steward Tang, please arrange accommodations for us, having come to terms with the situation. Arthur was indifferent to how others perceived him. Yet, out of respect for Michael's estate, he maintained his politeness. As for how he transitioned from navy to pirate, Arthur had no intention of explaining. No one would believe him. And it would serve no purpose. As you wish. The steward, slightly embarrassed, felt relieved that Arthur did not seem to mind the maid's demeanor. Tangy personally guided Arthur and his party to their quarters. Striving to lighten the atmosphere with tales of the manor's history and the functions of its various structures, his eloquence was engaging, laced with humor and vigor, effectively dispelling the weariness of their journey. The ancient and majestic castle stood tall, its heavy black walls weathered and marked by the scars of medieval warfare. The cellar, rich with the aroma of aging wine, was crafting exquisite vintages, while the vast gardens, the solemn church, and the classically adorned golden hall exuded a timeless charm. Arthur found it hard to believe that such an exquisite classical complex could have taken years to construct on York Island. Once Arthur and his companions were settled, Tang hurriedly departed, seemingly preoccupied with pressing matters. As evening descended, a weary Arthur found himself unable to sleep, his mind swirling with the events of their journey to York Island. Turning slightly, he glanced at the easel Michael had thoughtfully prepared for him. Rising, he stepped onto the extending platform, gazing out at the distant sea, letting the ocean breeze envelop him. Master, please take a bath and change. Arthur turned to see a proud young maid named Helena, cautiously peering from the doorway, as though she might bolt at any moment. Suddenly, Arthur strode toward her, extending his hand. Please, no. Helena gasped, trembling, her heart racing as she desperately wished to flee. Yet, her fear rendered her legs heavy as lead. Leaving her frozen as Arthur drew near, he gently adjusted the blue scarf around her neck, offering a light chuckle before briskly exiting. That I'm not dead. The master just smiled at me. No, that must be an illusion. A bloodthirsty pirate could not possibly be so kind. Helena stood in disbelief, recalling the dire lottery her fellow maids had drawn to serve Arthur during his bath. She had drawn the shortest straw, and was on the verge of despair, having even penned a farewell note. Yet, it took her nearly 2 hours to traverse the 100 meters of corridor. To her surprise, however, Arthur did not seem as merciless as the rumors suggested. Yet, with her parents slain by pirates, trusting a pirate was an impossibility. The bathroom door swung open once more, and summoning her courage. Helena wrapped herself in a towel and entered, clutching a glinting dagger. As she watched Arthur's figure draw closer, her heart raced perilously. Helena, you can do this. Kill him and avenge your parents. A voice echoed relentlessly in her mind. Who is it? Arthur casually inquired without turning. It's me, master. Helena feigned calmness, though her grip on the dagger trembled uncontrollably. Helena, do you wish to use the bath first? Arthur's tone remained unperturbed. No. I will serve you during your bath. After a brief pause, Arthur replied coolly, I appreciate your efforts. Helena, you need not thank me. Serving you is my honor. As Helena approached Arthur, recalling the brutal fate of her parents at the hands of pirates, her expression twisted into a snarl, and she suddenly lunged the dagger toward the back of Arthur's neck. Yet, to her shock, the dagger she had clutched had inexplicably vanished. Are you looking for this? Arthur, still facing away, held up the sharp dagger with a casual flourish. Die, you wretched pirate. Knowing she faced certain death, Helena suddenly drew a short blade from beneath her towel, disregarding the garment that slipped to the floor, and lunged at Arthur's back with fierce intent. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds echoed continuously. Arthur, leisurely washing and trimming his hair, hummed a tune as he effortlessly deflected Helena's lethal assault, never once turning around. Breathing heavily, Helena staggered back, her trembling arms struggling to maintain their grip on the short blade. She understood all too well that against a formidable opponent like Arthur, even a surprise attack held no promise of success. Driven by her desire for vengeance, Helena braved the odds, But reality proved unforgiving. In a desperate bid to avoid further torment, she aimed the short blade at her own neck. As she closed her eyes, awaiting death, she was bewildered to open them and find a large hand firmly gripping the blade, blood trickling from the wound on his palm. Arthur draped the bloodied short blade aside, covering her alluring form with the towel he had taken from her. Leaning against Helena, he casually remarked, "Fixed notions often breed blind spots. Perhaps this is all just a misunderstanding. Are you really planning to let me go?" Helena questioned with a bitter laugh. Of course. Regular exercise is beneficial for both mind and body. So I welcome any attempts to ambush me, Arthur replied, a smile gracing his face. Don't think this will earn you my gratitude. Pushing Arthur away, Helena's demeanor turned icy, her eyes brimming with rage. Devoid of her previous innocence. Do not underestimate the power of generosity. Arthur maintained his calm tone. Upon noticing Arthur's bare form, Helena's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze in annoyance, muttering, "How despicable." Arthur, bemused, responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Surely, I cannot leave you exposed while covering only myself. Of course, I would be more than willing to do so. Regardless, you are despicable, despicable, despicable." With a heart laden with mixed emotions, Helena turned and dashed out of the bathroom. Arthur, on the other hand, continued to hum a cheerful tune, reclining in the warm bath and savoring the comforting sauna, as if nothing had transpired. Arthur was well aware of Helena's motives for the head butler. Tang Yi had recently briefed him on the entire personnel situation at Norton Manor. Arthur had also promised that as long as he did not provoke their boundaries or endanger Ginny and Uncle Eugene, all matters could be discussed amicably. Moreover, Helena and her companions, who had lost their parents to piracy, posed no genuine threat to Arthur. He regarded such surprise attacks as mere diversions in life, reflecting his true sentiments. It seemed that life at Norton Manor would never be as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. Having resided at Norton Manor for about a week, Arthur, eager to grow stronger, spent his days in a rigorous routine of self-discipline through exercise and painting. The stunning beauty, Lilia, sent by Andrew, lingered in the manor's top-tier kitchen, tirelessly sampling a variety of delicacies. While everything appeared normal, Arthur chose not to pry further into the identity of the slave owner. Andrew and the forces behind him, Jenny and the others, including Saint Nye, would dutifully visit the church each day to offer their prayers, while the restless Uncle Eugene had taken up hunting, toting a shotgun in search of turkeys in the hills behind the manor. Life seemed calm and monotonous. However, the pursuit of such blissful tranquility often demanded an unfathomable price. Helena's ambushes against Arthur did not cease, occurring thrice daily without fail. Moreover, several maidens who had lost loved ones to pirates joined in, transitioning from solo assaults to coordinated team efforts, employing tactics of seduction, deception, and traps with increasing frequency. Yet, regardless of their numbers or the ingenuity of their strategies, it was the maidens who ended up humiliated and defeated. They launched their surprise attacks with unwavering determination, yet remained dutifully respectful towards their master, Arthur, gradually establishing a peculiar tacit understanding that as time passed, the maids of Norton Manor came to realize that Arthur was unlike other pirates. The refined and cultured Arthur would often make time to read from the library's collection, predominantly engaging in painting and exercise, making it hard to fathom that he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Their interactions over time slowly revealed to the maids why young Master Michael would allow such a notorious pirate to reside in the privately owned Norton Manor. One evening, standing on the third-floor balcony of the castle after completing a seascape, Arthur approached, accepting a glass of wine from Eugene. He gazed at the vast, azure ocean and murmured, "Uncle Eugene, I wish to return home." "Home, you say?" Eugene inquired. "Yes, I hope the family can intervene to ensure your safety," Arthur declared earnestly. Possessing the power of the sea god, Arthur was unafraid of the Navy. Rather, he feared their potential arrival on York Island and the consequent threat to Ginny, Saint Nye, and the others, who had only just begun to live peacefully. "Indeed, you have been away from home for several years, wandering the seas as a Navy man," Eugene remarked, finishing his wine and looking at Arthur with a slight flush. "A man does this for one of two reasons. Either he is fleeing from something, or he is in search of something." Eugene's words were astute. As a bastard son, Arthur could not inherit noble status under imperial law. Feeling the injustice of fate, Arthur resolutely joined the Navy, aspiring to earn the rank of admiral and become a significant figure in his family, returning home in glory. However, contrary to his aspirations, Arthur, who had not even attained the rank of officer, had instead become a heavily sought-after pirate, a member of the Fremont family. Despite his current status as a pirate, he still intended to return. The family motto, "Blood binds us as kin," had for centuries compelled them to protect every family member of their bloodline with utmost dedication. Arthur merely wished for the family to intimidate the Navy, safeguarding the ordinary lives of Ginny, St. Nye, and the others, believing that the family patriarch, his father Doran, would not refuse. "Indeed, Uncle Eugene, I have made my decision," Arthur said with solemnity. One thing Arthur did not express was that this was Michael's exclusive estate, and he could not selfishly allow it to become a target for the Navy and bounty hunters. If he were to leave for a while, appearing in the Navy's line of sight, York Island would be relatively safer. Then go, but do not leave with regrets. Eugene sighed. He understood well why Arthur was so eager to depart York Island. Clearly to divert the Navy's attention and ensure their safety. Nevertheless, Eugene did not hinder Arthur. For attempting to stop someone who had already made up their mind would only be counterproductive. As Arthur prepared to leave York Island early the next morning, he explained the situation to the head butler, Tang Yi. As a matter of courtesy, it would be inappropriate to depart without a word. In the dim light of night, the silvery moonlight streamed through the window. And suddenly, Arthur's door was gently pushed open. St. Nye, clad in adorable cartoon pajamas and clutching a pillow, tiptoed in, looking at the sitting Arthur with a face full of grievance, saying, "I'm a bit scared to sleep alone." "Has something happened?" Arthur asked with a wry smile, observing St. Nye, who had already nestled beside him, her expression far from fearful. With her body nearly draped over Arthur's, St. Nye murmured reluctantly, "Brother Arthur, are you really leaving tomorrow? Why must you leave us? When will you return? Will you bring me gifts?" She bombarded him with questions in one breath. "There are matters I must attend to, but I will return soon," Arthur replied, his tone as gentle as possible. "You're lying. When the bandits broke into our home, my father and mother told me they would return soon too, but..." St. Nye's voice faltered as she began to choke back tears. Arthur embraced her tenderly, whispering words of comfort until she fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the doorway of Arthur's room, Jenny, clad in her nightgown, felt her eyes well up as she overheard St. Nye recounting her story. Upon learning that Arthur planned to leave York Island alone the following morning, Jenny, casting aside her modesty, summoned her courage to confess her feelings that very night, only to be preempted by St. Nye. Just as she prepared to leave, she was startled by the sudden appearance of someone behind her, nearly crying out in surprise. "Shoo!" Lilia signaled Jenny to remain silent, stepping back with a mischievous grin. "Oh dear, it seems our little lady is feeling some fluttering emotions. Are you hoping to share something special with Arthur tonight? How shy. You, don't speak nonsense. I merely took a wrong turn," Jenny retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Dressed so provocatively. "Don't tell me you also took a wrong turn." Jenny suddenly noticed Lilia's attire, which was so alluring that it made her blush. "Indeed, I came to ignite a spark of romance with Arthur. What can you do about it?" Lilia unabashedly admitted. "How shameless," Jenny snapped, glaring at Lilia with hostility, as if she were trying to steal her treasure. "Then what are you doing here?" Lilia teased, playfully brushing her hand against Jenny's skin. "Who?" Lilia's expression suddenly turned cold as she stared down the corridor, her voice low and commanding. "Miss Jenny, Miss Lilia, good evening." Helena, attempting to maintain her composure, emerged from the hallway. Though her demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. "It's Helena," Lilia exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "Are you here to bid farewell to Arthur?" Seeking warmth in his embrace, Lilia dramatically mimicked a heartfelt embrace. Casting a playful glance at Helena. "No, that's not it. You misunderstand. I shall take my leave," Helena stammered, akin to a startled rabbit, losing her earlier air of aloof confidence as she politely bowed to the two and hurriedly exited the corridor. "Another rival, how amusing," Lilia chuckled, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "You can play by yourself. I'm going back." Jenny, disinterested in Lilia, turned and departed down the corridor. Early the next morning, Arthur bid farewell to the throngs gathered at the harbor, embarking on a rather cramped canoe that soon vanished from sight. Shortly after Arthur's departure, a luxurious giant ship appeared in the port, its massive hull resembling a small mountain. Norton Manor's chief steward, Tang Yi, was momentarily taken aback before greeting the vessel with a beaming smile. Amidst the curious gazes of Jenny, Lilia, and others, hundreds of well-trained bodyguards clad in black rushed to the harbor, diligently scanning for potential threats. In no time, under the protection of countless guards, Michael, dressed in a princess gown, disembarked from the grand ship, her face alight with anticipation, upon learning that Arthur and his party had arrived at York Island. A delighted Michael hastily concluded family matters and, with her father's approval, hurried from her family to York Island. Now restored to her true identity as a daughter, Michael had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Arthur aboard the ship and was eager to share everything with him. "Uncle Tang, where is Mr. Arthur?" Michael murmured, her expression one of urgency. "Unfortunately, young lady, Mr. Arthur has just departed," replied the chief steward Tang Yi, somewhat helplessly. This cannot be true. Michael suddenly appeared despondent, as if the world around her had turned gray. "Hello, I am Arthur's fiancée. I look forward to your guidance." Lilia, ever eager to stir trouble, suddenly stepped forward with a grave demeanor to introduce herself. "Someone, throw her into the sea to feed the sharks." Michael's expression darkened as she pointed at Lilia, issuing the command offhandedly. "Help, help." Lilia was taken aback, and as she was dragged toward the ocean by a dozen burly men, she quickly began to cry out for assistance. Until the bemused chief steward Tang intervened to stop the chaos. "This cannot be true." Tang Yi, having followed closely behind Michael, listened to her despondent murmurs. Seizing the opportunity, Jenny quietly inquired of chief steward Tang Yi. "Why is she addressed as young master when she is clearly a lady?" "Because the master values her abilities but does not favor her gender," Tang Yi sighed, lowering his voice as he continued. "For generations, the young lady has been raised in the manner of a male heir, and the entire family refers to her as the young master. For the sake of the family's legacy, it is likely that her future with Mr. Arthur. I hope Mr. Arthur returns soon." Tang Yi sighed and quickly followed suit. "May all be well with Arthur," Jenny silently prayed. Lilia, standing not far away, gazed with a complex expression at the already distant Michael. Seemingly intrigued by her in truth, Lilia's presence here was merely an ancillary task. Her true objective was to court the future heir of the Michael family by any means necessary. However, Lilia was unprepared for the revelation that the renowned gentleman of the outside world was, in fact, a woman. Over 10 days later, after departing from York Island, Arthur finally arrived at the Eastern Zhou Kingdom, where his family resided. Arthur's full name was Fremont Arthur, and as a member of the family, returning to the Eastern Zhou Kingdom after a 3-year absence stirred a tumult of emotions within him. When it comes to the Fremont family, they are undoubtedly the foremost family in the Eastern Zhou Kingdom. The family's influence pervades the kingdom's military, appointments, and commerce. The words of the Fremont patriarch often hold more weight than those of the king himself. This kingdom is powerful and prosperous, with the Fremont family having made significant contributions, albeit at the expense of considerable risks. No monarch relishes the idea of subordinates possessing power that overshadows their own. For the king of the Eastern Zhou Kingdom, the threat of an upheaval looms ever closer. Yet, the elders of the Fremont family, accustomed to wielding authority, seem to regard the king's concessions as merely routine. In fact, a few years prior, a scandal erupted when a Fremont family member, inebriated, committed the heinous act of shooting a princess who had married into the family. To everyone's astonishment, the king merely issued a mild reprimand and did not pursue accountability from the Fremont family, which only emboldened their arrogance. It was later rumored that, in a fit of rage, the king executed all prisoners within the dungeons. Clearly, the relationship between the king and the family had become increasingly adversarial. Traversing the bustling central boulevard, Arthur, cloaked in black, stood at the heart of the city. In the distance, the majestic skyline, a testament to centuries of construction by the Fremont family, surpassed even the opulence of the royal residence. Soon, the unusual presence of Arthur caught the attention of others. A dozen armed guards quickly surrounded him, but by the time they closed in, Arthur had vanished without a trace. "What a ghost," one officer muttered as he and his men resumed their duties. Arthur pressed forward, navigating through familiar childhood memories. Even with his eyes shut, he could navigate every corridor and chamber of the castle with ease. Although the castle was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every few steps, the security measures were as inconsequential to Arthur as air. After approximately half an hour, Arthur finally arrived at the door of the family patriarch, his father's chambers. He poured himself a glass of wine and settled onto a nearby sofa, quietly awaiting his father's arrival. Determined to secure the patriarch's promise to safeguard Jenny and the others, the door creaked open. The figure that entered the dimly lit room was not Arthur's father, but a rather familiar elder. This imposing man, with graying hair and a full beard, was none other than Arthur's uncle, Doran. This uncle, who had always been at odds with Arthur's father since childhood, had caused Arthur no small amount of trouble in his youth. In fact, out of spite, he had once dispatched assassins from the family to eliminate Arthur, But when discovered, he was stripped of his title according to family laws and had spent several years in a water dungeon. His presence in the Patriarch's room indicated that significant events had transpired within the Fremont family during Arthur's absence. Doran casually hung his coat on a nearby rack, and as he flipped on the lights, he was taken aback by the sight of Arthur, who sat on the sofa, coldly regarding him. "Isn't this my dear nephew, Arthur? Welcome home." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Doran's eyes, quickly replaced by a facade of amiable smiles. "Doran, if you are now the Patriarch, where is my father?" Arthur inquired in a low voice, betraying no concern for Doran's current status. "Arthur, you truly should have returned sooner." Doran approached and seated himself at the expansive desk, looking at Arthur with a semblance of remorse. "A year ago, your father contracted a peculiar ailment, and your elder brother, Ashur, resigned from his position as a minister to accompany your father to the eastern borders of the empire for recuperation. My abilities are limited, and I am merely acting in the role of patriarch until your father's return. I swear to the gods that I will relinquish power the moment he returns." Doran said earnestly. "I see. It appears I misjudged you, Uncle Doran." Arthur gave Doran a meaningful glance, expressing a hint of contrition. "It is only natural that you do not trust your uncle. I indeed made many mistakes in my youth." Doran suddenly smacked his forehead, a look of annoyance crossing his features. "How forgetful I am. There is still a letter sent by your father just a few days ago. Old age is truly making me forgetful." Doran bent down to open a drawer, but his expression abruptly twisted into one of malevolence as he seized a short firearm from the cabinet and began firing at Arthur repeatedly. However, no bullets discharged from the gun, nor did the sound of gunfire erupt. Doran's face drained of color, and he staggered back against the wall, hastily discarding the firearm and sweating profusely as he stammered, "Arthur, this is all a misunderstanding." Sitting on the sofa, Arthur's expression remained inscrutable, his piercing gaze locked onto the terrified Doran. Suddenly, Arthur leaned slightly forward, extending his palm as the bullets he had been holding clattered to the ground. The Mott family had its traditions. No matter how close their ties with the king, they would never station the military at their front gates. My father has always been in robust health. The excuse of illness is utterly absurd. As for my brother Ashur, he made it abundantly clear that his ambition lay in military service to defend the country, and he would never take on the role of a minister. And the gravest error you committed was the unmistakable fear in your eyes. That underlying dread has never waned, which means you must have known all along that I am now a pirate. Arthur paused, a mocking smile curling his lips as he continued. "Thus, you are merely wasting my time, which will only serve to infuriate me. Therefore, before I render you incapacitated, please divulge the truth of all matters to me." With a pallid countenance, Doran despondently sank into his chair, resignedly gazing at Arthur. Suddenly, as the chair sank, a torrent of water surged toward Arthur, and in that fleeting moment, Doran vanished from the room. Numerous railings forged from or plummeted swiftly, instantly transforming the entire abode into an airtight prison, while the stone shackles that emerged from either side of the sofa firmly restrained Arthur. Immobility beset Arthur, who soon noted that both the railings and the shackles were crafted from sea stone, capable of temporarily nullifying the powers of a devil fruit user. Before long, the wall before Arthur gradually descended, revealing a smug Doran, who, with an air of arrogance, taunted the now captive Arthur. "Had I known you, you wretched scoundrel, would return, did you think yourself strong? A mere jest. I have prepared a plethora of delightful entertainments to slowly torment you to death." Arthur remained tranquil upon the sofa, gazing at the seemingly triumphant Doran. "Now, might you reveal the truth to me? You are on the brink of death, and the so-called truth is of no consequence to you anymore." The malevolent Doran appeared unwilling to elaborate further, instead pressing a mechanism before him. Suddenly, 6 automated cannons protruded from the corners of the walls, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Arthur. The whistling bullets and thunderous noise stirred up dust that enveloped the entire room. After a moment, as the dust gradually settled, Arthur sat calmly on the sofa, not a drop of the liquid in the glass on the coffee table spilled. "Is this all you can muster, dear Uncle Doran?" Arthur's tone remained as composed as ever. "Impossible!" Doran exclaimed in shock, promptly pressing another button. Immediately, a dense cloud of toxic gas surged into the room from the corners, swiftly saturating the space, transforming it into what appeared to be a surreal paradise. The room's floor, walls, and furnishings began to dissolve within the noxious mist, revealing the potency of the toxins. Doran, who had anticipated hearing Arthur's anguished cries, was met with disappointment. Despite the gas suffusing the room, Arthur seemed utterly unaffected. It was not until half an hour later, when Doran had completely lost his patience, that he witnessed Arthur smiling enigmatically. Quite impressive. What else do you have for me? Arthur inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Frustrated, Doran exhausted every means of attack at his disposal, yet remained ensnared by the sea stone. Logically, Arthur should have lost his devil fruit powers and been rendered immobile. Yet he emerged unscathed, not even a thread of his attire marred. Doran had devolved into a mere jester, performing a laughable and clumsy act. How can this be? Are you human or specter? Doran gasped. Incredulity etched across his features. He had never heard of a devil fruit user resisting sea stone. Unbeknownst to Doran, Arthur's strength stemmed from the water of Poseidon, not from a devil fruit. It was the might of the sea god, far surpassing that of any devil fruit, rendering the sea stone utterly impotent against him. Out of tricks, are we? Then I declare this performance to be at an end. Arthur's demeanor suddenly turned frigid. In an instant, the sea stone shackles that bound him shattered into fragments. With a swift motion, he burst through the wall, standing before a terror-stricken Doran. I shall reveal everything to you. Doran immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Sure, when did I permit you to speak? Arthur coldly rebuked. Yes, Doran meekly acquiesced. Arthur regarded the spacious secret chamber with reverence, taking note of the ancestral portraits that adorned the walls. Upon reaching the portrait of Tim, the first leader of the Fremont family, he inclined his body in a slight bowed in Doran's astonished gaze. Arthur delivered a powerful punch to the portrait, resulting in a resounding crash as the entire wall crumbled. Within the wall lay a sharp long sword, ablaze with flames, the very sword that represented the chieftain's identity and had been passed down through generations of the family. Arthur grasped the hilt, the flames instantly engulfing his arm, the searing pain causing him to tremble. After a moment, as the intensity of the flames subsided, Arthur withdrew the long sword and secured it at his back, feeling an inexplicable connection to the blazing weapon. Had he not borne the blood of the Fremont family, the flames would have reduced him to ash. Ignoring Doran, Arthur turned and proceeded down the passageway leading outside. However, at the instant Doran attempted to rise, a torrent of water surged forth, propelling him back into the room. Simultaneously, all mechanisms' buttons were activated by the rushing water. The screams were but a fleeting moment. The entire chamber had transformed into a hellish battleground. Blades, automated cannons, and toxic gas were unleashed, even though Doran was already beyond salvation. The corridor leading outside was not particularly lengthy. Just as Arthur emerged, a multitude of arrows and bullets whistled through the air. Arthur's gaze remained serene as he advanced with a leisurely gait, a protective barrier of rippling water surrounding him, effortlessly consuming the oncoming lethal projectiles. The dense mist of water enveloped the castle, transforming it into an aquatic realm. The family guards, armed with blades and swords, appeared as if trapped in quicksand, immobilized and helpless to watch as Arthur departed with ease. Upon exiting the castle, Arthur suddenly halted, gazing indifferently at the throng of family soldiers that encircled the square, blocking all escape routes. With a command, numerous cannons and countless rifles swiftly aimed at Arthur, the leader among them fixating on Arthur with an air of confidence. As though victory was already secured, Arthur was all too familiar with this individual. He was Ned, Doran's son. This brash lad remained oblivious to the fact that his father, Doran, had met a gruesome end at the hands of his own traps. Poor Arthur, I anticipated your return. Ned jeered at Arthur. I have prepared a welcoming gift for you. With a casual wave, a contingent of armed family soldiers emerged, escorting a group of over 50 men, women, and children. These individuals had been deprived of their eyes, their noses severed, and their limbs cruelly amputated, their scarred bodies bound by iron wire. Enduring unspeakable torment, Arthur's body trembled slightly as he recognized several faces within the emaciated group. Among them were those who had cared for him since childhood, along with their families. He could hardly fathom the inhumane suffering they had endured during their years apart, while the illustrious and valiant heir of the Fremont family, Ozer, fled with his tail between his legs. He callously abandoned you. Yet his brother, Arthur, shall witness your demise here. Ned sneered condescendingly at the prostrate figures before him. Suddenly, a youth on the ground, spurred by Ned's taunts, lunged at his calf, biting down fiercely. Ned howled in pain, and before long, the guards rushed in, mercilessly slaying the youth who had held Ozer in such high regard. Kill these foolish creatures, Ned roared, his face contorted with rage. Originally, Ned had intended to keep these captives alive to torment them before Arthur, but the wound to his leg had compelled him to order their immediate execution. "Hey, Ned," Arthur called out, his gaze obscured beneath his brow. As if beckoning "Do you still wish to save them?" Ned pushed past the soldiers beside him, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Arthur. "Let me tell you, these pigs have been injected with a slow-acting poison. When it strikes at midnight, their anguished cries will be utterly delightful. I have no intention of saving them, for I have decided that you shall accompany them to the grave." Arthur's voice, though not raised, resonated with an oppressive force that weighed heavily upon all present. "Something is amiss, Master Ned." A soldier rushed from the castle, nearly stumbling to the ground upon catching sight of the menacing Arthur standing nearby. "What is it?" Ned's brow furrowed as he coldly questioned the soldier. "The clan leader, Lord Doran, has met a gruesome end in the secret chamber. His remains are left in a pitiful state." The soldier trembled as he reported. The thought of Doran's tragic fate sent shudders through the messenger. My father. Ned's eyes turned crimson with rage, and in a fit of anger, he unsheathed his sword and swiftly drove it through the throat of a soldier. He then bellowed a command to his family's mercenaries, proclaiming, "Whoever beheads Arthur shall receive a reward of 10 million baileys and be bestowed with the title of knight. Charge forth." Under the lure of such generous rewards, the mercenaries of the Fremont family, who had surrounded the square, surged forward, and the air was soon filled with the sound of battle cries. Arthur, however, remained composed, facing the throngs of soldiers with an unflinching demeanor. As countless mercenaries approached, Arthur raised his hand with deliberate calmness, and from his fingertips, a swirling mass of water began to materialize. What appeared to be a casual flick of his wrist transformed the rapidly coalescing water into a myriad of glistening droplets, which, like bullets, pierced through the bodies of the mercenaries. Amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers, the mercenaries shrieked in agony as their bodies grotesquely expanded. Those struck by the droplets erupted with a series of muffled explosions, resembling balloons bursting, scattering flesh and blood across the ground. Yet, the droplets did not dissipate. Instead, they continued to penetrate the mercenaries behind them, leaving a scene of carnage, transforming the square into a hellish battleground replete with viscous blood. With but a mere gesture, Arthur had decimated a significant portion of the mercenaries, including the tyrannical Ned. The remaining soldiers, now pale with terror, recognized him as a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. Having never witnessed such a terrifying method of slaughter, little did Ned, now reduced to a puddle of gore, realize that the once obscure illegitimate son, Arthur, had grown to such formidable strength. In truth, Ned's reckless pursuit of death stemmed from his ignorance of Arthur's current status as a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million baileys. A fact only known to the now deceased Dolan, who had perished in a secret chamber. Arthur cast a glance at the remaining mercenaries before donning a hood and turning to leave. For him, while he would eliminate every enemy in his path, it did not bring him joy. The act of slaying those tormented attendants weighed heavily on his conscience, despite knowing that such actions were a form of their liberation. A day later, in a small border town of the Eastern Zhou Empire, near the sea, Arthur personally erected a gravestone atop a lush green hill. From the intelligence available, it seemed his father and elder brother, Ozer, had successfully evacuated, though their whereabouts remained unknown. Yet, Arthur felt a premonition that they would soon cross paths again. Suddenly, he recalled Andrew, the influential slave owner who had sought him out. Perhaps their meeting was not mere coincidence. Did Andrew, with his formidable connections, already know of the events transpiring within the Fremont family? What, then, was his true objective in seeking Arthur? Initially confident, Arthur now found himself engulfed in further confusion. As if the truth was obscured by a veil of fog, Arthur's attention shifted towards two travelers making their way along a mountain path. One young man, animated and exuberant, exclaimed, "Have you heard? The so-called strongest family in the empire, the Fremonts, was infiltrated by a mysterious assassin who slaughtered nearly half their guards. Their elite have begun to return to their stronghold, and even the Navy has dispatched a vice admiral for protection." "Impossible. That is the Fremont family," protested the older man beside him, skepticism etched across his features. "It is true. A friend of mine works at a newspaper and has captured real photographs. Soon it will spread across the globe," the young man insisted earnestly. "Who would dare challenge the Fremont family? Surely the king will issue a bounty. Rumor has it the assassin is quite young. He is my idol. I admire him immensely. If only I could meet him, it would be worth a lifetime," the young man declared, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Suddenly, he noticed Arthur standing before the gravestone, observing them, and provocatively shouted, "Hey, you over there. What are you staring at? Watch out, or I'll knock you out." Arthur paid them no heed and swiftly departed the hilltop, "What a strange fellow," the young man muttered, as he and the older man continued on their way. From their conversation, Arthur gleaned a few key points. Notably, no one mentioned the identity of the assassin, whether it was due to the surviving mercenary's guilty conscience or a directive to keep Arthur's identity secret. His status remained undisclosed. Furthermore, Arthur was now certain that the king of the Eastern Zhou Empire would not pursue him. With the former patriarch missing and the current head slain, and with more than half of their mercenaries exterminated, the Fremont family was at its most vulnerable, and the king would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to reclaim power. Meanwhile, Arthur had reclaimed the family's ancestral relic, the blazing sword of Tim, thereby severing ties with his lineage. However, due to the inability to ensure the safety of Jenny and others under the family's protection, Arthur had resolved to set sail for the Grand Line without delay. This would divert the attention of the Navy and bounty hunters away from Norton Manor on York Island. Moreover, Arthur was in urgent need of a mentor to impart the art of hockey to him. A colossal ship, cleaving through the waves, was filled with hundreds of jubilant pirates. From the brink of disaster, as the vessel threatened to splinter, they had managed to navigate safely into the currents of the Grand Line. The relief of surviving the ordeal brought tears to the eyes of many pirates. For them, the prospect of becoming part of the Grand Line and the audacious adventurers conquering the seas was exhilarating. They fantasized about potentially becoming warlords of the sea, or even legendary emperors of the sea, many of them overwhelmed with emotion as they gazed out at the vast ocean. Amidst their revelry stood one individual who appeared out of place. A young pirate sprawled at the ship's edge. Asleep, the crew initially assumed he had fainted from the perils of entering the Grand Line. Indeed, few could maintain their composure in such circumstances. Yet this slumbering youth would occasionally stretch, roll over, and murmur in his dreams, leaving the other pirates astonished at his apparent nonchalance in such tumultuous conditions. Even more peculiar was the fact that he carried a sketch pad and a weapon wrapped in cloth, its origins a mystery. It seemed only a captain with a bold disposition would dare bring this unknown character aboard. "Wake up, you imbecile," a one-eyed, middle-aged pirate approached, barking at the young man. This bearded captain, with a parrot perched upon his shoulder, was none other than Macy, the ship's commander. The young man, visibly displeased, rose, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he muttered, "Is it time to eat? All you think about is food. Get up and hoist the sails." The one-eyed captain nearly exploded with frustration, raising his iron hook as if to strike. The young pirate hastily scampered off to raise the sails. This young man among the pirates was none other than Arthur, who, having departed from his family's oppressive legacy, had no intention of returning to York Island. He had embarked on a journey to the Grand Line. Initially, Arthur planned to traverse the Grand Line in a small canoe. But during his passage through the Twin Gorges, he encountered the renowned doctor of the Pirate King, Dr. Carocas. After a fierce battle, Carocas, thoroughly impressed, and Arthur shared a drink together. From him, Arthur learned invaluable information about the Grand Line. And upon Carocas's recommendation, he integrated himself into a crew venturing into the Grand Line. The pirates aboard this ship were formidable fighters, and the vessel itself was sturdy, which contributed to Arthur's choice. However, his intention was merely to hitch a ride to the Grand Line. Sailing the seas could be quite monotonous, especially for a pirate crew just entering the Grand Line, completely unfamiliar with their surroundings. Suddenly, a massive fish, dozens of meters long, leapt into the air, crashing down and drenching the deck in torrents of water, leaving everyone soaked to the bone. Only Arthur stood smiling, holding an umbrella, watching the other pirates with amusement. "It's time to eat." A stocky man with a square face emerged from the cabin, shouting at all the pirates. Countless pirates rushed into the galley, yet Arthur remained at the ship's edge, seemingly uninterested in joining the fray for food. Soon, the square-faced cook approached him, presenting a plate of food he had prepared. While not extravagant, the meal was well-balanced and appetizing, far superior to what the other pirates were receiving. The reason the chef prepared a special meal for Arthur was due to a prior incident where he had mistakenly injured his finger while chopping vegetables, resulting in a severe infection that necessitated the amputation of his entire hand. For a chef, losing a hand signifies the end of their culinary career. However, this young man, freshly retrieved from the sea, astonishingly healed the chef's hand, erasing all scars, and since then, the special meals had never ceased. "With your exceptional medical skills, it's truly a pity you're not a pirate," remarked the square-faced chef, lighting his pipe with a hint of nostalgia. "Is it not a loss for you, a master of culinary arts, to be a pirate?" Arthur retorted, having finished his meal in a whirlwind. Turning to the square-faced uncle, "Captain Macy saved my life. While I don't consider myself a pirate, I have used a kitchen knife to slay 3 Navy soldiers. The square-faced uncle chuckled self-deprecatingly. All for the sake of survival. Arthur remarked profoundly. Indeed, whether pirates or Navy, in many instances, it was all about survival and protecting vital companions. Rendering the notions of right and wrong moot. Here ahead lies Dan Island, home to countless prehistoric beasts, and legends speak of man-eating tribes existing there. The square-faced chef expressed with longing. Uncle, trouble is approaching. Arthur suddenly interrupted, pointing towards the southern sea. What trouble? The square-faced uncle responded, momentarily bewildered, scanning the tranquil waters for any sign of danger. Suddenly, the sea began to churn violently as dozens of ferocious tiger sharks sliced through the waves like speedboats. On their massive, gaping maws stood numerous men and women brandishing harpoons, adorned in camouflage, resembling primitive tribespeople. The abrupt emergence of danger left the square-faced uncle stunned. Hurry and find the captain, Arthur commanded with urgency. The chef, still dazed, nodded and rushed toward the cabin. It must be said that the enemies had chosen their timing well, striking just when the pirates were most complacent during their meal. Arthur stood at the ship's railing, observing the riders atop the tiger sharks as waterspouts as thick as barrels erupted from the ocean, crashing into the oncoming sharks. To Arthur's surprise, however, the tiger sharks, with their remarkably tough bodies, seemed utterly undeterred by pain. Continuing their swift advance, just as he prepared to strike again, the pirates who had been in the cabin surged forth. Upon seeing the enemies in the water, they brandished their weapons, readying for battle. While the ship's cannons aimed at the tiger shark riders, those valiant warriors of the sea, mounted on tiger sharks, hurled their harpoons with all their might, and some ill-prepared pirates found themselves pierced, their lifeblood spilling onto the deck. Witnessing their comrades being slaughtered ignited a fierce rage among the pirates, who retaliated immediately. Whistling cannonballs rained down into the sea, creating towering columns of water. Some projectiles struck the tiger sharks, exploding in blinding flashes, yet the cannon fire proved negligible against the sharks' formidable bodies. Enraged, the tiger sharks surged towards the ship, crashing violently against its hull, and some unfortunate pirates were swallowed whole before they could even scream. Clear the way. Captain Macy strode forward, suddenly lifting his eye patch, revealing pupils that glimmered like flames, reminiscent of a demon from hell. This was Arthur's first glimpse of Captain Macy's devil fruit power. Filling him with eager anticipation, suddenly, an unusual shockwave radiated outward, causing the distant tiger sharks to cease their assault, twisting their massive forms to attack their own allies. The shark riders, too, hurled their harpoons at their former companions, resulting in a swift and bloody melee that stained the ocean red. Observing the complete rout of the tiger shark riders, Captain Macy, standing at the ship's railing, boasted triumphantly, "A bunch of vermin. Do you now comprehend the might of my illusion fruit?" Arthur silently nodded. Indeed, Captain Macy's illusionary powers were formidable, particularly suited for such chaotic skirmishes. Suddenly, a wave of caution washed over Arthur as a massive water curtain formed in the distance. Simultaneously, a piercing beam of light shot from beneath the surface. With a thunderous crash, the water curtain shattered, yet it also completely neutralized the incoming ray. Arthur's heart raced. Had he not intervened earlier, the entire ship might have been obliterated in an instant. The mysteries hidden beneath that stretch of ocean were unfathomable. The questions lingered only briefly, as a colossal sea beast burst forth from the depths, its massive body shimmering a cerulean hue, reminiscent of a seahorse, revealing itself as the potential adversary that had just attacked. "Sea King," Arthur exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the legendary Sea King so soon after entering the Grand Line. Typically, Sea Kings possessed a degree of intelligence, yet this one appeared to be under the command of another. Reduced to a mere weapon of war. It seemed a battle was inevitable. With a sigh, Arthur steeled himself, positioning himself at the ship's railing, ready for the confrontation, just as he opened his mouth to speak. Captain Macy yanked him back from the edge. Before Arthur could utter a word, the square-faced chef Darwin dashed over, hoisting Arthur onto his shoulder and unceremoniously tossing him into a lifeboat. Many of the pirates, inexperienced in the Grand Line, were unaware that the towering beast before them was indeed the fabled Sea King. However, faced with such a terrifying creature, courage evaporated, and the massive Sea King, standing tall above the waves, sapped the will to fight from countless pirates. The limited number of pirate ships became overcrowded with those desperate to escape, leading to scenes of chaos as comrades turned against one another. Bodies falling into the sea. "You must survive, lad. It would be a shame for your medical prowess to vanish," the chef Darwin declared, his face alight with genuine warmth. His heartfelt smile resembled a final farewell, indicating he had no intention of abandoning ship. Arthur observed clearly that Captain Macy, the first mate, and over 30 pirates had not chosen to flee but remained steadfast at their posts. "Uncle, I am not actually a doctor," Arthur replied sincerely in the face of that gentle smile. The square-faced chef paused, a mix of amusement and exasperation crossing his features. "Regardless of your identity, lad, you must live on. No time to waste." "Set sail immediately," Captain Macy ordered sternly, rushing towards the alert first mate. The pirate ship roared to life, speeding away from the looming danger, while some pirates, unable to reach the lifeboats in time, leaped into the ocean in a desperate bid for survival. Arthur understood Captain Macy's intentions. They were not abandoning their comrades, but rather using the pirate ship as bait to protect those in the lifeboats, just as Arthur had anticipated the moment the pirate ship set sail. Under Captain Macy's command, the cannons roared to life. Occasionally, a shot would strike the Sea King's body, akin to a grain of rice hitting a human, utterly powerless. The Sea King's enormous eyes scrutinized the pirate ship, intrigued by the minuscule creature's intentions, perhaps waiting for the one who had thwarted its lethal strike to act again. After a moment, the massive Sea King, resembling a seahorse, seemed to lose patience, plunging into the depths and swimming swiftly toward the pirate ship. Its colossal form erupted from the ocean, generating a 100-meter wave that descended like a giant hand. Poised to crush, hard right, full speed ahead, Captain Macy barked, urgency evident in his tone as the pirate ship surged forward against the descending wave. Just as the wave was about to engulf the ship, Captain Macy seized the moment and shouted, "Drop anchor, 3/4 to port." The pirate steering the ship was momentarily taken aback. If that were the case, they would have to confront towering waves nearly 100 meters high. Nevertheless, in the next instant, he swiftly turned the helm. The pirate vessel rapidly changed course, facing the immense waves that loomed before them. Appearing as inconsequential as a mere leaf. As the formidable waves threatened to engulf the ship, a miracle occurred. The vessel soared along the edge of the waves, as if it were a train gliding along its tracks. The pirates on board finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently admiring Captain Macy's wealth of experience, as he skillfully navigated the ship by timing their movements with the water's surface. However, there was no time to rest, for a new crisis soon descended upon them. The Sea King let out a deafening roar, and the surrounding waters began to churn violently, causing the sea creatures in the vicinity to panic and flee in terror. A massive tail, nearly 100 meters long, arched high above and crashed down towards the pirate ship. Captain Macy commanded the crew to evade with all their might, but the mast was still caught in the onslaught and shattered. Clearly, the Sea King had no intention of letting them escape. Its enormous tail struck again. "It's over," the cook Darwin murmured, his face ashen, while the other pirates wore expressions of despair, and the first mate sat on the ground, clutching his head in fear. "Do not give up," Captain Macy shouted, his face twisted in determination as he personally took the helm. Yet, no matter how deftly Captain Macy maneuvered, the ship, unable to harness the waves for swift movement, was powerless to evade, forced to watch as the colossal tail descended. With a thunderous crash, the Sea King's tail, nearly 100 meters long, did not strike the pirate ship, nor did it even touch the surface of the sea. To the astonishment of Captain Macy and the others, a hazy mist, stretching for several kilometers, seemingly materialized to block the Sea King's tail. Captain Macy turned to see, in disbelief, Arthur standing atop the waves, calmly facing the wind. This young man, who had seemingly been plucked from the sea, was revealed to possess the strength to confront the Sea King. Captain Macy quickly recalled the powerful light wave that had nearly destroyed their ship, which had suddenly dissipated. Could it be that this young man had controlled that tumultuous water curtain? For those with the powers of the devil fruit, the sea posed a tremendous threat. To think that there existed a formidable being capable of commanding the waters was nothing short of terrifying. It seemed the Sea King had finally awaited Arthur's intervention, letting out a thunderous roar as it unleashed another beam of light directly at the ship. Arthur smirked coldly, waving his hand with ease. And in an instant, Captain Macy's vessel was propelled hundreds of meters away by the waves, effortlessly avoiding the lethal beam. With the water's support, Arthur took a small step and, in the next moment, was standing on the pirate ship. Under the awed gazes of Macy and the others, Arthur calmly instructed, "In a moment, you will retrieve the pirates from the sea and steer clear of the island. I will handle this, Sea King." "Who exactly are you?" Macy inquired tentatively to him. It was inconceivable that this young man, with such evident strength, could remain obscure, and the ability to control the sea was utterly unfathomable. Reflecting on how he had previously treated him like a subordinate, Captain Macy felt an inkling of apprehension. "Arthur, former second-class Navy soldier," he casually introduced himself. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, a powerful waterspout surged from the sea, instantly dispersing the light beams shot by the Sea King. "You are Arthur. My God!" Captain Messi gazed at Arthur with admiration, unable to believe that a pirate with a bounty of 100 million could be so young. "Captain, who is he?" The first mate, standing nearby, asked with a curious expression. He had never seen Captain Messi so flustered. This young man certainly exuded strength, yet he was so young. Could he possibly have some astonishing achievements? Captain Messi fixed Arthur with a gaze that seemed to say he had wasted his life, then composed himself to explain. "He is the legendary sea god, Arthur, a being capable of controlling the sea. A true powerhouse who single-handedly dismantled the entire strength of the Finland Navy division and captured a female naval colonel. Although the Navy claims it was a draw, he recently defeated the formidable Vice Admiral Ross, along with his entire fleet, annihilating the Lord of Anqing City and numerous nobles, earning a bounty of 100 million berries." Having finished his breathless account, Captain Messi looked at Arthur with profound admiration. Knowing that they had been saved today, "So you are the sea god Arthur," the first mate murmured in shock. 100 million berries was an astronomical figure for pirates with bounties of zero. The cook, the stout-faced Darwin, was momentarily stunned but quickly came to terms with it. He had sensed from the beginning that this young man was extraordinary, though he had not anticipated his strength to such an extent. A wave surged, propelling the entire ship hundreds of meters away, landing steadily alongside the lifeboats. Arthur nodded to Messi and the others, then leaped into the air, gliding across the waves toward the Sea King. "Captain, the Grand Line is perilous. Perhaps we should," the first mate faltered, having nearly perished at the hands of the Sea King. Another pirate quickly suggested, "Captain Messi, let us return to the South Blue. Our status is far more secure there." "What a bunch of cowards!" Messi interrupted angrily, his confidence unwavering as he declared, "This is the Grand Line. Only the strong can survive. One day, I too shall be as powerful as he is." Messi pointed toward Arthur, who was already engaged in battle with the Sea King. Suddenly, Messi stepped forward, raising his fist toward Arthur, as if to express both hope and agreement. The cook Darwin approached, mirroring Captain Messi by raising his fist toward Arthur. The rest of the crew followed suit, forming a line, fists raised high as they watched Arthur combat the Sea King. Each pirate felt an infusion of strength within them, a surge of fervor that almost instantaneously dispelled their fears of the Grand Line. It could be said that this encounter at sea irrevocably altered Messi's fate, and years later, at a crucial moment, he would even assist Arthur, though that tale is one for another time. Arthur, moving swiftly atop the waves, was enveloped by a gathering mist. As the tumultuous power surged and swirled, the sea, under the sea god's call, began to form violent waterspouts, accompanied by fierce and biting winds. These raging waterspouts erupted from all sides, relentlessly striking the massive body of the seahorse Sea King. Howling in pain, the Sea King let out a thunderous roar, its eyes turning crimson as it fixed its gaze on the audacious human who dared to inflict pain upon it. The Sea King swung its body, unleashing a colossal wave that surged toward Arthur, whose strength was insufficient to control the overwhelming momentum. However, despite the Sea King's powerful onslaught, the expansive area of effect diluted its force, compromising its accuracy. In contrast to the Sea King, Arthur, whose form was relatively diminutive, easily evaded the rising waves, hovering above the surface of the sea, poised to launch another attack. Enormous curtains of water rose around Arthur, blocking the deadly beams fired by the Sea King. Just as Arthur was gathering strength for a decisive strike against the Sea King, the enormous seahorse conjured yet another towering wave. "Big seahorse, that move is futile." Arthur sneered at the approaching wave that reached hundreds of meters in height. He understood well that Sea Kings possessed intelligence. The larger and older they were, the more profound their wisdom. Yet, this particular seahorse, fully aware that the wave could not reach its enemy, continued to employ it, revealing the instinct-driven nature of animals, utilizing the sea's power. Arthur effortlessly dodged the surging waves, raising a water curtain from the surface to shield himself from the incoming deadly beam. Arthur was confident. He had become quite familiar with the Sea King's patterns of attack. First, it would leverage the towering waves, followed by the deadly beams. In most cases, this strategy would lead to the enemy's demise. Thus, the Sea King repeatedly employed these two methods of assault, revealing its weakness and failing to ignite Arthur's fighting spirit. However, this time, as the rising water curtain fell, the anticipated deadly beam did not materialize. What unsettled Arthur even more was the sudden disappearance of the Sea King from sight, with the water curtain he had conjured now serving as a veil for the Sea King's movements. Suddenly, the Sea King emerged from beneath Arthur's feet. Having come from the depths of the ocean, Arthur had failed to detect its presence. As Arthur attempted to evade, he was struck with shock, realizing that with the enormous Sea King approaching, his speed was insufficient to escape. Water barrier. With no path for retreat, Arthur concentrated all his strength, forming a transparent, aquamarine barrier around him. The colossal head of the Sea King collided violently with the barrier, sending a tremor coursing through Arthur's entire being as the water barrier shattered. Blood trickled from the corner of Arthur's mouth. His severely injured body succumbed to the pull of the ocean. The Sea King pursued him into the depths, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth resembling a mountain of knives, capable of effortlessly shredding anything in its path. In a moment of dire urgency, Arthur melded with the sea, narrowly evading the Sea King's ferocious strike. Yet, the creature's acute sense of smell kept it close, prowling the waters, poised to eliminate the human that had dared to provoke it. As Arthur floated with the currents, he felt excruciating pain coursing through him. Acutely aware of the numerous bones that must have been broken, he could distinctly sense his heartbeat weakening, his breaths becoming labored. His heart and lungs had sustained grievous injuries. It was undeniable that this was the most severe injury Arthur had ever endured. The wounds he had received during his confrontation with Rear Admiral Ross at Onshing Island paled in comparison. To make matters worse, the Sea King lurked menacingly nearby, leaving Arthur with no opportunity to shake off his relentless pursuer at such close quarters. Despite possessing the power of the sea god and currently being one with the ocean, his repeated attempts to escape in a watery form had all ended in failure. In the ocean, creatures of such immense size held a distinct advantage in swimming speed. The moment Arthur reverted to his original form, he would be instantly vulnerable to the Sea King's lethal attack, leaving him no chance to flee. In this perilous predicament, Arthur struggled to maintain his composure, contemplating how best to confront this formidable and cunning Sea King. He now fully recognized that he had previously underestimated his opponent. This creature possessed intelligence akin to that of a human. Its earlier relentless battering of the sea's surface, raising futile waves in an unending assault, was merely a ruse to catch Arthur off guard, enabling it to shift strategies with sudden cunning. Had Arthur not been able to transform into water and narrowly evade that deadly blow, he might well have become the Sea King's next meal. On the brink of life and death, Arthur resolved to take a gamble. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned a column of water from hundreds of meters away. This was the farthest extent of his control over the sea thus far. As expected, the Sea King's sensitive nostrils detected the disturbance at once, and it merely shifted its massive body to close in on the water column. Its gaping maw descended, teeth like blades slicing through the water's surface, instilling terror in Arthur. Should he be struck directly, his demise would be certain. Seizing this fleeting moment, Arthur materialized, swiftly producing a small azure glass vial. Though he knew the vial contained a liquid capable of healing all external wounds, it dispensed only a single drop each day, and he was uncertain whether it could be ingested directly. Yet, with his injuries so grave, Arthur had no choice but to abandon his instinct to flee. In a world teeming with formidable adversaries, if he could not even handle a single Sea King, how would he ever confront the throngs of bounty hunters and the might of the Navy that would inevitably come? He still needed to seek out his father and elder brother and ultimately return to York Island. He could not afford to perish here. A drop of the viscous black liquid fell upon his tongue, instantly coursing into his stomach, and Arthur was suddenly overwhelmed with tears. He had once thought that the expired canned food he had consumed during his service on the naval ship was the most difficult to swallow. But now he realized that the moldy cans paled in comparison to this wretched concoction. In that moment, he lamented the existence of such horrid-tasting substances in the world, just as he felt he might succumb to the nausea. A surge of warmth enveloped him, sweeping through his entire being. To his astonishment, fragments of memory regarding the power of the sea god, long buried in his mind, began to stir and unfold. In an instant of enlightenment, Arthur's strength surged to new heights. Whereas he had previously only been able to summon the sea, guiding it with his will, it now began to integrate into his very essence. His control over the waters expanded, enabling him to discern even the Sea King, which had previously eluded his perception in the depths. In a true sense, Arthur had finally grasped the rudiments of wielding the power of the sea god. As he floated suspended above the waters, Arthur slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the Sea King with newfound resolve, no longer filled with fear, but brimming with determination. The Sea King emitted a thunderous roar, propelling itself from the depths, its formidable head poised to strike Arthur with the force capable of toppling a mountain. Calmly, Arthur advanced rather than retreating, his raised fist generating surging waves around him. And he delivered a resounding blow into the air. The massive form of the Sea King recoiled as if struck, its body twisting and bouncing back. As it plunged into the ocean, it sent towering waves crashing toward the sky. The once mighty creature coiling in on itself, clearly wounded. In a single strike, Arthur had shattered the foe he had once deemed insurmountable. The moment he consumed the enigmatic black liquid from the azure vial, not only had his injuries fully healed, but his strength had also surged dramatically. Arthur felt confident that should he face Rear Admiral Ross again, excluding the consideration of hockey, he could resolve the encounter with a single punch. The massive seahorse leaped from the waters once more, its bloodthirsty maw aimed at Arthur, gambling its dignity as the apex predator of the ocean. Despite having learned of Arthur's prowess, it recognized that as a sovereign of the sea, the Sea King could not accept the humiliation of defeat. Furrowing his brow, Arthur focused intently, crossing his hands before him. Spear of the Sea God. With a powerful shout, a spear measuring over 3 meters in length swiftly materialized in his grasp, which he hurled toward the advancing Sea King. A flash of cold light flickered past, and the enormous water spear vanished as if it had never existed. The Sea King's head received a direct hit, a minuscule but unmistakable wound appearing upon its forehead. This wound was so small it could scarcely be noticed, yet it had completely penetrated the Sea King's resilient skin, swiftly breaching its most fortified skull. With a thunderous crash, the Sea King's massive form plummeted to the ocean's surface, sending waves crashing upward as if to reach the heavens. What a waste! Arthur exclaimed, standing atop the Sea King's head, lamenting the loss of such a colossal creature. Had the pirate ship still been nearby, perhaps Chef Darwin would have prepared a lavish feast of roasted meat for him. However, they had likely already departed from this area. You actually killed Wawa. A voice filled with terror echoed from nearby. What in the world is Wawa? Who was speaking? Arthur momentarily froze, squinting in confusion. Soon, he discovered a girl with a face painted in camouflage and snow-white skin emerging from the massive seahorse's brood pouch. Her expression one of sheer shock as she gazed at him. The girl possessed perfect features, neither too plump nor too thin, though she seemed young. Her physique was quite well developed. Is Wawa that creature? Arthur asked, bewildered, pointing at the slain Sea King. Wawa is the sacred beast of our Sea Division 1, meant to combat the enemies from the celestial and terrestrial tribes. The girl quickly regained her composure, fixing a furious glare upon Arthur as she coldly declared, "You killed our sacred beast, which makes you my enemy. I demand a duel." "You must be mistaken. I am not your enemy." Arthur protested. "Oh, so you are not. Then how did Wawa die? If that is the case, you are indeed my enemy. But wait, you just said you aren't. How can I be sure you're telling the truth?" The girl became entirely befuddled, standing on the corpse of the Sea King, talking to herself. Arthur decided to abandon any further conversation with this somewhat confused girl. He was intent on making his way to the Sabeti archipelago and had no time to waste here. However, it seems a group of pirates has been captured on the island. According to our traditions, they must be fed to the sea beasts, the girl stated earnestly. Arthur turned to see her holding a beautiful white seashell, suggesting that she had just received news of the captured pirates. Yet, no sign of pirates was present in the vicinity. The only explanation was that Captain Messi and his crew had recently been apprehended. "I am sorry, little beauty." Amidst the cacophony of terrified cries, Arthur hoisted the bewildered maiden upon his shoulder and strode through the waves towards the island she hailed from. With a fleeting thought, he discerned the island's location in the distance, guided by the currents of the sea. Having abducted the dazed girl who had unwittingly presented herself, Arthur advanced, and in no time, he reached the periphery of the island's waters. To refer to it merely as an island would be somewhat misleading, for its vast expanse was marked by countless fiery red peaks that soared into the heavens like a battalion of spears. According to the confused girl, this place was known as the Island of the Sea, a realm where marine beasts coexisted harmoniously with humankind. Furthermore, to the north and east lay the islands of the sky and the earth, where countless years of conflict and plunder had led to a forgetfulness of the original cause for their strife. Yet, Arthur soon realized that the bewildered girl had erred once more, as several winged humanoids suddenly swooped down from the nearby island. Armed with spears and flapping their wings, these avian beings swiftly approached Arthur. If his assumptions were correct, they were not on the island of the sea, but rather from the island of the sky, which held a hostile stance towards the former. "Who are you to dare invade my domain of the sky?" the fierce woman at the forefront demanded, leveling her spear at Arthur with a menacing glare. Although the avian beings were astonished that Arthur could stand upon the waves, it was not entirely surprising in this grand age of exploration, where extraordinary individuals occasionally emerged. "What business do you have here?" Arthur inquired with a smile. "You may as well disperse." The flock of avian beings paused, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily questioning their purpose for congregating there. Suddenly, they realized the absurdity of their situation. This intruder's unexpected retort had rendered them speechless. "Isn't that the little princess of the island of the sea, Nancy?" exclaimed a robust avian warrior, pointing at the confused girl upon Arthur's shoulder. "Indeed, it is Nancy. Quickly, inform the king," commanded the fierce woman, promptly dispatching 2 avian beings towards the island of the sky. "Hand her over, and I shall grant you a reprieve," the fierce woman stated coldly, her eyes fixed intently on Arthur. "What benefit do you gain by relinquishing her to you? I have heard that the kingdom of the earth is equally interested." Arthur replied, adopting a merchant's demeanor as he began to haggle with the avian beings. "You shall receive the honor of being a guest of the island of the sky, along with the friendship of the Sky Clan. Sufficient to ensure your safety in this great age of exploration," the fierce woman declared haughtily. "Thus, in the latter half of this grand age, I may also invoke the name of the Sky Clan." Arthur jested, his expression one of playful mockery. The fierce woman faltered, her face flushing with embarrassment. Her earlier bravado had been merely a facade. Even in the earlier part of the Great Age, the Sky Clan's presence in the so-called Paradise Waters did not guarantee Arthur's safety. As for the 4 emperors, they were formidable sovereigns far beyond the reach of their modest island of the sky. The earlier arrogance had been a mere ploy to capture Princess Nancy. But Arthur's keen insight had left the avian leader feeling awkward and exposed. "Are you truly willing to hand her over to the Sky Clan?" The bewildered Princess Nancy looked at Arthur with tearful eyes. Seeing Arthur remain unmoved, Nancy began to sob pitifully. "If I fall into the hands of the Sky Clan, I shall surely be skinned alive, dismembered, thrown into a snake pit, boiled in oil, or cast into a mountain of blades." In that moment, the princess, perched on Arthur's shoulder, could no longer contain her grievances and began to wail loudly. Amused yet exasperated, Arthur turned to the flock of avian beings and, with a bemused smile, remarked, "We are merely passing through, bringing Nancy for a brief visit. Farewell." "Stop right there." As soon as Arthur attempted to depart, the avian beings surged forward. However, fearing for Princess Nancy's safety, they refrained from throwing their spears and instead rushed to apprehend Arthur. "Are you planning to steal her?" Arthur replied coldly, a smirk on his lips as he waved his hand, summoning several water projectiles that struck the approaching avian beings with lightning speed. Arthur had already resolved to use Princess Nancy to barter for Captain Macy and the others who had been taken earlier. He could not allow this group of dubious origins to take her. Which way? Arthur called out to Nancy that it was prudent to clarify, as he had no desire to make an unnecessary detour to the island of the earth. Princess Nancy furrowed her brow as though confronted with an insurmountable dilemma, and ultimately raised her chubby left hand to point left, resolutely declaring to Arthur, "To the right." Exasperated, Arthur sighed. "Left is good, right is bad." "Which way is left?" Princess Nancy looked utterly perplexed, inquiring about the distinction. Hearing her muddled words, Arthur nearly toppled into the sea, realizing that this little princess was utterly directionless, with no other option. He arbitrarily selected a direction and swiftly rode the waves forward. Shortly after Arthur departed, a striking figure emerged from the depths, clad in armor and wielding a sword, reminiscent of an ancient Roman warrior. With 6 wings fluttering gently, his keen gaze swept the area. Yet he found no sign of Nancy. After a brief moment, the members of the Sky Clan, who had finally arrived, hastily approached the dashing man, bowing respectfully as they reported, "Esteemed king, our forces were all injured in a single strike. And it is evident that the adversary does not intend to surrender Princess Nancy. Are they planning to hand her over to the Earth Clan?" The handsome man furrowed his brow, then coldly commanded, "Immediately dispatch elite forces to block the airspace above the island of the Earth, at any cost. We must retrieve Nancy. Should we fail, kill." A shiver ran through the Sky Clan at the thought of slaying the little princess of the island of the sea. Nancy, which would undoubtedly incite a great war. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the bewildered Princess Nancy possessed incredible power. Should she fall into the hands of any faction, she could potentially annihilate the other 2 clans and unify the 3 islands. While the Queen of the Island of the Sea had no intention of wielding Nancy as a weapon, the fierce competition between the Island of the Sky and the Island of the Earth had long been underway, with the sole consensus being that she must not fall into the hands of their rival. Upon the surface of the sea, Arthur suddenly halted, gazing into the distance as he calmly declared, "Since you are here, come forth." The waters churned, and soon, over a dozen colossal sea beasts emerged from the depths. Numerous members of the island of the sea, armed with spears and standing atop these great creatures, fixed their gaze upon Arthur, who hovered above the sea. A woman adorned in opulent attire, wielding a scepter, stood proudly among them. Appearing to be in her early 20s, her exquisite features and steely demeanor suggested a long tenure in power. Exuding an air of elegance in every movement, the red and white striped short-sleeved blouse revealed her alluring collarbone, while her long, fair legs were captivating. Adorning her left wrist was a series of delicate red bangles that gleamed under the sunlight. Her hair was stylishly arranged, and her dark red eyes shimmered with an enigmatic allure. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Indeed, you intend to venture to the island of the earth. The cold woman's piercing gaze remained fixed on Arthur, though she hesitated to act due to concerns for Nancy's safety. Arthur shook his head in resignation, realizing that today was ill-suited for outings. As he had ultimately chosen the island of the earth as his destination, Sister Reyna, save me. This man intends to sell me off. The bewildered Princess Nancy implored desperately at the cold woman. Release her at once, or do not blame me for being unyielding, the cold woman declared, gripping her scepter tightly, her concern evident. I have heard that you captured a pirate ship. Why not propose a trade? You mean that pirate ship? Those nefarious pirates have already been fed to the sea beasts as per custom. The cold woman was taken aback, realizing that this individual was aligned with those pirates. However, with Nancy in his grasp, Reyna dared not withhold the truth. Upon recalling that Uncle Darwin and Captain Macy were deceased, Arthur's expression darkened. Then according to my terms, all captives must perish, Arthur retorted coldly. A mist formed around Arthur, encasing Nancy within it, and without air, she would soon suffocate. Stop! Reyna cried out urgently, resolutely addressing Arthur. I am willing to exchange my life for hers. Your Majesty, we cannot allow this. The members of the island of the sea protested fervently. First, I am Nancy's sister, and only afterward am I the queen of the island of the sea. Reyna interrupted their protests, her expression resolute as she declared. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. With audacity, Arthur's words barely escaped his lips when a powerful jet of water shot forth, and Reyna did not evade. She collided directly with it. Accompanied by a muffled groan of pain, blood trickled from the corner of Reyna's mouth, her trembling form evidently suffering severe injuries. This strike was attributed to Captain Macy, and next would be Uncle Darwin's turn. Suspended above the waves, Arthur looked down with a merciless gaze, launching another assault without a hint of compassion. Injured and in agony, Reyna let out a cry, weakly kneeling atop the sea beast, her pallid face slightly raised. Resolutely gazing at Arthur. A commendable glint in your eyes, but alas, you must perish here today. Arthur remained indifferent to Reyna's identity. Having slain Captain Macy and Uncle Darwin, it was only fitting that she pay with her life. Arthur had even resolved to ensure the entire Sea Clan shared her fate. Suddenly, several members of the Sea Clan in the distance were pierced by sharp javelins. With cries of despair, their lifeless bodies fell into the water one after another. On various ships, an array of armed orc warriors relentlessly hurled javelins at the Sea Clan. Notably, the massive crossbows aboard the ships could penetrate the bodies of the sea beasts, causing those enormous creatures, unable to evade, to be struck and stain the ocean red with blood. The Earth Clan, Reyna, gravely injured, felt a sinking sensation in her heart as she saw the Earth Clan coming to their aid. Witnessing her kin being mercilessly slaughtered, she disregarded Nancy's life and rushed forward without hesitation. The staff in Reyna's hand radiated a dazzling light, and the tamed sea beasts opened their gaping jaws. Lunging toward the ships, the counterattack from the Sea Clan arrived as anticipated, both sides continuously launching javelins, with orc warriors from the Earth Clan and members of the Sea Clan falling into the sea with anguished cries. The battle, which had just begun, had already reached a fever pitch. The sworn enemies, each focused solely on vanquishing the other, rendered Arthur an observer. Standing coldly to the side, Arthur had no desire to involve himself. Nor did he care about the outcome. Under Reyna's control, the crimson-eyed sea beasts charged frantically toward the ships. In mere moments, 2 vessels were shattered into splinters. Many orc warriors from the Earth Clan, who had fallen into the sea, were swiftly swallowed by the approaching sea beasts before they could react. Numerous orcs, unskilled in swimming, struggled desperately in the water, only to be pierced by javelins thrown by the Sea Clan, their blood tainting the ocean as their bodies slowly sank. In the midst of the fierce battle, several black fast boats suddenly surged from the side, from the catapult nets of the fast boats. More than a dozen robust Minotaur warriors soared into the air, wielding sharp, massive battle axes, and they leaped down fiercely, aiming for the heads of the sea beasts. Heart-wrenching wails echoed as several sea beasts near the ships were slaughtered on the spot, throwing the Sea Clan into disarray. Additionally, the Earth Clan outnumbered the Sea Clan by several times, thus gaining a strategic advantage as time passed. The death toll of the sea beasts mounted, and soon the gravely injured Reyna found herself unable to maintain control over the beasts for long. The uncontrollable sea beasts fled the waters, exacerbating the already dire situation. In no time, only 7 or 8 members of the Sea Clan remained, all wounded. They resolutely huddled closely around their queen, gripping their javelins tightly, awaiting death with defiance. My dear comrades, we owe you all an apology. The injured Queen Reyna looked at her kin, her gaze filled with remorse. Had it not been for her indulgence, allowing Nancy to run out alone and be taken captive, they would not have ventured into such perilous territory. It was evident that this was a premeditated ambush. Yet defeat is defeat. One cannot blame others, only acknowledge one's own shortcomings. But in the final moments, Reyna resolved to do one last thing for her clan. Your Majesty, it is our honor to fight alongside you. Several warriors of the Sea Clan looked at Queen Reyna with resolute eyes, filled with reverence as they bowed. You are all valiant warriors. Return and focus on fortifying the island's defenses. We must not allow the Sky Clan and Earth Clan to exploit any weaknesses. Reyna urged earnestly. Your Majesty, what are you saying? We will follow your lead. A remaining warrior of the Sea Clan, with only one arm left, wiped the blood from his eyes, his face adorned with pride as he volunteered. Moved by their loyalty, Reyna smiled suddenly as she saw the fleet of the Earth Clan charging forth. She placed her palm upon the forehead of the last sea beast. A radiant halo spread out, and tears welled up in the eyes of her beloved sea beast, a massive seal spanning dozens of meters. Your Majesty, what are you doing? You cannot unilaterally break the contract. A warrior of the Sea Clan stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Queen Reyna. Every member of the Sea Clan possessed a bond with a personal sea beast. As a queen, Reyna's bond was even more powerful. Each member of the Sea Clan selects a young sea beast to contract with from a young age. The contract allows the personal sea beast to grow stronger, but if the beast dies or the contract is unilaterally broken, the surviving party is severely harmed. Now, with Queen Reyna gravely injured, her unilateral termination of the contract would surely lead to her demise. A warrior intended to intervene, but was firmly held back by others nearby. Are you all planning to simply watch your queen perish in humiliation? The furious warrior bellowed. It is too late. Fool, once the contract is broken, it cannot be undone. The warriors restraining him were already in tears. Reyna suddenly soared into the air, landing firmly on the corpse of a sea beast floating on the surface. Calmly gazing at her personal sea beast, the enormous seal, the seal emitted a mournful cry of farewell, suddenly swallowing the other warriors of the Sea Clan and darting away at incredible speed toward the distant sea. The orcs, intent on placing the blame for the queen's death squarely on the Sky Clan, sought to keep the matter concealed. With a command issued, all the fleets encircled, and countless powerful crossbows designed to combat sea beasts whistled through the air. The seal, continuously struck, bled profusely, yet it pressed on without pause, shattering several ships before fiercely breaking free from the encirclement. Arthur stood amidst the waves, quietly observing Reyna. As a queen, she had indeed fulfilled her duty. However, since Captain Messi and Uncle Darwin had perished at the hands of her kin, Arthur would not spare her. Reyna turned her gaze toward Arthur, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as the sea breeze tousled her garments and hair, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. You merely desire my death, and so I shall die here. I hope you will protect Nancy. She is the last hope of the Sea Clan. Reyna spoke with composure, her tone flat. Why should I promise you that? You Sea Clan must pay the price. Arthur retorted coldly, irritated by Reyna's moral coercion that if you truly wished to kill, you would have acted long ago. Reyna adjusted her disheveled hair, a hint of playful amusement gracing her lips. As the orc warriors of the Earth Clan drew near, Reyna suddenly hurled her staff with all her might toward Arthur. The moment Arthur grasped the staff, a tremor surged through his mind, yet the epiphany he had once experienced did not materialize. Indeed, that kind of insight capable of catalyzing a qualitative leap in power was entirely elusive. In truth, while journeying to the Grand Line, Arthur had attempted numerous times to consume the black liquid from the mysterious azure vial, yet that moment of enlightenment had never appeared. However, this staff had stirred a sense of restlessness within him, suggesting a potential connection to the power of the sea god. The orcs were closing in, and Reyna was acutely aware of the fate that awaited women of the Sea Clan, especially a queen like her. Should she fall into their hands, having relinquished the staff, the symbol of the Sea Clan, perhaps her sister might survive. and her kin could return safely to the Isle of the Sea. Blood continued to seep from her mouth. Realizing her time was short, having convinced herself she had done everything, Rhaena drew her sharp dagger and, gazing toward the distant Isle of the Sea, prepared to take her own life. Yet, Rhaena's intention was thwarted as a torrent of water forcefully knocked the dagger from her grasp, leaving a faint crimson mark upon her fair neck. "You scoundrel, do you truly wish to witness my humiliation?" In a moment of panic, Rhaena found herself overtaken by fear. She did not fear death, but the consequences of a woman falling into the hands of orcs were all too clear. The shaman of the Earth tribe was renowned for their mastery in healing and manipulating the human heart, and many captured members of the Sea tribe and Sky tribe found themselves unable to die even if they wished for it. As Rhaena contemplated taking her own life once more, she was taken aback when several goblins leapt onto the corpse of the sea beast before her. Despite her determination to fight to the bitter end, the severely wounded Rhaena was quickly overwhelmed and captured by the horde of orcs. Soon, a pig-like creature clad in leather approached, swaying its hefty head. Judging by the entourage of guards surrounding it, it was evident that this creature held significant status within the Earth tribe. However, the pig figure struggled to lift its head, relying on the support of its orc companions to see the figure of Arthur suspended above the waves. Arthur suddenly recalled that domesticated pigs are unable to gaze at the sky, and it was surprising to see that even as an orc, this characteristic remained. This outsider warrior, collaborating with our Earth tribe is a wise choice. The pig-headed creature glanced at Arthur, its small eyes burning with intensity, fixated on Nancy beside him. Standing behind Arthur, Nancy was filled with dread, seemingly terrified of the orcs. Her previous confusion now dissipated, observing Arthur's silence and his audacity to disregard it. The pig creature's fury ignited, but it maintained a facade of cordiality as it spoke. "As long as you hand over Nancy to us, we shall pay you as many shells as you desire and even provide you with 10 splendid slaves." "What do you say?" "Apologies, but I have no interest in shells, and I intend to take that woman with me." Arthur pointed towards the cage in the distance, where the barely conscious Rhaena lay. The staff he wielded had triggered memories of the sea god within his mind, and thus, he resolved to spare Rhaena's life for the moment, intending to extract information regarding the staff before ultimately ending her existence. Upon hearing this, the pig creature was immediately enraged. This impudent youth was clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Rhaena must be returned to the shaman, not only to ensure her survival, but also to transform her into an exceptional slave. With her in their possession, the Sea tribe might even surrender without a fight. They could use Queen Rhaena as bait, and surely, those blockhead members of the Sea tribe would rush forth to their demise. In the eyes of the orcs, capturing Queen Rhaena of the Sea tribe would merely be a matter of time. There was no way they would relinquish such a crucial figure to Arthur. "Are you jesting?" The pig creature's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice as its tone grew colder. "If you intend to oppose the Earth tribe, I won't hesitate to eliminate you on the spot." Before the pig creature could finish its sentence, every ship of the Sea tribe aimed their colossal crossbows at Arthur, hovering above the waves. "Today, you are indeed unfortunate." Arthur smirked coldly as the previously calm sea suddenly roiled with fury, and countless powerful jets of water surged upwards from the ocean's surface. The sturdy vessels piloted by the orcs were pierced as if made of paper, and in an instant, they were struck through. Numerous orcs met their end beneath the onslaught of the water jets, their bodies littering the sea as the proud fleet of the Earth tribe suffered catastrophic losses in a single blow. The pig creature tumbled from its seat, stunned, as it beheld the vanishing fleet. One of the main forces of the Earth tribe. It was incomprehensible that such a formidable fleet, having just captured Queen Rhaena of the Sea tribe, could be obliterated by this mysterious powerhouse in an instant. Filled with regret, the pig creature lamented that it should never have crossed this terrifying demon, but it was too late. "Spare me." "Spare you? How absurd." Arthur's fist, charged with water, descended from above, sending the pig creature and several remaining orcs to their demise. A wave surged forth, and the barely conscious Rhaena found herself in a semi-unconscious state. Arthur glanced at the bewildered young Princess Nancy and casually retrieved a mysterious glass vial, pouring the black liquid into Rhaena's mouth. Miraculously, her previous injuries began to heal. "What on earth did you make me swallow?" "You scoundrel," Rhaena exclaimed, retching as she glared fiercely at Arthur. "A delightful potion. Do you like it?" Arthur replied with a cold smirk. Just as Rhaena was about to protest, she suddenly realized she was in Arthur's embrace, her face flushing as she attempted to pull away. However, the water controlled by Arthur was not expansive enough, and in her struggle to maintain her balance, Rhaena leaned further into Arthur's arms. Who would have thought the queen would be so forward? Arthur teased with a smirk. You lecher. With no means of retreat, Reyna resigned herself to her predicament, yet her words remained defiant. Noticing her unyielding gaze, a strange fire ignited within Arthur, and he boldly pulled her closer for a passionate kiss. Reyna's futile attempts to push him away only resulting in her eventual submission, her strength waning. Releasing Reyna, whose cheeks were now flushed, Arthur stated coolly, You are now my captive, and I have the right to do as I please. You might as well adapt to your new reality. You. Reyna fell silent, unwilling to voice her fears of Arthur's potential actions. For now, she could not resist, especially with her sister Nancy still in his grasp. Thus, she could only endure this humiliation, her eyes fixed on Arthur with a glare that could kill, for if looks could slay, Arthur would have perished 1,000 times over. Disregarding Reyna, Arthur manipulated the currents of the sea, propelling the trio swiftly towards the island of the SEA.My Queen. Your welcome is quite grand. Upon arriving at the island, Arthur beheld the numerous fierce sea beasts surrounding the shores, while the warriors of the sea tribe gripped their spears. As trained on him. No one had anticipated that both Queen Reyna and Princess Nancy would fall prey to this outsider. Despite the tension in the air, none dared to make the first move. Before long, an elderly figure supporting himself with a cane, flanked by 2 attendants, trembled forward to the front lines. Elder, what brings you here? The surrounding sea tribe warriors looked at the elder with urgency. The highest authority of the sea tribe, Elder Alfonso, who should have been seeking refuge, had unexpectedly appeared. If the elder were to be slain, who could lead the sea tribe, with both Queen Reyna and Princess Nancy captured? The sky tribe and earth tribe loomed like vultures, and the sea tribe was on the brink of annihilation. I am Alfonso, elder of the sea tribe. Since you have brought back our queen and princess, it signifies the possibility of negotiation. Though Alfonso appeared frail, his mind was sharp, and he quickly recognized the potential for consensus. I seek all knowledge regarding this staff, Arthur proclaimed, brandishing the staff towards the elder. The sight of the sacred staff of the sea tribe in the hands of an outsider ignited a fervor among the sea tribe. Were it not for the safety of Queen Reyna and Princess Nancy, they might have rushed forth to eliminate this audacious interloper who dared to profane their sacred relic. I shall personally escort you. Welcome to the island of the sea. Alfonso, maintaining a dignified composure, gestured for Arthur to ascend the island. It was a city intersected by seawater, where residences built upon the ocean were cloaked in dense seaweed, and countless waterfalls cascaded down, creating a breathtaking sight. Manipulating the water to control Reyna and Nancy, Arthur followed Alfonso through a dimly lit cave until they arrived at a massive stone door. The heavy stone was adorned with numerous ancient hieroglyphs, seemingly narrating various tales. However, Arthur had no inclination to examine them closely. His mind was consumed with the desire to unlock the fragments of the sea god's memories and grow stronger, which was currently his sole objective. Alfonso bit his finger, using his blood to inscribe ancient text upon the heavy stone door. The blood quickly dried, and suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing the stone door to gradually creak open. A radiant light burst forth, revealing a grand hall filled with countless tomes and a towering stone tablet, gradually coming into view for Arthur. This is a sacred place. Entry is reserved for royalty. The elderly Alfonso, leaning on his cane, halted his advance, regarding Arthur with a serious expression. Unless you wish for the royal family to perish at the entrance, I suggest you proceed, Elder Alfonso. Arthur's cold voice left the elder seething with anger. Yet he could only obey. Arthur followed Alfonso into the hall, carefully observing his surroundings. Although he yearned for information regarding the scepter, he remained vigilant. The vast hall was illuminated as if it were midday. Yet the source of this brilliance remained enigmatic. The enormous stone tablet soon captured Arthur's attention. It was adorned with peculiar hieroglyphs, but what astonished Arthur was that he could comprehend the entirety of the text. The inscriptions chronicled the history of the sea tribe, a lineage that had been passed down since antiquity, seemingly intertwined with the deity of the sea. The elder, Alfonso, who was busily organizing the documents, quickly noticed Arthur's expression, causing a brief tremor in his heart. Could it be that this individual understood the script? A startling thought blossomed within Alfonso. It was inconceivable. This stone tablet had stood in the hall for countless years, and despite dedicating nearly his entire life to studying those ancient hieroglyphs, Alfonso could decipher no more than 10 characters. An outsider, devoid of any foundational knowledge of the sea tribe script, could not possibly grasp the meanings inscribed upon this monument. Casting a glance at the queen, Reyna, and the bewildered young princess, Nancy, who were ensnared by the water, a flicker of determination flashed in Alfonso's eyes. All the texts concerning the scepter of the sea spirit were right here. Alfonso pointed at a thick stack of documents on the platform. The plethora of hieroglyphs was overwhelming, and Arthur could not hope to absorb them all at once. Comparatively, the texts pertaining to the scepter of the sea spirit were far more captivating to him. As Arthur approached to retrieve the documents, a sudden, intense radiance erupted, and the ground transformed into a six-pointed array. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Arthur remained cautiously alert. Once the glow dissipated, he was astonished to find himself alone in the hall. The elder Alfonso, Queen Reina, and the dazed young Princess Nancy had all vanished without a trace. The hall's original brightness gradually faded, and soon, apart from the colossal stone tablet in the center, the tables, chairs, and bookshelves had also disappeared. Countless skeletons emerged from the ground, some towering giants and others diminutive dwarfs, all evidently suffocated within this prison. Arthur felt a surge of frustration. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had fallen into a trap. This elder named Alfonso was indeed cunning, having completely deceived Arthur with his earlier performance. Suddenly, a distant and frigid voice echoed through the hall, belonging to Alfonso. "Listen well, intruding outsider. This sacred hall is not only a repository for precious texts but also a prison fortified by the most powerful barrier of the Isle of the Sea. Regardless of your strength, you shall never escape from within. I shall see how long you can survive without food or water." Arthur's heart sank. He realized he was meant to perish here. Reluctantly, he concentrated. The nebulous water vapor rapidly expanding and enveloping every corner. Soon, he despaired, realizing that this confinement had no exit. Arthur even began to question whether he was still in the same space. His energy coalesced, and he summoned colossal water columns that crashed violently against the walls. "Water flow, break for me." The hall trembled fiercely, but aside from a shower of dust, Arthur's formidable water assault failed to shatter even a single wall. "Futile. I suggest you conserve your strength. Perhaps that way you might last a bit longer." Alfonso's triumphant voice resounded once more, as if he had anticipated everything. Arthur sat cross-legged on the floor, striving to calm himself. It was essential to remain composed at such a time. "Elder Alfonso, I am willing to exchange the scepter of the sea spirit for food and fresh water." Arthur shouted suddenly into the emptiness. He understood Alfonso would never allow him to leave. Trading the scepter for freedom was utterly impossible, but perhaps exchanging it for sustenance had a greater chance of success. "You were quite the sly one. Thinking I am unaware of your intentions, I scoff at your proposition. Save your breath. When you turn to dust, I shall still acquire the scepter of the sea spirit." Arthur's heart sank. This Alfonso was indeed a cunning old fox. His desire for food and water was merely a pretext. Arthur primarily wished to discern how the food would be delivered. He believed that understanding the direction from which food was sent would reveal a potential escape route. But he had not anticipated that Elder Alfonso would see through his ruse. "Are you not afraid I shall destroy the scepter of the sea spirit?" Arthur coldly threatened. "If you could destroy it, that would indeed be an accomplishment." Alfonso burst into laughter, utterly unfazed by Arthur's menace. In truth, Arthur had already attempted to destroy the scepter to ascertain its connection to the sea god's power. But the scepter of the sea spirit was exceedingly resilient. Even he could not inflict any damage upon it. In the vast hall, apart from the dust-covered stone tablet, the ground was littered with bones. Unable to extricate himself from his predicament, Arthur approached the stone tablet to examine the inscriptions. Time was now his most valuable commodity. The hieroglyphs detailed the history of the sea tribe, from the genesis of their existence to the comprehensive records of the sea god's power. As the accounts of the sea god's deeds concluded, the subsequent hieroglyphs mentioned a crucial phrase, "a black liquid capable of healing all wounds." Arthur quickly recalled the azure glass vial. Although the black liquid possessed miraculous properties, it could only yield a single drop per day. If he could acquire even a single additional drop, it would be tantamount to gaining another life. Yet, just as he intended to scrutinize further, the inscriptions abruptly ceased, leaving behind a fist-sized black hole. Cursing the scribe of the tablet, Arthur suddenly noticed that the black hole seemed perfectly sized to accommodate the scepter. After a moment's thought, he casually placed the scepter of the sea spirit into the black void. But after a long while, there was no response, just as he was about to lose patience and retrieve the scepter. The stone tablet began to tremble violently, erupting with a thunderous crack as it shattered. Simultaneously, the barrier that had confined Arthur vanished, and he found himself back in the original hall, elated. Arthur realized that this tablet had indeed been the key to breaking the barrier. Fortunately, he had not destroyed the scepter of the sea spirit. Otherwise, he would have been eternally trapped within. Extracting the scepter from the ruins of the collapsed tablet, Arthur was astonished to discover that it had notably diminished by 1/3. Since the scepter of the sea spirit retained 2/3 of its original form, it implied that 2 additional tablets with equivalent functions existed, their hieroglyphs igniting Arthur's anticipation. given that the first tablet was located on the Isle of the Sea. It was highly plausible that the remaining 2 tablets were situated on the Isles of Earth and I. In an instant, Arthur found himself perplexed, since the key to this tablet was the scepter of the sea spirit. It was likely that the engraver belonged to the sea tribe. Yet why had the tablets been divided into 3, placed across the 3 islands? What connections had these tribes shared in the past? Arthur quickly realized that the more he learned, the more questions arose. For him, the most pressing concern was to find the inscriptions regarding the sea god's legacy and concurrently confront the sea spirit tribe that had imprisoned him in the sacred hall. As Arthur hummed a tune, swinging the scepter of the sea spirit, he emerged from the cave, only to find the warriors of the sea tribe stationed at the entrance, rendered momentarily speechless. No one had ever emerged from the sacred hall. Yet this individual stood before them, smiling as he ambled away nonchalantly. Die, you wretched invader! The sea tribe warriors, regaining their composure, hurled their spears at Arthur with all their might. However, the spears abruptly halted midair as Arthur waved his hand, redirecting their tips to pierce the stone wall. Had they deviated even slightly, the warriors would have been impaled on the spot. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured droplets of water that struck the warriors squarely between the brows. Observing the fallen warriors, sprawled upon the ground with their foreheads swollen from the blows, Arthur continued to hum as he made his way toward the heart of the Isle of the Sea. Arthur had spared them because the sea tribe were descendants of the sea god, and he had been saved multiple times by the sea god's power. It felt unjust to slaughter them. Yet, the recent imprisonment orchestrated by Elder Alfonso, who sought to starve him, and the unresolved grievances against Captain Macy and Uncle Darwin weighed heavily on his mind. Whether to eradicate the sea tribe left Arthur in a state of indecision. Soon, he arrived at the harbor, discovering a group of sea tribe warriors busy cleaning a ship. From the sight of the hanging skull flag, it could be presumed to be a pirate ship. As the intruder, who had been imprisoned by the elders in the sacred hall, brazenly approached, warriors of the Sea clan rushed towards Arthur. 1 against 100. The 2 sides quickly intertwined, accompanied by the clashing sounds of swords and blades. They turned to face each other, with 2 Sea clan warriors lying unconscious on the ground, while Arthur remained unscathed, wielding 2 battle axes with a smile on his face. A fresh wave of Sea clan soldiers surged forward, and Arthur swung his axes with fierce strikes. After a brief pause, he casually tossed the 2 axes to the ground. The moment the axes hit the earth, the weapons in the hands of all the Sea clan warriors shattered, and simultaneously, all their belts were severed. Just as the Sea clan warriors were adjusting their trousers, a wave of water wrapped around them, instantly trapping nearly 100 of them in place. Whereas Captain Macy's pirate ship? Arthur scanned the harbor for a moment and stepped forward to coldly inquire while stepping on the head of a Sea clan warrior who appeared to be a captain. In the past half-month. The only captured pirate ship is the one before you, the captain replied with a calm yet firm tone. Nonsense. Where is Captain Macy's ship? Arthur's tone grew colder, his fingertips forming a sharp water blade. He had no qualms about executing those who refused to cooperate. Captain Carryman speaks the truth. A frail Sea clan youth mustered his courage to speak to Arthur. These pirates have been clashing with us for nearly a year, killing many of our kin, and were only recently captured. According to the customs of Sea Island, they have all been sent to feed the sea beasts for dinner. Do as you please. Captain Carryman fixed his gaze on Arthur. Wait, that's not right. Arthur took a few steps back, pacing to gather his thoughts. Clearly, that pirate ship was not Captain Macy's, as the structure and size of the ship, especially the pirate flag, were entirely different. Moreover, the Sea clan youth had just mentioned that these pirates had been at war with them for a year, while Captain Macy and his crew had only arrived at the Grand Line less than a day ago. Although it was possible that the Sea clan was lying, Sea Island was small, and there was only one port. They also did not have a habit of sinking ships. If the issue returned to its origin, Arthur had come to the island with the intent to annihilate the Sea clan to avenge the deaths of Captain Macy and Uncle Darwin. If these slain pirates were not Captain Macy's crew, then Arthur had no reason to be adversarial with the Sea clan, especially since they were descendants of the Sea god. Do you swear that everything you said is true? Arthur fixed his gaze on the youth, a violent, murderous intent enveloping him. By the name of the Sea god, I swear. The youth trembled under the pressure of the aura, but still looked at Arthur earnestly with his azure eyes. Take me there. Arthur pulled the youth along to the shore where food was being fed to the sea beasts, where massive and tumultuous creatures churned in the sea, seemingly awaiting their meal. After examining the personal belongings piled up nearby, which had yet to be burned, Arthur could unequivocally confirm that these individuals were not Captain Macy and his crew. Arthur couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, he had hesitated earlier and had not slaughtered all the Sea clan he encountered. The situation was still manageable, and it was worth noting that he had rescued Queen Rhaena and the dazed little Princess Nancy from the Sea Clan. As for having killed the Sea King-class sacred beast and forcibly kissed Queen Rhaena, these trivial matters could be overlooked. However, just as Arthur released all the Sea Clan and prepared to head to the palace to clarify everything, numerous black dots suddenly appeared on the sea, quickly transforming into nearly 100 warships. The resounding beat of heavy drums filled the air with an imposing might, and the swaying Crimson Beastman flags signaled the arrival of the main forces of the Earth Clan. Meanwhile, in the skies, countless birdmen of the Air Clan, armed with blades and spears, formed a unified formation, led by the six-winged Angel Clan leader, swiftly flying toward Sea Island. Unexpectedly, the Earth Clan and Air Clan, once bitter enemies, had temporarily joined forces to prepare to trample Sea Island. Quickly returned to inform Her Majesty the Queen, Captain Carryman ordered, pointing at 2 Sea Clan warriors. The rest of you, follow me to intercept them. You think you can hold off the combined forces of the Air Clan and Earth Clan with just you? Arthur, stretching and loosening up, said disdainfully, "Don't think we will be grateful to you. Leave quickly, this isn't your war, and there's no need for you to throw away your life." Captain Carryman issued an eviction order. "Listen well, I truly do not wish to meddle, but I have compelling reasons to intervene." Arthur smiled bitterly, then abruptly shifted his tone, adding, "Of course, as compensation, once this is over, I want your queen and princess as my attendants to serve me drinks and dishes as a reward for protecting Sea Island." "You scoundrel, you dare to think of defiling our queen." Captain Carryman's veins bulged. Had he not known he was no match for Arthur, he would have certainly dealt with this brat. "Everyone leave. I can handle this," Arthur confidently declared, his gaze fixed on the approaching joint army. "Stop spouting nonsense. Even if you can defeat us, you cannot face the combined forces of both clans." Captain Carryman was taken aback by the audacity of this youth, who thought he could single-handedly confront the united main forces of the Air Clan and Earth Clan. "Remember, I am the god you all revere." A powerful aura radiated from Arthur, leaving Captain Carryman speechless. "Besides, I am still waiting for Queen Rhaena to serve me drinks." Meanwhile, at the center of Sea Island, on the vast surface of the White Wave Lake, lay the royal palace of the Sea Kingdom. Inside the resplendent palace hall, a heated debate raged among the generals and elders of the Sea Clan. The focal point of the argument was whether to fight or retreat, with some elders even suggesting the humiliating terms of ceding land and paying reparations, implying they might even offer the queen as a sacrifice. Such disgraceful conditions drew vehement opposition from the generals, and during the debate, some even drew their weapons, turning the solemn hall into utter chaos. Amidst the uproar, it was Queen Rhaena, seated on the throne, who was left aside, softly conversing with Princess Nancy. At that moment, the heavy main doors suddenly swung open, and a throng of Sea Clan warriors, led by Captain Carryman, surged into the hall. Kneeling on one knee, Carryman respectfully addressed the queen at the top of the steps. "Your Majesty, the united forces of the Air Clan and Earth Clan have landed near the harbor. Please make your decision swiftly." Before Rhaena could respond, the elderly Elder Alfonso stepped forward, forcefully striking his staff against the ground, pointing at Carryman with disdain. "Coward, as captain, you fled the harbor with your men. Do you still consider yourself a brave warrior of the Sea Clan? Has your honor been fed to the sea beasts?" Carryman's face filled with guilt, and he momentarily failed to mention Arthur's lone stand against the united army. "Respected queen, esteemed elders, generals," the youth stepped forward, unafraid and resolute. "Captain Carryman is undoubtedly a valiant warrior, and the one currently obstructing the united forces of the two clans is none other than the intruder who was imprisoned in the sacred hall." Upon hearing the youth's words, the hall erupted in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that someone had survived the sacred hall for thousands of years. Even more incredulous was the notion that this so-called intruder could stand alone against the combined forces of the Air Clan and Earth Clan. It sounded utterly absurd, yet everyone understood that this was not a time for jest. Thus, despite the implausibility, it was all too possible that this was indeed the truth. Impossible. He could never have escaped the sacred hall. Elder Alfonso was visibly agitated, clearly unwilling to believe that Arthur could have survived. "Elder Alfonso, the focus now should be on the united forces of the Air Clan and Earth Clan, not on this intruder." Queen Rhaena spoke in a calm tone. Alfonso's heart sank, quickly realizing he had overstepped, standing defiantly before the queen. "A grave misstep. Forgive me, your majesty." Alfonso hastily bowed, reluctantly retreating to the side. "Regardless of whether that intruder wishes to assist us, we must immediately evacuate the women and children. I entrust this matter to you, Elder Alfonso." "Indeed, your majesty." Alfonso has dutifully taken his leave to escort the bewildered young princess, Nancy, away from the grand hall. Rising to her feet, Rhaena seized the sword from her attendant and, surveying the assembly, proclaimed in a resounding voice, "All warriors, immediately assemble in the main square and accompany me to confront the enemy." "There's no need for that, Your Majesty, save your strength. The matter has already been resolved." Before her words could fully dissipate into the air, Arthur, drenched in blood, forcefully pushed open the hall's grand doors and strode in. An aura of lethal intent causing all present to tremble in fear. At the royal palace on the island of the sea above White Wave Lake, every officer, elder, and warrior stood in stunned silence. Their gazes riveted upon the blood-soaked Arthur. It was evident without a doubt that this intruder had just emerged from a fierce battle. According to Captain Calaman's earlier assertions, could it be that this young man truly single-handedly faced the combined forces of the Sky Clan and the Earth Clan? Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Yet if it were true, the magnitude of his strength must be terrifying. However, regardless of how one viewed it, Arthur had previously kidnapped both the princess and the queen. He was an invader fueled by vengeance for his comrades and would likely revel in the destruction of the island of the sea rather than aid them in their plight. More importantly, Arthur's presence here, coupled with his bloodied appearance, signified that battle had already commenced. The only entity to arrive at White Wave Lake was this intruder, not the combined armies of the Sky Clan and the Earth Clan. Had the united forces been vanquished? What do you mean? As she beheld Arthur entering the gilded hall, Rhaena, rising from her throne, hesitated, words caught in her throat. Arthur advanced with measured steps, his demeanor calm amidst the oppressive silence of the resplendent hall. The echo of his footsteps resonating throughout. All eyes were upon him, leaving even the guards sworn to protect the king momentarily oblivious to their duties for the Sky Clan. Should Arthur possess the prowess to single-handedly dismantle the forces of two clans, any resistance would be tantamount to self-destruction. Striding down the crimson carpet reserved for royalty, Arthur approached the throne, facing the breathtakingly beautiful Queen Rhaena, and suddenly chuckled. "It is time for you to fulfill your promise." "What promise?" Queen Rhaena, taken aback, regarded Arthur with a puzzled expression. Did she truly intend to renege on her vow? Arthur's tone revealed a hint of displeasure. Having fought valiantly to slay the formidable six-winged seraph of the Sky Clan and the mighty behemoth of the Earth Clan, he was astonished that Rhaena would hesitate to honor such a minor pledge, suddenly recalling the conditions Arthur had previously laid forth, demanding that Queen Rhaena and the young Princess Nancy pour wine and serve dishes as a recompense for resisting the united forces. Captain Calaman had initially dismissed it as mere jest. Even if this young man possessed remarkable strength, it was inconceivable that he could genuinely thwart the advancing armies. Moreover, such disrespectful words toward the queen were unthinkable for Captain Calaman to utter. Even if he had wished to, he would have found no opportunity, with Arthur, drenched in blood, standing amidst the hall, and the combined forces of the Sky Clan and Earth Clan yet to arrive. It indicated that he had indeed wrought a miracle. "I do not comprehend what you are alluding to," Rhaena expressed hesitantly, uncertain of Arthur's intentions. Yet, on the surface, it appeared as though he had aided the Sky Clan. "Have I not yet informed you?" Arthur turned his gaze toward Captain Calaman, who stood in the hall. "Very well," Arthur replied to Rhaena, his tone uncompromising. "In recognition of my achievements, Queen Rhaena, you and the young Princess Nancy must pour wine and serve dishes as a reward." "What nonsense are you spouting? Someone, seize this disrespectful man." A chorus of outrage erupted from the elders and generals, their indignation echoing throughout the opulent hall, an unexpected display of unity. "While I single-handedly confronted the united armies of the Sky Clan and Earth Clan, you fools remained here bickering over war and peace. It is astonishing that the Sky Clan has not been annihilated after all these years." Arthur stepped forward, taking his seat upon the throne, his gaze coldly surveying the assembly. "If all this is indeed true, I shall acquiesce to your demands." To everyone's surprise, Queen Rhaena unexpectedly consented to Arthur's outrageous request. "Report." A scout from the Sky Clan burst into the room, kneeling respectfully as he delivered his tidings. "Your Majesty, the united forces of the Sky Clan and Earth Clan that landed on the eastern coast have retreated. The leader of the Sky Clan, the six-winged seraph, has been slain, and the king of the Earth Clan, the behemoth, has been decapitated, leaving a multitude of enemy corpses in their wake." The scout's voice reverberated through the hall, leaving all present in stunned silence. Momentarily rendered speechless by the revelation, it was evident that the claims were true. This young man named Arthur had indeed vanquished the entire united army single-handedly. Such an epic confrontation could only be likened to the deeds of legendary sea deities. And the generals regarded Arthur with newfound reverence, while the elders were filled with an overwhelming sense of fear. For those who favored surrender often harbored guilt. Many warriors of the Sky Clan wept tears of joy, believing that with the slaying of their sacred beast, today would mark the end of the island of the sea. Faced with the joint assault of two clans, the Sky Clan's forces were utterly incapable of defense, and many had prepared themselves for the ultimate sacrifice in defense of their homeland. Yet, unexpectedly, this intruder had transformed into the island's champion, fiercely dismantling the core forces of both clans, and a wave of admiration surged forth. "You have truly accomplished this," Reyna exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and joy flooding her expression as she gazed at Arthur, unsure of what to say. The beautiful queen, despite her royal status, was not immune to the charms of a hero. And in her youthful heart, the seeds of infatuation took root. Initially, she had yearned to slay this rogue herself, yet as time passed, Arthur, who could have delivered her and the young Princess Nancy into the hands of the Sky Clan and Earth Clan, had instead safely brought them back to the island of the sea. Despite being confined within the sacred hall, he had managed to set aside past grievances to repel the two clans. This sense of responsibility and strength stirred something within Reyna, particularly recalling their earlier passionate encounter, further altering her feelings toward him. Comparatively, pouring wine and serving dishes seemed insignificant when weighed against the preservation of the Sky Clan, which was why Reyna ultimately chose to comply with the request. Now that the united forces of the Sky Clan and Earth Clan had been defeated, and the crisis had passed, the forthright Reyna would not play coy but promptly ordered a national banquet to be prepared. "Hold on," Arthur suddenly interjected, halting Reyna's commands. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked at him, a hint of panic flickering in her gaze. Did he have more outrageous demands? "Please summon Elder Alfonso. I wish to engage in a cordial conversation with him." Arthur ground his teeth as he spoke. "Arthur, Elder Alfonso acted out of necessity to protect us. Confining you within the sacred hall was a difficult choice," Reyna hurriedly explained, though she could not fathom why Arthur had suddenly shifted his stance. Refraining from pursuing the matter of the slain pirates, she was determined to prevent any harm from befalling the esteemed Elder Alfonso. Reyna believed Arthur could overlook past grievances and would understand that Alfonso's actions were for the sake of their people. "Queen Reyna, you underestimate me," Arthur replied with a light-hearted smile. "I do not seek revenge, but rather believe there are issues with your Elder Alfonso." "Issues?" Reyna was taken aback. Arthur's words were perplexing. Alfonso had been an elder since before Reyna's birth. In truth, Alfonso had witnessed Reyna's growth and ascension to queen. How could he possibly have issues? Even if there were, Reyna would be none the wiser. Despite the incredulousness of the situation, Reyna found herself strangely inclined to trust Arthur's words. A sensation that left her feeling uneasy. I gleaned the history of the entire Sky Clan from the monument that stands within the sacred hall, Arthur stated earnestly. "The history of the Sky Clan. How could you possibly decipher the hieroglyphs upon it?" Reyna was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. The hieroglyphs were even older than the Sea Clan itself. No one knew who had crafted that stone tablet, nor who had inscribed the writings upon it. For nearly a millennium, countless archaeologists, drawn by its allure, had returned empty-handed, and many within the clan had devoted their lives to deciphering the meaning of the inscriptions. Yet none had succeeded. Even the most revered elder, Alfonso, had only managed to comprehend a mere handful of characters over the years. Undoubtedly, that stone tablet held the greatest secret of the Isle of the Sea. The revelation that Arthur claimed to have read its contents was even more astonishing than his emergence from the sacred hall. Furrowing his brow, Arthur spoke aloud to himself. "In the days of yore, the Sea Clan, the Sky Clan, and the Earth Clan were established by three formidable warriors who stood united against a multitude of powerful pirates and naval commanders. However, as time wore on, the clans, guided by the machinations of certain individuals, gradually became bitter enemies. Their animosities solidified through numerous bloody confrontations. This implies that the mastermind or a certain faction is the true puppeteer behind the scenes." Listening intently to Arthur's words, Reyna immediately recognized the crux of the stone tablet's inscriptions. Arthur cast a glance of approval at her. She was indeed the queen of the Sea Clan, possessing an extraordinary acuity that surpassed the ordinary. Without a doubt, she was the harbinger of the mist, the embodiment of the power of the totemic faith. As Arthur's words hung in the air, the hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Some were shocked that the three clans had once fought side by side, while others were filled with curiosity regarding the harbinger of the mist. Yet, a faction dismissed Arthur's claims outright, deeming him a charlatan. For over the years, many impostors had boasted about comprehending the tablet's content, only to engage in self-aggrandizing farce. "Mr. Arthur, how can you substantiate the truth of your assertions?" An elder inquired sharply. An excellent question. Arthur rose, surveying the assembly of the Sea Clan, and proclaimed with haughty confidence, "I am the inheritor of the Sea God's power, capable of deciphering the writings pertaining to the Sea God. This is precisely why I have come forth to protect the Sea Clan." More importantly, I have no motive to deceive, for these harbingers of the mist have long conspired to annihilate the three islands. And Princess Nancy is the key. The hall fell into an eerie silence, the stillness palpable as the gathered crowd grappled with the implications of Arthur's proclamation. Could it be that the sea god truly existed? And that the faith of the Sea Clan was indeed a living legacy? Arthur's ability to comprehend the hieroglyphs seemed to herald something significant, as the once obscured veil of mystery began to lift. The deity revered by the Sea Clan stood before them, a notion that defied belief. Yet, upon reflection, it was undeniable that Arthur possessed the power to command the waters, a force that could only be attributed to the sea goddess might. Even vanquishing the revered sea kings, as Arthur had pointed out, the seemingly innocuous Princess Nancy had indeed become the target of both the Sky Clan and the Earth Clan, just as uncertainty loomed over the crowd. Arthur suddenly produced the Sea Soul Scepter. "Why is it missing a third?" Queen Rhaena exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. The Sea Soul Scepter was the ultimate treasure of the Sea Clan. Whoever wielded it could command the sea beasts, thus claiming the title of king over the Sea Clan. Moreover, this scepter, crafted from an unknown material of remarkable durability, had been seized 5 times over the past millennium without sustaining any damage. Yet now, in Arthur's grasp, there was no denying that it was indeed the Sea Soul Scepter, and yet it was diminished by a third, leaving all present utterly astounded. "That stone tablet in your so-called sacred hall has collapsed," Arthur stated calmly. What remained unspoken was that when the ancient tablet, which had withstood the test of time, crumbled, the scepter's apex gem, previously dim, suddenly blazed to life, radiating a mesmerizing aquamarine glow. This only strengthened Arthur's conviction that there were indeed 2 other identical tablets upon the Isles of the Sky and the Earth. What secrets lay inscribed in those hieroglyphs? What would transpire when all the triangular gems illuminated? Arthur felt an overwhelming anticipation. "That is the scepter of kings. You are merely an invading outsider, and I shall not permit you to act with impunity." A heavily armored commander of the Sea Clan surged forward, attempting to reclaim the Sea Soul Scepter. However, upon touching the scepter, the triangular gem emitted a blinding light, and in an instant, the would-be assailant was hurled backward, disintegrating into ashes before the horrified gazes of the assembly. Could this be the legendary moment when the scepter chooses its master? Rhaena murmured, her expression towards the Sea Soul Scepter shifting dramatically. As the queen of the Sea Clan, Rhaena was privy to many secrets that eluded others. She understood that the Sea Soul Scepter harbored even greater power. It was said that the scepter could command a multitude of sea kings, though she could only harness a fraction of its might. Even so, she was still the most formidable member of the Sea Clan. It was undeniable that the clan had significantly waned in strength. Now, however, the Sea Soul Scepter in Arthur's possession seemed to have truly awakened, having just slain the disrespectful commander of the Sea Clan, an irrefutable testament to its power. Suddenly, from a distance, a soldier of the Sea Clan, tasked with guarding, knelt before Arthur, seemingly shaken by the recent events. This spontaneous gesture quickly influenced everyone else in the hall, despite many harboring resentment towards an outsider. They found themselves kneeling. It was indeed the Sea Soul Scepter that had exacted the lethal blow, not Arthur's own strength, indicating that the scepter had chosen its king. Arthur, too, was bewildered. Although he had intended to repel the attacking commander with water, he had not anticipated the scepter would deliver the fatal strike. A wry smile crossed his face as he realized he had inadvertently usurped Rhaena's throne, though he held no interest in such a position, for now, the Sea Soul Scepter could not be returned. "Now, summon Elder Alfonso. I have many inquiries for him," Arthur casually remarked. From the initial inscriptions on the stone tablet, it was evident that Elder Alfonso was shrouded in mystery. His intense obsession with deciphering the hieroglyphs and his repeated lethal responses to thieves targeting the Sea Soul Scepter raised questions about how these intruders had infiltrated the palace. Thus, Arthur concluded that even if Elder Alfonso was not the harbinger of the mist, he was undoubtedly entwined with that faction. In unison, the assembled commanders and elders turned to gaze at Queen Rhaena, who stood to the side, her demeanor fluctuating between light and shadow. While these dignitaries did not hold Rhaena in high regard, when faced with an outsider, they were more inclined to trust one of their own. "Since Mr. Arthur has stated so, let us summon Elder Alfonso." Though the Sea Soul Scepter had chosen Arthur, nearly usurping her claim to the throne, Rhaena felt a sense of gloom. Yet, more than her own position, she was deeply concerned for her sister Nancy's safety. Rhaena secretly wished that Arthur was lying, that Elder Alfonso had no ties to the Sea Clan's ancient enmity with the Harbingers of the Mist. Trouble is afoot. Suddenly, a soldier from the Sea Clan burst into the hall, panic-stricken as he reported to Rhaena, "Your Majesty, Elder Alfonso has slain the city gate guards and forcibly taken Princess Nancy away from White Wave Lake." "What did you say?" Queen Rhaena's complexion drained of color, nearly causing her to stumble. Be vigilant against enemy ambushes. I shall handle the matter concerning Princess Nancy, Arthur declared, striding toward the exit before anyone could react. Arthur, please. Rhaena's voice was tinged with helplessness as she implored him. The realization that Nancy had been taken by Alfonso, who was highly esteemed yet very likely the harbinger of the mist, sent her into a whirlwind of anxiety. In that moment, Rhaena was no longer the exalted queen, but a sister desperately hoping for her sibling's safe return. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made. Arthur smiled calmly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot. Following the footprints, he quickly arrived at the edge of the island of the sea, where the bodies of several warriors from the oceanic tribe lay strewn across the ground. From the lethal precision of the attack, it was evident that Alfonso had completely concealed his formidable strength to rescue the little princess. Nancy, Arthur would have to confront a powerful adversary, with a surge of battle spirit igniting within him. Arthur swiftly advanced through the crashing waves, simultaneously scanning the surface of the sea for any signs of movement. Before long, Arthur pinpointed a specific stretch of water where a massive crab, measuring several dozen meters, was rapidly making its way toward the island of the sea. Utilizing the ocean currents, he surged forward with astonishing speed. Since his previous confrontation with the Sea King, Arthur had significantly enhanced his mastery over the power of the sea god. In mere moments, he reached the designated area, where a colossal crab was gliding swiftly, with a significant portion of its body exposed above the surface. Atop the crab's shell stood the stern-faced elder of the oceanic tribe, Alfonso, who was carrying the unconscious princess, Nancy. Seeing that Arthur had caught up so quickly, Alfonso furrowed his brow and suddenly produced a conch shell, its distant, ethereal sound resonating across the water. As Arthur rapidly approached, a spark ignited within him, and his staff emitted a blinding aura that enveloped the entire area. In an instant, the massive crab, as if intoxicated, began to spin in place. No matter how much Alfonso urged it, it refused to move forward. Just as Alfonso was about to engage in a desperate battle while holding Nancy, a fragrant floral scent wafted through the air. The giant crab, which Arthur had disrupted, suddenly charged away toward the distant path. Floating in midair, Arthur cast a cold gaze at a barefoot woman who appeared to be in her 30s, exuding charm as she smiled at him. You were able to wield the sea soul staff. It seems the oceanic tribe has finally produced a true king, she remarked with a light laugh, as if the oceanic tribe were merely a jest to her. I have no time to waste with you, Arthur retorted, his figure flashing as he dashed toward the giant crab, only to be confronted by 9 hovering totemic constructs blocking his path. These colossal, flame-wreathed monstrosities bore an imposing presence, resembling divine warriors, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Alfonso was evidently occupied. Having secured the Princess Nancy, he needed to activate the divine armament swiftly. The woman wore a smile. Divine armament? Arthur was taken aback. The hieroglyphs on the previous stone tablet contained no mention of such a thing, leaving him to wonder if this woman was merely deceiving him. You should be grateful. Had it not been for the destruction of a stone tablet, we would never have pinpointed the exact location of the divine armament, she replied with a smile, as if Arthur were not an enemy, but a long-time acquaintance, her words imbued with a persuasive gentleness that could dissolve any lingering animosity. Get out of my way, Arthur snapped, raising his hand as countless powerful water columns formed around him, instantaneously manifesting into numerous spear-like projectiles. Aqua spear strike, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of sharp spears that struck the totem constructs. However, to his astonishment, when the water dissipated, he discovered that the flying totemic constructs were utterly unscathed. Arthur soon noticed a layer of earthen-hued shields surrounding the constructs, rendering all his water-based assaults null and void. It was evident that this protective barrier was specifically designed to counter water attacks, and Arthur realized that his every move was likely being monitored by these mist callers. Multiple attempts to evade the constructs and pursue the retreating Alfonso proved futile, as each time he was thwarted by the totems. Though the flying constructs were enormous, they exhibited remarkable agility, forming an impenetrable battle formation. Crafted from an unknown material, these totemic constructs possessed extraordinary resilience, as Arthur's powerful, targeted water attacks failed to dismantle them. Growing increasingly anxious as he watched the giant crab carrying Alfonso fade from view, Arthur felt a surge of urgency. Perhaps weary of the relentless defense, the barefoot woman in a purple robe suddenly raised her arm. The previously defensive 9 totemic constructs swiftly arranged themselves into a crescent formation, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that coalesced into a massive inferno at their center, amplifying their destructive power severfold. Even at a distance of dozens of meters, the overwhelming heat was palpable as the colossal fireball approached rapidly. The ocean's surface began to simmer under the intense heat, and the condensed water vapor in the air was instantly reduced to ash. Arthur's entire being surged with energy as the sea erupted in tumultuous waves, unleashing towering surges that crashed toward the fireball with the force of a mountain. The flames, though blisteringly hot, were eventually extinguished after a fierce struggle. Suddenly, a sense of instinct compelled Arthur to evade, but in the next moment, the 9 constructs materialized beside him. Each totemic figure wielded a massive, sharp battle axe, descending upon Arthur with a thunderous strike. Transforming into water, Arthur retreated to evade the onslaught, yet one of the swiftly descending axes grazed his back, causing blood to spatter. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Arthur raised his head slightly, gazing into the eyes of the 9 totemic constructs, filled with fervent battle spirit. The more perilous the situation became, the more Arthur's combat prowess flourished. It was in adversity that he would grow stronger. Defeating the 9 totemic constructs before him became his singular conviction. Amidst the tumultuous waves, Arthur, brimming with determination, coldly regarded the 9 totemic constructs. To destroy these figures, he needed to devise a method to breach the outer layer of the yellow shield targeting him. Otherwise, his attacks would inevitably dissipate into nothingness. Aqua condensation spear, Arthur roared, summoning a ferocious water column that spun rapidly before him, measuring over 10 meters in width. The force surged, and the spinning column reached an extraordinary velocity. Resembling a colossal knightly spear suspended in mid-air. In the next instant, the water spear thundered down upon the 9 totemic constructs, seemingly intent on overwhelming them with boundless strength. Indeed, all things have their limits. Although the totemic constructs possessed yellow shields to counter water attacks, it stood to reason that, should the intensity be sufficient, they could be crushed. Futile. The barefoot woman atop the totem construct scoffed, a mocking smile adorning her face. The 9 constructs quickly formed a crescent-shaped array, and with a resounding crash, the nearly 100-meter-long water spear struck the airborne totemic figures. As the splashing water settled, it became clear that despite the might of the assault, the earthen shield surrounding the constructs had absorbed the impact, rendering his attack ineffective. I told you it was useless. The woman laughed derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Arthur. Who says it's useless? Arthur retorted sharply. The woman paused, turning to observe the totemic constructs, which remained entirely unharmed. Something's not right, she murmured, suddenly realizing that while the water attack had been thwarted, numerous droplets had adhered to the yellow shield, seeping inward. Simultaneously, the infiltrating droplets began to corrode the shield as if they were a powerful acid. If external destruction is impossible, then we shall attack from within. With a thunderous roar, Arthur's voice had barely faded when the next wave of assault surged forth. Stop! Help! Amidst the terrified gaze of the barefoot woman, a powerful surge of water descended abruptly, shattering 9 airborne totemic statues in an instant. Arthur had initially intended to seize the barefoot woman for questioning, but to his astonishment, he too was reduced to fragments by the fierce blow. Quickly deducing the direction in which Elder Alfonso had fled, Arthur immediately pursued him. The Isle of Earth, situated in the southeast quadrant of the 3 islands, revealed an unexpected desolation upon Arthur's arrival. The island was suffused with scorching winds and sand, littered with bones and withered grass. Not a trace of green could be seen for miles, perhaps for the Isle of Earth. Expansion was the only means of survival. Although the watermarks along the coast had faded considerably, Arthur was entirely certain that they were the remnants left by the colossal crab that Alfonso had ridden. As Arthur made his way toward the heart of the Isle of Earth, he soon entered a vast valley, flanked by towering, jagged rock walls. Despite the persistent winds and sands, Arthur sensed an unusual scent of blood in the air, accompanied by distant sounds of combat and cries of agony echoing through the valley. If his intuition served him correctly, this place was once a battleground, and who could fathom how many souls had perished here, leaving behind an indelible stench of blood? Welcome to Y'all Valley, Mr. Arthur of the Sea Clan. A raspy, sonorous voice suddenly emerged from the swirling sands, as if it had risen from the depths of hell. What, do you intend to come here to meet your demise? Arthur scoffed. Mr. Arthur, while I am surprised by your defeat of Maria, the Mist Caller is engaged in a grand endeavor, and I implore you, as an outsider, to refrain from interfering. A grand endeavor, you say? To annihilate the Sea Clan? Arthur interjected, pointing accusingly at the shadowy figure amidst the sand. This was perhaps the most ludicrous jest he had ever heard. That someone would dare to regard murder as a noble pursuit, and to speak so earnestly about it, was a testament to the terrifying power of belief. No, you are mistaken, Mr. Arthur. Our aim is the extermination of all 3 clans. The figure in the sand replied with a calm seriousness, as if it were the most mundane of matters. Originally, The Air Clan, Earth Clan, and Sea Clan had been engaged in relentless infighting, and with time, they would inevitably extinguish themselves. However, your emergence has the potential to restore peace among the three clans, which is why we must resort to divine armaments. The figure raised its head, its left eye glowing with a blood-red light, seemingly capable of piercing through Arthur's very soul. Though time was of the essence, and Arthur needed to locate Alfonso swiftly, this shadowy figure appeared to possess an abundance of knowledge. Arthur was acutely aware that the figure was merely stalling for time. Yet he maintained his composure and pressed on. Tell me, what exactly are the divine armaments? I can only reveal that it was originally a weapon to be wielded only in the face of an insurmountable enemy invading the three clans. The figure suddenly shifted from its original position, effortlessly dispelling Arthur's probing water surge with a mere wave of its hand, and continued with a smirk, and the key to unlocking this weapon lies in the blood of Princess Nancy. How is that possible? Arthur exclaimed, incredulous. Though it was merely a tentative strike, the formidable water surge could have obliterated a small mountain in an instant. Yet this figure, which had previously concealed itself within the sands, had effortlessly thwarted it with a single hand. Arthur realized with clarity that it was not the figure that had grown stronger, but rather he who had weakened, likely due to the ancient battlefield in which he found himself. The wind suddenly intensified, and the figure took a few steps forward, bowing slightly to Arthur. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Mayhem, a member of the Mist Caller clan. Arthur finally grasped the appearance of this self-proclaimed Mayhem. Towering yet remarkably gaunt, its body was densely wrapped in white bandages, resembling a mummy. Its right arm was disproportionately large, exceeding the size of its entire body, with decaying crimson flesh emitting a foul odor. Topped with a massive eye. What horrified Arthur the most was Mayhem's sole left eye, which shimmered with an oppressive blood-red light, seemingly able to penetrate human souls. To be honest, I have no desire to kill you. I prefer living specimens over corpses, Mayhem declared with a chilling laugh, fixating its gaze upon Arthur. Being unattractive is of no consequence. However, frightening others is where you have erred, having pieced together much of the situation. Arthur felt an overwhelming surge of energy. It seemed that, just as the hieroglyphics on the ancient tablet had recorded, the Mist Callers were indeed the greatest enemies of the three clans, persistently existing and seeking opportunities to eradicate them. The only solace in this dire revelation was that, given the Mist Callers' reliance on the internal strife of the three clans and now their invocation of divine armaments, it suggested that their numbers were likely limited. Furthermore, they were insufficient to confront the united might of the three clans. The so-called divine armament must be the greatest defensive weapon of the three islands, yet it could only be activated with the blood of a bloodline inheritor. As time progressed, the enigma shrouded in mist seemed to gradually clarify. Water vapor rapidly coalesced around Arthur, forming countless sharp water blades that cascaded upon Mayhem like a torrential downpour. The colossal arm was raised, and a fierce gust of wind erupted, scattering the sharp water blades into the air. Just as Mayhem lowered its arm, Arthur suddenly dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch, imbued with a swirling vortex of energy that struck Mayhem squarely in the face. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, sending dust and debris flying, and Arthur staggered back a few steps, blood suddenly spilling from his lips. In contrast, Mayhem was hurled back dozens of meters, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. In that singular exchange, the disparity in power was glaringly apparent. How intriguing, how delightful, Mayhem exclaimed, rising from the ground and licking the blood that had dribbled from the corner of its mouth, as if intoxicated by the taste of blood itself. You are indeed the inheritor of the sea goddess power, possessing some degree of strength. However, you are still far from the sea god of yore, Mayhem declared with an air of arrogance. So, you are merely all bark and no bite. Indeed, the Mist Caller clan possesses quite the talent for bluster, Arthur retorted with a cold smirk, having discerned that Mayhem's prior bravado was merely a fade, as he was evidently lacking in true strength. If the Mist Callers were all of such caliber, rescuing Princess Nancy would be considerably simpler. Suddenly, Mayhem's sole remaining pupil, which had been radiating a blood-red glow, enveloped its entire being, and Mayhem let out a piercing scream. As the crimson light surged, Mayhem's previously emaciated form rapidly expanded, soon towering at 5 meters, its body now brimming with muscle. Blasphemer, die. With that utterance, transformed Mayhem charged towards Arthur's rear in an instant. When did he? So fast. Arthur barely managed to react in time, raising his palm to block the fist that struck with the force of steel. In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying, and before he could even land, Mayhem had already surged forward, landing a punch squarely in Arthur's abdomen. Arthur let out a muffled groan, spitting blood, feeling as though his very organs were being shredded by a knife. He scarcely had time to transform into water. With a thunderous crash, Arthur was smashed into the rocks, sending dust billowing into the air. As Mayhem approached the rocky wall, preparing to capture Arthur alive, a roar suddenly erupted from the dust. Water wave impact. A powerful surge of water formed a formidable wave, surging directly towards Mayhem in an instant. The valley was engulfed in a tempest, a sandstorm sweeping through, and the potent water wave vanished into thin air mid-flight. Mayhem's abilities posed a tremendous counter to Arthur's, and with the distance from the sea, the power of the sea god was significantly diminished. The scales of victory began to tilt in Mayhem's favor. Born from the storm, perished by the minutiae, the sandstorm is the source of my strength. Malmu, with a sardonic smile, suddenly surged forward into the mist, his colossal and menacing arm swelling to several times its size, descending with the force of a mountain to strike Arthur against the rocky wall. As the dust settled and dispersed, Arthur and Malmu stood facing each other. The formidable steel fist of Malmu loomed mere inches from Arthur's face, while a searing, blazing sword pierced through Malmu's chest. This place, known as the Roaring Valley, was shunned by the clans of the sky and the sea, and even the native clan of the earth. It had borne witness to countless fierce battles. Whenever the wind stirred the sands, the mournful wails of the deceased would echo through the air, amidst a landscape littered with the envious corpses of fallen warriors and rusted, broken armaments, the duration of their eternal slumber unknown. In pursuit of the elder Alfonso, who had abducted the Sea Clan's princess, Nashi, Arthur had entered the valley after dispatching a barefoot woman. What he had anticipated to be an effortless skirmish had turned into a grueling struggle due to Malmu's sudden transformation. Just as Malmu, filled with confidence, believed victory was assured, his fist, poised to strike Arthur, found itself a hair's breadth away, while his chest was simultaneously pierced by a flaming sword. The once swirling dust began to settle, and the distant sandstorm ceased out on the now clear battlefield. Arthur, with blood trickling from his lips, gripped the heated sword tightly, driving the sharp blade through Malmu's heart. The power of the sea god, which he had yet to fully master, was completely suppressed. Nevertheless, in the face of life and death, Arthur, wielding his family's ancestral sword passed down for millennia, managed to claim victory by the slightest of margins. Had he hesitated for even a moment or delayed drawing his sword by a mere second, without the cover of the billowing dust, it was likely that Arthur would have been the one to perish, pinned against the wall. With his body racked with pain, Arthur shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting how much easier it would have been had he kept the black liquid from that azure glass vial for himself, sparing him from such suffering in his efforts for the Sea Clan. No matter what, he resolved to demand some recompense from Reyna upon his return. Even if it were to have her share his bed, it would be warranted. Malmu, standing before Arthur, widened his eyes, incredulous at the sight of the fiery sword piercing his chest, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him. This is impossible. It cannot be. Despite his heart being pierced, Malmu, full of vitality, did not succumb immediately. His blood-red eyes fixed intently on Arthur. Malmu was acutely aware of the hardness of his transformed body. Even the mightiest stones could not inflict harm upon him, a fact proven through countless battles and the corpses of innumerable enemies. However, he had never anticipated that Arthur would possess a sword capable of piercing his formidable form. While there were indeed many renowned weapons in the world, only one could continuously burn with flames fierce enough to easily penetrate a body as resilient as steel, the King's blazing sword. Long believed to be a relic of a mysterious lineage, rumored to have been lost for centuries, now unexpectedly in Arthur's grasp, had Malmu not been so careless, even with Arthur wielding a divine weapon. If he could not match his speed, he would still have been unscathed. Yet, in his eagerness for a swift conclusion, Malmu, seeing Arthur's apparent inability to resist, let his guard down and was ultimately pierced through the heart by Arthur's sword, losing any chance for a comeback. Why is this sword in your hands? Malmu's lengthy arms suddenly lunged towards Arthur. With an expression of cold indifference, Arthur swiftly twisted the sword, shattering Malmu's heart into fragments, the intense flames scorching the surrounding flesh and blood. In an instant, Malmu's body was engulfed by the fiery inferno, while his outstretched arm froze mid-motion, a chilling scream escaping his lips, rendering him almost mad. This sword is the legacy of my family for millennia, Arthur retorted coldly, drawing forth the sword, a spray of evaporating blood erupting forth. It was no wonder, now it made sense. The old man met his end here without grievance. Lying on the ground, gazing at the sky, Malmu let out a profound sigh, the meaning of which was unclear, whether it was regret for underestimating Arthur or a deeper understanding of the sacred sword of kings. Blood continued to pour from Malmu's lips, his once towering 5-meter frame quickly reverting to its original gaunt and slender form, soon to wither and dissolve, just as Arthur prepared to deliver a finishing blow to this dangerous foe. Malmu suddenly exclaimed, "Do not think you have won, Arthur." With eerie, hollow eyes fixed upon Arthur, He summoned every ounce of strength to scream frantically, "We have already found the goddess armament. Even with your sea god powers and the king's blazing sword, you cannot save Nashi, nor the Sea Clan, nor anyone on the three islands. Today marks the end of everything." The blazing sword pierced through Malmu's throat, silencing him abruptly. Why so many empty words? Malmu's form swiftly dissipated, leaving behind a pool of corrosive black liquid that rapidly caused the surrounding vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters to wither as the ground began to sink slowly. However, just as Arthur was about to pursue Alfonso, he suddenly furrowed his brow. The previously calmed sandstorm surged again, swirling into the valley, followed by an eerie scene enveloping the entire area amidst the dense storm. A cacophony of rustling sand filled the air as the earth was disturbed, and countless skeletons clad in tattered armor, wielding broken weapons, clawed their way from the ground. These skeletal warriors varied in size, some even resembling warriors with outstretched wings, surely the remnants of the three clans who had fought and fallen here. A glance revealed a staggering multitude of skeletal warriors, numbering in the tens of thousands, completely blocking the valley, with even more emerging from the distant ridges. Arthur sheathed the king's blazing sword, surveying the dense horde of skeletons before him, and suddenly closed his eyes, his hands clasped in reverence. "May you rest in peace." Arthur's aura surged, drawing the moisture from the air, which swiftly coalesced around him. Perhaps sensing Arthur's fighting spirit, the skeletal warriors summoned by Ram in his final moments, their minds filled solely with memories of battle and slaughter, charged toward him. As the foremost skeletal warriors rushed to Arthur, raising their rusted, broken swords to strike, Arthur abruptly opened his eyes, a tranquil expression within them. Having battled for his life against Ram, Arthur's strength had risen once more, and his command over the sea god's power had become increasingly adept. In an instant, he drained the surrounding air of moisture, causing the vegetation that thrived in the valley to wither away. Dragon's fury water surge. With a fierce shout, a torrent of water surged forth, rapidly forming into a fearsome dragon, which roared with a thunderous sound as it charged into the sea of skeletons. In that moment, countless skeletal warriors were obliterated as if they were mere chaff before the onslaught of the roaring water dragon. To Arthur, this strike might even transcend their souls, freeing them from their eternal wandering in this hellish valley. Indeed, this was a form of salvation. As the water dragon dissipated into the air, the ground was littered with shattered bone fragments. With a single blow, the entire horde of tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers was annihilated. Yet, in the next moment, more skeletons emerged from the earth, leaving Arthur momentarily incredulous. Just how many corpses lay buried beneath this ground? How many battles had this place witnessed? How many lives had been lost? Initially indifferent to the fate of the three clans, Arthur felt a stirring in his heart. In that moment, he resolved to swiftly eliminate the mist caller causing chaos, restoring peace to the three islands. Though the number of skeletal warriors emerging from the ground was far fewer than before, only numbering in the thousands, Arthur, having just endured 2 fierce battles, found himself too wounded and fatigued to unleash another Dragon's Fury water surge, rendering him unable to eradicate the remaining skeletal warriors in one fell swoop. Should one wield the blazing sword of the king to strike, though the blade is sharp, who knows how long it would take to land a blow? By that time, the traitor Alfonso may have already activated the divine armament, annihilating the three islands countless times over. Just as Arthur was diligently seeking a strategy, a distant war horn echoed from the valley entrance. Filled with swirling sandstorms, the resounding call of the conch and the soul-stirring beat of drums followed, reminiscent of a prelude to war. Immediately, a multitude of the beast men, mounted on fearsome wolves, surged forth as the vanguard, closely followed by Kodo thunder lizards and countless tauren. Following them were the sea warriors of the aquatic race, their strength diminished on land, yet they charged past Arthur, wielding their weapons and cleaving at the skeletal warriors before them. From above came the piercing cries of the avian kin, their wings unfurled as they descended into the fray, brandishing long spears. With a coordinated volley, the defenseless skeletons fell in droves, impaled by the spears, their remains littering the ground. Under the relentless assault of the combined forces of the three races, although the number of skeletons seemed to multiply endlessly, a path leading to the end of the valley had been opened. "Quickly, Arthur, you must go. Our united army will buy you time," cried Lena, clad in golden armor and wielding a longsword, as she dashed into the battlefield, her eyes filled with hope directed at Arthur. "What is happening?" Arthur was taken aback. "Time is of the essence. I shall be brief. I have located the secretly imprisoned leaders of the avian and terrestrial races. The alliance of the three races has been established." "Impressive." Arthur gazed at Lena. "Of course. She is the queen of the aquatic race." Lena replied playfully, only to realize that her familiarity might be excessive, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Arthur, unaware of Lena's youthful sentiments, cast a glance at the fiercely battling soldiers of the three races not far away, then swiftly surged forward. No matter what, he must find Alfonso and eliminate him before he could activate the divine armament. Hastening to rescue the little princess, Nancy, around him, skeletal warriors continued to fall, and the soldiers of the three races suffered casualties as well, yet no one dared to retreat. In this life-and-death struggle, entrusting their backs to former enemies seemed unfathomable to many. However, such is the nature of the battlefield, where bonds forged in blood endure through time. The united army of the three races fought valiantly for the first time in centuries, confronting the incessantly emerging skeletal warriors from the depths below. Meanwhile, under the cover of the three races' soldiers, Arthur swiftly emerged from the roaring valley, soon arriving at a swamp thick with toxic miasma. From a distance, a grand, long-abandoned castle emerged amidst the swamp. Shrouded in mystery, the traitorous elder Alfonso, who had abducted Princess Nancy, was surely within that fortress, which also harbored the legendary weapon, the divine armament. The only silver lining was that Alfonso seemed not to have activated the divine armament yet. It appeared that there was still time. Without delay, Arthur pressed forward, his senses heightened, fully aware that Alfonso would not allow him to approach unimpeded. Suddenly, the swamp roiled, and three colossal emperor crocodiles, each several meters long, opened their massive jaws to bite down as Arthur approached. With composure, Arthur continued onward, his pace unbroken, as the water vapor he had conjured dissipated in an instant. The three ambushed emperor crocodiles remained frozen in place. But in the next moment, their enormous bodies erupted, scattering flesh and blood across the ground. As Arthur advanced rapidly, he eliminated the beasts that suddenly emerged, these mutated swamp overlords, tough-skinned and fiercely powerful, yet they became nothing more than fodder against Arthur. Unable to withstand even a moment, with the castle now within reach, Arthur steeled himself, ready to face the final adversary, Elder Alfonso. Suddenly, the swamp began to sink rapidly as a gaping maw, 10 meters wide, opened below him, swallowing Arthur whole in the blink of an eye. Following that, a nearly 100-meter-long, mottled-scaled, single-eyed giant python burst forth from the mire, its massive body shaking the ground as it landed. The serpent lashed its body and then dove back into the original hole, quickly burrowing underground, leaving only its lengthy form behind. Deep beneath the earth, in a damp and frigid cavern, the single-eyed python coiled its entire body around a massive stone. Suddenly, it arched as if struck, its enormous form writhing in agony. The surrounding rocks crumbled under the weight of its struggles, until after a prolonged struggle, the mottled giant python finally lay still, its body rigid against the ground. Soon, steam rose from the scales near its belly, and a blazing sword sliced through its abdomen, Arthur kicking aside the bloody remnants as he emerged. From the outside, the belly of the single-eyed python was already a gruesome sight, a testament to the ferocity of the battle within. Despite this, the beast continued to struggle, showcasing its tenacity for survival. What manner of place is this? Arthur sheathed the blazing sword of the king, gazing around in resignation. As he noticed a cave in the rock wall large enough to accommodate the python's girth, he finally comprehended that the serpent had brought him underground. Uncertain of the distance to the surface and with no seawater in sight, Arthur realized he could not harness the power of the sea god to ascend. If he attempted to climb out from here, who knows how long it would take. By the time he returned, Alfonso might have already activated the divine armament, obliterating the three islands multiple times over. While Arthur pondered his predicament, his attention was suddenly drawn to a weathered section of rock nearby. This wall, worn by countless years, appeared unremarkable, yet it inexplicably beckoned to him. Hastening forward, Arthur placed his palm against the rock face, and suddenly, cracks appeared, revealing a brand new stone tablet before him. Could this be? Arthur murmured in disbelief. Before him stood a pristine stone tablet adorned with hieroglyphs, identical to the one he had seen in the sacred hall of the aquatic race, the same height, width, and material, with ancient pictographs. This was indeed the sea god's legacy that Arthur had desperately sought. Unexpectedly revealed in this hidden place, Arthur turned and offered a moment of silence for the fallen single-eyed python, hoping it might be reincarnated as a gentle giant in its next life. Although the python was a swamp overlord under Alfonso's control, it had inadvertently aided Arthur, as he would never have imagined the stone tablet lay hidden beneath the earth. Perhaps the contents of the tablet held the key to his escape. Arthur, holding such thoughts, swiftly perused the hieroglyphs inscribed upon the stone tablet, only to find his heart increasingly alarmed with each glance. The tablet chronicled the exploits of the sea deity, detailing countless battles and numerous methods of manipulating the ocean's waters, which left Arthur utterly astounded. However, what troubled him most was the true purpose of the sea soul scepter, as recorded in the hieroglyphs. it was not merely a tool for controlling sea beasts. The reason Queen Rhaena of the Sea Tribe could command the creatures of the deep was that the sea deity had once wielded the Sea Soul Scepter, which still retained a vestige of divine power. Instilling a primal awe within the sea beasts. In truth, the scepter served as a key to unlock power, a medium reserved for the kings of the Sea Tribe. According to the hieroglyphs, when the crisis that threatened to annihilate the three tribes arose, the king of the Sea Tribe would use this key to unlock 3 stone tablets and obtain the genuine inheritance of the Sea Soul, should all conditions align. The king of the Sea Tribe wielding the Sea Soul Scepter could temporarily gain the ability to communicate with legendary sea kings. If endowed with exceptional talent and through diligent training, one might eventually compel the sea kings to submit. This was undoubtedly astonishing news, if one could ever control the terrifying sea kings. A mere call could obliterate any nation in an instant. Such formidable power was a tantalizing prospect, even for Arthur, who commanded the power of the sea deity. For Arthur, it was not enough merely to command the ocean. Only the man who could dominate the mightiest sea kings could truly be deemed a sea deity. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur promptly placed the now 2/3 diminished Sea Soul Scepter into the designated slot at the bottom of the stone tablet. In an instant, the entire underground trembled. The tablet shattering dramatically, debris scattering everywhere. As before, the Sea Soul Scepter diminished by another third, leaving only the final third of its length, the triangular gemstone atop it igniting once more in a radiant crimson glow. Harmonizing beautifully with the previous azure luminescence, Arthur believed that when the last fragment of the triangular gemstone shone, it would signify the moment the Sea Soul Scepter unlocked all the sealed powers of the stone tablets. Allowing for the acceptance of the Sea Soul inheritance, carefully stowing the Sea Soul Scepter, Arthur turned to gaze at the gaping hole from which the mottled scaled, one-eyed giant python had burrowed, his mind racing to recall the numerous applications of the sea deity's power inscribed on the tablet. When he opened his eyes again, they were alight with confidence. A sphere of water formed in his palm, which he hurled toward the cave entrance. As the sphere lost momentum and began to descend, Arthur instantaneously transported himself to its location. In the next moment, another pre-prepared water sphere was launched upward, and Arthur continued to teleport through the air, racing toward the ground at astonishing speed. Given Arthur's current strength, he could only teleport using the thrown water spheres, but he believed that one day, with mastery over the sea deity's power, he would be able to teleport to any location with water. In the toxic marsh, a large sphere of water suddenly soared from the ground, measuring over 10 meters in diameter. In the next instant, Arthur appeared at the location of the water sphere, landing steadily on the ground. And he quickly dashed toward the imposing ruins of a castle before him. "You are too late, Arthur," an elderly man with graying hair, wielding a cane, called down from the remnants of the wall. Looking down upon Arthur with disdain, Arthur abruptly halted, his gaze fixating on Princess Nancy, who was bound to the guillotine, her brow furrowed in unconscious distress. Suspended just inches above the unconscious princess's neck was a massive, razor-sharp blade, with the mechanism controlled by Alfonso. Although Arthur was confident in his speed, rescuing Nancy before the blade descended while contending with Alfonso would prove challenging. Moreover, Arthur had promised Queen Rhaena that he would safely return her sister, so he would not take such a risk. "Alfonso, I have already eliminated the other mist callers. You are next," Arthur declared as he sought an opportunity to save Nancy while attempting to sway Alfonso with his words. "They died for their faith. As for me, perhaps I will perish too, but only after the destruction of the 3 islands." Alfonso's face twisted with madness. "Since you are here, I shall show you the might of an ancient epic weapon, the power of the divine armament." Without waiting for Arthur's response, Alfonso suddenly pressed the control button. In an instant, a mechanical mechanism sliced through Nancy's delicate wrist, blood gushing into a golden container via a funnel. The container radiated a golden aura, and soon the earth trembled violently as the central castle collapsed, revealing a colossal cannon rising from the debris, nearly 100 meters tall. What a magnificent creation! Alfonso marveled at the giant cannon, eagerly anticipating the arrival of ultimate victory. As Nancy's blood flowed into the golden vessel, a luminous sphere began to form near the cannon's muzzle, countless streams of light converging. While the surrounding air seemed to be instantly depleted, suddenly, a beam of light, more brilliant than the sun, shot forth, striking a distant mountain peak. As the radiance faded, the mountain peak remained intact, not even a pebble dislodged. "Impossible! This cannot be," Alfonso muttered frantically to himself. The seemingly potent beam of light had exhibited no effect whatsoever. It seemed the divine armament was not as formidable as he had believed. "Give up, Alfonso." Just as Arthur prepared to rescue Nancy while Alfonso was momentarily distracted, the distant 1,000-meter mountain peak abruptly vanished, countless stones turning to ash in the rising shockwave, causing the earth to quake violently. And a cloud of dust engulfing the land. As the dust began to settle, Arthur stood in stunned silence, unable to find his voice upon witnessing the devastation wrought by the divine armament. Not only had the struck mountain peak been obliterated, but the entire range behind it had been entirely destroyed. The once majestic peaks now resembled a vast basin, shrouded in billowing smoke. Observing the transformation of the mountain range into a basin, Arthur became convinced that as long as Nancy's blood was sufficient, the divine armament could easily annihilate the entire three islands. At that moment, the colossal cannon of the divine armament, under Alfonso's command, aimed toward the roaring valley, where the united forces of the Sky Tribe, Earth Tribe, and Sea Tribe were engaged in fierce combat against the ever-appearing skeletal army in front of the collapsed castle. The epic weapon, the divine armament, seemed to make a casual strike, instantly obliterating an entire mountain range. Just as Arthur pondered his next move, the cannon of the divine armament was poised to unleash its fury upon the roaring valley. Within the valley, the main forces of the Sky Tribe, Earth Tribe, and Sea Tribe were battling fiercely against the relentless skeletal army. Princess Nancy, still unconscious upon the guillotine, had blood flowing from her wrist wound into the golden container. As the golden light dispersed, the cannon's muzzle began to rapidly gather energy, countless streams of light coalescing, primed for launch. Die! Alfonso roared, seemingly exhausting every ounce of strength to press the control button. In a flash, a beam of light, brighter than the sun, shot toward the roaring valley, causing the ground along its path to collapse, obliterating vegetation and rocks in an instant. Meanwhile, the three tribes' united forces, having just broken free from the valley's entrance after a bloody battle against the skeletal army, caught sight of the incoming blinding ray of light. The radiance, more brilliant than the sun and capable of annihilating the world, filled the gathered forces at the valley's mouth with despair, like a leaf upon the vast ocean. They felt utterly powerless against the overwhelming force. Perhaps this is the will of the gods, murmured a heavily armored orc shaman. As the king of the Earth Tribe, having recently escaped captivity from the Mist Callers, he had led his people to this point, but now it seemed that all hope was lost, their efforts rendered meaningless in the face of an insurmountable power, the leader of the Sky Tribe. The six-winged angel did not flee but instead stood alongside the other two leaders, honoring the blood oath they had sworn together. Queen Reyna of the Sea Tribe, witnessing the radiant beam, felt her pupils constrict. Struggling to maintain her grip on the sharp sword in her hand. As the Queen of the Sea Tribe, Reyna was deeply unwilling to accept this fate. Not long ago, the three tribes, once bitter enemies, had united a century later to form a coalition against their common foes. After arduous battles, they had finally arrived at this moment, only to confront such a cruel reality, unable to alter their doomed fate. God, if you truly exist, please save us. Queen Reyna suddenly clasped her hands together and fervently prayed towards the heavens. The once anxious members of the Sea Clan followed suit, joining their hands in earnest supplication, hoping that the divine would hear their pleas and save them from peril. The winged beings of the Air Clan and the countless orcs of the Earth Clan mirrored this act, fervently beseeching for a miracle to unfold. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in radiant light appeared in mid-air, facing away from the three clans, its presence exuding an aura of solemnity and sanctity akin to that of a celestial being. A majestic breath formed a shimmering veil of water that rippled and surged, effectively blocking the devastating rays emitted by the divine armament. The clash of these two tremendous forces rapidly birthed a spiraling vortex, causing the earth beneath to crumble into chaos. Amidst this tumult, Arthur found himself caught between the two forces, his garments billowing as he braced against the impact of mountains descending upon him. The searing heat threatened to obliterate his arms, while the force of the divine light seemed to intensify. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth as he endured excruciating pain that felt as if his very flesh were being torn apart. Yet, Arthur understood that retreat was not an option. He could not allow the divine rays to strike the roaring valley where the three clans had gathered, though he did not see himself as a savior. And time was scarce for lamentation. He recognized that inheriting the power of the sea god came with the obligation to protect the clans, a duty he owed to both the sea god and to Queen Reyna herself. As the vortex of colliding energies continued to expand, its aftershocks wreaked havoc upon the beasts dwelling in the poisonous marshes. Despite their desperate bids for escape, many were reduced to ashes by the overwhelming force. The onlookers from the three clans gazed in disbelief at Arthur, who stood alone against the divine armament's ferocious assault. They were all too aware of the armament's formidable power, and to withstand it seemed a feat only a legendary deity could achieve. Had the Celestial truly heeded their earnest prayers, this was a miracle. The sea god truly existed. Many among the three clans who had harbored doubts about the existence of the divine transformed into fervent believers in that moment of witnessing the miracle. However, despite being revered and held in godlike esteem, Arthur was engulfed in torment. His garments were in tatters, and the scorching heat surged within him, igniting a searing pain that radiated through his very core. Blood dripped continuously, only to be vaporized by the intense heat, and he had no idea how much longer he could endure. Yet, as long as he drew breath, he could not falter, just as Arthur felt he was nearing his limit. The blinding rays from the divine armament began to diminish, and the vortex around him dissipated. Bathed in blood, Arthur plummeted from the sky, but he awakened just in time to land safely, buoyed by the mist. Gasping for breath, he cast a cold gaze upon the divine armament. The epic weapon's power was truly staggering, and Arthur knew he could not withstand a second assault. He had to end this swiftly and eliminate Alfonso to truly safeguard the three islands. Ignoring his injuries, Arthur dashed toward the ruins of the ancient castle. The traitorous elder Alfonso stared in disbelief, never expecting that a mere mortal could withstand the divine armament's lethal strike. As Arthur closed in within 100 meters, Alfonso's eyes glinted with malevolence, and without hesitation, he pressed the button to activate the guillotine. It was too late to restart the divine armament. Alfonso decided to gamble everything on killing the little princess, Nancy, using her blood to unleash the armament's maximum power for one final strike. The dazed Nancy awoke to find herself bound and unable to move, suddenly feeling a chill at the nape of her neck. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the descending blade. Who will save me? Alarmed, she closed her eyes tightly, crying out in fear between life and death. Arthur, rushing forward, conjured a water sphere in his palm and hurled it toward the guillotine. In the next instant, he teleported to the location of the water sphere, now mere steps away from the guillotine. Don't be naive, Arthur. You cannot save anyone. Everything is already decided. Alfonso, with a vicious snarl, lunged at him, his staff transforming into a short gun aimed directly at Arthur's vitals. Though Alfonso was advanced in years, his agility was remarkable. Nevertheless, despite Arthur's injuries slowing him down, he managed to evade the attack. Yet, he could not afford to stop. Even a moment's delay would mean Nancy's demise, leaving him no time to counterattack or even to retaliate against Alfonso. The sharp spear was nearly upon him, and the guillotine's blade was rapidly descending towards Princess Nancy's neck. In that critical moment, Arthur composed himself and made a final decision. Blood splattered, drenching Nancy's face as she slowly opened her eyes. Gazing in shock at the composed, smiling Arthur before her, positioned beside the guillotine, Arthur used his shoulder to block the swiftly descending blade, blood erupting forth. His hand, slightly raised, was pierced by Alfonso's spear, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to his neck. Already grievously wounded, Arthur sustained further injury, yet he continued to smile at Nancy, offering her a semblance of comfort amidst her panic. A water projectile shot forth, instantly penetrating Alfonso's abdomen, creating a gruesome hole. With a piercing scream, Alfonso collapsed, blood pooling around him. Seeing the sharp blade on Arthur's shoulder, Nancy suddenly burst into tears, leaving Arthur in a bemused state. After all, it was he who bore the blade, and it was he who should be crying. "Get out of here," Arthur commanded, forming a mass of water that quickly shattered the shackles binding the guillotine. Tearfully, Princess Nancy climbed off the guillotine, her eyes widening at Arthur's gruesome wounds, where the bone was visible. It's all right, just step back quickly, Arthur urged her, his voice steady despite the pain. Once Nancy was at a safe distance, Arthur's aura surged, and with a mighty roar, he shattered the blade lodged in his shoulder along with the guillotine itself. Approaching the barely conscious Alfonso, Arthur looked into his eyes filled with resentment and fear. "You deserve to die this way," he declared coldly. Do not think that we, the Mist Callers, have been entirely eradicated by you. We are but a fraction. When our king arrives, you will—" A spectral water spear pierced Alfonso's palm, then his calf and ankle, soon pinning him with spears all over his body. "Listen well, no matter how many of you Mist Callers remain, I will slay every last one, and you are merely a warning." The excruciating pain drove Alfonso to despair. All notions of faith and allegiance to the Mist Callers faded as survival to precedence. "Please spare me. I was only following orders. I can tell you everything. Just—" Alfonso's pleas were abruptly silenced as a final water spear pierced his throat, extinguishing the last of the Mist Callers upon the three islands. After using water to staunch the bleeding on Nancy's wrist and offering her words of reassurance, Arthur suddenly leaped toward the distant divine armament. This epic weapon, originally constructed by the ancestors of the three clans in ancient times to protect the islands, had been exploited by the Mist Callers in their near annihilation of the three islands, an irony not lost on Arthur. With a water sphere in hand, he hurled it forth, teleporting in midair to land firmly atop the barrel of the divine armament. From this vantage point, he gazed down, realizing that the divine armament was far larger than it appeared. Whether in design or power, it can undoubtedly be regarded as a masterpiece. However, in Arthur's eyes, if the true guardians of the three islands and their clans are to be formidable, it should be the ancient bloodline members rather than relying on a cold, lifeless weapon. As Arthur slowly drew forth the blazing sword of kings, the moment it left its sheath, searing flames erupted. Seemingly yearning for the blood of adversaries, leaning the blade against the divine armament, Arthur surged forward with sudden speed, darting toward the rear of the divine armament. The fiery sword swiftly carved a sparkling gash upon the cannon's body as Arthur traversed nearly 100 meters in a mere instant. As he landed, the colossal, epic cannon shattered into two equal halves with a thunderous crash, crashing to the ground as he pivoted and drove the blazing sword into the core of the cannon's base. Swiftly distancing himself, Arthur rushed to scoop up Princess Nancy and hastily exited the now-ruined castle. Moments later, a deafening explosion resounded as a fireball shot skyward, rapidly forming a mushroom cloud that reached the heavens. This epic weapon, which had lain dormant on the three islands for countless years, was utterly obliterated by Arthur. As night fell, the palace of the Sea Clan sparkled with lights, hosting the first gathering of representatives from the Sky Clan, Earth Clan, and Sea Clan. Upon the main seat, Arthur, wrapped in bandages, lay in the embrace of Queen Lena, relishing the softness behind him as he enjoyed the dishes passed to him by Princess Nancy. Revered as a hero, Arthur did not shy away from affection, embracing those beside him while smiling and waving to the representatives of the three clans who frequently toasted him. Although Arthur had sustained severe injuries, he had recently consumed the black liquid from the azure glass vial, restoring him to a robust state akin to that of a bull. Nevertheless, he believed in indulging in life's pleasures, for seizing joy is the essence of existence. For the Sea Clan, they too hoped that Queen Lena would become Arthur's beloved, elevating the Sea Clan to the forefront among the three. The Earth Clan and Sky Clan harbored similar sentiments, thus sending forth representatives, mostly stunning beauties from their ranks. While Arthur found the Orc tribe's standards of beauty difficult to critique, the representatives, under the guise of frequent toasts, attempted to engage Arthur in conversation, only to be deftly intercepted by the prepared Queen Lena, greatly limiting Arthur's opportunities for philosophical exchanges with the lovely maidens. This time, Queen Lena showcased her dominion, leaving the Sea Clan members in awe. The woman before them was far from the aloof queen they had once known. As the evening progressed, with drinks flowing and dishes served, the banquet continued until the late hours, at which point the representatives of the three clans gradually took their leave. Throughout the event, a silent Lena supported Arthur as they made their way to the fragrant chambers, where she dismissed the attendants and extinguished the lamps, leaving the dimly lit room illuminated only by a faint glow. Lena's cheeks flushed crimson as she fell into a prolonged silence, suddenly inhaling deeply, as if reaching a momentous decision, and shed her garments. Despite the dimness of the chamber, Arthur could discern her exquisitely fair and alluring form. Entirely unadorned, Lena, if this is merely to repay a debt of gratitude, there is no need for such measures, Arthur uttered with his remaining rationality in the face of such candid beauty. You know nothing. How can you utter such words now? Lena boldly approached, pinning Arthur to the bed. I am yours, be it body, status, or nation. Mustering her courage, Lena proclaimed what she believed she could never voice, even if you depart. Remember that this will always be your home. I shall await your return. Arthur raised his hand, gently caressing Lena's smooth cheek before unexpectedly flipping her beneath him. As Lena turned her face away, blushing fiercely, she murmured in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Please, be gentle." Soon, the queen's chambers were filled with the intoxicating sounds of their shared breaths. As dawn broke, Arthur, having risen first, tucked the covers around Lena and cast a lingering glance at her before quietly departing the chambers. When Arthur left, Lena, with her eyes still closed, felt tears trickle down her cheeks, soaking the pillow. Though she held no regrets for the events of the previous night, she wished fervently that Arthur would not leave. Had he but asked if she wished to accompany him, she would have unhesitatingly agreed. Yet, she understood well that Arthur was no caged canary. The Grand Sea route, indeed the New World, was where he would showcase his talents. However, a lingering sense of loss enveloped her, leaving her heart feeling hollow, unsure whether to lament Arthur's lack of sentimentality or to be grateful that he was not consumed by romantic entanglements. Time passed, and when Lena donned her coat and stepped onto the balcony, she was struck speechless by the sight before her. In the vast lawn not far from the palace, gigantic letters had been arranged to spell out a simple phrase: "Wait for my return." These 4 words deeply touched Queen Lena's heart. In a corner of the palace, a gentle gaze also followed Arthur's departing figure. The gentle breeze caressed the face of Princess Nancy, adorned in an opulent gown. As she tidied her wind-tousled hair, Perhaps it was due to the activation of the divine armament, but the previously dazed expression in Nancy's eyes had been replaced with keen intelligence, and she had made a resolution. Since her sister would await Arthur's return, she would venture forth to become a pirate, following in Arthur's footsteps, believing that one day they would reunite on the grand sea route. Though she was acutely aware of the formidable challenges ahead, she understood that one could never know success without first attempting, and that people often possess a strength far beyond their own expectations. Arthur, having departed the Sea Clan, did not leave the realm of the Three Islands but quietly entered the Sky Island. The location of the final stone tablet was not a mystery to him. The representatives of the Sky Clan, who had previously attended the banquet, had already disclosed its whereabouts, eager to avoid trouble. Arthur swiftly advanced, easily evading the guards of the Sky Clan and quickly infiltrating the subterranean storage chamber. Before him soon appeared the stone tablet, inscribed with hieroglyphics. He meticulously and swiftly examined the text. Arthur finally discovered the record concerning the azure glass vial. It was revealed that this vial, known as the celestial blue 8 treasures ancient temple bottle, had existed even before the birth of the sea god. Yet the historical records regarding the mysterious vial were scarce. Just as Arthur felt disheartened by the lack of information, he suddenly noticed a crucial passage below. To enhance the celestial blue 8 treasures ancient temple bottle, a soul sacrifice was required. Though such an act was perilous and should be approached with caution, the soul needed for the sacrifice could only be that of a devil fruit user, and the offering involved consuming their soul. Consume? Arthur was momentarily taken aback, pondering how one could consume an ethereal soul. However, he quickly reconciled with the notion that it was the azure vial that would devour the souls. Yet the stone tablet provided no guidance on how to conduct the sacrifice or how to enable the azure glass vial to grow by consuming souls. After reviewing the text multiple times with no clarity, Arthur produced the remaining third of the soul-returning scepter, the triangular gem at its apex radiating blue and red halos that clashed as if vying for dominion over a broader expanse. Subtly affecting even the shadowed area of the gem's final face, Arthur deftly inserted the soul-returning scepter into the slot on the stone tablet, the entirety of the scepter being engulfed, with a muffled thud. Cracks appeared upon the stone tablet. A tremendous roar echoed as the tablet shattered, and the triangular gem, suspended in mid-air, was suddenly filled with a vibrant green radiance. 3 luminous orbs twisted and entwined, consuming one another, and in an instant, they coalesced into a murky white glow that surged into Arthur's body, leaving a tattoo of 3 yin-yang fish upon his chest. In that moment, fragments of a dormant memory stirred within Arthur's mind, and soon a flood of recollections inundated him. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, a throbbing headache nearly rendered Arthur dazed as he staggered to his feet. He had been in a perilous situation where a moment's inattention could have turned him into a fool. The influx of memories predominantly pertained to marine creatures, their names, personalities, preferences, and even their vulnerabilities. Who dares disturb my slumber? A voice, filled with indignation, resonated within Arthur's mind. Who is it? Arthur demanded, his tone sharp, though the voice emanated from his consciousness. It felt as though it originated from a distant place, specifically beneath him. Lowly human, I am the most handsome being among the sea kings, the magnificent Alsus, the voice retorted dismissively. However, since you can converse with me, it indicates that you have temporarily grasped the power of the sea soul. I shall, according to the ancient pact, grant you one wish. That languid and arrogant voice seemed to urge with a hint of impatience. Upon hearing the tone of insistence, Arthur's mind stirred, and he quickly formulated a thought. No need to rush. Let us converse a while longer. Perhaps the enemy may not even arrive. This is utterly impossible. Speak quickly of your enemies, you wretched human. The Sea King did not expect Arthur to dare defy its command and roared in a fit of anger. I am the illustrious Sea King. If others witness me being commanded by a mere human, how could I ever hold my head high among my kind? Ah, I see. Arthur nodded sagely, realizing that he could engage in a fruitful negotiation with this aquatic sovereign. The Sea King suddenly faltered in its speech, abruptly aware that its innermost thoughts had slipped out, which incited an even greater fury within it. The 3 islands began to tremble violently, mountains crumbled and collapsed, and the earth shook as if enduring a cataclysmic quake of a magnitude beyond comprehension. Cease this at once. I have conceived a wish. Arthur hastily interrupted the tempestuous Sea King. He also recognized the sheer magnitude of the Sea King's form. Merely shifting its body could cause the islands to quake, implying that it was indeed larger than the very land itself. Speak then, as long as you do not ride upon my head. I shall grant you anything. The Sea King fell silent, urgently pressing Arthur for a response. Then let us proceed with you as my steed. Arthur retorted, this is out of the question. Find another arrangement immediately. "You pitiful human," the Sea King bellowed in indignation. "How about you become my pet instead?" Arthur promptly suggested, revealing his true intent. "Let us revisit the notion of riding upon my head," the Sea King, filled with a sense of grievance, spoke in a much softer tone. "Without an enemy, I bear no grievance. Thus, you may continue your slumber. A friend is a path to new opportunities, especially one as colossal and ancient as the Sea King." Arthur preferred to jest rather than provoke it into a desperate confrontation. As for the freedom you desire, I now permit you to depart, Arthur suddenly proclaimed to the Sea King, after a long silence. The Sea King, Alces, hesitantly inquired, "Do you truly wish to let me go? Are you aware of the myriad advantages a Sea King's promise could bestow upon you?" From the inscriptions upon the stone tablet. "I learned of your wager with the sea god in ancient times. You lost and vowed to guard the 3 islands." Arthur recounted the tales inscribed on the stone, noting that the former sea god had long since passed. "And freedom is your rightful due." In truth, Arthur felt a measure of admiration for this Sea King. Alces had upheld his pledge to protect the islands from marine beasts for countless years after losing a wager with the sea god. To maintain such a promise for a millennium, devoid of any constraints, is indeed remarkable. Freedom is, without a doubt, a coveted aspiration. Alces sighed gently and remarked, "One day we shall meet again. I hope by then you will be stronger. For at present, I have no interest in contending with you." There was a palpable disdain in Alces's tone. "I shall strive to improve," Arthur responded, bemused at being capable of vanquishing even a naval rear admiral deemed him weak and feeble. Yet to Alces, Arthur's strength was scarcely worth noting. "Until we meet again, peculiar human." Suddenly, a colossal wave erupted from the ocean, and the ancient Sea King Alces vanished into the depths. Simultaneously, Arthur departed the void path, setting his sights on the grand line. Drawn by an unseen allure. As the 3 stone tablets crumbled, the triangular gems transformed into 3 yin-yang fish symbols upon his chest, and Arthur felt an unmistakable connection with marine life. Perhaps one day, he could indeed command the aquatic sovereigns as inscribed upon the ancient tablet. However, at present, Arthur, lacking a grasp of the oceanic spirit, found himself incapable of controlling even a few meters-long tuna. In his quest for passage, Arthur was forced to politely subdue a tuna, leaving it battered and bruised, until it consented to serve as his vessel, allowing him to venture deeper into the Grand Line. Targeting the Sabati archipelago, Arthur chose not to follow the conventional routes like other pirates, but instead ventured directly into the windless zone, teeming with sea kings. Here, maritime traffic was scarce, thus avoiding many unnecessary skirmishes while ensuring swift progress. Harnessing the sea god's power to sense the waves, Arthur intended to evade the territorial waters of the sea kings within the windless zone. Yet, conflict proved unavoidable, to Arthur's dismay. The tuna he had utilized as a platform was swiftly consumed by a lurking sea beast. Angered by the grave consequence, Arthur swiftly claimed the assailant as his new mount, cutting through the waves as they traversed the windless zone. Time flew by, and after more than a month surfing the ocean, Arthur, tired of fish, resolved to return to the navigational route to ascertain his current location. As he sat cross-legged atop the formidable sea beast, Arthur emerged from the windless zone into the waters of the trade route. Fortuitously encountering several large fishing vessels, the sailors aboard the fishing boats were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the young man returning from the windless zone. A veritable nightmare for seafarers. Aside from Navy ships bound with sea stone, no vessel dared enter the windless zone, yet this young man returned unscathed and brazenly seated atop a colossal sea beast. Arthur gracefully leapt down to the deck, waved at the sea beast, and bowed slightly in gratitude. The creature seemed intimidated by Arthur's display of power and hesitated to depart. It was only after Arthur left the port that the sea beast let out a mournful cry and swiftly dove back into the ocean's depths. This bustling city thrived on trade, with a myriad of shops and restaurants lining the expansive streets. "Extra, extra," a young newsboy shouted as he ran. "The naval forces have gathered at Marineford. Experts predict significant developments." A hefty sum of belly fell into the newsboy's pocket, and Arthur swiftly accepted the newspaper he tossed over, skimming its contents. The paper featured several somewhat blurry images, but Arthur quickly recognized the figure of Admiral Akiji among them. Even the other officers depicted in the corners were far from weak. Logically, the presence of an admiral at Marineford was not particularly surprising. However, during his tenure as a soldier, Arthur had learned that Akiji was dispatched on a mission and thus should not have returned so swiftly. This indicated that something significant must have transpired at Marineford, prompting the admiral's recall. As for the experts asserting that a major event was imminent, it was merely vague speculation. What on earth is the Navy up to? Arthur pondered, furrowing his brow, yet he remained in the dark. Arthur soon discovered that this tourist destination, Gypsy Island, lies a considerable distance from his target, the Sabaody archipelago. Having arrived in the city, he could not forego the opportunity to indulge himself. Armed with an unmarked black card, Arthur decided to treat himself to the finest comforts and culinary delights available. He made his way to the Manhattan Hotel, the most exquisite establishment on Gypsy Island, only to be halted by a sharply dressed doorman. "I am sorry, sir, but those not properly attired are not permitted entry," the doorman said with a look of disdain. Arthur glanced down at his attire, which had indeed become tattered and faintly carried the scent of blood after a month of battles at sea. "Please make an exception. I assure you I could eat a whole cow." Arthur chuckled ruefully, speaking with utmost politeness. "I regret to inform you that this is the Manhattan Royal Hotel, not a charitable institution," the doorman replied with growing impatience, intentionally omitting any formalities. "I've seen plenty of vagrants like you hoping to rummage through the kitchen's trash. Be gone, or I shall ensure you disappear tonight." A burly middle-aged man approached, his face thick with disdain as he toyed with a ring on his finger. "Manager, this brat refuses to leave," the doorman explained with exaggerated deference to the approaching manager. "Return to your post. If you cannot handle a mere vagrant, you shall forfeit your salary for the month," the manager replied coldly, his countenance devoid of warmth. The doorman turned pale and shot a resentful glare at Arthur before retreating into the hotel. It was indeed ironic that the doorman directed his ire towards his exploitative manager rather than Arthur. Instead, they unjustly blame Arthur, an outsider completely unrelated to their plight. One can only say that those who have grown accustomed to servitude, devoid of any backbone, will never rise again. "Oh, you wish for me to disappear? I wonder where you find the audacity." Arthur's expression grew colder, and the good mood he had just arrived with on Gypsy Island evaporated in an instant. "It seems you are one who only sheds tears at the sight of a coffin," the corpulent manager sneered, raising his broad hand slightly. "Bring this brat out and bury him. Be discreet. We cannot afford to let that meddlesome navy catch wind of this." No sooner had he spoken than several well-suited guards rushed forward, surrounding Arthur. "Is there a navy on this island?" Arthur casually inquired. "What, do you intend to report us?" "Unfortunately for you, that opportunity has slipped away." "Get him." At the manager's command, the guards lunged forward. However, amidst a cacophony of anguished screams, several of the guards lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, their arms having been brutally broken by Arthur. How is this possible? The corpulent manager was already pale with fear, collapsing helplessly to the ground. He hadn't even seen how Arthur had struck. He was filled with remorse for having provoked this terrifying individual. Arthur stepped forward, crushing the manager's knee with a kick, then delivering a punch that shattered his jaw, rendering him incapable of making any significant sound, despite his cries of pain. These men were fortunate. Had Arthur come to the island with the intention of fighting the navy, none of them would have survived. Upon re-entering the hotel, the previous doorman immediately approached, only to freeze in place upon seeing Arthur. Just as the doorman was about to speak, a group of female attendants clad in matching uniforms approached, led by a voluptuous woman appearing to be in her 20s. "Sir, welcome to the Manhattan Royal Hotel. I am the manager of this establishment. How may I assist you?" The woman's voice was gentle and melodious, evoking a sense of spring warmth, and her demeanor did not waver despite the earlier unpleasantness, which eased Arthur's initial displeasure considerably. "Having just dealt with a few ill-mannered individuals, I must say I find the hospitality of the Manhattan Hotel rather disappointing," Arthur replied with a tone of indifference. "Dealt with? You mean?" The woman appeared momentarily taken aback when suddenly a servant hurried over and whispered a few words in her ear. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for any discomfort you may have experienced. It is my responsibility." The woman maintained her smile but then calmly inquired, "However, I must ask you to explain why you injured our security personnel." Upon hearing that Arthur had dealt with the manager and his men, the doorman's heart raced. He had just accused this young man, and now feared retaliation. Not one to hesitate, the doorman rushed to the manager's side, explaining, "Manager, this scoundrel barged into the lobby to steal, and when the manager discovered this, he met a cruel fate." Upon hearing the doorman's attempt to shift blame, Arthur remained silent, instead producing an unmarked black card that represented wealth and status. The crowd was momentarily stunned, particularly the well-informed female manager, who recognized the distinctive VIP markings along the edges of the card, indicating it was a higher-tier unmarked black card. This young man's identity was anything but simple. He could well be a prince or a future heir of a powerful conglomerate. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. The doorman, who had just condemned Arthur's actions, fell silent the moment he saw the black card, and with a serious expression, stated, "Manager, I only said those things at the behest of the manager." This gentleman entered the lobby gracefully, I was about to escort him to the front desk when the intoxicated manager obstructed us. He got what he deserved, the doorman said, emphasizing the word drunk. Silence. The beautiful manager furrowed her brow, coldly reprimanding the fickle doorman. She then turned to Arthur, who had yet to take the black card, and said with unwavering poise, I must insist you clarify what transpired. Even if it might lead to discomfort, that is my responsibility. The onlookers were completely bewildered. This was a black card VIP, and they should have been courting his favor, yet here she was questioning him. Many wondered if the beautiful manager had lost her senses. Your name is Molly. The manager? Arthur remarked with a hint of amusement, glancing at the name tag on her uniform. Indeed, sir, if you plan to seek revenge. I am prepared to accommodate you at any time, but for now, please elucidate the events that took place. Manager Molly replied with a calm demeanor. Arthur initially thought this beautiful manager was trying to capture his attention. For anyone, establishing a connection with someone of black card status would yield significant benefits. However, he soon realized he had misjudged. This manager named Molly had a serene gaze, clearly a woman of principles, deserving respect in this materialistic world. Just as Arthur was about to explain, a striking man in his 30s, sporting a crew cut and a cigar, emerged from a nearby room. His gaze quickly fell upon the black card in Arthur's hand, and upon noticing the cold glint in manager Molly's eyes, he seemed to piece together the situation. His expression shifted to one of feigned cheerfulness as he approached, respectfully shaking Arthur's hand. Esteemed sir, welcome to the Manhattan Royal Hotel. I am one of the board members. Guli. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Please allow me to escort you. Arthur glanced back at the slightly somber-faced manager Molly and followed the attendant into the grand hall. Heading toward the VIP room. Guli, do not forget that I am the manager. Molly's voice rang out, filled with indignation before he could leave. With a sharp crack, Molly's cheek instantly flushed red as Guli hissed. You ungrateful woman. Your position as manager was granted out of respect for your father's past assistance to our family. But due to your foolishness, the board has decided to revoke your managerial duties. Expect the order to arrive shortly. Remember, you are not worthy to challenge me. While Arthur despised men who struck women, he would not interfere in such affairs and soon entered the opulent room. As dusk descended, having washed up and changed into clean clothes, Arthur approached the window to admire the beautiful sight of silvery moonlight cascading over the seaside hotel, habitually reaching for his sketch pad. He was reminded that it had been destroyed during the battle at the Tri-Island, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, just as he prepared to retire for the night. He inadvertently spotted a stunning woman clad in a white dress standing on the beach, gazing out at the sea. It was none other than the beautiful manager Molly, whom he had encountered earlier that day. Having just learned of her impending dismissal and being struck, she likely felt quite despondent. With a swift motion, Arthur leaped from the balcony, landing on the beach. Such a beautiful lady as yourself. It would be a pity if you were to seek an end to your life. He remarked calmly, admiring Molly's exquisite silhouette. Mr. Arthur, are you pretending to be a saint, trying to coax a despairing woman into finding hope to live again? Then I would be grateful and return your kindness with embrace and affection for a night of passion? If so, I wouldn't mind. Arthur sat down on the beach, responding with composure. I apologize, but I am not nearly as weak as you imagine. Molly retorted coldly. Moreover, you are so young. The black card must have been inherited rather than earned through your own endeavors. Which is hardly something to boast about. Arthur chuckled ruefully, acknowledging her point. Just as Molly had said, the wealth on that black card belonged to Michael. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have qualified to apply for one. That is indeed true. Arthur conceded generously, causing Molly, who had prepared to deliver a sharp retort, to feel somewhat deflated, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she regarded the unusual man. By the way, Manager Molly, I have no intention of seeking a night of intimacy with you, Arthur added, approaching her side. I merely wish to enjoy the scenery and present you with a gift. A gift. Molly looked at Arthur in slight astonishment, her curiosity piqued by the water globe in his hand. Apply this to your swollen area. I believe it will help you recover swiftly. Ms. Molly, did you see that? Molly lifted her gaze to Arthur, initially expecting mockery or pity from this young, affluent man. Instead, she found his gaze calm and profound, reminiscent of the vast ocean, exuding an inexplicable charm. Please believe me, it was not intentional. Arthur turned to gaze at the vast ocean, embracing the refreshing sea breeze that caused his garments to billow about him. Molly said little, applying a water-soaked cloth to her still swollen face. Soon, a miraculous transformation occurred. Her skin became as smooth as new, devoid of any trace of swelling. Thank you. Molly whispered her gratitude. What did you say? Arthur inquired. Nothing. Molly replied, her tone tinged with displeasure. You're welcome. Arthur suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, clearly having heard her words. Now I don't wish to thank you, Molly retorted angrily. I am merely taken aback. Please do not take offense, Arthur responded with a cheerful smile, sitting on the beach, his gaze softening as he watched the relentless waves crash upon the shore. The wind grew stronger, carrying a hint of chill, when suddenly a coat was draped over Molly's shoulders. I am simply fulfilling the duties of a gentleman. Initially intending to refuse, Molly reconsidered and accepted the gesture of kindness. After a prolonged silence, gazing out at the sea, Molly murmured, if there were a girl who, from a young age, managed a hotel as per her father's wishes, and the upper management believed she intended to seize the property for herself. Despite her merely growing up in that hotel and developing a fondness for it, having even sold all her shares, how should she confront those predatory executives? As night fell, Arthur abruptly stood up and said in a flat tone, it's time to head back, showing little interest in the girl's tale. Although Arthur's words were ordinary, they caused Molly, who had just begun to trust him and slightly opened her heart, to instinctively withdraw into herself. Indeed, my apologies, Mr. Arthur. Molly stepped forward, removing her garment and placing it in his hands before swiftly turning to leave, glancing at Molly's retreating figure. A mist formed beside Arthur, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. The following morning, Molly awoke and quickly prepared herself as usual, donning her professional attire as she exited her room. The board of directors, intent on selling the hotel, had repeatedly attempted to oust her. The nominal heir, since they held 100% of the shares. Upon entering the lobby, she was taken aback to find all the managers, attendants, and doormen gathered there, including the board members. The chill ran down her spine as she realized the moment of her dismissal had arrived. However, what must come will come, and she could only face it with courage. Standing before the crowd, Molly surveyed their faces, then glanced at the familiar hotel lobby and calmly stated, gentlemen, please speak your minds. A bespectacled man in a sharp suit handed her a document. Molly signed it without a second thought, and suddenly, all the board members stood up collectively, the elder among them, with hair as white as snow, addressed her, congratulations, from this moment forth, this hotel is your property. We hope for future collaborative opportunities. My property. Wait, you must be mistaken. What is happening? Molly asked, bewildered. Gully approached with an apologetic smile, respectfully saying, there is no mistake. The headquarters has sent the order. This hotel is now yours. I previously failed to recognize your significance. Please do not take it to heart. As he spoke, Gully glanced at the board members, raised his hand, and struck his own face, causing it to swell almost instantly. The legal documents will be delivered to you shortly, Manager Molly. The board members bowed respectfully to her and departed the hotel. Manager, congratulations. We shall work diligently for you. Ready to face any challenge, the hotel staff pledged their loyalty, especially those who had once looked down on Molly, now eager to report on others to secure their positions in this well-paying establishment. Yet, Molly had little interest in their words, her mind racing with thoughts of the recent events. Could it be? Molly rushed breathlessly to Arthur's room, flinging the door open, eager to clarify matters with him. She did not recognize any members of the headquarters controlling the hotel, and thus, no one would come to her aids for the board members of the hotel branch, who sought to expel her daily. They were unlikely to have a change of heart. The only possibility lay with Arthur's assistance. However, Molly could not fathom how Arthur had persuaded the headquarters in a single night. Was he a divine being? Yet, upon arriving at Arthur's room, she was disheartened to find he had already departed, leaving no trace behind. This scoundrel, does he wish for me to owe him a debt of gratitude that I can never repay? To remember him for all eternity? Molly fumed, leaning against the wall, her face buried in her legs in utter defeat. What are you doing here? A familiar voice echoed from the hallway. Molly lifted her tear-stained eyes to see Arthur, holding a newly acquired sketchpad, his expression complex. Upon hearing his oblivious question, she retorted, "This is my hotel. I can go wherever I please without needing your permission. Indeed, you are correct, and may I refer you to your first point?" Arthur replied with a light chuckle. Suddenly, Molly lunged at Arthur, embracing him tightly, murmuring, "You cannot escape. You are not allowed to go anywhere." Awakening to the soft light of dawn, Arthur stood on the balcony, engrossed in his painting. In a short time, a magnificent seascape emerged on the canvas, seemingly imbued with a soul, perhaps a testament to the strength of the sea god. He completed the artwork. Molly, clad in her nightgown and watching quietly, eagerly insisted that he inscribe her name upon it. After bestowing a sweet kiss, she donned her professional attire and commenced her duties as the manager for the day. Unbeknownst to her, Arthur had learned from elsewhere that today was her birthday. and he intended to venture to the Windless Zone to procure a gift from the Sea King. Not long after Arthur departed Gypsy Island for the Windless Zone, a massive luxury cruise ship docked at the harbor, flanked by over a dozen warships providing escort. Alarmingly, 3 naval rear admirals were seen on the escorting ships, and at the forefront, the flagship bore the pennant of a naval vice admiral. Who could possess such clout to warrant this high-level naval protection? A multitude gathered at the dock, hushed in anticipation. Suddenly, the naval cannons aimed at the shore, and with a series of violent explosions, the harbor was littered with debris and scattered corpses. Vice Admiral Antonio slammed his fist down in fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at the warships that had opened fire on the impoverished. Although Antonio held the rank of Vice Admiral and was a key figure in this fleet, he could not prevent the ships from firing upon the civilians, for the true authority lay elsewhere. Soon, the warships docked, and armed naval soldiers stormed the shore, firing at the still living bodies. Family members arriving from afar, still in confusion, fell into pools of blood, while the soldiers swiftly disposed of the corpses in the sea, using lime to erase the signs of bloodshed. As the enormous softwood was lowered, a crimson carpet unfurled toward the city, with armed soldiers patrolling the area, driving everyone back to their homes, executing anyone who hesitated. Before long, a middle-aged man donned with a bubble helmet, flanked by numerous bodyguards, descended from the warship riding on the backs of 2 chained slaves. Exuding an air of arrogance, he was a descendant of the Creator, possessing noble blood, and reviled by many as the world's aristocracy. Celestial dragon, these wretched slaves dared to disrupt my mood. They deserve to perish like the vermin they are. Ferdinand Saint, the celestial dragon, observed indifferently, kicking the heads of the seated slaves with disdain. There is no need for you to exterminate ordinary residents. Vice Admiral Nolan, stepping down from the warship, regarded the celestial dragon with a stoic expression. These lowly creatures possess an astonishing capacity for reproduction, akin to weeds in spring, impossible to eradicate. Ferdinand Saint replied dismissively, if you so desire, I would not mind driving all the wretched slaves of Gypsy Island from their homes to face their doom in the square. You. Vice Admiral Nolan clenched his fists, his chiseled features emanating a chilling aura. The Navy, cloaked in the mantle of justice and tasked with protecting the common people, had become the very executioners of indiscriminate slaughter. Though Nolan held the esteemed rank of Vice Admiral and wielded considerable power and influence within the Navy, he was still powerless against the atrocities unfolding before him. However, when faced with the world noble, the celestial dragon, who must be protected, he felt dwarfed and powerless to halt the Navy's atrocities, let alone confront the celestial dragon. Ferdinand Saint, according to the orders of Admiral Sengoku, please board the ship to the Chambered Islands promptly, urged Vice Admiral Nolan with a harsh tone. Do not invoke Sengoku's name. I am already weary of the spoiled food at sea. Besides, is there truly anyone in this world who would dare to lay a hand on me? I am a world noble. Ferdinand Saint stomped his feet on the back of a slave, his steed, as they proceeded along the crimson carpet toward the heart of Gypsy Island. Commander, please temper your anger. We cannot offend the celestial dragons. A naval rear admiral in a sharp suit and pristine justice cloak interjected. Another slender naval rear admiral chimed in. The blame for the slaughter of civilians rests solely on the celestial dragons. We bear no responsibility. Have you all forgotten the oath under the Navy's flag? It seems you excel more at shirking responsibility than upholding justice. The last rear admiral to disembark from the warship scoffed coldly at his colleagues' attempts to evade accountability. Justin, do not stand there and speak without feeling the pain. Why don't you try to stop a celestial dragon? At this remark, a heavy silence fell over the officers, all of whom were powerful figures within the military, esteemed and respected, now reduced to mere bodyguards. In truth, the death of a few island residents mattered little to them. Their indignation stemmed from the fact that they could not afford to offend the world nobles, a humiliation that fueled their hatred toward the celestial dragons. They merely hoped to swiftly transport this arrogant celestial dragon to the Chambered Islands, lest they could no longer contain themselves and rush forward to strangle this fat fool. In the office hall of the island, numerous staff members knelt on either side as Ferdinand Saint rode atop his slave, his half-open eyes sweeping over the prostrated crowd. Who holds authority here? Ferdinand Saint inquired languidly. A man appearing to be in his 40s cautiously rose from the ground, standing by with a smile and saying, Esteemed Ferdinand Saint, I am the highest officer stationed on the island. How may I serve you? I will comply immediately. Faced with the world noble who held the power of life and death, the Gypsy Island officer had to be on high alert. A gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the officer's forehead, his body collapsing onto the steps with a thud. Several women screamed in terror, some even fainting on the spot. while all others were paralyzed with fear. Kneeling and daring not to move, when did I permit you to stand and speak? Ferdinand Saint scowled at the corpse, firing several shots with his firearm to vent his frustration. I am now the king of this island. You must obey all my commands. Indeed, not just you, but everyone on this island is my slave. Ferdinand Saint shot the island officer, immediately declaring his authority. He then ordered the nearby navy to drag out the girls who had screamed upon seeing the body and execute them, merely because their cries had disturbed his thoughts. In reality, even without killing the island officer, none dared to defy the celestial dragons, nor did they have the courage to resist. Murder was merely an interest and a habit. For any celestial dragon, aside from their noble bloodline, all other races were but worthless weeds, slaves to be killed at will. As the king of this island, I will issue my first decree. You are fortunate. I am one who enjoys parties. Several clerks immediately knelt and approached, picking up paper and pens to draft the first document, preparing to issue a decree for the entire island, effective immediately. All females under the age of 35 must wear no clothing, and all males must cover their faces to prevent me from seeing their ugly visages. The scribe paused in shock, nearly dropping the pen as he realized this was not a decree but a command to turn the entire populace into slaves. What, do you have any grievances, or are you incapable of writing? Ferdinand Saint leaned closer with a smile that was not a smile, gazing at the sweating scribe. Yes, the decree will be completed shortly. The pale scribe replied, hastily and respectfully. It was uncertain whether it was the subservient demeanor or the expression filled with dread that spared the scribe's life, but it was most likely to expedite the issuance of the edict. Soon, numerous notices appeared in the central square of Gypsy City, guarded by dozens of armed Navy personnel, quickly drawing the curiosity of many. Upon reading the contents, an uproar ensued. Heaven knows what kind of lunatic issued this decree. It demands that all women under the age of 35 wear no clothing, and every man must wear a mask to hide his face. Furthermore, what they found even more intolerable was that any Navy soldier entering a household could do as they pleased, with all who dared to oppose or interfere facing immediate execution. The crowd was incensed and sought answers, yet faced with the dark muzzles of guns, many chose to remain silent. This absurd decree prompted many on the island to consider fleeing. However, when they reached the harbor, they soon discovered, to their despair, that the ships previously docked had all been sunk by the Navy. This meant that Gypsy Island had become a complete isolation, soon to be transformed into a hell where they could either obey the orders or be shot on the spot. In a dim bridge tunnel not far from the dock, a striking young man, appearing to be 17 or 18, pulled a girl in a white dress, carefully avoiding the Navy sentries as they entered the dark tunnel, soon revealing a small sailboat less than 3 meters long. Despite the risk of being pursued by the Navy for defying orders to escape the island, the young man, encouraged by his father, was resolute, driven by love for the girl. Boarding the small coastal vessel, he aimed to flee from this island he had grown up on, now overrun by demons. Following the dark river downstream, they navigated toward the original port. Swiftly entering the blue sea, the handsome young man held the girl's delicate hand tightly, pushing the boat to its maximum speed toward the open waters, at which point they were spotted by the Navy on the shore. The Navy had received strict orders to prevent any island residents from escaping. Otherwise, the celestial dragons would not spare them. More importantly, should the events occurring on Gypsy Island become public knowledge, the celestial dragons would remain unscathed. But the Navy, if reduced to accomplices rather than upholders of justice, would face overwhelming public backlash. Rear Admiral Aaron personally led the charge, commanding a battleship to race toward the small boat, determined to eliminate the two. Damn the Navy! The handsome young man cursed under his breath as he saw the warship approach rapidly, instructing the girl to lie low at the bow while he piloted the vessel at full speed. Yet, the Navy's warship was simply too swift. In no time, it had entered firing range, and soon, several whistling projectiles came hurtling toward them. The dark, high-explosive shells exploded violently in the water near the small boat, sending surging waves that nearly capsized it. Fortunately, due to its small size, the battleship's initial barrage missed its target. I'm scared, the girl cried, trembling in fear as she lay on the boat. Don't worry, just close your eyes. I'm here, the young man reassured her, quickly steering the boat along the current. After the Navy's warship had fired its first volley, the tremendous recoil slowed its advance, creating a temporary distance of over 100 meters between the two vessels. However, as the Navy's warship picked up speed, it soon closed the gap again. Follow my orders. Prepare to fire, commanded Rear Admiral Aaron. As not only the ship's cannons but also the Navy personnel standing at the railing aimed their weapons at the couple on the small boat. Instantly, the sound of gunfire erupted, and explosive blasts near the small vessel created towering water columns. Yet, as the smoke cleared and the surface of the sea settled, the small boat remained unscathed, and the couple inside was unharmed. How can this be possible? Rear Admiral Aaron stared in disbelief at the small boat, far beyond his comprehension. What in the world are you all doing? At that moment, a voice echoed from the sea. Soon, Arthur, cradling a pearl the size of a soccer ball, slowly emerged from the water, looking perplexed at the tense standoff between the Navy and the cornered boat. The couple looked uncertain whether this person had saved them. While the Navy members stood in stunned silence, though the manner of his appearance was somewhat alarming, encountering a speaking creature in the sea was not extraordinary, for this world was home to fishmen. Yet the man before them displayed no characteristics of a fishman. Rather, he stood upon the waves without a vessel or any buoyant object, a sight so bizarre that it was unprecedented. Could it be that you were the notorious pirate? Arthur, the one with a bounty of 170 million, who once annihilated a fleet and is infamously dubbed the fallen sea god. A perceptive naval lieutenant scrutinized Arthur for a moment, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, In an instant, the crowd erupted in hushed murmurs, a sense of unease washing over them. Encountering a being of such formidable prowess was a nightmare for every naval soldier. On the ship's railing stood Rear Admiral Aaron, his heart sinking. The naval lieutenant Arthur had previously dispatched was an elite who understood the essence of dominance. The fleet he commanded boasted an illustrious record, having dispatched countless pirates and sunk numerous pirate ships. The man before them exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation, prompting Rear Admiral Aaron, who had contemplated launching an attack on Arthur, to ultimately abandon the perilous notion. However, the two individuals in front of him could not be allowed to escape. Negotiation was his sole recourse. Arthur, these two individuals are wanted fugitives. If you depart voluntarily, we need not engage in conflict. Rear Admiral Aaron proposed, I am a wanted pirate. As a member of the Navy, should you not uphold justice and apprehend me? Arthur replied with a cold smile, his gaze playfully assessing Rear Admiral Aaron. Or are you simply afraid, confronted with the reality of facing Arthur, the slayer of elite naval officers and destroyer of entire fleets? Aaron indeed felt a surge of trepidation. Yet, as a Rear Admiral, being spoken to in such a manner under the watchful eyes of many was hardly bearable. Moreover, if he refrained from taking action, and if a few gossiping individuals reported this encounter, his career would likely come to a swift end. It is worth noting that while the Navy is replete with many colonels, ascending to the rank of admiral is exceedingly challenging. To secure that coveted star, countless connections had been made and gifts exchanged. Arthur, do not be too arrogant. I am bound by duty and lack the time to attend to you. Otherwise what? Arthur inquired, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Rear Admiral Aaron. Faced with Arthur's icy stare, Aaron found himself swallowing the bravado he had intended to express. His motivations for joining the Navy stemmed from a desire for status, not an earnest pursuit of justice. Confronted with the evidently formidable Arthur, Rear Admiral Aaron's thoughts shifted toward retreat. However, should he fail to capture the two fugitives who had escaped from Gypsy Island, the repercussions from the celestial dragons would be even more dire. Attempting to maintain composure, Rear Admiral Aaron declared, do not overstep your bounds. Should it come to that, we shall see who prevails. When have I ever bullied you? By the way, do yourself a favor and leave while the mood is still favorable. Arthur waved dismissively, his disdain palpable for a naval officer of such low caliber. As the two men faced off, a naval soldier stealthily maneuvered to the side of the warship, aiming his firearm at a young couple aboard. In the instant the gun fired, Arthur appeared before the incoming projectile, effortlessly catching the bullet and discarding it into the sea. In that moment, a sphere of water coalesced in his palm and was hurled forward. The soldier who had attempted the ambush was struck by the water sphere, which smashed into the naval vessel, creating a massive breach. The soldier was obliterated without a trace. Rear Admiral Aaron felt a heaviness in his chest. He had dispatched the soldier to distract Arthur, believing that this would allow him to report back successfully. Yet, he had not anticipated that this plan would be thwarted so swiftly, rendering his efforts futile. Seeking death, are we? Arthur leaped into the air, landing firmly on the deck of the warship. Charge! Rear Admiral Aaron, realizing that there was no way to resolve this peacefully, steeled himself for battle, convincing himself that this man, known as the fallen sea god, might not be as invincible as he seemed, or that the elite naval officers he had previously defeated had merely fallen victim to carelessness. Raising a battle axe, Rear Admiral Aaron urged the naval soldiers to advance, all the while reassuring himself. Arthur, calm and composed, advanced slowly, seemingly oblivious to the swarm of naval soldiers rushing toward him. As the soldiers closed in, a thick mist of water enveloped Arthur, and suddenly, a tremendous force sent the naval soldiers flying, one after another, into the SEA.do. Not underestimate me. Rear Admiral Aaron gazed in disbelief as hundreds of his men were dispatched in an instant by Arthur. Yet, in the face of life and death, the instinct for survival compelled him to swing his axe with all his might toward Arthur. Arthur merely lifted his gaze, then raised his hand to effortlessly catch the descending axe, which shattered at his touch. As Rear Admiral Aaron attempted to flee, a figure materialized behind him, delivering a crushing blow to his face. Blood gushed forth as his nose caved in, and his body was sent hurtling away. Yet Arthur, faster still, reached him before he could hit the ground, seizing the unconscious Rear Admiral by the collar and lifting him into the air. The Rear Admiral Aaron was no mere commoner. He could not withstand even a second in Arthur's grasp. Consider yourself fortunate today. I have no desire to spill blood. For a waste such as you to hold the rank of Rear Admiral is a testament to the Navy's decline. Arthur cast aside the unconscious Rear Admiral, leaving him on the deck as he made his exit. Some surviving naval soldiers collapsed in fear, none daring to impede Arthur's departure. This man was more formidable than the tales suggested. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had decimated an entire ship's crew, and Rear Admiral Aaron had not even lasted a second. Such strength was beyond their capacity to counter. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. Arthur landed gracefully on a modest barge, casting a curious glance at the two fugitives. The Navy so bored these days that they even meddle in matters of elopement. Mr. Arthur, we are grateful for your intervention. The handsome youth protectively shielded his girlfriend, eyeing Arthur with caution. Though Arthur's prowess was undeniably impressive, and he had saved them, pirates were known for their ruthlessness, often far more so than the Navy. It was difficult to fathom what a high-profile fugitive might demand in return for their assistance. Though he recognized his own inability to resist, the young man stood valiantly before his girlfriend. Are you residents of Gypsy Island? Arthur inquired casually. Are you as well? The handsome youth was taken aback, then hesitantly asked. Gypsy Island was not particularly large, with a population of only a few tens of thousands. While it was improbable for the youth to know everyone, he was certain most inhabitants would recognize Arthur. Yet he had no recollection of him at all. I am merely a visitor to the island. Since you are safe now, I shall take my leave, Arthur declared, retrieving a pearl the size of a football from the sea. Eager to return to Gypsy Island and present this birthday gift to the beautiful shopkeeper, Molly, you cannot go back, Mr. Arthur, the handsome youth urged fervently. Since the celestial dragons arrived on the island, the Navy has unleashed a massacre upon the residents. His fists clenched in rage, he continued, they have enacted insane decrees. Gypsy Island has descended into hell. While you are undeniably powerful, facing the onslaught of a naval vice admiral and fleet could very well cost you your life. The celestial dragons and naval vice admirals. Arthur was momentarily taken aback. Most of what he knew about the privileged celestial dragons was merely hearsay. However, the brazen slaughter perpetrated by these individuals can only be described as the epitome of villainy in this world. Their arrival on Gypsy Island heralds nothing but misfortune. With no time to elucidate matters to the handsome youth, Arthur, consumed by concern for Morley's safety, vanished in an instant, transforming into a swift current rushing towards Gypsy Island. Upon arrival, the once thriving city lay desolate, echoing with the anguished cries of those struck down. Under the orders of the celestial dragons, a contingent of naval soldiers committed heinous acts, mercilessly inflicting atrocities upon the island's inhabitants, incinerating corpses without a thought to conceal their crimes. The luxurious hotel where Morley resided swiftly became a target of the naval assault. Many attendants met a gruesome fate, while guests were blindfolded and lined up, executed one after another. The hotel manager, Morley, had just gone to inspect the food supplies, narrowly escaping the carnage. Yet, soon after, a severely mutilated attendant, barely clinging to sanity, revealed Morley's hiding place. A horde of naval soldiers stormed in, their eyes gleaming with malevolence as they encircled the strikingly beautiful Morley. With terror flooding her gaze, Morley backed against the wall, finding no avenue of escape, when one soldier lunged at her. She seized a nearby shovel and struck him squarely on the forehead, causing him to collapse, clutching his profusely bleeding wound and howling in agony. Wretched woman, the bloodied soldier roared, rising to his feet and raising his rifle, only to be swiftly kicked down by a lieutenant. This woman is a gift for Lord Ferdinand Saint. Get her out, the lieutenant commanded. And although the soldiers harbored resentment, they had no choice but to retreat. Minutes later, Morley, now adorned with careful embellishments, was escorted by naval soldiers to the residence of Lord Ferdinand Saint. Upon beholding Morley's breathtaking beauty and exquisite figure, the celestial dragon Ferdinand was instantly entranced, shoving aside the island's girls who attended him. Fixating his predatory gaze upon Morley, Ferdinand raised his gun to execute the girls. Morley interjected coldly, "Spare them. Cease the atrocities and slaughter on this island, and I shall submit to your will. Bring me someone, quickly." Ferdinand bellowed, as his fervor surged. Soon, several guards burst through the door. "Go. Command those wretched scoundrels to halt. Any disobedient, even if they are naval soldiers, shall be executed." To appease Morley, Ferdinand displayed utter disregard for the lives of the naval soldiers. To him, even those officers lacking pure bloodlines were worthless, expendable at a moment's notice. Once the room was devoid of anyone but the celestial dragon and Morley, Ferdinand seated himself eagerly, beckoning Morley to serve him. With a sudden smile, Morley tenderly leaned into Ferdinand's embrace, only to swiftly strike him at the neck. With a muffled grunt, the celestial dragon collapsed, rendered unconscious. Morley hastily fashioned a rope from the bed linens, cautiously opened the window, and secured the rope, quietly descending. Just as the dazed Ferdinand regained consciousness and realized the room was empty, the searing pain in his neck reminded him of the audacious woman who dared to assault him, igniting a furious wrath. "Bring me someone." As guards rushed in, a gunshot rang out, and the foremost guard fell, struck down. "Why are you so slow? Relay my orders. Annihilate every living being on this island. Leave no creature alive." Ferdinand's gaze fell upon the makeshift rope in the corner, and he dashed to the window, catching sight of Morley just as she touched down. Fueled by vengeance, Ferdinand quickly expended his ammunition, while Morley, clutching her gunshot wound, sprinted into a nearby alley. "Kill them all," the almost deranged Ferdinand commanded, issuing a massacre decree for Gypsy Island. Wounded, Morley stumbled through the dim alley, propping herself against the wall as she progressed, the steps stained with glaring blood. The gunshot wound made her breath increasingly labored, and darkness threatened to engulf her. After countless falls, the gunfire behind her urged her to rise once more. Time passed without her awareness, and utterly exhausted, she leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, the wall behind her becoming saturated with blood. Morley realized her endurance was waning, and the specter of death loomed ominously. Yet, rather than fear, her mind was consumed by thoughts of Arthur, the man with whom she had shared joy from acquaintance to intimacy. In her final moments, she longed to see Arthur one last time, simultaneously wishing for him to distance himself from Gypsy Island, to preserve his life from the impending doom. As she hovered on the brink of death, Morley's eyelids fluttered shut, until a voice nearby roused her. "There are bloodstains. Follow me." Soon, a group of armed naval soldiers, tracking the blood trail Morley had left, hastened towards her. There is an injured woman. "So beautiful. Brothers, we are fortunate." The soldiers, their eyes gleaming with predatory excitement, encircled the immobilized Morley as she contemplated resistance. Her body betrayed her, devoid of strength, leaving her a mere spectator. Suddenly, a figure surged forward, grasping the heads of two soldiers and slamming them into the wall. Before the others could react, the lightning-fast silhouette darted behind them, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 soldiers, their heads forcibly driven into the wall, leaving bizarre, headless corpses swaying, blood and gore splattering the ground, filling the air with a nauseating miasma. "It is really you, Arthur." Morley, barely clinging to consciousness, strained to keep her eyes open, incredulous at the sight of Arthur standing before her. "It's truly wonderful to see you one last time. Don't speak." Arthur rushed forward, cradling Morley in his arms, his gaze hardening upon her profusely bleeding wound. "No, I must speak. Otherwise, I may never have another chance. I love you and wish to be with you forever." Morley mustered her remaining strength, gripping Arthur's clothing as if letting go would cause him to vanish. Arthur quickly produced a small azure vial, dripping the black liquid into Morley's mouth. "You'll be all right." As the luminescence enveloped her, Morley's pallor visibly improved, her wounds healing at an astonishing rate. "I'll get you out of here." Arthur scooped Morley into his arms, racing out of the alley, where the corpses of naval soldiers lay strewn about. Arthur, unwilling to show mercy to the inhuman soldiers engaged in senseless slaughter, left a trail of bodies in his wake. He swiftly reached the shoreline, and with the crashing waves, he found himself several miles offshore in an instant. Soon, a small boat approached, captained by the couple Arthur had saved earlier. The handsome youth promptly offered Morley a seat. The youth, astonished at Arthur's ability to rescue his beloved from the heavily guarded Gypsy Island unscathed, felt an urgent desire to implore Arthur to assist the island's residents. However, such a request was clearly unrealistic, as a vice-admiral commanded the island, accompanied by 2 brigadier generals. Even if Arthur were exceptionally skilled, he would still be outnumbered, risking his own life. "I will do my utmost to save lives, but how many survive depends on their fate. However, first, you must ensure her safe passage to nearby Samo Island." But the handsome youth hesitated, expressing concern. Though he had survived, his parents remained on the island, and he was reluctant to leave. "Do you refuse? Then our agreement is nullified." and I shall not rescue a single soul on this island. Arthur's voice turned cold. "Not I accept." The youth recognized he had no choice and resolutely replied. Arthur handed him a thick stack of belly. "Find a reputable hotel. I will return to Samo Island with the remaining survivors." Although the handsome young man was eager to learn how Arthur managed to rescue all the survivors from Gypsy Island, which was under the control of a vice-admiral and surrounded by the Navy, his doubts dissipated upon witnessing the calmness in Arthur's eyes. As he watched the barge depart, Arthur turned his gaze back toward Gypsy Island. He had orchestrated this arrangement with full awareness of the dire consequences of inciting the wrath of the celestial dragons. Yet for Arthur, anyone who dared to harm his woman would face the wrath of even the highest powers. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, riding the waves, and in an instant, he ascended onto the island, landing firmly as he made his way toward the location of the celestial dragons. On a weathered street, over a dozen naval soldiers had barricaded the entrance, firing their rifles indiscriminately at the fleeing residents, with anguished cries echoing as more fell into pools of blood. The once obedient Navy, following the orders of the celestial dragons to eliminate everyone on the island, had succumbed to a bloodlust that unleashed a ruthless slaughter upon the unarmed inhabitants. "Please, spare my child." A woman, shot in the thigh, collapsed on the ground, cradling her infant and pleading with the soldiers. "What are you all dawdling for? Kill them all, including the children," barked a cold-eyed officer, issuing commands to a few soldiers who hesitated. "If you don't fire, you will all die," he threatened, aiming his rifle at one of his own men. Just as the soldiers prepared to pull the triggers, a bizarre spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The bullets that should have swiftly soared forth inexplicably hovered in midair, enveloped in a mist, before abruptly speeding back into the chambers of the rifles, piercing through the backs of the soldiers, resulting in a chorus of muffled gasps as they fell lifelessly to the ground. The officer stared in disbelief at Arthur, who stood there, emanating a suffocating pressure. The strange occurrence was undeniably linked to this man, whom he now perceived as a demon from hell. Attempting to flee in terror, the officer found his legs weighed down as if laden with lead. Trembling uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to raise his rifle, but with a mere flicker of movement, Arthur had already positioned himself beside the woman, shielding her from the officer. The officer's body suddenly swelled, followed by a dull thud as it exploded in a spray of blood and flesh. "Seek refuge in the nearby warehouse by the harbor. I will come to escort you away shortly." Without waiting for the woman's response, Arthur vanished in an instant. In a lavish bedroom, Ferdinand Saint, a celestial dragon, paced anxiously, before abruptly shooting a young girl he had just taken a liking to. Molly had not only escaped but had the audacity to knock him unconscious, provoking the ire of Ferdinand. The lowly slave dared to strike at her master, an unforgivable humiliation, and he believed any celestial dragon would choose to massacre the island to safeguard their dignity and status. Ferdinand, seething with rage, found only the distant sounds of gunfire and screams to momentarily quell his fury. Glancing at the numerous corpses strewn across the floor, he bellowed towards the door, "Why aren't you fetching these bodies? Are you tired of living?" Those outside seemed to heed Ferdinand's command as the opulent door creaked open, and a severed, bloodied head rolled to his feet. "What is this?" Ferdinand staggered back, collapsing into a chair, his expression one of shock as he beheld the glaring head. As a celestial dragon, he was not afraid of mortals. Countless humans had perished by his hand, their blood staining his conscience. However, the source of his terror was the head of his most formidable bodyguard, who had served him loyally for years. It was unfathomable that someone could have decapitated him. Who did this? Ferdinand roared, leveling his rifle at the dimly lit doorway. "Your life is forfeit." A man, with an intense gaze concealed beneath his brow, strode in, none other than Arthur, the harbinger of death. The navy surrounding the celestial dragons and his personal guard were formidable, and it had taken considerable time to eliminate them. Yet, it was merely a delay. The fate of annihilation remained unchanged. The corridor, the main road, and the entrance were littered with the corpses of the slain, many of whom had not comprehended when Arthur had struck. "Die, you scoundrel!" Ferdinand, his face twisted in rage, fired his rifle repeatedly until it was empty. Breathing heavily, he glared at Arthur from a distance, unwilling to accept that the man before him could be invulnerable. Arthur slightly lifted his head, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips as bullets clattered to the ground from his outstretched hand. Suddenly, enveloped in a mist, Arthur appeared before Ferdinand, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen that a scream akin to a slaughtered pig echoed as the celestial dragon crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Arthur swiftly stomped on Ferdinand's ankle, a sickening crack resonating as it shattered, leaving Ferdinand unable to even cry out before he fell unconscious. Yet Arthur would not grant him that mercy. As the mist coalesced, Ferdinand was forcibly awakened, only to have his wrist crushed underfoot. "Stop. You cannot kill me. If you do, the admirals will hunt you down. Let them come." Arthur's voice was icy as he crushed Ferdinand's shoulder blade. The cycle of screams, unconsciousness, and awakening continued. Time passed, and Admiral Nolan, having learned of the assault on the Celestial Dragon's residence, rushed with a contingent of Navy soldiers to the scene. Upon witnessing the carnage, his heart sank, and he dashed toward the bedroom, where he soon spotted a figure seated amidst the bloodied floor, facing away from them. "Who are you?" Admiral Nolan inquired coldly. Arthur slowly stood, bloodied head of a celestial dragon in hand. Responding with a sinister glare, "I am the sea god, Arthur." Seeing the gruesome trophy in Arthur's grasp, Nolan's heart plummeted. The slain was a world noble, a celestial dragon with supreme authority. News of such an event would undoubtedly incite a massive upheaval. For it was unheard of for anyone to dare lay a hand on the world aristocracy. If he were not insane, then he was indeed a true powerhouse. As the highest-ranking officer tasked with protecting the celestial dragons, Admiral Nolan found himself in a precarious position, likely unable to evade the consequences that could cost him his life. Nolan cared little for his uncertain future. He merely hoped that the fleet admiral might intervene. Recognizing his years of diligent service to spare his life, the celestial dragons were backed by the world government, while he was merely a lowly admiral, likely expendable in their quest to placate their wrath. He knew he had to capture this audacious man alive and bring him to the naval headquarters. Perhaps that would secure his survival. However, Arthur was no ordinary foe. It was clear that he had single-handedly breached the defenses set to protect the celestial dragons. And a fierce confrontation loomed ahead. "Listen to my command. Everyone, retreat at once. This man is not someone you can contend with." Admiral Nolan's gaze remained fixed on Arthur as he issued orders to his men. As the soldiers surveyed Arthur, it soon dawned on some that he was the infamous fallen sea god with a bounty of 170 million, yet they were astonished by his youth, encountering him on the road. They would never have believed he was the legendary pirate of such formidable repute. Tales spoke of his defeat of elite naval officers and the annihilation of entire fleets. Truly, he was a force beyond their reckoning. Nonetheless, the Navy soldiers held great confidence in Admiral Nolan, who had rarely faced defeat in his years of combat, with countless pirates falling by his hand. Once the Navy began to withdraw, Nolan cast aside his pristine cloak of justice, his fists colliding as he glared coldly at the composed Arthur. "Surrender now, and you may suffer less pain. Otherwise, I will break every bone in your body and drag you to Marineford," Nolan warned darkly. "You, as an accomplice to the celestial dragons, deserve nothing less," Arthur responded coldly, casually tossing the lifeless head of the celestial dragon at Nolan's feet. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Nolan was filled with both anger and frustration. He had been ordered to escort this worthless soul to the Sabaody archipelago and had endured countless hardships along the way. Just as he was about to report back, a reckless individual had emerged to eliminate the celestial dragon. While it was somewhat satisfying, it left Nolan in a predicament. He glared at Arthur, who appeared indifferent and still hadn't grasped the consequences of his actions, and the Vice Admiral of the Navy felt a gnawing hatred in his teeth. "This is of your own making." Nolan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Arthur, his fist, imbued with a powerful cyclone, swinging towards Arthur's face, fearing that the situation might escalate. Nolan dared not hold back, launching a full-force assault from the very start. His aura surged, and his fist quickly became enveloped in the dark, armed Haki, delivering a thunderous blow right in front of him. Arthur had previously experienced the ferocity of Haki and dared not confront it head-on. He stepped back a few paces, evading the punch while simultaneously creating a mist of water around him. Soon, countless sharp water spears formed, striking Nolan's body with astonishing speed and force. Arthur, too, did not underestimate the Vice Admiral. Once, these titans of the Navy had been his idols when he was a mere private. However, time had altered circumstances, and Arthur now possessed unimaginable strength. Still, he held a degree of respect for the Vice Admiral. The fierce waves of water surged with incredible speed, and as their power increased, these condensed water blades became sharper than any real weapon, capable of shattering even stone upon impact. Although Nolan's assault was fierce, his agility was not swift enough to evade the relentless onslaught of Arthur's water attacks. Within moments, he was overwhelmed by the powerful barrage, leaving Arthur somewhat astonished. Could it be that the Vice Admiral was truly so feeble? The once opulent residence had crumbled, dust rising from the ruins, obscuring visibility. Truly worthy of having slain my comrade and obliterated an entire fleet, the fallen sea god Arthur indeed possesses remarkable strength. A mocking, icy voice emerged from the swirling dust. "So you haven't perished. Big guy, Arthur teased as he prepared himself for battle. Though you possess some strength, you are far from able to kill me. As the swirling dust gradually settled, Nolan's figure emerged, now noticeably larger and entirely solidified, resembling a massive stone pillar. Although Arthur's previous attack had been formidable, it had not inflicted significant damage. Not bad. If you had died so easily, it would have robbed me of much enjoyment. Arthur maintained his usual calm demeanor. Kid, your arrogance can only extend this far. Nolan leapt forward, moving at a speed several times greater than before, his hockey-imbued fist striking fiercely at Arthur. How fast? Arthur was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the Vice Admiral's swiftness. Facing the powerful strike, with no way to evade, Arthur could only barely raise his arms to shield himself. The overwhelming force sent him flying like a projectile, followed by a series of deafening crashes as several buildings collapsed in succession. Rising from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Arthur's eyes glinted with increased fighting spirit. Rather than retreating, he charged toward Vice Admiral Nolan, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows that generated powerful shockwaves. Although Arthur had yet to master hockey with his rising strength, he was no longer defenseless against it. The might of the sea god, when consolidated, was equally impressive. Unbeknownst to Arthur, hockey had always been present. He simply lacked the ability to wield it effortlessly. The growing intensity of Nolan's astonishment was palpable. He was confident in the power gained from his solidification, believing each of his punches struck with the force of a small mountain. Yet, Arthur, seemingly growing stronger with each exchange and adapting his attacks with increasing finesse, posed a terrifying challenge. It was a daunting prospect to face an adversary capable of learning in the heat of battle. Nolan feared that, before long, all his techniques would be deciphered. What bewildered Vice Admiral Nolan further was that the armed hockey, able to harm a devil fruit user's body, was becoming increasingly ineffective against Arthur. In truth, its impact had never been significant, which far exceeded his expectations. If the battle continued in this manner, defeat and death were merely a matter of time. Ignoring his pride, as he prepared to force Arthur back, Nolan intended to summon the nearby Navy soldiers to join the assault. However, Arthur offered him no such opportunity. As he closed in on Nolan, his entire body transformed into water. In an instant, as the punch approached. With a ripple of water, Arthur appeared behind him. A surge of water cascaded down, enveloping Vice Admiral Nolan entirely, causing fear to flicker across his face. Unlike Arthur, who bore the power of the sea god, Nolan was a true devil fruit user. While his combat prowess was formidable, he harbored a deep-seated fear of seawater, which could temporarily strip him of his powers, a fatal weakness for any devil fruit user. Ordinary seawater posed no threat, but the water prison Arthur created was different, submerging Nolan as if he had fallen into the ocean itself. After a brief spell of holding his breath, Nolan's face turned crimson as he frantically struck at the surrounding water membrane with his arms. Yet, his once mighty strength felt weak and ineffectual in the water. His solidified form quickly dissipated, reverting to his original appearance, and his eyes widened in terror as he desperately sought to escape the dense water prison. Nolan's expression transformed from fearlessness to dread, ultimately pleading for mercy from Arthur. However, Arthur remained cold and indifferent, silently observing until Nolan succumbed to drowning. Suddenly, Nolan's face paled, and he choked on a mouthful of seawater, casting a desperate glance at Arthur as he appeared to drown within the water prison. Yet, Arthur showed no urgency in dissolving the prison, calmly watching the Vice Admiral's lifeless body floating within. After a moment, Nolan abruptly revived, thrashing about as he struggled to break free from the water prison, but his diminished strength rendered him powerless to escape. A faint smile crept onto Arthur's lips. His hesitation to release the prison was precisely because he anticipated Nolan's deceit. As Arthur had predicted, Nolan feigned death, intending to flee the instant the water prison was lifted. However, Nolan had not anticipated Arthur's level-headedness, which allowed him to see through Nolan's scheme and wait for him to reveal his true intentions. Nolan's face contorted with rage, his gaze fixed on Arthur, filled with resentment. In a moment of carelessness, he had lost the initiative, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Only when Nolan's breath had entirely ceased did Arthur finally dissolve the water prison, a surge of water swirling in his palm as the Vice Admiral's head fell with a thud. Holding the still-dripping head, Arthur approached the cluster of Navy soldiers watching from a distance. When they saw Arthur emerge from the wreckage rather than Vice Admiral Nolan, they were momentarily stunned. The renowned and accomplished Navy Vice Admiral had been slain by this young man, who appeared absurdly youthful. Had they not witnessed the severed head in Arthur's grasp, none would have believed this reality. Yet, the truth was undeniable. Many of the Navy soldiers, paralyzed by fear, turned and fled, the souls of Gypsy Island. Let me claim their vengeance. Arthur extended his palm, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to gradually descend, cascading down upon the bodies of the naval soldiers. Suddenly, a multitude of naval soldiers experienced a bizarre and violent swelling, which swiftly culminated in a series of explosive ruptures, showering the area with blood and gore, leaving not a single intact corpse in sight. In the blink of an eye, Arthur vanished from his original position. His intent mercilessly clear: to make those naval soldiers, who had perpetrated the massacre of the residents of Gypsy Island, pay a blood price upon this land. One could only remark on the cyclical nature of fate and the inescapable retribution awaiting these sailors. The once picturesque and quaint Gypsy Island had been transformed into a hell on earth with the arrival of the celestial dragons. The naval soldiers, driven mad by their orders to slaughter, mercilessly butchered every island resident in sight, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in their wake. Even those soldiers who hesitated to follow orders faced immediate execution as deserters. A group of terrified islanders fled frantically down the street toward a corner. Among them was a burly man with a thick beard named Damon, who held a musket seized from a naval soldier, his gaze fixed intently on the street's entrance. Damon, a former naval soldier turned fisherman, had settled on the island, marrying and raising a family. The sudden naval assault and the unforgiving slaughter had claimed the lives of his wife and children. In a fit of rage, Damon had dispatched several naval soldiers with a harpoon from his home and acquired a musket from one of their bodies. As he made his way to a nearby cellar for refuge, he continually gathered survivors, reaching a group of over 10, yet the slow pace of children and the elderly left them vulnerable to capture. Behind Damon, several women aided children and supported two elderly individuals as they hastily made their way to the corner, where a hidden cellar promised safety, perhaps their last hope. Although no one knew if the cellar had already been discovered by the Navy. "Hurry!" Damon shouted, gesturing for everyone to flee as he raised his musket and pulled the trigger. A piercing scream echoed as a naval soldier, who had just entered the corner, fell into a pool of blood. Yet, in the next moment, more naval soldiers surged forward. The whistling bullets obliterated the truck Damon sought shelter behind. He shot another soldier and quickly dashed to the other side, using a signpost to fire at the approaching Navy. Damon realized he needed to buy more time for the others to escape. As he aimed again, a bullet suddenly struck his palm, severing his pinky and causing blood to drip to the ground. Charge! Soon, noticing that there was only one man left, the furious naval officer waved his hand, and a throng of soldiers rushed forth. Damon squeezed the trigger, killing another soldier, but as he prepared to reload, the leading soldier kicked the musket from his grasp. However, Damon's fist moved faster, landing a solid blow on the soldier's face, sending blood gushing forth. Despite his age, Damon, a veteran of the Navy and seasoned fisherman, was not to be underestimated. 3 to 5 naval soldiers couldn't even close in on him. The sound of 2 consecutive gunshots rang out, and Damon grunted, falling to one knee as bullets pierced his legs, rendering him immobile. The surrounding naval soldiers seized the opportunity to unleash their pent-up rage, converging upon him with fists and kicks, cut him into pieces and feed him to the fish. The naval officer stowed his musket and delivered a kick to the barely conscious Damon. "If you're going to feed the fish, you might as well do it all at once. I'll help you out." Arthur, who had been observing from a rooftop, descended gracefully to the ground, fixing his gaze upon the naval soldiers. There is still one that slipped through the net. At the officer's command, the soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Arthur. Unbeknownst to them, the vice admiral and the celestial dragon had already met their end at Arthur's hands. Had they been aware, they would have fled long ago. "Honestly, after spending so much time with you, I've nearly become a butcher myself." Arthur raised his head with a smile tinged with irony, his eyes glinting with amusement as he surveyed the naval soldiers. In an instant, he surged forward towards them. "Open fire immediately." The soldiers, following orders, pulled their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets that, bizarrely, vanished as they neared Arthur. As Arthur closed in on the Navy, he deftly evaded a downward slice from a sword, then casually struck upward with his palm, sending nearby soldiers hurtling backward as if struck by a tremendous force. Crashing violently against the walls, lifeless, Arthur continued his calm advance, and by the time he halted, the naval soldiers pursuing the islanders had been nearly annihilated. It was a one-sided massacre, the soldiers falling like ants before an overwhelming force. "Take everyone to the seaside. I will lead you off this island." Arthur's tranquil tone startled the injured Damon, who, upon raising his head, found himself in disbelief at the carnage surrounding him, momentarily frozen in place. "To the seaside, if you wish to live." With that, Arthur vanished amidst a haze of mist. Who on earth is he? Fear gripped Damon's heart, yet he was relieved that such a being was not their enemy. Otherwise, their demise would have been inevitable. Had he known that the celestial dragon and the vice-admiral had also perished at Arthur's hands, he might have fainted from sheer terror. Arthur pressed forward, ruthlessly eliminating naval soldiers without a hint of mercy. In truth, his slaughter was not merely an act of vengeance for the fallen residents of Gypsy Island. It was a matter of silencing witnesses. Arthur was acutely aware of the consequences of killing a celestial dragon. Moreover, he had slain a vice-admiral, and should the Navy headquarters learn of this, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. The Navy would not allow such a threat to persist. Especially with a celestial dragon among the deceased, the mobilization of a vice-admiral was inevitable. While Arthur held great confidence in his own abilities, the prospect of facing a vice-admiral was daunting. Naval vice-admirals represented the pinnacle of naval power. They had once been Arthur's aspiration. When a vice-admiral pursued a target, few escaped alive, for their presence was synonymous with death for pirates. Severing the head of a celestial dragon was a monumental crime. Yet Arthur harbored no regrets. Anyone who dared to harm his loved ones would face his wrath. For Arthur, the ideal scenario was to eliminate all naval soldiers on Gypsy Island and evacuate the unaware survivors to York Island, thereby shrouding the events in mystery, leaving no one to uncover the identity of the celestial dragon's killer. Thus, Arthur resolved to swiftly eradicate all naval personnel, regardless of their involvement in the massacre. Arthur was also well aware of the vice-admiral's plight. They were among the busiest figures in the Navy, unable to contend with the four emperors, needing to maintain a facade of power against the 7 warlords of the sea, and facing countless other pirates in the New World who posed greater value and threat than himself. This implied that without a specific target, the vice-admirals would not pursue a pirate with a bounty of 170 million. The slaughter continued, accompanied by rivers of blood and heaps of corpses, as Arthur stormed towards the naval base. Inside a dining room, a naval rear admiral was startled by the sudden cacophony of anguished cries outside. As he rose, a figure lunged at him. The blazing hot sword, King's fiery blade, pierced through the rear admiral's chest, incinerating him into ash in an instant. The rear admiral, Justin, was no weakling. Unlike the admiral Arthur had previously dispatched at sea, he had earned his rank through a series of commendable feats. Yet, Arthur's speed was overwhelming. Utilizing the mist to teleport and brandishing the sacred weapon, King's fiery blade, he struck with lethal precision. The naval rear admiral Justin had no time to react, let alone unleash his abilities, as he was humiliatingly vanquished in a mere moment. In battles between masters, victory could be determined in an instant. Arthur seized the initiative, delivering a swift and decisive blow that sealed his triumph. 1 Vice-Admiral, 3 Rear Admirals, Arthur murmured as he sheathed his sword. Aware that the commanders had all been slain and the naval forces on the island had been decimated, logically speaking, it should be sufficient to evade the direct pursuit of the admiral. Suddenly, Arthur felt a stirring in his heart. His figure flickered as he swiftly dashed through the side door. A naval soldier, clutching a transponder snail, appeared to be conversing with someone on the other end. With a violent surge of water vapor, the naval soldier's body erupted, instantly transforming into a grotesque splatter of blood. In his dying breath, he uttered the last syllable of Arthur's name, indicating that during the battle with the rear admiral, communication with the naval headquarters had already commenced. In a moment of negligence, the plan had utterly unraveled. The fallen transponder snail emitted a furious roar. Fallen sea god Arthur, no matter where you flee, your demise shall come swiftly. Arthur sighed. Since evasion was no longer an option, he would face it with composure. What did it matter if it was an admiral? As long as it was on the sea, it was his domain, and should they dare to approach, he would retaliate without hesitation. This time, he hoped for a formidable opponent. By the way, your entire fleet has already been decimated by my hand. From the other end of the transponder snail came a thunderous roar of rage, only for the device in Arthur's hand to suddenly bow its head, as if the signal had been severed. The thought of the naval high-ranking officials in a state of frantic agitation brought a smirk to Arthur's face. Who would have imagined that just months ago, he was merely an ordinary second-class soldier, and now his every action could provoke such indignation among the naval elite? Surely, no one would believe how feeble Arthur once was. Nearly slaughtered by a naval force that had just entered the Grand Line, it could only be said that the tides of fate are ever-changing, with the evolution of his identity and strength. Arthur's mindset also transformed. His identity as a pirate was no longer a source of disdain but a point of pride. However, with the revelation of his identity, Arthur could not personally escort the survivors from the island back to York Island, as that would only bring trouble to Michael. Ironically, Arthur's desire to grow stronger was to protect the people of York Island. Yet now he found himself unable to return. Simply put, it was still due to insufficient strength. If one day he could become a maritime overlord akin to the 4 emperors, even residing ostentatiously on York Island, He believed no one would dare to provoke him. Perhaps the Navy would even pray fervently, hoping that Arthur would refrain from causing chaos at their headquarters. Having meticulously planned everything, Arthur resolved to lead the admiral towards the Shambadi archipelago. If the naval admiral sought battle, then let it be a fierce clash upon the sea. Now, to evacuate the residents of Gypsy Island held no significance. Nonetheless, Arthur informed the islanders of his plan to head to the Shambadi archipelago to prevent the arriving admiral from venting his fury on the island. Arthur, accompanied by the restored Molly, made their way to a trading port several dozen nautical miles away from Gypsy Island. Really? Are you going to take me to your home? Molly's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Arthur, her eyes evasive yet unable to conceal her delight. Since Arthur had not clarified his situation, Molly assumed that Yerk Island was his home, though her nature was typically straightforward. The thought of meeting Arthur's parents filled her with a sense of trepidation. Arthur offered no further explanation, effortlessly lifting her and landing smoothly on the deck of a luxurious passenger ship. "Sir, everything you instructed has been prepared," a young female attendant approached, bowing respectfully to Arthur before speaking. Upon entering the opulent cabin, dozens of personal female guards discreetly surrounded Molly, followed by an extravagant feast being laid out on the table. "This ship is," Molly inquired, a hint of confusion in her gaze directed at Arthur. "Esteemed Miss Molly, this vessel has been recently acquired by Mr. Arthur and will be your transport to Yerk Island. Please, I ask for your guidance along the way," the attendant replied respectfully, her eyes fixed on Molly. Stunned, Molly knew that since Arthur possessed a black card, he must have considerable influence. Yet, to casually purchase such an expensive vessel was rather ostentatious. "I have some matters to attend to. You go on ahead to Yerk Island," Arthur said gently. Molly hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Though she longed to inquire where Arthur was headed, she understood that it was evidently not feasible. A sumptuous dinner soon concluded, and the resounding blast of the ship's horn echoed as Arthur watched the grand vessel depart. His expression turning icy. He believed the admiral would arrive shortly. A life-and-death confrontation was now inevitable. With the enhancement of his power, his mindset had shifted accordingly. Arthur had long since abandoned the notion of negotiating his stance. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and only the powerful possessed a voice. A lion would never concern itself with the thoughts of a sheep, even if the sheep were correct. As Arthur swiftly advanced towards the Shambadi archipelago, he remained oblivious to the uproar at Marine headquarters in myriad. Following the news of a celestial dragon's demise, the furrowed brow of Admiral Sengoku surveyed the tumultuous assembly of bickering officers below, prompting him to rise abruptly, his voice cold as he surveyed the crowd. "This matter is grave. It necessitates the direct intervention of an admiral. However, the target of the assailant appears to be the Shambadi archipelago, implying that other celestial dragons may be at risk. Of course, this information may very well be a deliberately disseminated falsehood." After a brief pause, Sengoku's tone grew resolute as he continued. "Thus, I have decided that, aside from Akiji remaining at headquarters, Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akina shall set forth. One will covertly protect the celestial dragons on the Shambadi archipelago, while the other will pursue Arthur on Gypsy Island, ensuring that the threat is extinguished in its infancy." "What a bother. My vacation is ruined again," muttered Kizaru, a middle-aged man seated to the side, his expression one of discontent. "These damn pirates, I shall turn them to ashes," boomed a robust elder with graying hair as he strode in, his voice resonating throughout the hall. "Kong, is this truly the sort of thing a vice admiral should be exclaiming?" Sengoku glared at the entrance, his expression darkening. "Don't be so serious. Why all the fuss?" Karp laughed heartily, seating himself on a sofa. "I'm far more concerned about the current situation than that boy who took down a celestial dragon. You are not to interfere. Once the prisoners arrive from Impel down at Marine headquarters, we shall announce the end of the pirate era." "Are you implying that incident?" Karp shot to his feet, crushing the armrest of his chair in rage as he glared at Sengoku. "He is the son of Gold. Roger, his veins coursing with cursed blood. There can be no negotiation on this matter." Sengoku showed no inclination to relent, coldly regarding Karp. "Let us reflect on whose responsibility it is that we find ourselves in this predicament." After a moment of tense silence, Karp snorted derisively and turned to leave. "Do as you wish." Just as Sengoku had initially stated, Karp had intended to mold Ace and Luffy into exemplary Marines. However, fate had taken a cruel turn. Not only had his son Dragon become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but the very Luffy he had trained, alongside Ace, had also become notorious pirates. At this moment, Karp could hardly conceal his fury, but it was overshadowed by a deep sense of guilt. Execute immediately. Soon. Only Admiral Sengoku remained in the hall, indicating that the true test was about to commence. In truth, The Navy had long since acquired intelligence that Ace was the son of the late pirate king, Joel D. Roger. But as the Navy prepared to eliminate this unstable factor, Ace proved to be a formidable opponent, having already become one of the four emperors' captains under Whitebeard. Even when facing one of the four emperors, the Navy was compelled to muster all its might. It was evident that capturing individuals from the Whitebeard pirates was an impossible endeavor. However, fortune soon turned, as Marshal D. Teach, a traitor to the Whitebeard pirates, captured Ace and delivered him to Marine headquarters in exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea. In an instant, Ace became the very target the Navy had long sought to capture and execute. Sengoku resolved to utilize Ace's public execution to declare the end of the pirate era, even if it would incite the wrath of Whitebeard, who could appear at any moment, for the sake of absolute justice. This public execution before the world could not be hastily concluded. It was not only necessary to instill fear in the hearts of pirates everywhere, but also to assert the Navy's undeniable authority. Within months, the elite forces of the Navy gathered at Marine headquarters. Even an ordinary soldier was a carefully selected veteran of many battles. It could be said that Marine headquarters was preparing for a confrontation with Whitebeard. No one knew the cost of this battle. Moreover, no one could ascertain how the four emperors of the New World would respond. However, from the moment they apprehended Fire Fist Ace, Admiral Sengoku was acutely aware that the Navy had no path of retreat remaining. Admiral Sengoku, this is Arthur's most recent bounty notice. Sengoku cast a glance at the bounty amount of 370 million, then raised his hand to issue an immediate release of the notice. Slaying the world-renowned noble celestial dragons, eliminating a vice admiral and 3 rear admirals, annihilating the entire naval force stationed on Gypsy Island, and obliterating an entire fleet. Such astonishing achievements instilled in Arthur a formidable threat to the Navy. This battle not only elevated his bounty to 200 million, but also signified that Arthur had earned the right to provoke the admirals of the Navy. In truth, the reason Marshal Sengoku decided to raise Arthur's bounty to nearly 200 million was not solely due to Arthur's prowess, but rather the exorbitant reward would inevitably lead to the swift exposure of his whereabouts. While most individuals might lack the capability to eliminate a bounty-hunting pirate, the intelligence gleaned could fetch a handsome price. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The assassination of a celestial dragon had not occurred in many years, with ramifications that were exceedingly dire. Should the situation be mishandled, it was likely that numerous pirates would follow suit, placing the entire cadre of celestial dragons at risk of mortal peril. Sengoku could easily surmise that the 5 elder members of the world government would compel the Navy to relentlessly pursue Arthur to uphold the dignity and status of the celestial dragons. Thus, the substantial increase in bounty served as a means of accountability to the world government. Even without the elders urging, the admirals would soon set forth in pursuit. The might of the 3 admirals was undoubtedly unquestionable. It could be asserted that they had never failed in their missions. Therefore, the increase in bounty held little significance. It was merely Sengoku, ever the visionary, intending to utilize intelligence to pinpoint Arthur's location. It was difficult to ascertain whether Arthur might seek refuge in a desolate corner of the vast Grand Line. Even if the entire Navy were dispatched to conduct a search, they would struggle to locate one intent on evading them. Yet, unbeknownst to Marshal Sengoku, Arthur had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he awaited the arrival of the admirals upon the sea. Had he been privy to this understanding, Sengoku might have deemed the current bounty a rightful assessment. When the news of the celestial dragon's demise at the hands of the fallen sea god Arthur spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the world, for such news was staggering. Any rational individual would dare not offend the world aristocracy of the celestial dragons. Not only would they be antagonizing the very core of global power, but the Navy would undoubtedly dispatch admirals to pursue him to the end. Many deemed Arthur insane. A previously obscure figure had audaciously dared to touch the dragon's reverse scale, and numerous onlookers eagerly anticipated his downfall. However, upon learning that the Navy had elevated Arthur's bounty to 370 million berries, and receiving reports from the remote Gypsy Island that he had not only confronted and slain a formidable vice admiral and 3 rear admirals, but had also decimated the entire naval force and a fleet of over 10 large warships with his singular strength, those who had initially dismissed him were rendered speechless. His extraordinary feats and high bounty swiftly catapulted Arthur to notoriety, even drawing the attention of some prominent figures in the New World. As details regarding Arthur emerged, the media erupted in fervor upon discovering that this so-called fallen sea god had once been a mere second-class sailor in the Navy, not yet 20 years old, and was the illegitimate son of a renowned and powerful family that had been disowned. Countless journalists clamored to interview Arthur. eager to unearth the legendary tale of what had driven him to forsake the Navy and what had transformed him into such a formidable being. An influx of young aspirants, inspired by Arthur, set sail to join the ranks of pirates, while Arthur himself remained blissfully unaware of the growing legion of fervent admirers across the globe. Meanwhile, Arthur, having drifted aimlessly in the doldrums en route to the Sabaody archipelago, found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. He was lost. Arthur was acutely aware that severing the head of a celestial dragon was no trivial matter, and that the admirals would undoubtedly mobilize to hunt him down. Faced with this threat, Arthur would not shy away. He would confront the Navy head-on if necessary. However, he would not be so reckless as to charge directly into an ambush set by the Navy. He understood the admirals' prowess all too well. They epitomized the pinnacle of the Navy's might. It was no coincidence that merely 3 individuals could instill fear in even the formidable 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, as time passed, Arthur had evolved from trembling at the mere mention of the 3 admirals to now being filled with a fervent desire for battle, even harboring a sense of anticipation for their arrival. Nevertheless, his immediate priority remained reaching the Sabaody archipelago, for he had recently learned that the late pirate king Gold. Rogers' first mate, Silvers Rayleigh, had taken refuge there. If he wished to learn about hockey, Rayleigh was undoubtedly the ideal mentor, and Arthur also hoped to glean some intelligence regarding the sea god from him. In fact, during these days, Arthur had been diligently studying the 3 yin-yang fish symbols on his chest whenever he had a moment. He had yet to achieve significant breakthroughs in mastering the soul power to control sea beasts. During his stay on Gypsy Island, Arthur had deliberately exposed his intentions to head toward the Sabaody archipelago to the island's residents. Many of those he had rescued expressed their gratitude, vowing not to divulge this information. However, Arthur was 100% certain that his whereabouts would soon be known to the Navy. In this world, every individual has a bottom line. If one cannot achieve their goals, it merely reflects an insufficiency in bargaining chips. The Navy's offer and intimidation tactics would undoubtedly compel the residents of any island to speak. Arthur's intention in doing so was to inform the Navy of his course toward the Sabaody archipelago, thus preventing them from recklessly converging on York Island. Instead, they would wisely position themselves to await his arrival in the vicinity of the Sabaody archipelago. This not only safeguarded the inhabitants of York Island, but also meant that the most perilous location could serve as the safest haven for Arthur. His singular objective was to seek out the reclusive Rayleigh in the Sabaody archipelago. Yet, fate was not on his side, and he found himself lost at sea, unable to discern the cardinal directions amidst the vast expanse of water. There seems to be a ship, Arthur murmured to himself, his gaze swiftly drawn to a massive vessel drifting within the doldrums. In the doldrums, where sea kings often frequented, encountering a drifting ship was a feat rarer than winning the lottery, indicating that Arthur's luck was remarkably fortuitous. As the ship grew clearer, its crimson exterior and massive hull became discernible, remarkably being towed by a colossal sea serpent. Upon spotting the Jolly Roger, Arthur quickly realized this was a pirate crew. Just as he was gathering water vapor within his palm to prepare for action, he was suddenly astonished to discover that the ship was entirely crewed by women of varying ages, each wielding a longbow and bearing formidable weapons, clearly not mere ornaments, with serpents coiling around each of them. That said, to navigate the doldrums and be towed by a massive sea serpent suggested there were no ordinary adversaries. Although Arthur was a pirate, he had no desire to engage in combat with women unless absolutely necessary. Ironically, the very same Arthur, who had recently severed the head of a celestial dragon and decimated a naval fleet, was effortlessly captured by the Snake Princess pirates. "Wow, it's been ages since I've seen a living man. Let us tear him apart," exclaimed one of the female warriors, brandishing a sharp axe with palpable excitement. A tall female warrior scrutinized Arthur for a moment, remarking, "I expected someone who could survive drifting in the doldrums to be formidable, but alas, he appears quite weak." "Excuse me." Arthur intended to merely inquire for directions, but his words were swiftly interrupted by the female warrior. "Silence, you lowly man. You have no right to speak." Arthur could only manage a wry smile. He had initially thought that encountering a ship in the doldrums would allow him to quickly reach the Sabaody archipelago. He never anticipated being captured instead. Unbeknownst to Arthur, the ship before him belonged to the famed Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and was the notorious Snake Princess pirates. They resided on the mysterious island of Amazon Lily, where they were bred as warriors, bearing the weight of all labor and sustenance, and even after childbirth, only female offspring were born. The island upheld an absolute prohibition against men, and any man who entered would be met with annihilation. Had Arthur been aware of this fact, he would have certainly steered clear of the island. Kill him, lest he vex the Snake Princess. With the command from one of the leading female warriors, the members of the Snake Princess pirates brandished their weapons and charged at Arthur, arrows imbued with tremendous force whistling through the air. Bound hand and foot, Arthur leaped into action, deftly evading the barrage of arrows, his agile form weaving through the advancing warriors of the Snake Princess pirates as he swiftly maneuvered across the deck. "Don't force me to retaliate," Arthur shouted a warning, yet the response was an even more relentless rain of arrows. "What a ruckus! You've disturbed my sweet dreams." A voice, laced with indignation and haughtiness, resonated from within the ship's cabin. As the cabin door creaked open, a statuesque and stunningly beautiful woman emerged with grace, her exquisite and voluptuous figure captivating the eye. Her slender waist could be grasped with a mere hand, and her porcelain skin seemed almost fragile beneath the sun's radiance. Flowing black locks cascaded down her back, shimmering with brilliance, while her long legs stirred the imagination endlessly. With a swift kick, she sent a small figure flying, her enchanting gaze lifting slightly to meet Arthur, who stood atop the mast. "Give me a reason not to end your life," the Empress Hancock uttered coldly. "I merely sought directions and had no intention of causing any conflict with you." The fierce aura emanating from Hancock prompted Arthur to heighten his guard. It was undeniable that Hancock was breathtakingly beautiful, particularly due to her regal demeanor. Every man who laid eyes upon her would feel an overwhelming desire to conquer her. Yet, like a stunning rose, she was laden with thorns, exuding a palpable sense of danger that warranted maintaining a safe distance. "Moreover, I am currently being pursued by a vice admiral of the Navy, which may bring you trouble." Arthur had no desire to engage in a skirmish with a group of women. A victory would merely mean defeating a band of females, while a loss would lead to being bested by them. Neither outcome offered any sense of accomplishment. It was prudent to avoid conflict whenever possible. "Did you pilfer from the vice admiral's estate?" Someone as feeble as you could hardly attract the attention of a vice admiral, a female warrior from the Nine Snake Pirates mocked. "Indeed, there should be limits to one's self-aggrandizement. Lady Snake Princess, please allow us to deal with this braggart." The Empress raised her hand slightly, silencing her outraged subordinates, and looked at Arthur with a bemused expression, asking, "Pray tell, why is the Admiral pursuing you?" "Because I eliminated a celestial dragon and severed his head," Arthur replied with a casual shrug. As the words left his lips, peals of laughter erupted from the members of the Nine Snake Pirates. This was the most outrageous joke they had ever heard. The celestial dragons, beings of divine lineage, wielded all privileges and were treated like royalty. Merely standing before them required immense courage. Yet here was a young man atop the mast, brazenly claiming to have slain a celestial dragon. Had he truly lost his wits? Arthur was astonished. It seemed that speaking the truth had rendered him disbelieved. He had yet to mention his exploits of defeating a vice admiral and annihilating an entire fleet at Gypsy Island. Unbeknownst to the crew, Hancock, with her brows slightly furrowed, clenched her fists in a barely contained tremor. The mention of celestial dragons struck a nerve for Hancock. No one dared to utter their names in her presence. Yet Arthur had not only mentioned them, but had also audaciously joked about killing one. She had initially planned to execute Arthur, but a sudden resolve surged within her. She would ensure this young man faced a fate worse than death. For to let him die now would be far too merciful. It seems you are quite the hero. Why not come to the island for a chat, to prevent Arthur from taking his own life? Hancock resolved to lure him to the island, donning a charming smile that stirred something within Arthur. The members of the Nine Snake Pirates were taken aback, incredulous that their lady had fallen for this man's sweet talk. However, with Hancock having spoken, they dared not object. Only her two sisters rushed forward to dissuade her, but were met with a glance that silenced them. After a moment's consideration, Arthur consented, although he had merely wished to inquire about directions. The warmth of their hospitality made refusal seem impolite. Furthermore, having wandered aimlessly in the calm belt for days without encountering any food, a respite on the island sounded appealing, though he was now considered a guest of Lady Snake Princess. Arthur still felt awkward atop the mast, as the vigilant female warriors of the Nine Snake Pirates continued to glare at him, weapons at the ready. Bored, Arthur glanced around the sea, and soon his brow furrowed as he dashed toward the deck. "That fool dares to approach. Stop him. He must not get near Lady Snake Princess's quarters," one of the female warriors shouted angrily as she charged forth with her blade drawn. Arthur, unaccustomed to fighting these women, evaded their grasp and bolted directly into Hancock's chamber. "Arrogant fool," Hancock fumed, unleashing a powerful palm strike laden with immense force. She had intended to entice Arthur to the island, imprison him, and torment him slowly. Yet this young man had audaciously invaded her private space. "There are Navy forces outside." Arthur quickly dodged, glancing at the gaping hole in the cabin and silently acknowledging that this woman was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Just a band of Navy soldiers. Wait, Navy? Could it be? Hancock's gaze sharpened, as if she had suddenly grasped why the Navy would be present in the comm belt. Casting a cold glance at Arthur, she elegantly strode outside, her keen intuition sensing that this man was indeed being hunted by the Navy for a substantial bounty. Could it be that he truly harmed or even killed a celestial dragon? A bitter smile crept onto Hancock's lips as she dismissed this absurd notion from her mind. Having suffered greatly in the past, Hancock was certain that no one in this world would dare to provoke the exalted celestial dragons, least of all a weak man like Arthur, who was clearly fleeing from them. Dismissing the ludicrous thought, Hancock gracefully made her way to the deck, prepared to confront the Navy awaiting her arrival. Beside a colossal Navy warship, the lifeless body of a sea king lay sprawled on the surface. Having been cleaved in two, clad in a cloak of justice, the Navy's Vice Admiral, Mongoose, awaited the arrival of the Seven Warlords, the Snake Princess, to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. He stood atop the massive Sea King's corpse, holding a bloody dagger, coldly surveying the approaching nine-snake pirate ship. "Did you slay this Sea King?" one of the female warriors demanded icily, although the Navy ship had been camouflaged through the use of sea prism stone. Prolonged exposure on the water rendered it detectable. Vice Admiral Mongoose's gaze swept across the members of the nine-snake pirates. "Bring Hancock forth. She is summoned by the world government." It was indeed Vice Admiral Mongoose. The reason for his presence here remained unknown. The elegant Hancock regarded the Navy sailors with indifference. "Days ago, you promised to make your way to Marineford. Why the delay?" Vice Admiral Mongoose could scarcely tolerate the sight of the stunning woman before him, particularly given her notoriety as a ruthless pirate. Were it not for her status as a warlord, both she and her island would have been obliterated long ago. "You are sheltered beneath the world government's protection, allowing you to act with impunity on the seas. Should you refuse to comply, your agreement will be rendered void, and you shall become mere pirates, enemies of the world government and the Navy." Unfazed by Mongoose's threats, Hancock simply raised her hand towards the Navy ship. Lightening her form, she gracefully stood atop the head of a massive sea serpent. Gazing down upon the Navy sailors, "I rather enjoy the title of warlord and do not wish to relinquish it. However, I have no intention of obeying the world government's commands, and I demand all the cargo aboard your ship," Hancock declared, unabashedly disregarding Vice Admiral Mongoose's threats and even contemplating plundering the Navy vessel. "Are you jesting? Do you truly plan to make an enemy of the Navy? Think carefully about the consequences." Hancock, Vice Admiral Mongoose's forehead throbbed with veins, struggling to restrain his urge to strike, his cold gaze fixed on the alluring yet perilous woman. However, unlike Mongoose, the moment the Navy soldiers laid eyes on the breathtaking beauty, their expressions morphed into hearts, and some soldiers even began to unwittingly fulfill Hancock's orders by moving supplies from the cargo hold, drastically diminishing the likelihood of a confrontation. As Hancock's graceful form descended onto the deck of the Navy vessel, she surveyed the entranced soldiers with a sly grin and casually remarked to Mongoose, "What do you think of a Navy ship mysteriously vanishing from the seas? You dare to act against the Navy?" Vice Admiral Mongoose's vigilance heightened. Facing the formidable warlord, he could not afford to let his guard down. One soldier fixated on Hancock murmured, "I have heard it said that ships attacked by the nine-snake pirates bear strange stone statues." The naval soldiers surrounding them were filled with disbelief. Could this woman truly possess the power to turn others to stone? Yet, in the face of danger, they found themselves more captivated by the sight of the stunning beauty before them. "Damn men." The Empress Hancock's gaze turned icy as she formed her hands into a heart shape, releasing a beam of heart-shaped light. Sweet, sweet wind. The radiant beam spread forth, and those struck by the Empress's beauty were instantly petrified, transforming the entire ship's crew into immobile stone statues. The only exception was Vice Admiral Toad, who knelt on one knee, driving a dagger through his palm to distract himself from the pain and evade the Empress's devil fruit powers. Quite commendable. After all, he was a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The Empress Hancock remarked approvingly, her haughty words echoing like a king bestowing a gift upon a lowly slave. "You have but a few days left. Should you fail to comply, the original agreement will be voided, and your title of Warlord of the Sea will be stripped away." Vice Admiral Toad understood all too well that he was no match for the Empress. Powerless to stop his soldiers from being turned into stone while the ship's supplies were rapidly depleted. "Do as you wish." Empress Hancock dismissed him with a disdainful glance, returning to her ship aboard a sea serpent. The well-guarded nine-snake pirates swiftly advancing towards the island. A grand welcoming ceremony awaited, with countless island residents lined along the red carpet, reverently anticipating the arrival of Lady Snake Princess. "Who is that person?" a girl inquired, her face filled with confusion. In truth, Arthur had been walking in the midst of the procession, symbolically waving to the islanders. However, Due to the Empress's overwhelming aura, few noticed his presence. Could she be a new member of the Nine Snake Pirates? But why is her chest so flat? Perhaps this was the source of her internal anguish. They decided to pretend not to see it. A few islanders began to whisper amongst themselves. Soon after, Arthur was led to a peculiar house, which piqued his curiosity as it appeared to be a prison, with ventilation all around. The heavy door swung shut with a resounding thud, and Empress Hancock regarded Arthur coldly. Initially, she had intended to execute him swiftly, but his audacity to speak recklessly would soon lead him to experience the agony of being unable to seek life or death. This would be his final abode. He had 1 hour left to live, so he might as well savor his last moments. I merely asked for directions. There was no need to go this far. Arthur forced a bitter smile. Having anticipated hospitality and perhaps a delightful encounter with the stunning beauty before him, only to find her inexplicably intent on torturing him to death. As Arthur moved forward, Hancock coolly stated, "You have no chance. This is a prison constructed from sea stone. Even if you are a devil fruit user, you cannot escape." Before his demise, he might as well enjoy a hearty meal. Arthur, in disbelief, sat on the ground, watching Hancock make her demands. Hancock, clearly uninterested in conversing with one about to die, elegantly turned to leave for the palace. After a long voyage at sea, she preferred the warmth of a hot spring over witnessing the torment of this boastful fool. Soon, the palace bells rang, and numerous island residents began to exit the city. Outside the prison where Arthur was held, a group of skilled guardians gathered on either side, tasked with overseeing the prisoner personally assigned by Lady Snake Princess. "What is your name?" Arthur, sitting cross-legged and exceedingly bored, inquired of a girl with golden short hair. "Margaret." "Wait, why should I tell you?" Realizing her folly, Margaret raised her longbow in anger, aiming it at Arthur. "It's just a name. Not a pregnancy. I'm merely wondering when the meal will arrive. I'm tired of eating raw fish and meat at sea. Don't think about it. You're going to die soon, so there's no need to waste food." Margaret found this young man exceedingly irksome, yet she could not kill him. Otherwise, she would have to answer to Lady Snake Princess, so she reluctantly lowered her longbow. "Margaret, do not converse with the prisoner." A commanding voice echoed nearby. "Why did the bell ring? Has something significant occurred?" Margaret shot Arthur a cold glare but said nothing further. Arthur, undeterred, continued, "Then can you at least tell me which direction the Sabaody archipelago is in?" "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you," Margaret coldly replied. "Oh, you do know? That's splendid." Arthur suddenly shifted his tone. "But I must apologize." A droplet of water leapt into the air, and in the next moment, Arthur had appeared outside the prison, swiftly knocking out the unsuspecting Margaret and cradling her in his arms, vanishing from the sight of the guardians. How is this possible? Several guardians stared in disbelief at the intact prison. Had it not been for Arthur being confined there moments ago and Margaret being abducted, they would scarcely believe what had transpired. "Why are you all just standing there? His escape route leads into the jungle. We must find him before Lady Snake Princess bathes." The leader of the guardians issued a cold command. Although the situation was peculiar, losing such an important prisoner was unacceptable, and as guardians, they felt it was their duty to retrieve Arthur at all costs. Deep within the jungle, Arthur utilized water vapor to create illusions, effortlessly shaking off his pursuers. Observing the unconscious Margaret, he found her somewhat adorable, though he chose to ignore the longbow left behind and the arrows strapped to her thigh. "You're awake," Arthur chuckled. "What do you want?" Margaret attempted to struggle, only to find herself ensnared by a haze of water vapor. Unable to move. "I simply wish to ask you one straightforward question. If you answer truthfully, I will release you immediately." Arthur was indeed sincere, as he had been lost in the calm belt for far too long. He merely wanted to know how to reach the Sabaody archipelago. Even a mere indication of direction would suffice. It was his first time finding it so challenging to ask for directions. "You can forget it. You will not receive any information." Margaret adopted a defiant stance, resolute in her conviction that as a guardian, she would not divulge any information detrimental to Lady Snake Princess. "You ought to know that a woman in the hands of others can face dire consequences." Arthur's fingertip grazed Margaret's cheek before brushing against her collar. "What are you doing?" Margaret's tone became uneasy as she faced Arthur's evidently malicious intent. Arthur suddenly felt that bullying a young girl was rather pointless and earnestly said, "Tell me the direction to the Sabaody archipelago, and I will leave immediately. Of course, if you could also share the location of a restaurant, I would greatly appreciate it. Don't even think about it. Just do what you must." Margaret replied coldly, clearly unimpressed by Arthur's tactics. Arthur's expression stiffened as he unleashed a water blade that descended toward her. Confronted with death, Margaret closed her eyes. The water blade sliced through the restraints binding Margaret. And Arthur, bemused, said, "You may go." Don't think this means I will be grateful. Margaret regarded Arthur with suspicion. I never expected you to. If he had abducted her only to receive gratitude, that would indeed be strange. Freed, Margaret swiftly dashed several meters away, leaping into the woods and disappearing from Arthur's view. Moments later, the foliage rustled, and Margaret reappeared before Arthur. Even if I wanted to tell you, I couldn't. I've lived on the island my entire life and have never left. Thus, I cannot provide you with directions to the Sabaody archipelago. In fact, this name is one I've never heard before. I see. Then I shall have to ask your Lady Snake Princess. Margaret raised her longbow, aiming it at Arthur as she coldly declared, I only told you because you kept your promise, but as a guardian, I must apprehend you. You are no match for me. Arthur replied with a faint smile. At that moment, thick smoke suddenly billowed from the nearby thicket, and it would not be long before the other guardians pursuing Arthur in the jungle would arrive. Even if you all come at once, it won't matter. How do you know unless you try? Wrapped in a commanding aura, arrows whistled through the air, crashing into the ground and sending shards of stone flying. Before Arthur could utter a word, a second arrow streaked towards him. Margaret's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed Arthur effortlessly grasp the arrow mid-flight. Women are meant to be cherished, not to fight. Yet, a mist of water enveloped the scene. And in the blink of an eye, Arthur appeared behind Margaret, striking her down with a swift blow. With her companion soon to arrive, he felt little concern about potential attacks from the wild beasts of the jungle. Since many on the island were oblivious to the existence of the Sabaody archipelago, Arthur resolved to directly inquire with the Empress Hancock, easily evading the approaching warriors sworn to protect the nation. Arthur utilized the surrounding dew and mist to reach the city in record time. However, he was perplexed to find the city deserted, save for the 9 snake warriors guarding the palace. Many dining tables were left with half-eaten meals, and various belongings lay strewn about, as if the inhabitants had departed in haste. Using the water vapor, Arthur effortlessly infiltrated the heavily guarded palace. As he searched, he found no sign of Empress Hancock in the grand hall. Moving swiftly along the corridor, he heard the voice of the Snake Princess emanating from a nearby room. Concentrating the mist, he slipped through the window and instantaneously transported himself inside, transforming into water. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, his heart raced with excitement. In the nearby bathing pool, the mesmerizingly beautiful Snake Princess, with her enchanting figure, was assisted by her sisters in disrobing, revealing a glimpse of spring splendor. Though the steamy haze obscured her form, it must be said that this woman was utterly exquisite, and even Arthur, who had encountered numerous beauties, found it difficult to maintain his composure. I am here merely to ask for directions, he thought. Yes, that's it. Perhaps I should wait before inquiring. Arthur, now resolved, recognized that such a living tableau was not easily witnessed. Yet, just as he was admiring the scene, the Snake Princess suddenly turned cold, her back to him, and demanded, "Who goes there?" Arthur was momentarily stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Though his form was water, his presence still lingered. Caught in the moment, he had failed to suppress his aura before such a powerful figure as Hancock. Even without seeing his physical form, she could discern his approximate location through his energy. "Sister!" Upon hearing Hancock's exclamation, the Gorgon sisters guarding the door burst in, only to find the room shrouded in mist. With no one else in sight, "There is someone here," Hancock exclaimed, shielding her chest with her hands, as she suddenly became aware of her exposed back and hurriedly submerged into the bathing pool. It was her greatest secret, the humiliating mark of being branded as a slave of the celestial dragons, a secret that must never be revealed, should the island's inhabitants discover that their empress was, in fact, a slave. Countless admirers would turn to disdain, and she would no longer be able to reign, possibly even being expelled from Amazon Lily. If the news were to spread, she would have nowhere left to stand. Thus, the mark on her back was a secret she vowed to protect at all costs. "Sister, there is nothing there," the third sister, Marigold, insisted, as she donned a garment over Hancock, staring in the direction Hancock indicated for quite some time. She found only emptiness. "Surely my sister's words cannot be mistaken." Grasping a spear imbued with hockey, she hurled it towards the perceived threat. With a tremendous crash, the entire bathing pool was obliterated, sending debris and steaming water everywhere, and revealing an embarrassed Arthur. "It is you." Empress Hancock's expression turned icy as she glared at the young man before her, demanding, "What did you see?" Everything," Arthur admitted, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing no one would believe him if he claimed he had seen nothing. To divert the conversation, he tentatively asked, "If I say I'm merely here to ask for directions, would you believe me? Do you take us for fools, you scoundrel?" The furious Gorgon sisters seethed, itching to strike him down. However, They refrained from action until Hancock spoke. With her gaze shadowed beneath her brows, Empress Hancock inquired coldly, "Did you see that?" Arthur pondered in silence, confused by her meaning. Surely she did not expect him to describe her figure? Yet he refrained from mentioning that he had seen her entire form. Instead, he recalled the prominent brand on Hancock's back. "That mark is quite unique, very striking, and perfectly suits your aura," Arthur hastily complimented. Though he struggled to find the right words, unaware that Hancock's body began to tremble slightly, exuding an intimidating aura of menace, the Gorgon sisters stepped back in awe, realizing their sister was thoroughly enraged. And the man before them would likely be torn to pieces. Taste of the sweet, sweet fruit. Empress Hancock unleashed her fury, driven by a singular thought: to eliminate this loathsome man. The Gorgon sisters could only stand guard, preventing Arthur from escaping, knowing they could not allow any association with the celestial dragon slave to be discovered. Arthur, aware of Hancock's formidable reputation and her ability to turn opponents to stone, knew he could not afford to be careless. Faced with such a beautiful and powerful adversary, it was impossible not to be tempted. He recalled tales of naval officers who, to evade the sweet fruit's effects, would pierce their palms with daggers to dispel their nefarious thoughts through pain. Just as Arthur prepared to imitate this act, gathering water to pierce his hand, a memory of the sea god suddenly surged in his mind. Before him, a shimmering water shield formed, completely neutralizing Hancock's sweet wind. Sister sweet wind has been blocked. This is the first time I've witnessed such a peculiar defensive technique, Sandersonia exclaimed in astonishment. Arthur felt his anger rise, having retreated time and again. Yet this woman was clearly intent on his demise. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand, causing the water in the pool to rise and transform into numerous water guns that shot towards the Gorgon sisters. Empress Hancock leaped into the air, her graceful form slicing through the space, dissipating the barrage of water guns with ease. Kiss of the gun, Hancock's hands brushed over her lips, unleashing a powerful projectile that shattered the nearby wall. Arthur dodged continuously, the force of her attacks compelling him to remain vigilant while he concentrated water around him. The entire bathing area, along with the palace, trembled under the onslaught, debris collapsing from the walls, and dust swirling about. The commotion soon drew the attention of the 9 snake pirates stationed outside, who rushed in with weapons drawn to assist. Meanwhile, within the vast palace's bathing chamber, Arthur seized the opportunity to evade Hancock's relentless assault. Channeling his energy into a thunderous strike, a ferocious water dragon erupted, surging forth just as Hancock prepared to counter. In a sudden flash, Arthur appeared before her, declaring, "You've fallen for it. Water prison." 3 water prisons began to crystallize, and in mere moments, they would solidify, trapping the Gorgon sisters. However, to Arthur's astonishment, Hancock did not retreat. Instead, she charged straight at the water dragon. With a powerful blow, she shattered the water dragon, letting out a pained grunt. Clearly injured. In that instant, the garments her sisters had draped over her were also torn asunder. Despite the toll it took, Hancock had managed to evade Arthur's formidable water dragon strike. Yet, she recognized that this was the moment of his weakness. And with her form exposed, she surged forward, intent on claiming Arthur's life. Arthur's heart raced. This woman was indeed one of the 7 warlords, her strength undeniable, even if he fought with all his might. Victory was far from assured. In a dire moment, with no escape in sight, Arthur forced water energy to envelop him. As long as he survived the blow, he could consume the restorative liquid from the azure vial and recover swiftly. At that moment, he believed victory would still be within reach. "Lady Snake Princess," a voice suddenly echoed down the corridor leading to the bathroom, belonging to members of the 9 snake pirates who were hastening towards the scene. Judging by the sound, they were alarmingly close, perhaps only a few breaths away. The Empress Hancock had not even had the time to eliminate Arthur or conceal the slave mark on her back. What should she do? Should she eliminate this detestable man and expose her past as a slave, or should she evade the situation to protect her secret? In that fleeting moment, suspended in the air, the Empress Hancock found herself in a state of indecision. Ultimately, she chose to keep her secret safe, for her, as the sovereign, held absolute authority on the island. Even if Arthur were to disclose all her secrets, it was unlikely that anyone would believe him, and certainly, no one would dare to demand she remove her clothing to reveal the slave mark on her back. She twisted in midair to turn her back to Arthur. A chilling realization struck her. If he were to attack from behind at this moment, her demise would be inevitable. Even if he chose not to kill her, being captured would lead to unimaginable consequences. But it was too late. The Empress Hancock had no opportunity for regret. Moreover, she could distinctly sense a figure rapidly approaching her, and without needing to guess, she knew it was Arthur, who had just battled her. "Lady Snake Princess, are you all right?" A group of 9 snake pirates burst into the bathroom, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. I in the disheveled bathroom, the Empress Hancock, with an unusual expression, wore a coat that barely concealed her exquisite form, its half cover enhancing her allure. The Gorgon sisters looked equally astonished, struggling to comprehend the recent events, their glances flitting towards Arthur, who had crashed into the wall, as if they had much to say but hesitated. The Empress elegantly tidied her disordered hair, casting a proud, indifferent gaze upon the kneeling 9 snake warriors. "What brings you here? We noticed commotion in this vicinity and rushed over immediately, Lady Snake Princess." The leader of the 9 snake warriors explained as she raised her head. "Let this prisoner clean the bath. Even such a trivial task is beyond your capabilities. Just a mild punishment. It is of no concern now. You may all withdraw." The Empress issued her command. Although the current scene hardly resembled a mere mild punishment, as long as Lady Snake Princess was unharmed, they would not mind if the entire palace were to be destroyed. "Understood." The leading 9 snake warrior bowed respectfully before leading the others out of the bathroom. The Empress Hancock let out a long breath, barely managing to stand with the help of her sisters. The near exposure of her secret was maddeningly unsettling, but fortunately, it remained concealed, and Arthur had not seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. For a moment, the Empress Hancock cast an apologetic glance towards Arthur, who was entirely embedded in the wall. It was indeed unfortunate for Arthur, as he had come to understand that the mark of slavery on the Empress Hancock's back was a secret that must not be revealed. Hearing the approaching 9 snake warriors in the corridor, Arthur rushed forward, instinctively draping his coat over the Empress. Yet, due to their recent skirmish and the animosity he felt towards men, the Empress Hancock instinctively pushed Arthur away with all her might. Taken by surprise, Arthur leapt and collided forcefully with the wall, the collapsing rock swiftly burying most of his body. "Sister, I know." The Empress Hancock furrowed her brow, interrupting her younger sister with a hint of displeasure. At that moment, Hancock was in a tumult of thoughts. She had initially believed this loathsome man, who only spoke bravado, to be utterly weak. Yet she had not anticipated his formidable strength. It seemed that his capture aboard the ship had occurred as he claimed. He simply did not wish to engage them in combat. In a battle at sea, the outcome was far from certain. What surprised her even more was that the recent moment had presented a prime opportunity for a surprise attack, yet this man had merely removed his coat and draped it over her, safeguarding her humiliating secret. Hancock suddenly recalled Arthur had previously stated he had merely come to ask for directions, seemingly without any hostility. However, this was quite absurd. Who would believe someone would enter a bathroom to see another unclothed while claiming to seek directions? Tightly grasping the edge of the coat, feeling its warmth envelop her, Hancock suddenly found that Arthur's earlier words, which had seemed insincere, appeared genuine, coupled with the notion of being lost at sea. Arthur had consistently evaded confrontation with the 9 snake pirates, further solidifying her belief that he had merely stumbled into this maritime region and fortuitously encountered the 9 snake pirates. Yet, the Empress Hancock found herself perplexed. If this man possessed such strength, why was he avoiding the Navy? After all, he was merely a vice admiral. "Sister, this man's combat style bears a striking resemblance to that of a certain legendary figure," her younger sister, Sandasonia, murmured as she gazed intently at Arthur, suddenly recalling a notorious figure in the pirate world. Although she did not know his age, name, or appearance, nor had she seen a bounty poster, his attacking method involved utilizing seawater. Yet this man appeared far too youthful. He hardly resembled someone capable of slaying a vice admiral, let alone decapitating the celestial dragon and annihilating an entire fleet. If Arthur were a middle-aged man, it would seem plausible. What legend? The Empress Hancock, slightly vexed by her sister's vague speech, raised her tone, clearly displeased. Sandasonia felt a tremor within her. Since becoming a warlord, her sister's demeanor had grown increasingly formidable. Even a mere glance from Hancock sent chills down her spine, prompting her to quickly explain, "Sister, some time ago the world government issued a bounty. A pirate had brutally slain a celestial dragon on Gypsy Island. We were informed earlier, but due to the distance and the calm belt inhabited by sea kings, the bounty notice has yet to arrive. Could it be that someone truly dared to kill a celestial dragon? Do you think that's why I've been avoiding the Navy?" Arthur, rising from the rubble, glared at the Empress Hancock with ire. "Are you afraid?" The Gorgon sisters exchanged glances, attempting to interject. "Nonsense." Arthur replied flatly, his expression darkening. "I'm concerned about bringing disaster upon you. Killing a celestial dragon is no trifling matter, and a marine admiral may already be in pursuit. You seem to mention your intention to head to Sabaody Archipelago, a place heavily fortified by the Navy. Why would you stroll into a den of tigers?" The Empress Hancock regarded him with suspicion. Logically, after slaying a world noble like a celestial dragon, one would seek to hide, yet this man was brazenly making his way to Sabaody Archipelago, which was rather illogical. Furthermore, he appeared far too young. Even if he possessed some strength, the guards of the celestial dragons were formidable. They were backed by the Marine Headquarters fleet, typically with an admiral skilled in hockey stationed there. Slaying a celestial dragon was a daunting task, and more importantly, the bounty notice had not yet arrived. Arthur's claims were solely his own words, perhaps a self-serving justification for self-preservation. I must protect my friends. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the Navy will not act against them. Arthur spoke with sincerity, his gaze unwavering. Say what you will, the Empress Hancock was somewhat inclined to believe him. However, her previous experiences as a slave to the celestial dragons filled her with animosity towards men. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, leaving everyone uncertain about the next course of action. The Empress Hancock, Arthur had just aided her, thus, killing him was no longer a viable option, and silencing him would be equally inappropriate. Yet, sparing him was fraught with danger, as he now knew her secret. Although her younger sister, Sandersonia, had mentioned the Navy headquarters issuing a bounty for the pirate who had recently killed a celestial dragon. Arthur appeared far too young to be a credible suspect without seeing the bounty notice first. After deliberation, the Empress Hancock resolved that he must be confined on the island until the Navy dispatched the bounty notice. Yet, who knew when the Navy would traverse the calm belt teeming with sea kings, risking their entire ship to reach Amazon Lily? Nevertheless, even if she had to care for Arthur for a lifetime, it was of little concern. Then, Hancock, can you inform me of the direction to Sabaody Archipelago? Arthur inquired tentatively. Absolutely not. You are aware of the secret on my back, so you must reside on this island forever. As long as you do not leave, you are free to do as you wish, the Empress Hancock replied casually. Upon hearing the Empress Hancock's words, the Gorgon sisters exchanged anxious glances. A man running rampant on the island could spell disaster for many girls. Although the island was home to female warriors, they had never encountered a man, and it was uncertain what chaos might ensue. However, Hancock was inherently stubborn. Once she made a decision, her mind would not change. The two sisters shared a glance, refraining from voicing their concerns. Are you not worried about the Marine Admiral coming for you? Arthur was momentarily taken aback, sensing the rhythm of being pampered. Yet he remained somewhat apprehensive about the pursuing Admiral of the Navy. I am a member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, bound by an agreement with the world government, which prohibits any naval vessels from entering within 3 nautical miles of Amazon Lily. Rest assured, no one will discover your presence here. In the eyes of Empress Hancock, this was undoubtedly a privilege that any man would dream of. A vigorous young man could indulge himself in the land of women, likely overwhelmed by bliss to the point of losing his sense of direction. Moreover, he would be safeguarded from the Admiral's relentless pursuit. Thus, it seemed illogical for Arthur to decline such an offer. Thank you for your kindness, but I intend to proceed to the Sabaody Archipelago. Arthur's gaze was resolute. Why? Empress Hancock inquired incredulously. For a man, the 4 seas are merely a beginning. The Grand Line is merely a journey, while the New World is where dreams are realized. Do you know that there are 4 emperors there, not individuals of your caliber? Hancock abruptly fell silent, suddenly realizing that she was unwittingly worrying about Arthur's future. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the desire to keep Arthur was evidently not solely due to the secret he harbored, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment cup. It appears you are destined to perish here today. The Empress, realizing her shifting mindset, became flustered and angry, fixing her gaze on Arthur in an attempt to coerce him into changing his mind. Though I am loath to engage with a beauty such as yourself, should it come to that, I shall gladly oblige. Arthur chuckled heartily, his aura rising correspondingly. Wait a moment, esteemed sister. It seems we have confiscated quite a number of Navy bounty posters. Mary Gord suddenly exclaimed, recalling something important. Then what are we waiting for? Hancock replied nonchalantly. In the eerily silent ruins, Arthur and Hancock stood facing each other. One could not deny Hancock's captivating allure. Her brows and eyes were enchanting, her slender waist delicate, and her skin as soft as snow, resembling a blooming snow plum, embodying the peak of femininity. Especially at this moment, draped in Arthur's coat, half concealed, she appeared even more alluring. If possible, I could help you remove that mark, Hancock asserted, her gaze hardening, clearly disapproving of Arthur's displayed confidence. People often form preconceived notions about others. If they like someone, then everything that person does is deemed commendable. Conversely, if they harbor disdain, even the noblest deeds are viewed with contempt. Despite Arthur having aided her moments ago, Hancock felt little fondness for him, considering that sparing his life was already a significant favor. Sister, Mary Gord rushed back, breathless, handing one of the bounty posters to Empress Hancock. Upon seeing the staggering bounty of 370 million, and comparing it to the visage in the photograph, it was evident that the Arthur before her was indeed the one who had beheaded the celestial dragon on Gypsy Island. Vanquished a vice-admiral, and obliterated an entire fleet, the fallen sea god, Arthur. In an instant, the bounty poster slipped from Hancock's fingers, and her gaze toward Arthur ignited with fervor. Is there something on my face? Arthur waved his hand, inquiring of the intensely staring Hancock. Does this mean I can take my leave? However, Hancock merely gazed at him, making no further movements. Her enchanting eyes seemed to possess an inexplicable allure. Arthur inwardly mused, surely this woman doesn't intend to exchange me for a bounty. 370 million berries is no trifling sum. Suddenly, Hancock rushed forward, embracing Arthur tightly. The warmth of her softness and the intoxicating scent nearly caused him to lose his composure. Having endured the torment of being a slave to the celestial dragon since childhood, the haunting memories of countless night terrors lingered in his mind. As he grew older and more powerful, the thought of exacting revenge on the celestial dragons had crossed Hancock's mind. Yet, the reality was that the world government and the navy, which stood behind them, were not adversaries she could confront. Being invited to join the Seven Warlords of the Sea had merely placed her under the thumb of the celestial dragons, and this simmering hatred soon morphed into a broader animosity toward all men. Henceforth, any man approaching Amazon Lily would face immediate execution. Hancock had often fantasized about the emergence of a powerful individual, one courageous enough to stand against the celestial dragons, and now, Arthur embodied the very man Hancock had long awaited, one who dared to defy the celestial dragons to protect his friends. Even going so far as to sever the head of a celestial dragon, this was an unprecedented event in many years, and Arthur's arrival dispelled the pent-up rage within Hancock, rekindling her dormant youthful heart. Making her brave enough to take the initiative, this man was her destined soulmate. You cannot leave. I demand that you stay on this island forever, Empress Hancock proclaimed with a commanding yet alluring tone. I must go to the Sabati archipelago to find the Dark King. Rayleigh, Arthur spoke gently, yet with unwavering determination, clearly leaving no room for negotiation. Why must you depart? Am I not perfect enough? Hancock, upon hearing Arthur's intent to leave, was momentarily thrown into disarray, resembling a neighborly girl rather than the once imposing empress. Arthur took a slight step back, although he found solace in being close to Hancock. It was wiser to maintain a normal conversation to prevent any misunderstandings. I cannot remain on this island, Snake Princess. A voice suddenly echoed from nearby. It was the seasoned elder, Granny Ja. The diminutive Granny Ja leaned on her snake-shaped cane, clutching Arthur's bounty poster in her other hand. Her expression serious as she fixed her gaze upon Empress Hancock. Your Grace. Hancock frowned, clearly displeased with Granny Ja's form of address. My apologies. Granny Ja, meeting Hancock's piercing gaze, reluctantly yielded, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment before continuing. Not only can this man not remain on Amazon Lily, but you, Snake Princess, must also heed the world government summons and proceed to Marineford to participate in the impending battle. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly survive. What battle? Arthur inquired, his expression one of skepticism. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates has been captured by Blackbeard and is currently being transported to Marineford for public execution. As a member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, I am summoned by the world government to engage in battle, facing the imminent arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Hancock replied, her demeanor softening as she earnestly explained to Arthur. Completely disregarding Granny Ja. One of the four emperors, Whitebeard. Arthur was taken aback. Indeed, Hancock replied with a light laugh. However, even if Marineford were to be destroyed, it matters not, as long as you remain on this island. Arthur nodded slightly. Once trembling at the mere mention of such a powerful figure, he now felt only admiration and respect. Yet, Arthur was not well acquainted with Ace, and his knowledge of the Whitebeard pirates was superficial. With formidable foes gathering for the impending war, no one could claim with certainty that they would emerge unscathed. Naturally, Arthur had no intention of stepping into such tumultuous waters. However, unbeknownst to him, he would soon find himself compelled to venture to Marineford for unavoidable reasons. Participating in the Grand War where powerhouses would converge. I say, do you not know that public displays of affection are reserved for midday? Granny Ja exclaimed indignantly. Why? Hancock and Arthur chorused in unison. Because there will inevitably be retribution, Granny Ja asserted with righteous fervor. Someone, throw her out, Hancock commanded coldly. Snake Princess, you must go. Otherwise, the title of warlord will be stripped from you, and Amazon Lily will become an ordinary pirate nation, a target for the Navy and countless bounty hunters. The Navy has already mastered the art of shipbuilding, and the Calm Belt, once a natural barrier, can no longer serve as a shield, Granny Jia urged fervently. Moreover, this man has slain a celestial dragon. Should he linger on the island too long, it is highly likely that an admiral will be drawn here. At that point, our 9-snake tribe will be seen as accomplices in the murder of a celestial dragon. And Amazon Lily may face utter destruction. While you, Snake Princess, are indeed powerful, there are many children and elderly on the island who cannot withstand the might of the Navy. Indeed, I cannot remain on Amazon Lily any longer. Granny Jia's words rang true, and Arthur likewise did not plan to hide on the island, evading the admiral. Should Yerk Island become the Navy's focus, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Arthur resolved to hasten his journey to the Sabaody archipelago, not only to divert the Navy's attention and protect the people of Yerk Island, but also to seek out the Dark King, Rayleigh, and learn how to harness hockey as swiftly as possible. Do not heed this old woman's nonsensical ramblings. As long as you are willing to stay, I shall do anything for you, Arthur. The Empress Hancock cast a disdainful glance at Zayabobo's words, utterly captivated by Arthur. Indifferent to the rank of any admiral, should they dare approach, she would not hesitate to strike. Sister, Zayabobo's words hold merit. The Gorgon sisters, recognizing Hancock's formidable presence yet concerned for the future of Amazon Lily, urged her similarly. Hancock, I appreciate your kindness. Arthur could clearly sense the sincerity emanating from the Empress. Although he was unaware of the intricate details, he resolved to depart swiftly, however, to safeguard his friends from becoming the Navy's targets. He also intended to ensure that Amazon Lily would not be targeted by an admiral's assault. Thus, he planned to head to the Sabaody archipelago post-haste, vowing to return when the opportunity arose. Very well, I have made my decision. Hancock's gaze hardened, as if she had resolved upon a course of action. Splendid. Lady Snake, you are heading for the Navy headquarters at Marineford, Jabobo exclaimed with youthful exuberance, seemingly rejuvenated by the news. Who said I am going to Marineford? I intend to escort my beloved to the Sabaody archipelago. The Empress Hancock shot a fierce look at Jabobo, who suddenly found herself hoisted and tossed aside. Hearing Hancock refer to Arthur as beloved, and recalling their recent deadly struggle, Arthur felt a chill run down his spine. A beautiful rose is always adorned with thorns, especially when it is wielded by one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Though Hancock felt a pang of reluctance, she prided herself on being a virtuous and dutiful woman, thus she would not oppose Arthur's intentions. You did promise to remove the mark from my back. Hence, tonight, her alluring gaze, combined with the warm breath escaping her lips, exuded an irresistible temptation, particularly when paired with Hancock's regal demeanor, making it difficult for any man to resist. Sister, I too wish to. Sandersonia interjected. Failing to grasp the implications of Hancock's intention to have Arthur remove her slave marked, Hancock's expression darkened. Her sister had misconstrued her desire for a private encounter with Arthur. Yet, such matters were not easily articulated. Leaving the atmosphere awkward, seeking aid, Hancock turned to her other sister, Marigold, hoping for a way to alleviate the tension. Marigold, understanding her sister's silent plea, nodded knowingly and addressed Arthur. Who knows if your method truly works? If you were to remove the marks, let us begin with us. Hancock was instantly petrified, her smile freezing on her face as she fought the urge to turn her sister to stone. Casting a helpless glance at Arthur, I guarantee it will be completely safe, with no trace of injury left behind. But today, only one may go first, Arthur candidly declared, filling Hancock with delight. This man was indeed captivated by her charm. Otherwise, he would not have spoken such words. The Empress began to envision their future together, contemplating how to be a devoted wife and mother. Little did she know, Arthur was simply speaking the truth. He could only use the precious vial of restorative liquid once a day, thus temporarily healing only one at a time. I trust Arthur. You need not worry, Hancock assured. The Gorgon sisters exchanged glances. Although they remained somewhat skeptical, they felt compelled to remain silent since their sister had spoken. The somewhat bashful Hancock led Arthur directly to the bedroom. Hesitating briefly, she soon shed her garments and reclined on the bed. Her flawless form turned away from Arthur. In that moment, she held no secrets from him, and even found herself anticipating his boldness. However, Arthur's attention was fully focused on the slave mark on Hancock's back as he grasped the azure vial tightly. Soon, a hint of moisture formed in his palm, coalescing into a smooth and sharp water blade, which he cautiously brought near her luminous, pale skin. As she sensed the warmth on her back, Hancock instinctively shifted. An unconscious motion that sent Arthur's blood racing, nearly causing him to lose control of the water blade. The blade sliced through flesh, and simultaneously, the black restorative liquid from the vial dripped into the wound, leading to an instantaneous healing, rendering the injury as pristine as before. Were it not for the splotches of blood on the sheets, one would hardly suspect that Arthur had just removed the slave mark. All done. Arthur spoke softly, holding up a mirror for Hancock to see her back. Gazing at her rejuvenated skin, Hancock suddenly burst into tears, and Arthur understood this was a cathartic release of joy. He simply stayed beside her, offering gentle comfort. After a while, the tear-streaked Hancock lifted her gaze. "You must compensate for the pain you've caused me." Unable to resist the allure of Hancock's form, Arthur lost all restraint. Pushing her down and gazing at her slightly evasive eyes from above, the heat rising between them ignited a passionate fervor, and they embraced tightly, the sweet rhythm of their breaths intertwined, leading them to lose track of time. Arthur spent 3 days in Amazon Lily, removing the marks from the backs of the Gorgon sisters. However, the second sister, Sandasonia, and the third sister, Marigold, could not comprehend why their marks were removed in mere minutes, while their elder sisters took an entire night. Fortunately, such matters required no explanation. On the morning after 3 days, Empress Hancock set sail across the sea. The Navy Admiral, Squirrel, who had been waiting at sea, finally witnessed Hancock's sincerity as a warlord of the sea. Agreeing to travel to Marineford and restoring all Navy soldiers turned to stone, however, he demanded that the Navy ships first proceed to the Sabaody archipelago, a request that garnered considerable approval. The Navy Admiral merely symbolically reported to Marineford via a transponder snail. For the Navy, as long as the warlords were willing to engage in the impending battle, minor details were of no concern. In a spacious cabin, a large crate was swiftly opened, and Arthur emerged. Breathing in the fresh air, Empress Hancock approached with a pained expression, carefully wiping the sweat from his brow, embodying a picture of domestic virtue. If the 9 snake warriors were to witness their empress in such a manner, they would likely be left in stunned disbelief, with Jabobo being the most delighted. Now that Hancock was heading to Marineford, it meant that Amazon Lily would continue to enjoy the privileges of being a territory of the warlords, free to plunder without being pursued or antagonized, which benefited everyone involved. Hancock had her own considerations. As the Empress of the 9 Snakes, it was indeed necessary for her to bear the responsibility of protecting the island. More importantly, the mark had been removed, and the painful memories associated with it had begun to fade with Arthur's presence. Having avenged her grievances against the celestial dragons, she no longer felt humiliated by obeying the world government's orders. However, Hancock's intentions were clear. She participated in this impending war solely to preserve her title as a warlord of the sea. The outcome of the Navy's battle and the toll it would take on lives were of little concern to her. Her priority was to ensure Arthur's safe passage to the Sabaody archipelago. Though the Navy occasionally overheard Hancock speaking to herself in the cabin, the terrifying experience of being turned to stone kept every soldier at a respectful distance. Seated atop the mast, Admiral Squirrel, gripping his weapon tightly, harbored deep mistrust of the warlords. Each one was a notorious pirate, and who could say whether they might turn against the Navy at any moment for their own gain? Admiral Squirrel focused all his attention on Hancock, determined to see this troublesome woman safely to Marineford, thereby fulfilling his mission. The peculiarities of her behavior were of no concern to him. The most important thing was to preserve the lives of his subordinates. However, given the formidable strength of the warlords, achieving this goal seemed increasingly difficult. Fortunately, during the journey, Hancock showed no inclination to trouble the Navy, and they arrived at the Sabaody archipelago without incident. "This is impossible. Lady Snake, I hope you will make haste to Marineford." Admiral Squirrel's expression darkened upon learning that Hancock planned to shop on the island for 3 days before heading to Marineford. He had not anticipated that this woman would remain so audaciously close to the Navy headquarters. "That agreement is void. I wish to return to Amazon Lily," Hancock asserted, showing no regard for Admiral Squirrel, openly stating her disinterest in any man other than Arthur, Lady Snake, as one of the warlords of the sea. "How can you behave so recklessly?" he retorted, hands on his hips, pointing accusingly while tilting his head back. "Because I am simply too beautiful. Forgive me, forgive me." A throng of Navy personnel, their eyes brimming with hearts, clamored in adoration towards the Empress, utterly capitulating beneath her pomegranate skirt. Bubbling and gurgling, the indignant Navy Rear Admiral, Wussmouse, abruptly seized the incessantly ringing transponder snail, his countenance shifting to one of somber gravity. Yes, I understand." The veins on Wussmouse's forehead throbbed, yet he ultimately sighed in resignation. "You have a mere 72 hours, not a second more. The Navy shall cover all expenses for your shopping this time." He never anticipated that the voice on the other end would resolutely command compliance with all of the Empress Hancock's demands. For a notorious pirate, enduring such indignities was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. As a stalwart adherent of justice, it was a profound disgrace. Nevertheless, as a soldier bound by the ironclad edicts of military command, Rear Admiral Westmouse had no choice but to obey, accepting the tragic fate of escorting Empress Hancock during her shopping spree on the island. Make arrangements for the finest hotel. Empress Hancock regarded Rear Admiral Westmouse as nothing more than a servant. To her, all men, save for Arthur, were utterly inconsequential. Within the spacious and opulent top-tier hotel, Arthur once again emerged from his box, exchanging brief farewells with Empress Hancock before calmly departing the Navy's heavily guarded luxurious establishment through the guise of water manipulation. To protect the inhabitants of York Island from the Navy's scrutiny, Arthur resolved to create a commotion on the Shambadi archipelago to divert their attention. However, this would have to wait until Empress Hancock departed the Shambadi archipelago and he located the Dark King. Rayleigh. Arthur, having previously slaughtered the world nobles, the celestial dragons, had become a figure of extreme sensitivity, even being pursued by admirals commanding fleets. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the elusive Arthur had come so close to the Navy headquarters, utilizing water vapor to obscure his features, making it exceedingly difficult for many to discern his true identity. Wandering through the Shambadi archipelago, he found it unexpectedly vast, comprised of trees that perpetually produced bubbles from the ground. Days swiftly passed as he aimlessly roamed, still with no inkling of Rayleigh's whereabouts. But he did notice that the archipelago seemed to have experienced something significant. The defenses were formidable, and the Navy's presence unusually plentiful. As the front line of the Red Earth continent, one would expect an abundance of pirates to gather here, yet not a single pirate had been sighted in days. The finest place to gather intelligence in this world is undoubtedly a bar. A melting pot of diverse individuals, with attentive listening and the willingness to pay a fair price. One could uncover almost anything desired. The tavern Arthur entered appeared somewhat remote, with few patrons, yet a smoking woman with dark hair caught his attention. Her gaze was composed, possessing an uncanny clarity that seemed to pierce through all secrets, making Arthur instinctively wary. "Young man, it appears this is your first visit to the Shambadi archipelago," the tavern owner, Shockey, puffed on his cigarette, regarding Arthur with a knowing smile. "What brings you here?" Choosing to probe for information in such a place was hardly a prudent decision, as he cleaned the glasses nearby. Shockey remarked meaningfully, "I merely wish to sample the local fine wines." Arthur replied with poise. "Oh, is that so? If you're seeking knowledge, the price must be right. Is this sufficient?" Arthur produced a stack of berries and pushed it towards Shockey. "What transpired on the island?" Arthur posed his first question. Shockey picked up the stack of berries, exhaling through his rings of smoke, and replied nonchalantly, "The world nobles, the celestial dragons, were assaulted by the Straw Hat," prompting Admiral Kazara to eradicate numerous pirates. The Admiral had arrived with such swiftness, as if foreseeing the events, leading to the annihilation of many pirates attempting to flee. Shockey's response seemed to inquire more than to inform. Arthur was acutely aware of why the Admiral had come to the Shambadi archipelago so hastily, due to the earlier incident on Gypsy Island, where the celestial dragons were eliminated, leaving behind clues that he would head to the Shambadi archipelago. Yet, he had not anticipated that two admirals would be dispatched in pursuit of him. One lay in wait on the Shambadi archipelago while the other pursued him at sea. The only uncertainty was whether the admiral leading the fleet in pursuit was Akainu or Akiji. Nevertheless, it was an impressive mobilization, granting him a semblance of respect, and no wonder his bounty had surged to 370 million berries. They truly regarded him highly. "I seek the Dark King Rayleigh. I wish to know his whereabouts." Arthur immediately posed another pressing question, his instincts telling him that this woman possessed the answer. Shockey unapologetically pocketed the berries on the table, lighting another cigarette, and leisurely remarked, "If you're referring to that gambling-loving shipwright, I suggest you visit the slave auction in Districts 1 to 29. I believe you might find that old man who enjoys selling himself to escape his gambling debts." "Thank you," Arthur replied, his face alight with joy as he promptly rose to leave. Now that he had a direction, he believed it was merely a matter of time before he located the Dark King Rayleigh. Watching Arthur's departing figure, tavern owner Shockey let out a sigh, lamenting the audacity of the youth daring to venture into the Shambadi archipelago. Truly, the younger generation had become increasingly reckless, cloaked in a cape. Arthur exited Shockey's bar, making his way to the slave auction located at number 7. Though it lay beneath the very noses of the Navy headquarters, this dark underbelly of the Shambadi archipelago thrived unexpectedly. Here, numerous slaves of various races were openly traded, clearly marked with prices. If one had the coin, they could procure anything they desired. After a brief survey, Arthur gleaned that the world government turned a blind eye to these slave masters. Primarily due to the exorbitant taxes, no one dared to oppose berries, and the revenue generated from the slave markets annually was staggering, sufficient to compel the higher echelons of the world government to acquiesce. Moreover, each of these slave masters had formidable backgrounds. None were to be trifled with. If they were to be forcibly eradicated, it could incite severe backlash. Thus, the slave markets continued to provoke the ire of the Shambadi archipelago's residents. Yet the navy was powerless to cleanse them and could only allow them to dominate the archipelago as pillar industry. Upon arriving at the slave market, Arthur initially believed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Locating the Dark King Rayleigh should be straightforward. Yet, reality proved more daunting than expectation. Just one area contained hundreds of slave markets, making the search for Rayleigh akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, every cloud has a silver lining. At least he knew Rayleigh was likely within the vicinity of the slave markets. Determined to locate him swiftly, Arthur began his search at the first slave market. Possessing an anonymous black card, and with his features obscured by water vapor, Arthur felt little concern for his identity being revealed. Entering the auction with the demeanor of nobility, he exuded an air of arrogance that rivaled even the sky people. It must be said that status carries weight. Wielding the anonymous black card, the slave masters bowed and scraped before Arthur, treating him with far more reverence than a father. Encountering such a lucrative patron was a rarity. And those who could utilize the anonymous black card were invariably wealthy. While these slave masters had impressive connections, they were equally cautious not to jeopardize their own safety by provoking someone with such a powerful ally. Arthur's haughty demeanor dissuaded any dismissive attitudes, prompting the slave masters to comply with his demands and open all their cells for him to peruse the slaves on offer, even without spending a single berry. The slave masters catered to him lavishly. As Arthur departed the slave market, they presented him with several exquisite beauties, including captivating fishermen slaves, although Arthur was living comfortably. Several days passed without any sign of Rayleigh. Yet, the vexing reality remained that he had only explored a third of the market, excluding various smaller underground venues. Who knows where Rayleigh might have sold himself to evade his gambling debts? Meanwhile, Arthur found the number of his companions steadily increasing. Not merely the strikingly beautiful female slaves. There exists a considerable number of mercenaries possessing formidable combat prowess, most of whom are also sold as slaves and dispatched by their masters to Arthur as bodyguards. Furrowing his brow, Arthur gazed into the distance, contemplating which slave camp to visit as evening approached, when a sudden realization struck him. He pondered a crucial matter. Since the Dark King Rayleigh had chosen to sell himself into slavery to evade gambling debts and sought refuge in the slave market, it was clear that he could not reveal his strength. Should these slave masters discover that the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh, had become their slave, they would likely be struck dead on the spot from sheer terror. This implied that Rayleigh, merely aiming to avoid unwanted attention, would undoubtedly seek out a small and disorganized slave market to conceal his identity. Arthur felt a tinge of regret, realizing that the reason for his fruitless search over the past few days was entirely due to being misguided. Fortunately, his epiphany was not too late. He promptly led his entourage toward the small slave market. Indeed, the capabilities of these smaller slave markets were limited, and the quality of slaves they offered was significantly inferior. More importantly, they were largely unfamiliar with the so-called black cards. Many were desperate rogues, yet they still held a degree of respect for Bailey. As Arthur advanced through the dimly lit and damp prison cells, he suddenly halted before a cage, his gaze alighting upon an elderly man. This old man, with long, curly hair and a beard that was equally long and white, adorned with glasses and a prominent scar running down his right eye, might have gone unnoticed in a crowd. However, Arthur, whose strength had been steadily growing, could distinctly sense the formidable pressure emanating from the elder. The casual sweep of his gaze exuded an overwhelming aura, making it difficult to fathom the experiences that had shaped this man. One could only wonder how powerful he would be if he unleashed his full might. For Arthur, the identity of this individual was becoming increasingly apparent. While Arthur scrutinized him, the old man was equally assessing Arthur. No matter how adept a person might be at disguising themselves, their essence remains unchanged. Although this well-dressed, somewhat obscured young man appeared harmless, the elder could keenly sense the terrifying power lurking within his aura. Truly an extraordinary youth. The old man mused. I wish to purchase all the slaves currently held in these cells. Name your price. Arthur stated nonchalantly. The slave master who had escorted Arthur to the prison was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. He was not blind. Not only did this young man exude an extraordinary presence, but the female slaves accompanying him were also of considerable value, and the mercenary bodyguards flanking him were undeniably formidable. They were not a mere gang of lowly thugs that one could easily provoke. While he recognized that this young man was exceptional, he He was astounded by the wealth displayed, leaving him momentarily speechless. The process was not complicated. It merely involved a simple exchange of currency for services rendered. Under Arthur's leadership, hundreds of slaves soon found themselves in the luxurious hotel he had secured, had Arthur not been personally leading them. The hotel manager might have mistaken the establishment for being overrun by a band of filthy marauders. These slaves, accustomed to relentless torment and the ever-present threat of death, were experiencing such opulence for the first time, with no knowledge of what the future held for them, save for the silent hope that they could do nothing to alter their fate. Arthur entered the elderly man's room alone. The unkempt Dark King Rayleigh was voraciously consuming food and drink, seemingly aware that Arthur had something to convey, but not inclined to speak first. Dark King Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King, you have proven quite elusive. Arthur elegantly seated himself in the chair opposite, wearing a wry smile as he expressed his grievance. I am merely a worker who applies coatings to ships. Sold into slavery by traffickers to evade my creditors, the elder replied, devouring his meal without lifting his gaze, clearly uninterested in Arthur's words. That I appreciate your ransom, but I am unaware of who the Dark King Rayleigh is. However, should you require a ship coated, I can do it for free, as a gesture of goodwill. Admiral Kazara should be nearby, purging the remaining pirates, while another admiral is likely en route to Marineford. Perhaps before arriving at Marineford, he might pay a visit to the illustrious Dark King Rayleigh, which could prove beneficial. As Arthur spoke, he meticulously observed Rayleigh's reactions. Arthur understood that such a renowned figure, having encountered countless individuals, would not be swayed by excessive deference. Instead, he had prepared to confront this great warrior with an assertive demeanor, ensuring that his presence would be remembered, whether positively or negatively. The Navy is too preoccupied with the four emperors to have time for leisure, Rayleigh replied with a calm smile, dismissing the admiral's significance. How do you know the Navy is overwhelmed? Arthur pressed aggressively. I read it in the newspapers, Rayleigh replied nonchalantly, then rang the bell before addressing the respectful attendant who entered the room. Another serving, please. Arthur continued to bombard him with questions, yet Rayleigh's responses remained dismissive. Inciting Arthur's frustration, very well, it seems I must have mistaken you for someone else, Arthur said, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he sighed softly. I will soon reveal my identity. All of these liberated slaves are, of course, my allies. That I apologize for involving you in this. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the sea god Arthur. So it is the fallen sea god Arthur. My apologies. Rayleigh's tone was laced with amusement, as if he had already discerned Arthur's true identity. This was not particularly surprising, despite Arthur being shrouded in a cloak and obscured by a veil of mist. It was not difficult for Rayleigh to see through the facade. The only regret lingered in the thought of Aunt Sia's tavern and its inhabitants, who were likely being monitored by the Navy. Arthur sighed slightly. You little brat. Rayleigh frowned, realizing that after all these years, someone dared to threaten him for the first time. In that instant, a long dormant passion surged within him. What do you want from me? Arthur, speak plainly. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted, causing the attendant who had just entered to collapse, spilling exquisite food across the floor. I intend to learn hockey from you. Arthur rose, his expression earnest. Ha ha. The Dark King Rayleigh erupted into laughter, only to suddenly rein in his mirth, fixing a piercing gaze upon Arthur as he coldly declared, whatever you pursue, it must come at a cost. Are you prepared for that? Feeling the fierce pressure of Rayleigh's hockey, Arthur, seemingly carrying the weight of several mountains, silently gasped in awe, yet he gritted his teeth and held his ground, his eyes locked onto Rayleigh's. I am prepared. No matter the challenge, I will learn this hockey. Under the immense pressure, Arthur felt a surge of latent potential igniting within him, propelling forth a powerful force that countered a significant portion of Rayleigh's hockey. So, you possess Conqueror's hockey. This lad is no ordinary individual. Rayleigh thought to himself, slightly surprised as he regarded Arthur, now enveloped in the aura of Conqueror's hockey, his gaze beginning to shift as he reconsidered the young man's request. A daring idea began to take root in Rayleigh's mind. To learn how to apply hockey effectively in combat requires a lengthy process. It cannot be achieved overnight. Rayleigh's hockey-laden gaze bore into Arthur as he spoke with profound significance. However, first, you must prove that you possess the qualifications to learn hockey. Young man, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Dark King Rayleigh, how do I prove my qualifications to learn hockey? Arthur replied calmly. Rayleigh was no pushover. He had once sailed the seas alongside the pirate King Roger, and one could only imagine the lives he had taken. There was no reason for him to assist a stranger, especially since Arthur sought to learn genuine combat skills rather than mere flashy techniques. For this reason, Arthur had mentally prepared himself to confront any challenges that lay ahead. It is a test, Rayleigh stated, "I can complete any test," Arthur declared resolutely. Having reached this juncture, he had no intention of retreating. Even if it meant traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, he was willing to engage in combat with an admiral wielding Haki, facing life-threatening situations that would ingrain the power of Haki into his very being. Failing to master Haki could lead to his demise at the hands of the pursuing admiral, and thus, survival was paramount. Young man, do not speak so confidently. There are many things in this world that are unattainable. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of melancholy, perhaps recalling the execution of his captain, Gold. Roger, and the incurable disease that had claimed the life of the great pirate king at the guillotine. I will complete the test, but how can you ensure, Dark King Rayleigh, that you will teach me the true combat applications of Haki? Upon hearing Arthur's words, Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the audacity of this young man. Upon discovering his true identity, one dares not question his words of unwavering authority. If you can complete this trial, I assure you, I shall impart my knowledge as generously as I would to a disciple. A glimmer of intensity flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, indicating that he held no disdain for the spirited Arthur. Youth should indeed be filled with vigor and ambition. Arthur's heart stirred. It appeared that this trial was no trivial matter. Otherwise, the infamous Rayleigh would not treat it with such gravity. Rescue Fire Fist Ace and return Straw Hat Luffy alive, Rayleigh stated calmly, outlining the challenge. Rayleigh, are you referring to Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, who was about to be publicly executed in Marineford? Arthur inquired. You are correct, Rayleigh confirmed, gazing at Arthur. One must understand that Marineford is surrounded by countless elite Marines, the Shichibukai, the 3 admirals, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, powerful figures amidst an imminent war, where survival is uncertain, and you asked me to save 2 individuals. Truly, Rayleigh, you are remarkable. Arthur shook his head in wry amusement. What? Is it beyond your capabilities? Of course not, Arthur responded, his face brimming with confidence. Although he had previously been reluctant to engage in this war, the prospect of battling alongside the world's greatest powers was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, with my current strength, I could only hope to survive in Marineford. Rescuing anyone would be an arduous task. Arthur cast a shrewd glance at Rayleigh. This was the perfect moment to leverage his position. Arthur's implication was clear. He needed to convey to Rayleigh that his current abilities were insufficient. And in the chaos of war, survival itself would be precarious, let alone rescuing others. Thus, he urged Rayleigh to impart some crucial skills. Rayleigh, having encountered countless individuals, was not oblivious to Arthur's obvious insinuation. And the immense potential Arthur displayed ignited Rayleigh's desire to mentor him. He nodded and said, From tomorrow onward, we shall commence training. You have only 3 days. How much you can grasp depends entirely on you. Only 3 days, Arthur exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he previously mentioned that it would take at least 1.5 years to truly master these skills? What was this 3-day nonsense? However, the time for Arthur to be picky had passed. Since Rayleigh was willing to teach, he was eager to learn, regardless of whether the lessons were comprehensive or not. At worst, he could flee if he learned nothing. Arthur was not foolish enough to venture into Marineford without adequate strength. On a cleared expanse that had been reserved, Arthur and Rayleigh faced each other. First, you must understand that Haki is divided into 3 types, the first being observation Haki. As Rayleigh focused intently, a familiar aura of Haki suddenly enveloped him, creating a palpable sensation in the air. Standing nearby, Arthur felt a power within him yearning to emerge, yet it eluded his grasp, always just out of reach. Come at me, Rayleigh shouted, his fighting spirit ignited. Arthur, propelled by determination, dashed towards Rayleigh, water vapor swirling around his arms, forming a powerful vortex that surged downwards. Yet, Rayleigh effortlessly evaded, as if he anticipated Arthur's every move. After a considerable time, Arthur stepped back, panting, and stared at Rayleigh in astonishment. Rayleigh, is this truly observation Haki? Indeed, this is the essence of observation Haki. Rayleigh elaborated, now fully serious. You must first clear your mind and concentrate intensely to sense the power of the aura surrounding you. This allows you to perceive foes beyond your line of sight and predict their movements, akin to a form of mind reading. With training, your range will continually expand. Let me give it a try, Arthur thought, eager to quickly familiarize himself with observation Haki. No, we will proceed to the next type, armament Haki, Rayleigh curtly interrupted, insisting they move on to the next lesson. Arthur had no choice but to comply. Following Rayleigh's rhythm and learning Haki. It must be noted that although Rayleigh spoke little, each word held significance, enabling one to grasp Haki with clarity, a feat not easily accomplished. Listen well, Arthur. Armament hockey is the most common combat form of hockey, enhancing personal defense, transforming the user into armor and a sword, evolving into a formidable offensive capability that can rival those with devil fruit powers. It can even allow one to touch the physical forms of Logia users. However, unlike Seastone, armament hockey cannot strip a devil fruit user of their powers. Moreover, it can be applied to weapons to amplify their strength. Arthur nodded in agreement, recalling his previous battle with a Marine admiral, where his water-based form had been unable to evade hockey's assault, enduring considerable hardship. According to Rayleigh, this must have been the ability of armament hockey. As for the final type, conqueror's hockey, it allows the user to exert their willpower to intimidate or overwhelm foes, reaching a superior realm of authority. For instance, like this, Rayleigh suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, his presence swelling with overwhelming might. Under the weight of this pressure, Arthur felt as though he bore the weight of mountains upon his shoulders, his breath quickening as he struggled for air. Facing Rayleigh, Arthur felt a chill run down his spine. Truly, he was the right-hand man of the Pirate King, and just this pressure alone was enough to drive him to lifelong pursuit. As the powerful aura dissipated, Arthur felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He raised his hands, creating a column of water to support himself, filled with both reverence and trepidation towards Rayleigh. The once mighty Rayleigh, now grizzled and past his prime, was difficult to imagine as a powerful youth. Indeed, he was a man of true renown. Rayleigh took a few swigs from a flask, leisurely explaining to Arthur, "This is a chosen hockey that only one in hundreds of thousands possesses. It embodies the qualities of a king, and unlike the other two, conqueror's hockey cannot be enhanced through training. It can only grow stronger through the user's own development." "That I see," Arthur replied, his face alight with joy. He vividly remembered the surge of power he had unleashed when he defeated the Marine headquarters at Flevence. Although its strength paled in comparison to Rayleigh's, it bore similarities. This meant that Arthur also possessed the potential for conqueror's hockey. A momentous revelation for anyone who yearned for power. Rayleigh drank deeply from the flask, downing the fiery liquid, and remarked with a wry smile, "Do not be deceived into thinking you are strong. Even if you possess conqueror's hockey, what of it? In the New World, those with conqueror's hockey are as common as grains of sand. My joy stems from the prospect of becoming stronger, but more importantly, there are countless formidable opponents awaiting my conquest." Arthur disregarded Rayleigh's disparagement. The first half of the Grand Line may have been dubbed paradise, but the true gathering of strong individuals resided in the New World. Controlled by the four emperors. In the past, Arthur had only sought to preserve his life, struggling on the brink of death, and subsequently challenging the Marines to protect the people of York Island. However, as his strength grew, along with his understanding of hockey and the world's dynamics, a fervent ambition ignited within him. The journey to the New World, battling countless formidable foes, striving for strength on the edge of life and death, gradually became his sole fervent belief. Moreover, if he could also paint the grandeur of the world along the way, it would be a splendid pursuit for Arthur, who had aspired to be an artist since childhood. Yet, Rayleigh's next words extinguished Arthur's rising enthusiasm. "With only 3 days, you cannot truly master the combat applications of hockey. I can only teach you how to defend against hockey and enhance your current abilities. However, I assure you, if you rescue Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, I shall impart all the secrets of hockey to you." Suddenly, Rayleigh produced a dagger, slicing his palm and allowing his blood to drip. Raising the wound towards Arthur and declaring, "This is a vow, Rayleigh. I truly do not comprehend why you wish to save Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates," Arthur asked. Voicing a long-held question, Rayleigh appeared momentarily moved, and after a pause, murmured, "Because Fire Fist Ace is the son of the Pirate King, Joel Roger." What? This astounding revelation left Arthur momentarily speechless. So, he was of the bloodline of the Pirate King. No wonder Rayleigh wished for him to rescue Ace. The truth was finally revealed, and a profound sense of responsibility weighed upon Arthur's heart, though fraught with peril. The prospect of rescuing the bloodline of the Pirate King promises boundless benefits for the future. It seems that a journey to Marineford is now inevitable. Arthur, with a wry smile, never anticipated that he would return to the Navy headquarters, a place he thought he would never revisit. Yet, he finds himself pondering how to survive in the formidable gathering of strength at Marineford. With little clarity in his mind, "What are you dawdling for?" came the commanding voice of Rayleigh. "If you wish to survive in Marineford, you must not forget a single word I utter over the next 3 days. Follow me, rookie pirate." The days swiftly passed, and Arthur, now in a state of water transformation, was propelled towards the Navy headquarters at an astonishing speed. carried by the currents of the sea, though it was merely 3 days. For Arthur, time dragged on like an eternity, nearly succumbing to the grueling training regimen imposed by the Dark King, Rayleigh. Nonetheless, the enhancement of his abilities was strikingly evident. It must be said that Rayleigh is an exceptional teacher. With his wealth of experience in combat and profound understanding of countless devil fruit powers, he enabled Arthur, in just a few short days, to master the power of the sea god with greater finesse. Furthermore, his application of strength underwent a qualitative leap. Daily battles with Rayleigh, accompanied by detailed combat analyses, made Arthur realize for the first time that fighting is an art form, not merely a mindless display of brute force. As the 3 days slipped away, Arthur found himself reluctant to depart, for the improvement in his power was too significant to ignore. However, having made a promise, he had no choice but to hasten his journey to Marineford. If Portgas D.Ace, the son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, were to be executed, Arthur would miss the opportunity to learn more techniques from Rayleigh. Moreover, Arthur had garnered crucial information. The yin-yang fish mark on his chest was indeed linked to the so-called sea soul power. With profound connections to the oceanic overlords, the Sea Kings. To unravel these mysteries, a visit to Fishman Island was imperative, where ancient texts might unveil substantial revelations. As Arthur meticulously contemplated the combat skills imparted by Rayleigh, he swiftly entered Marineford, his body fully transformed into water. His speed even surpassed that of the warship carrying Hancock, the Empress, who had departed 3 days earlier to summon the Navy headquarters. The Navy, unaware that someone could infiltrate their heavily guarded stronghold through the sea, had been frequently mobilizing, opening their exclusive maritime routes, resulting in a remarkable flow of water. Upon arrival at Marineford, Arthur assumed the guise of an ordinary merchant. Keenly observing the renowned city. In the name of absolute justice, it served as the bastion of the world government's navy, with most of the townsfolk being families of Navy personnel, symbolizing peace in the era of great pirates. The town had once been ravaged, destroyed during the battles involving Garp, Sengoku, and the Golden Lion, but years of reconstruction had erased the remnants of ruin. The Navy headquarters, a 3-story edifice of brick and mortar, housed the mightiest naval warriors. The square at the heart of Marineford was set to witness the execution of Portgas D.Ace, the rightful heir to the bloodline of the Pirate King. For Arthur, who once aspired to be a glorious Navy officer, donning the general's uniform and returning home in triumph, the passage of time and betrayal by the Navy had altered his perspective. Yet, upon stepping into Marineford, a surge of inexplicable emotion welled within him. The long-anticipated war had yet to commence, but the Navy's formidable forces had assembled, 100,000 elite officers summoned from around the globe, the 3 admirals, the enigmatic warlords of the sea, and the renowned Admiral Sengoku, alongside established legends like Garp and Tsuru. A powerful legion of officers encircled the square, where cold, modeled chains made of sea prism stone awaited the arrival of the condemned. Countless massive coastal cannons were loaded and aimed at the sea, their firepower sufficient to sink any approaching vessel. The Navy was fully prepared, even if Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, were to arrive. The Navy would proceed with their plan to execute the inheritor of the cursed bloodline, Portgas D.Ace. Draped in a cloak, Arthur stood at the street corner of the town, gazing at the vast square from a distance. Although the battle had yet to unfold, the air felt thick with the scent of gunpowder, and the overwhelming pressure could easily incapacitate the faint-hearted. With a smile playing on his lips, Arthur felt a surge of fighting spirit. Eager to clash with the powerful figures of the Navy, regardless of whether they were the warlords of the sea, the admirals, or the fleet admiral, nothing would deter him from rescuing Ace. Of course, Arthur was not foolish enough to charge in recklessly or attempt a prison break. Such actions would be tantamount to courting death. The priority was to devise a means of infiltration. Timing was crucial. And although Arthur's strength had increased significantly, facing an admiral was still a daunting challenge, let alone 3 simultaneously. A hunter must possess patience. Striking at the wrong moment would result in the permanent loss of his prey. And Arthur was acutely aware that he had only one chance that could not be missed. Though Whitebeard had not yet arrived, Arthur was nearly certain that as one of the 4 emperors, the man known as the strongest would never stand idly by while Ace, akin to a son to him, faced execution at the hands of the Navy under the world's scrutiny. More importantly, Whitebeard would undoubtedly aim to demonstrate that the era of pirates had not come to an end, but was, in fact, just beginning. Thus, a great battle was inevitable. "Hey, who are you?" At that moment, a sharp reprimand from a heavily armed Navy soldier pierced the air, and patrolling officers began to converge towards Arthur. With a swirl of mist, Arthur's form suddenly vanished, as if he had never been there at all. "Impossible. There was someone there just now," the first soldier to notice the anomaly exclaimed. pointing in shock at the spot where Arthur had been. Don't be too jumpy, Grover. This is the Navy headquarters. No one can breach our defenses. An older Navy officer chuckled reassuringly. Indeed, Grover, let us grab a drink later to unwind. Another soldier chimed in, urging camaraderie. There was definitely someone there, Grover insisted, though his conviction wavered. This was a dead end, and if someone had indeed been there, where could they have escaped to? He could only ponder in disbelief. Meanwhile, Arthur, fully transformed into water, had already slipped away from the alley and was hastening towards the town. To infiltrate the square, the most effective strategy was to assume the identity of a Navy officer. The mist generated by the sea goddess power would facilitate Arthur's transformation, but first, he needed a persona. Soon, Arthur arrived at a nearby temporary outpost, established only recently, which proved to be of little use. Should pirates truly breach the square, these ordinary Navy soldiers would be utterly ineffective. From the conversations among the soldiers at the outpost, Arthur learned that Port Asti.Ace had indeed been brought to Marineford. Yet the date for his public execution, broadcasted to the world, had not yet arrived. He was currently imprisoned in a heavily guarded dungeon, which meant there was still time. Arthur was not in a rush to act. Instead, he transformed into water and closely observed the habits of a certain ensign, that he had resolved to use the mist to assume the identity of this officer, allowing him to infiltrate the Marineford Square and approach the execution platform, thereby enhancing the likelihood of rescuing Ace. But suddenly, alarms blared, and a mechanism was triggered, dousing Arthur in a torrent of cold water from above. The ensign, previously seated at a desk sipping coffee, leapt up as if pricked by a needle. Drawing his sword and staring incredulously at the semi-transparent figure of Arthur. Simultaneously, Navy soldiers from nearby rooms rushed in at breakneck speed, encircling Arthur. Arthur could only smile wryly. Despite meticulous planning, he had not anticipated that a trivial entertainment mechanism at this temporary outpost would inadvertently reveal his identity. This incident was witnessed by numerous Navy personnel, and even if he were to flee swiftly, it would surely be reported immediately. At that moment, the Navy would undoubtedly dispatch formidable individuals to investigate. Heaven knows if there are any adept trackers among them. In an instant, a wave of murderous intent surged from Arthur, who had already resolved to silence any potential witnesses. Suddenly, an unpleasant, acrid scent permeated the air. Arthur, concealed beneath the water's surface, remained unaffected, while the Navy soldiers around him collapsed one by one. Upon seeing the newcomer at the entrance, a smile crept onto Arthur's lips as he murmured nonchalantly, "Long time no see." Standing at the temporary outpost entrance was an elegant woman clad in a rose-colored uniform, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, gazing at Arthur with a look of poignant longing. She was Colonel Tina from the Navy headquarters. It had been several months since their last parting, and upon hearing Arthur's words, her eyes flashed with indignation as she swiftly approached him. Arthur smiled and embraced the striking beauty, relishing the rare warmth of the moment. "Thank you for saving me," he said lightly after a while. "Don't mention it. I merely saved these Navy soldiers. Otherwise, they would have been silenced by you." Tina, nestled against Arthur's chest, spoke in a playful tone. Arthur, slightly embarrassed by her perceptiveness, chuckled softly. Yet, knowing Tina was willing to assist him, he felt reassured that this matter would not attract the attention of higher military authorities. "Let me guess your purpose for coming to Marineford," Tina said with a mischievous smile. "That I specifically came to see you," Arthur replied, without a moment's hesitation. "You must be joking." Tina scrutinized Arthur for a moment before confidently stating, "Aside from wanting to rescue Port Asti.Ace, I cannot think of any other reason." A playful smile crossed Arthur's face as he replied, "Perhaps I simply wish to revisit old haunts and behold the legendary Navy headquarters, Marineford." Suddenly, Tina's expression turned serious as she said earnestly, "It's not too late. Although you have quite a few names on your list, you can only blame their lack of strength. With your abilities, if you are willing to return to the Navy, I believe Admiral Sengoku would do everything in his power to protect you, and becoming a high-ranking officer would merely be a matter of time." Arthur could sense Tina's sincerity. She genuinely cared for him. As she pointed out, Arthur possessed the power of the sea god, giving him an undeniable advantage in naval warfare. However, after having severed the head of a celestial dragon and eliminating a vice admiral along with an entire fleet, Arthur found himself unable to turn back, having become the Navy's sworn enemy. Even with sufficient strength, he could not be appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If it weren't for the need to execute Port Asti.Ace publicly and to prepare for the imminent arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, the 3 admirals would have had to remain on standby in Marineford Square, were it not for this public execution. It was likely that one of the three admirals would still be hunting Arthur down across the globe. I'm afraid I cannot turn back now. Tina, Arthur said gently, adjusting Tina's disheveled hair as he spoke. Killing a celestial dragon is no trivial matter. The world government will never allow a pirate who dares to challenge their authority to exist, and the Navy cannot disregard the commands of the world government. Thus, while Arthur's immediate danger was momentarily averted, once the public execution concluded, the admirals would undoubtedly resume their search for Arthur's hiding place, meaning conflict was inevitable. There is still a chance. I will stake my life to guarantee it. Tina looked up, her eager eyes fixed on Arthur, fearful that her beloved man might refuse. If I were to sever the head of a celestial dragon, kill the accompanying vice admiral, and slaughter all the Navy soldiers who rampaged on Gypsy Island, would Admiral Sengoku still allow me to join the Navy? Arthur said with a light-hearted laugh, as if it were an utterly mundane matter. What did you say? Tina's face paled momentarily as she stood up, incredulously gazing at Arthur. After a pause, she spoke with a bitter tone. Could it be that the fallen sea god who massacred the Navy on Gypsy Island is truly you? Tina felt a mixture of emotions. Her earlier thoughts of persuading Arthur to abandon his dark path and join the Navy now seemed utterly futile. She understood all too well that having killed a celestial dragon, Arthur would become the Navy's ultimate adversary. With no possibility of reconciliation, the world government would never permit a man who has slain celestial dragons to live, let alone join the Navy. Even if Arthur were Admiral Sengoku's biological son, it would not matter. Tina, who had always been loyal to the Navy, found herself at a loss, unsure how to confront the man before her. So, Tina, what will you do? Arthur asked, his face adorned with a smile. His words laden with double meaning. It was evident that Arthur was testing Tina's stance. Logically, with her years of service in the Navy, her unwavering loyalty and honor should dictate that there was no need for consideration regarding a sworn enemy. Yet, the bond between Tina and Arthur was far from simple. Her next decision would redefine their relationship. What about me? Tina hesitated, unable to meet Arthur's gaze, feeling an inexplicable fear at his gentle eyes. Should she uphold her absolute loyalty to the Navy or remain with the man she cherished? Tina found herself in a dilemma, acutely aware that her choice would alter many things, suddenly lifting her head. Tina looked into Arthur's eyes and spoke with unwavering resolve. Tina will not betray the Navy. I respect your choice, but you may have to endure some hardships for now, Arthur said, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. But I equally do not wish to betray you. Tina's gaze was filled with tenderness. With Arthur's presence, she began to question her initial beliefs, for matters of the heart have always been perplexing. I will do everything in my power to help you get close to Port Gasti. But I will not kill any Navy soldiers. That is my bottom line. As she spoke, Tina anxiously observed Arthur, seeking to discern his true thoughts from his eyes, faced with an agonizing decision. This was her final resolution. Of course, I trust you. Let us set off immediately, Arthur replied with an air of ease. Arthur's unhesitating trust left Tina momentarily speechless. Regardless of the circumstances, they were still in Marineford. And Arthur was a notorious pirate with a bounty of $370 million if this information were to reach the upper echelons of the Navy. The rewards would extend far beyond a mere promotion from colonel to rear admiral. The depth of this trust moved Tina profoundly. Are you not afraid that I might betray you? You must realize how valuable you are now. If I were to perish at your hands, I would willingly accept it. Bah! Tina scoffed lightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint hue as she retorted in annoyance. Come clean. How many girls have you deceived with that charming mouth of yours? Deceived? It was merely a rational exploration of life's ideals. Discussing the dawn together, Arthur thought, but refrained from voicing, instead letting out a few awkward chuckles without answering. This is a backup officer's uniform from the storeroom. When we pass through the checkpoint, keep your head down. I will lead a small team to the prison. Remember not to. As Tina handed the uniform to Arthur, she earnestly outlined the precautions. However, upon witnessing Arthur use the power of the sea god to alter his appearance to that of one of the unconscious Navy soldiers, she was nearly struck speechless in shock. This astonishing ability to disguise himself meant that as long as Arthur desired, he could elude the Navy's grasp for a lifetime. Tina suddenly realized that even without her assistance, Arthur could effortlessly infiltrate the Navy headquarters with his shape-shifting skills. It was possible that, besides Arthur, other pirates with devil fruit powers had secretly infiltrated Marineford as well. Hence, she deemed it necessary to exercise even greater caution. For Tina, as long as Arthur remained safe, the fates of other pirates were inconsequential. A moment later, the Navy personnel began to awaken, drenched in the cold seawater. The icy demeanor of Colonel Tina swept over the gathered Navy soldiers as she spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. Sleeping during the day is a dereliction of duty, and I could have you executed on the spot. The Navy soldiers' faces turned pale, and they began to plead for mercy, although they vaguely remembered something crucial. They could not recall what had transpired. In truth, Colonel Tina had used a form of psychological gas to preserve the lives of these soldiers. While they retained fragmented memories, they could not comprehend the entirety of the events that had unfolded. Tina's imposing presence further intimidated them, leaving them no room to entertain wild thoughts. Maintain your diligence. There must not be a next time. Tina concluded her remarks with an air of pride, rising gracefully to depart. While a regiment of soldiers outside fell into formation, making their way towards the distant prison, the naval soldiers stationed at the temporary outpost expressed their profound gratitude, showing utmost respect as they escorted Tina to the entrance. Entirely oblivious to the fact that it was she who had incapacitated them, nor were they aware of the perilous encounter at death's door, where Arthur had nearly silenced them all. With an imperceptible nod to Arthur among the ranks, Tina led the contingent of Navy personnel assigned to replace the prison guards, advancing towards the penal facility. It must be said that the Navy held an extraordinary regard for Fire Fist Ace. The mere presence of Arthur, an ordinary naval soldier, necessitated passage through 13 layers of security, with multiple identity verifications conducted along the way. Fortunately, Arthur had retained a detailed recollection of the fabricated identity of this naval soldier, allowing him to navigate the scrutiny with ease, bringing him swiftly close to the heavily fortified naval headquarters prison. Within the prison, the number of elite naval soldiers was, of course, considerable. There were dozens of officers stationed there, and it was believed that even if a formidable adversary attempted to breach the naval headquarters, they could likely hold out until an admiral arrived, bolstered by countless traps and an array of lethal weaponry. This realization swiftly extinguished Arthur's thoughts of a jailbreak. "Carl, go deliver food to that wretched soul. Were it not for the public execution, this scoundrel, drenched in the blood of his crimes, would have long deserved 1,000 deaths," bellowed a robust naval officer, his face adorned with a bushy beard, directed at Arthur. "Yes, Lieutenant. I shall do so immediately," Arthur replied, having assumed the appearance of Carl. Gaining proximity to Fire Fist Ace would provide an opportunity for a brief exchange. And now clad in naval uniform, Arthur sought to avoid any misunderstandings when the time came for rescue. Moreover, should war erupt, even if a chance to liberate Fire Fist Ace arose, the window for escape would likely be exceedingly brief. The Navy would never permit Fire Fist Ace, who bore the bloodline of the pirate king Gold. Roger, to return to the seas. That would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. As the son of the pirate king Gold. Roger, Ace, despite lacking the strength to dominate the New World, wielded immense influence and would undoubtedly become the Navy's foremost adversary. More importantly, the public would believe that the era of great pirates had not yet concluded, a scenario that neither the world government nor the Navy would wish to witness. Thus, even if Arthur were to successfully rescue Ace, he would become a target of universal scorn. Should the fleet admiral, the 3 admirals, and the 7 warlords converge, even 10 Arthurs would be insufficient to withstand them. Therefore, every moment in the rescue operation was crucial, making communication of utmost priority.